Did you see what happened? It was the trusty shovel creep.
I did. I saw his reaction as well. AU's trying to charge up, and Nisha's going to get the jump before they start the damage. It's too much. Conk is gone. He's got a buyback, so Natsumi can rejoin, but AU, a third of his health just taken away with ease and resolution.
Oh, PYW, you are in the wrong neighborhood, my friend. Full stuff comes out onto him, but he is going to go down. Ana now looking for more. The monster, he keeps on feeding, and the bash comes through onto 11, getting him the next kill as well.
Popping the BKB though. Immediately, Dreamcoil going through the back lines, but here goes Gunner through the back lines. He jumps on Viper. He probably wants to get out of this though. He's going pretty deep. There's a roll up. He's just keeping the lock. Gonna have a kickback from Taz. And he says, Depth Shroud this! You're not going to do it.
They know the Puck has no way back in the game. They've got double cheese and Nagas to play with. They want to use it. Io gets caught out. Gone from half HP in the blink of the eyes.
At this point in time, Wildcard Gaming need to do something a little bit drastic if they want back in on this one. And that drasticness is coming. Look where they smoked up around the map. Divine Llama has found himself the arena. They're going in onto Insania, but Primal Roar stops Ease in his tracks, wastes the duration of the BKB. So now the troll is in trouble. Now the troll is dead, alone, trying to fight from the high ground. Will be able to burst down the sniper with the Laguna Blade, but definitely will not be allowed to escape. Gets forced off into the Sunstrike. Incredible stuff from Lead Team Liquid.
Look at BAB's position, they're all grouped up. BAB is ready to go. Black Hole onto 3. Eric is nearby for the follow-up damage, and Na'Vi just crumble. V-Tune has to use the BKB defensively, but the shards was perfectly placed from Frisk.
Leo style set, trying to set up for it here, but the Global Silence comes in. The Roshan is dead, and the Black Hole is down. Lou's able to pick up everything here and turns poor old Parker inside out. Jump up to the high ground from Leo style, but he still gets caught out by the Black Hole anyway, as he's sucked in and killed off as well.
Oh, that's a good kill if they can find it. Winner's Curse comes out in time though! This rack slowly killed off by the Medusa, and the Requiem bomb set up. Medusa still standing her ground, but the supporting cast is cleaned up. She's gone.
Let's see, they end up losing Yamich first and foremost. Matu pops out, chomps down Hakoda, and now they turn their attention back onto Ramses. He pops the BKB, but to what avail? Even Mike's right clicks are just way too much for him right now. And as he dies, north of the fight, we do see Zai. At the very least, he will fall to the right click damage of GPK.
Ramsey's on just about no HP. He's playing just with what Armlet can give him. He's going to make the jump back onto Whiteman, finds a stun, and that's going to set up, oh, not quite for the kill, but the auto toss onto 2. Look at the setup. It's a thing of beauty. The double Laguna as well. GPK cleaning up after a beautiful jump in from Yamich. He eventually will fall to the towers, but his job done.
Tara, and again, these are the supports that just go in. They have no fear. Tara being held over into the corner. He is going to end up falling. Draken, he manages to get a pretty decent arena off, but it's just not enough as they'll finish cleaning up Sebas, and now Slayden running for his life. They just called GG. They've had...
They need more kills, and that's when no one can come into play. A Remnant into the middle, the Chain to try and disrupt the combination, but the Requiem still comes out. The Pulverized
He's gonna go in.
No one is going to rejoin once again. He's got the Remnant to play with off the back of the buyback, so we'll be able to finally deal with the Shadow Fiend. He can almost catch up to Resolution as well.
Oh, no on the predictions.
He eats the cheese, but the Relocate's going to come out. Resolution stuck in between the tree line as Navi.
Look at Parker. Parker's going in. Parker's waiting for a chance. He's looking for an opening. He sees this rolling thunder from Leo style, and here goes Parker. He gets out the rare razors, gets out the Requiem, gets out his BKB, and he kills alone right in front of his own Ancients. 80 seconds in the grave, no sniper available, and now it's Eves and Divine Llama trying to do their best. Silver Edge though disables Eves' defensive prowess. He's gonna end up dead. The last black hole of the game will kill Divine
Oh, and and Natsumi is scouted. He's also underneath the sentry ward, down to half HP. There's the jump. He's speared and killed. Natsumi didn't have it, and now Lelichi's not going to have a life here either. He's in the stone form, but his team is crumbling, falling apart around him, and now Polaris will strike the colors. The call to GG as they fall one by one, and Vici Gaming are going to take the win.
Whitemon sitting so very low, set so far apart, but it's a triple kill now for Ana, as he's gonna focus down over onto Divine Llama. Aegis, though, will get reclaimed, so they have to be very careful. But now Divine Llama, perhaps he got too greedy, perhaps he got too excited about all of this, as they will go use the Manta, turn back around, and that's an ultra kill for Ana. A death on Alex as well. There's the only one person left is Sam. They say give him the rampage, and there it is.
Double.
It is going to be a
godlike.
split 1-1.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the LCQ coverage here for TI11. That's right, we're on day number 3, where it gets very real. What I mean by that, we're in the playoff stage now. It is elimination time. Eventually, it is double elimination, and for the teams competing today, at least earlier on, they're on the winner's side. But those all-important 2 spots on the line to try to get to the group stages is what they're all playing for TI11. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Gods. Gods, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. This is exciting. You know, it's like a tournament within a tournament. This whole LCQ, the fact only 2 of these teams escapes it's brutal. There's so many amazing teams waiting in the TI group stage. But this is, I feel like, where the teams, you know, they've got a chance to fill themselves out over the last couple of days in that round robin. But now in bracket stage, every match just matters so much more.
Absolutely. The parity is definitely, I mean, we knew that going into this event with the LCQ, especially with 2 spots on the line. You have teams like, well, one of the teams that we're going to see first in Team Secret. A lot of people are going to favorite them, but there's so much good competition, including their opponents, in Extreme Gaming. But you have Liquid, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, Vici Gaming, so many teams that there's a lot of potential. And speaking of that, all these teams going to be playing today. And let's take a look now here at day number 3 and what we got upon us as far as the schedule. So like we said, we're kicking it off with Secret versus Extreme Gaming. Liquid versus Polaris here on Stream B will be the second matchup. And then, of course, we go down to the lower bracket. And then it's elimination time, baby. It's one of those moments, Gods, where you're like, it's a cool feeling, like we got elimination matches, but then you also realize, man, one of these teams, multiple teams, in fact, are going to be ultimately ending their run here.
Yeah, and I think obviously, you know, a lot of chatter, it's like, you know, the NASA teams down in that lower bracket, but these teams are getting some of their first big LAN experience, and these teams didn't just get blown out. You know, teams like Nouns actually pulled out quite a number of wins during that group stage, going 4-6. So there is parity. And just because these teams start in the lower brackets, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these teams that starts in the lower bracket actually make a deep run.
I'm glad you highlighted Nels right there. I actually had the chance to cover, 6 of their games throughout the first 2 days. And you're right. I mean, the record doesn't even give it enough, because as you look at the teams that they beat, honestly, they split a series against Secret, and then they went 2-0 against Vici Gaming. I mean, those are very, very respectable results right there for a team like Nels coming out of the NA region. So, and hey, maybe a little NA pride, NA bias here, whatever you want to call it. But no, I'm just like you. Even in the lower brackets, certainly there is potential to make those runs. Again, the 2 teams of the 12 in total here that are going to be going on. But I mean, yeah, the first 2 days already included 10 matches that each of these teams played. That's a lot of Dota 2. I mean, I know we all love it, but that's a lot of Dota 2 to play in 2 days, Gods.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's where teams can really utilize their coaches now. They're going to be doing a lot more drafts prep. They really get to, you know, kind of study the way their opponents play, whereas you're kind of going in a bit blind for that for the group stage, the round robin portion. So this is where, you know, I think the teams with those more experienced coaches are going to really start to thrive and kind of use that intel from that group stage better than some of the other maybe more younger, inexperienced teams.
Absolutely. And speaking of prepping for drafts, a team known as Team Secret, they got a player by the name of Puppy. You've probably heard of him. He's certainly going to be ready for that. But in case you're unfamiliar with Team Secret, I believe we got that introduction officially that we're going to be showing you guys. But of course, led by Puppy the Legend. As far as on screen, though, we are looking at Chrysalis, their carry player. Any highlights you want to make about this team outside of, you know, the obvious that we know, Gods?
I think it's got to be Nisha. This is the guy that I think just puts up stellar performances and carries games. I think the new addition, bringing in Rezo, having him and Zayat as that kind of offlane duo has worked really well. But to me, they're kind of like this stable force and presence in the offlane. Rezo's looked really good on some kind of newer heroes, like the Primal Beast, making its kind of repeated appearance during the LCQ as well as the qualifiers earlier. But really, yeah, it's Nisha's the guy. He's the one who is the star player of Team Secret. You know, he'll put up amazing showings on a number of heroes. His hero pool just feels immense. It's pretty hard to draft against him and stop him playing one of his comfort picks. So definitely look out for Nisha to kind of pop off in this series.
Now their opponents they're going up against also finishing with a 6-4 record. Of course, Secret in Group A though, whereas Extreme Gaming over in Group B, the team they're going up against. And this is a team here in Extreme Gaming that a lot of players that certainly you recognize, of course, from the Chinese region. The one, though, Lu, as shown on screen right there, he's the lesser experienced, we'll say. He's definitely already proven himself here in the group stages, but I think a lot of people are looking at him as the one, you know, what can he really do against these elite teams?
Yeah, there's probably a bit more pressure on him compared to some of his more veteran teammates. I think for Extreme Gaming, the story's going to be, this is a team who could have maybe tried to just qualify for TI, you know, the standard way, but unfortunately they couldn't make it to the Arlington Major, so they had to go through those qualifiers and now through the Last Chance Qualifiers as well because they didn't get that top spot in the Chinese qualifier. It's a very tough region. I think that's always been the biggest strength of teams coming out of China. It's just the amount of practice and good opponents you get just all year round. You're scrimming against those other teams who are, you know, the LGDs and whatnot, who are going to majors, winning them. So for Extreme Gaming, I think for a lot of these players, there's a lot of high expectations. Paparazzi was kind of touted as that superstar, one of the best players in the region a few years ago, but he's kind of, you know, fallen a bit off the radar, and it's kind of his chance to also prove once again to Dota fans that, hey, I am one of the best Chinese mid laners.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, as we see on our screen, game number 1, the draft is underway. The fun part to really get things going. And some may say fun, some may say not so fun. Marcy is the first pick. This is a hero that goes without saying, gods. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's a reason why this hero's how they just usually ban initially or first picked.
Yeah, it doesn't like force you down any kind of direction. This hero just seems to kind of do it all. It has strong laning. It gives you an initiating presence. It roams well. You know, typically being played in that support role, but there is, you know, at least some flex potential with the hero. Marcy's a great opener. I think what Extreme Gaming have done with this Doom Lion makes a lot of sense. You don't want to reveal too much when you have that second pick position, and Doom has just looked like a really stable carry throughout. Offlaner particularly throughout this LCQ so far.
Yeah, Doom hasn't had the most appearances. In fact, he is actually one of those heroes that I was a little surprised to not see picked up too much. I'm looking at right now, only 2 times even. In the qualifiers, we did see a ton of Doom, but Extreme Gaming going to go ahead and run that Doom as you're talking about. They got the Lion for that crowd control. But Shadow Fiend, the other side of the spectrum, you got a hero in Marcy. Again, no doubt one of the most picked and most banned even on top of that. Shadow Fiend's actually second right now as far as most picked. Another one of those maybe a little bit surprising, but 20 games, 13-7 record. Paparazzi, or excuse me, more so in this case, Nisha, or even Chrysalis, perhaps, going to get their hands on that hero.
Yeah, I think a lot of the reemergence of SF is that flex potential. For a long time, this hero was considered only a mid laner, but now teams have kind of experimented and played around with this safe lane Shadow Fiend and realized, like, hey, this hero is pretty damn strong. You can go for this kind of farming greedy style. The problem with mid SF is like the hero doesn't like to rotate and make plays. It's much more a farming mid, and that hasn't really been the meta for the mid lane for a bit. So the fact that you can play SF in multiple lanes has meant that suddenly it's kind of back in the meta a bit.
Yeah. And we've seen he's also a hero that not only flex in terms of the position that he's going to be running, but flex in terms of how he's going to play style, right? Because he can build either that heavy magic focus or the right-click god, depending on what the position he's playing or what they need him to be doing. But gods, wow. I mean, this is a train protector. This is another one of these heroes that we have not seen a lot at all in the LCQ, let alone the qualifiers recently.
Yeah, this is the first time it's, I think, being picked up by Extreme Gaming. So this is something that they must feel is matching up. I'm not sure. Like, I don't see anything on Secret's side where I'm like, oh yeah, Trent's great against this. It is a strong laner against the Marcy. I would also add, like, you know, having BKB piercing disable against SF has always been one of the things you want, because the idea with SF is, particularly right-click SF, you know, during your BKB, you've got this really long attack range, and you hit like a freaking truck. So having overgrowth against SF, definitely nice, but, you know, it's not like a, oh, wow, great Treant pick because of X, Y, and Z. It feels like more than anything, Extreme Gaming has an idea of, you know, what kind of lineup they want. They're going more teamfight heavy, a lot of lockdown with Treant, Lion. They've got the Doom for the teamfight as well. Right now, Team Secret, they need to get some way to kind of match up to Extreme Gaming when it comes to that teamfight.
Now, I'm not saying we're going to see it here necessarily for a couple of reasons, but one hero that we were talking about as a potential because of these two teams going at it as a core is that Morphling. Not banned yet. Is there any room for the Morphling, you think, on either side, or is it just not a hero we should expect to see at this point?
I could come out for Extreme Gaming. I don't see it being a hero that meshes well with the Shadow Fiend. I think the two heroes just strikes me as a two-hero combo that's way too greedy. I think Secret now with this Viper pick, they need some kind of control and lockdown. They get Clockwork. This looks like probably Puppy's hero for the 5-position role, so you can do the Clockwork. It's a great laner with SF. This is, you know, old school combo, Clock SF. You deny some cogs, get some free souls at the start if you want to do safe lane SF. Or if you want to go mid SF, you generally want to play around the Raze a bit more level 1 to secure yourself some creeps. But I think for Secret, they're not considering more for Extreme Gaming, though. I don't hate the idea. I think the part that's tough is this Viper pick. This Viper plus Marcy lane is one of the strongest off-lane duos in Dota right now, and that just kind of often forces you to pick something that either has a stronger laning stage or that catches up and farms better in the jungle. The illusion type carries seem to do well against Viper because, you know, come mid-game, illusions are something Viper doesn't address very well, and also, you know, you're going to lose your lane. The best thing to do when you lose your lane is have a catch-up mechanic, which often a lot of these kind of jungle farmers do.
Yeah, that's where my mind was going, actually. Even something like the Terror Blade, for example, is a possibility here for Extreme Gaming, but they're certainly putting some thought into this one. Understandable. They still got plenty of reserve time. I'm still so caught up on that Treant Protector, though, man. That's that is something, but obviously a unique hero, at least of late, that Extreme Gaming. They're feeling. I wonder if it has something to do with the Marcy, because again, we've seen so much Marcy. Is this one of those new techs of, like, for whatever reason, going to be considered pretty good against her potentially too? But I don't know.
Yeah, I think TB definitely stands out to me as well. Good against pretty much this entire draft, and there it is. I think it just has, when against the Viper, it just feels like the best for carry players. You're not thinking about winning your lane. I think something was actually Fly talked about when he was on one of the panels at the major was like, you know, this idea that the enemy picks Viper and you try and fight Viper's strong laning prowess with you know, you don't want to play into Viper's strength, which is trying to contest the lane, because that's what Viper wants to do, is to, you know, contest the lane and fight. You're better off just saying, okay, you win the lane, but I'm going to find a way to beat you later on.
It's almost like that Timbersaw mentality, right? It's like, okay, Timbersaw, do your thing. We'll worry about you later on in this game. We know that you're just going to have a good time in the lane. Let's not worry about that. So, Terrorblade, though, yeah, the pick, though, coming out for Extreme Gaming in the hands of Lou, likely. Although, gods, I'll remind people, we did see a support Terrorblade yesterday. No, I don't think that's happening here. But
wow, okay, I have not been able to catch up all the games yet. So support TB, who played support TB? That sounds awesome.
Honestly, I'm blank. It wasn't one that I casted, but I heard about it being around. But we've seen some funky stuff, man. We saw a position for Ember Spirit. We saw a Thompson mid Enchantress.
Yep.
Yeah, there's been some fun stuff.
All right. Well, I'm hoping for a bit more spice here today. I don't. Extreme Gaming doesn't strike me like as a team likely to do anything crazy when it comes to flexing. I mean, you've got Lion Tree. You've kind of got your support duo already. I think we're looking at Lion position. Lion Doom lane sounds good, and then you've got the Treant to secure your safe lane for TB. So most likely Extreme Gaming just want their mid hero, and then you've got Team Secret, who can leave things a bit open because of that SF pick. They can do the SF safe lane or mid. It really depends what they feel is going to fit best. And if anything, I think I like the safe lane. I feel like SF is a Doom counter. Like, Doom doesn't like playing into physical damage. SF hits hard. You're never really harassing him as a Doom. Safe lane SF seems like a great answer to Doom in my mind.
To that point, though, couldn't you argue that more the magic build Shadow Fiend, which I suppose he could do that in the safe lane still, but I guess just talking on that, does he go that magic focus here up against the Terrorblade, especially the Armor Treant Protector? I mean, there's multiple reasons it feels like, or are we, because position 1 though, Shadow Fiend usually would run more of that right click, right? So
yeah, yeah, both routes I think there's arguments for. I think against the Doom, right click physical damage makes sense. Against TB, you want more magic damage. So if they're going right click SF, that's where they want to get a mid laner that has heavy magic damage. You can see Extreme Gaming are thinking it's, you know, going to be some kind of magic damage that Secret need. They ban out Zeus. So they're basically trying to, figure out what's best for Secret. Probably right-click SF. You get doomed and you keep right-clicking. Whereas if you're going magic SF, you get doomed and suddenly you do nothing. You're very reliant on casting spells, using your items. So it does feel like it's a game where you want to go, right-click, Satanic, Skadi type build, heavy stats. You can survive while doomed. But then if you go that route, how do you deal with TP? Because TP, super high armor. He's one of probably the best carries to play into a right-click SF. They need some kind of magic burst damage out of their mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, they're already taking away. Hell, they took away the Evoker and the Leshrac themselves, so
yeah,
there's some magic options. That would have been nice, but yeah, clearly that's not. That almost makes me believe that this is going to be a mid Shadow Fiend then, the way that they're banning themselves too. So, because they are taking away what could have potentially been some decent options, right? So.
Yeah, very, very true. I wouldn't have minded a Leshrac type hero for Secret. I think Zeus is the one that feels best against TB, but of course you're not going to get your hands on that. So we'll find out in just a second. They get Darkseer of all heroes. We're talking about mid lanes or carries coming out, and they just bust out an offlaner. So
is it a Viper mid?
Viper going to the mid lane. This is something a bit new for me, and I guess they're looking at like a Darkseer Marcy lane, unless Darkseer can also go mid. Not sure if that's necessarily going to be the case, particularly when you don't know your lane matchup. But that is something that could also be at least a bit of a flex, although a very unusual one.
Yeah. Well, again, it's that flex though, right? Because they don't know yet, but now they're going to see what Extreme Gaming will run, about 30 seconds they have to decide. But you gotta think Extreme Gaming is also sitting there like, wait a second, what? Darkseer? Wait, we did not see that. So how do we adjust at kind of the last second? It's clear that, I mean, you would think they need a mid, but again, we've seen some funky stuff. There's potential to do something else here, but we're gonna find out in a second. It's the Death Prophet.
Yeah,
comes out for Extreme. So now who's gonna queue up on what?
Pretty standard, and I think it really signals a clear like mid-game power spike where they want to really try and like take over the game. Like TB gets 2 items, like BKB plus Manta or something, or like a Skadi BKB, and then you just take every objective on the map. One of the big strengths of the Radiant side is that proximity to the Roshan pit, and Death Prophet TB, great heroes for taking Rosh.
So it is going to be Nisha on the Shadow Fiend. No people can see it yet, but Chrysalis playing that Viper, so it will be the safe lane Viper, and then Resolution on that Darkseer. So there we go. Lineups are complete, and yeah, again, the Treant Protector, especially being in the middle of the screen right there, still really standing out to me. But you look at both of these drafts. I mean, my first reaction is honestly that Extreme Gaming's draft, that Death Prophet finish, it really just kind of feels like a complete draft. They got everything taken care of. They got the push, they got the carry, they got the crowd control. In that perspective, it seems pretty strong, right? But what about you guys?
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite draft here?
I mean, definitely, I feel like Extreme Gaming have the easier to execute draft. I think it's just like a very prototypical draft. You've got your push, you've got your team fight, you've got your disables, you've got decent lanes. But it's also, I mean, I think that if you want to talk about a weakness, it's a bit cookie cutter. It's like the kind of draft you feel like you've seen and played against countless times. So you kind of know where their timings are, when they're going to look to fight you. Most teams just have an understanding of how to play against this type of draft. And then you look at Secret's draft and you're just like, what the hell are they doing? They're doing safe lane Viper. They played one Viper during the LCQ, and it was in the off lane. No team's really playing carry Viper, so I think with Secret, that's just a bit of a, you don't know what you're going to get this game.
Mm-hmm. So here we go. Game number 1, officially kicking it off, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the LCQ, the playoff stage. This is a winner bracket matchup, of course, between Secret and Extreme Gaming. You're in this double elimination, but still, you want to keep advancing on. Stay in that winner bracket, of course. Best out of 3 coming at you. I was going to see if they did any of the cog plays we mentioned with the Shadow Fiend, but no. And we have seen a lot of this with the Shadow Fiends too lately, is getting that Shadow Raise at level 1, and that's the case here. So they're posturing in the mid. Doesn't look like any engagement's going to take place.
Yep. I don't think we'll see any major clashes early on, as you mentioned, just getting some of this early vision down. Try and block some of those small camp pulls and just make sure that you're kind of set up for some of those early rotations. And when you're looking at like how you want to play your safe lane and off lane, it's always going to be centered around those pull camps.
So, Gods, I know you're saying about the Viper idea, especially with the Viper of the Marcy, how it's good in that safe lane matchup against the Terrorblade, and well, he would kind of just accept the fact. It's almost similar though here, right, where Darkseer is just as annoying with an Iron Shell and the Marcy partner, so similar concept anyways for the Terrorblade. As we say that, Terrorblade is going to the top currently.
Yeah, I think they would have dodged the Darkseer, I guess, lane. Both teams probably playing a bit of mind games. They've got that vision down. The Darkseer's annoying, but it's maybe not quite as strong as it used to be. The Iron Shell's just, over the years received nerfs on how much damage it does. So, if anything, the worst lane for TP is Viper. So I feel like, if anything, maybe Extreme Gaming got a read on these lanes and found a way for the Terrorblade to dodge this Viper lane, because that's going to be the best way for TP to actually have a laning stage, is to play into Darkseer, not into Viper.
Well, currently he's got both of his supports up here in Lion and the Tree Protector, that is, as Puppey pops that battery assault, starts running him away. Now he finds a Lion, so finding himself in a 1v2 all of a sudden. So who knows, maybe kind of the old school tri-lane even happening for Extreme Gaming. That's essentially what we have right here. Overgrowth early on resolution. I don't think he's dead here necessarily, but he's going to take plenty of damage, force out some early regen. But Puppey once again flanking back in and going to pop that battery assault.
He's got the Iron Shell.
Oh, he does. It's not going to be a kill, but yeah, gets him low.
Yeah, they're doing this 2v3. You need to win this top lane. When you tri-lane, like, I don't mind the idea of tri-lane to secure this TB farm, but they know their Doom is getting nothing out of the bottom lane. If anything, he may be going down here in just a second, so they have to do well up top.
Yeah, this is not friendly for Doom, especially being by himself. He is finally going to get some assistance as Stream Protector makes his way over there, but you look at Marcy even going in deep. I don't think he's going to make a play, but just intimidation, we'll call it, going to happen there. So yeah, I just love the Puppies. Again, even in a 3 versus 2, he's just still running at them with that battery assault and getting the Iron Shell applied. It kind of just shows you the confidence he had, and he was right. They eventually have to rotate out.
Yep. No, so definitely a lane where I think PYW has to play very cautiously, but he's got the boots online, so that gives him at least an okay way to kind of play into the clockwork, as long as he doesn't let Clock get on top of him. The big thing is going to be how they try and salvage Old 11's game down bottom, because this is there's no really good way to salvage a Viper lane, but as a Doom, of course, he can always fall back to that jungle and catch up a bit later on.
It is a pick your poison kind of deal. You want to go up against the Darkseer or the Viper if you're Terrorblade. Well, neither one plays, well, unfortunately, that's not an option, so he is currently doing that jungling, but as you'd expect, Puppey's still nearby. They're going to show their frustration, putting the stun out. Thanks to line with that Earth Spike, but Puppey, he ain't leaving anytime soon. He's still going to keep them
he wants to steal some of these neutral creeps, but Lou not giving him a chance to go in. Battery Assault, one of the nice buffs it had a few patches ago, doing double damage on creeps, but they make sure that Puppey doesn't get any of those last hits here. And they just want to keep making sure they don't let Puppey get all these pulls off, because that's going to really limit their ability to win this top lane if Puppey gets a lot of pulls off.
Mm-hmm. Mid lane matchup, we haven't really mentioned that just yet. Death Prophet versus the Shadow Fiend, though.
Yep.
And currently 15-1 Death Prophet, 14-2 Shadow Fiend, so very even. Is going as you'd maybe expect. I mean, Death Prophet's certainly receiving a couple of those nerfs recently.
Yeah, and if you go back to when SF was like one of these very top meta mid-heroes, it was often picked into Death Prophet, because the idea with Death Prophet is you need to burst her down quickly during Exorcism, or she just eats you alive. Not to mention the Spirit Siphon is this slow heal over time, so the burst damage of Razors and Requiem is a good answer to Death Prophet. So, bit of an interesting pickup by Extreme Gaming to go for a last pick Death Prophet here.
Living armor being applied, but look at Marcy just sitting there, just waiting for the Mosaic, finds the moment. Guy has that dispose, the dispose backwards. Already has the Siphon though, healing on up, and Death Prophet, there's no chance at that kill. The double Siphon, you just accept that he's living and run away.
Yeah. Nisha had, 2 more raises, maybe even 3 more raises there with the cooldowns, but there was, no way to burst through Paparazzi. He's got a range up now. Both teams just looking to secure some of these runes here. Paparazzi, gets the top rune, Nisha will get the bottom, so both these mid laners getting close to that level 5, and that's really where SF, I think, has suddenly a big boost in his kill power, is these level 3 raises.
Mm-hmm. See him playing fairly aggressive right there. The raise is already coming out, but a Death Swarm in response, or Crypt Swarm, in response from the Death Prophet, so not going to back down. Bottom lane, Viper 17-10. Doom is 12-2, so understandably, Crystal's having a good time, and speaking of that, Doom might be in more trouble. Rebound in, the auto attacks, DY doing what he can, puts the armor up, gonna go for the auto attack onto the Viper, but that's not gonna scare him off enough. Old 11 in trouble. Scorched Earth has been activated, of course. He's regenning. He has the salve, but there's no way he's getting that off. Chrysalis finally gets first blood. Meanwhile, the top lane, Puppey will go down as well, but we're not done just yet. It's finally they're going to kill Lion. And Resolution will take that. So a 2-for-1, favoring Secret.
Yeah, the top lane trade, great for Extreme Gaming. The TB, being a part of that kill and then getting his Metamorph off, getting some good damage out on Rezo. But yeah, bottom lane, just barely getting the first blood.
But that's one of those cases, though. I mean, the fact he hasn't died yet, maybe almost, dare I say, surprising in itself. But again, it's gonna continue to be a pretty bad time for this Doom. And what do? I mean, they kind of have to accept that the sacrifice is there, I suppose. But Doom, can he just jungle now? I mean, is there an obvious play here? Or is it just gonna know that you're gonna be behind?
I think he's kind of gonna stick it out in this bottom lane. Like the Frost Armor, he's sitting on like 20 plus armor before with that Devour plus Ice Armor and the Treant Living Armor on top of it. So he's got some good sustain and defensive, capabilities here. It's just about playing the lane when it's near his tower. Once he pushes up too close to that enemy tier 1, the lane, that's where you've got to, be very careful about not getting jumped on top of.
Terrorblade popping the reflection. Doesn't have the metamorphosis. Puppey manning up and may regret this. Resolution running in. Unfortunately gets there late. He will surge an Ion Shell himself, though. Those punches doing plenty of damage to the line, and I'm guessing he's going to get this kill. Yeah, the vacuum to secure that one. And thus starts the 60-second cooldown on that ability, but makes it an eye for an eye there with the trade.
Yeah. I think that's one thing Secret's done well up here is, like, even when the TB line have found kill openings, they always get the trades. And that's definitely one of the big strengths of Darkseer is just Ion Shell early on in the lane stage, just so much damage. So as long as he's got it up, yeah, they go on you, they maybe kill you with their Chain Disable, but this line should always pay the price. 2 deaths on PYW, both times coming from when he got a kill for his TB.
I want to go back to the Shadow Fiend. So I know we kind of addressed it a little bit in the draft and as we're getting ready for the game, but now that we're about 7 minutes in, what's the vibe you're feeling? Is this going to be Magic, Shadow Rays build, or are we going to see the right-click style? But top lane, hold that thought, because give me a chance to think about it, because they're going to the top lane. And right now, Resolution in a lot of trouble. Exorcism committed for this. They better get this kill. Wall's going to be using a response, but it's not going to be nearly enough to survive, and Paparazzi helps secure that kill.
Yeah, great job by PYW. Saves the Earth Spike. You've got to catch him on the Surge, otherwise he's just going to zoom on out of there. So hitting an Earth Spike, on the Surge timing is not the easiest thing in the world, and he might make sure they get that kill. Mid lane being pressured here. They've got to get the SF off this tower, because with that Siege Creep, it got the tier 1 mid down to half health, and when you've got a Treant Protector, you want to defend every single tower you can.
Oh, Marcy!
Wow, she's out. Just Marcy thinks.
It's like, we consider a Laugh XG's like, why do we give them that hero? What were we thinking? Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yep.
But yeah. So yeah, good rotation. Of course, going to that point, they saw the gank from Death Prophet, so naturally they pushed that mid tower. But Death Prophet got back to the mid lane pretty quickly there, so that was a good job.
Yeah. And the nice thing is when you've got Treant, you can make these more aggressive rotations, because typically losing, 1,000 health on your mid tier 1 tower is a pretty bad trade to make. Like, even though you get a kill up top, you invest a lot of resources, you give a lot of farm, but because Treant Protector can kind of heal this tower up over time, I think Extreme Gaming are going to feel a bit better about the position they're in there.
Yeah, it's something we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on. Again, it's been a while since I had a Treant Protector in the game, so having to remember the fact, though, that those towers can be even healed on up a little bit. I mentioned the tower. But Half-Life currently top lane, PYW. Died a couple of times. The third one could be coming. The vacuum is not going to secure the kill, though. Yeah, that's a longer cooldown. Good getaway from Lion.
Yeah, PYW, the fact he's only died twice against Clockwork plus Darkseer duo is pretty damn impressive. Especially when, what we said earlier, it's like their deaths when they're getting kills. So, really good play from him in this top lane.
Yeah, speaking of getting kills, Secret, there's really not much to say about that one. They just rotated down here and happened to find a Treant Protector hiding with his brethren of the trees, and easy kill for them. And that's going to transition nicely into a bottom tower push. Doom is here with Doom. No, he's level 6, but he doesn't have it, actually. Choosing not to level it, so yeah, he just TP's out. No point.
They do send Treant Protector down bottom, but this is more just to delay and be annoying. He can play over these trees. He's dropping the Nature's Grasp, but he's got to be careful. Secret will try and hunt him down. Marcy, one of those heroes that can maybe find him in the trees, but definitely a scenario where if you're Extreme Gaming, you're thinking, we got to take this top tier 1 tower. We're going to invade the enemy jungle, because bottom lane, Viper is just so damn strong. I think Secret's doing the right move, which is playing around Viper. Crystallis is the strongest player hero on the map right now, so anywhere he goes, Extreme Gaming are going to kind of just avoid.
Speaking of Crystallis, Viper with the Falcon Blade, he's going the Dragonlance, so it looks like both cores, him and the Shadow Fiend, are going the early Dragonlance. Mid lane, just some harassment on Old 11 coming out. But I suppose that helps answer the question we were attempting to get out there. It seems like Nisha is going the direction of be a right-click beast.
Yeah, I think feeling like they've got enough teamfire on Doxy, they're going in on Doom mid.
That should be an easy kill.
Yep.
No chance. All 5 here.
Yeah, and just level 2 living armor, so these towers are not... This mid tower is still pretty damn low, and with the Siege Wagon coming back in, this should be an easy one for Nisha to get with the double damage on SF. There's just no defending this. This is not a good position to be in if you're Extreme Gaming. You're thinking like, you know, we're the ones with Death Prophet, we've got Treant to defend our towers. Losing those 2 quick tier 1 towers back to back, I mean, bottom lane you expect to go down, but losing your mid tier 1 there is something they're kind of going to look back on in this game and be like, okay, that, you know, that's not really how this game's meant to go for us.
Yeah, in that aspect, certainly not. I will say he is top in the net worth, and not by much, but he is on top, and that's at least some satisfaction coming out for Extreme Gaming, right? Well, bottom lane, not some satisfaction. Dream Protector, getting Marcied. Crystallis there to apply more of the damage.
Yep. Zayat's just patiently waited in some fog, saw him poke out, and grabbed him as soon as he revealed himself on the wave, so... Nice little find. It's not the end of the world, but for Secret, when you're the ones in control, getting this Treant out of this bottom lane suddenly means Crystallis can just push it, chip away at this bottom tier 2 tower, and it's just experience and farm that Treant is not getting, because he's the only hero that can really go to this bottom part of the map.
Mm-hmm. So I want to go back to the Terrorblade, though, and again, the fact that he is still top net worth. Is it enough, do you feel like? Is he accomplishing, considering the situation, enough?
Eventually it will be enough when you combine it with the fact you've got a Midas Doom, but for the time being, it's not enough. I think the next kind of 5 to 10 minutes of this game are going to be kind of secrets to control, particularly Nisha's BKB timing on SF. I imagine Viper may likely go for BKB as well, so I think Secret's going to get like double BKB and be really hard to fight into. It's kind of a case of whether Extreme Gaming can weather the storm and get to a point where, you know, they've got a Doom with Blink BKB, they've got a TB with Scotty plus BKB himself. They need a lot more farm before their lineup is ready to fight.
Yeah, it feels like Lion's a big part of that. I mean, he has some great crowd control, but he's going to have difficulty without, like, a Blink being able to initiate. Speaking of initiation, Puppy, hook shot in, Paparazzi. He's held there for a long time thanks to the Cog Trap, and eventually the raise hits, and, well, Puppy kill secured, we'll call it. And Nisha's now level 10 as well, and the Shadow Fiend mentioned the Dragonlance, 1400 gold already saved up towards that BKB. The timing's feeling very good right now for Secret.
Yeah. And this is a problem, like, I think picking a hero like Doom and him not having a good lane. When you've got a Doom on your team playing catch-up with a Midas, you've also got a TB on your team. Like, this Death Prophet's reasonably strong and happy to maybe make some plays, try push some towers with Exorcism, but she hasn't got anybody on her team to really play with. You can't just play around supports, particularly Dream Protector, who doesn't want to play around the team. He wants to sit in this bottom lane, so I think Extreme Gaming's in this awkward position where Paparazzi's maybe ready to kind of make some moves, but some of his teammates are not. He's going to smoke up with the 2 supports. These are the, you know, your 2. He's probably looked around like, who can actually make moves with me? And it really is just these supports.
It really is. And Treant Protector does have overgrowth, so that certainly is a benefit. You have the Finger of Death on Lion, aka the ultimates are on Lion. They're going to scan. They're just missing, though. And they're going to run uphill right into this Darkseer now, and that's not the hero that you're looking to hunt necessarily. He's got a Vanguard, he's got a point booster, he is way too tanky.
Yeah, and very fast fingers. He got the surge off before a spell was even cast from PYW, so Rezo dodges the smoke gank, but I think for Extreme Gaming, like, you'd like that smoke to connect and kill a core, but they weren't really looking to. Whoop, pick up Puppy's found one in the river here.
He got surged on up, and Darkseer's like, go get him, boy. Puppy, he goes in, DY, no chance. Lion's he ain't gonna defend that. He wants to keep running. And meanwhile, trying to run, well, okay, well, Metamorphosis activated. Marcy baited a little bit too hard, so it ends up being the trade.
Yeah, that's a high ground you'll always defend on Radiant if you can. And TB sitting on high ground with Metamorph, he's got an Ancient stack there as well. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll fight. I'll pop this meta. I'll farm some Ancients with it once we get an easy kill on Marcy there, so... you know, decent move for Extreme Gaming, but it does give a window for Secret once Marcy respawns. You know, they're going to know that this meta's down. good news is for Extreme Gaming is they didn't overkill the Marcy. They still have Exorcism for a potential team fight, but again, they're really just looking to slow this game down. They want a game where TP's top of the net worth, there's not a lot of fighting going on. They want this slower pace game.
Well, they're attempting to do so with Doom constantly using that Midas, and as I just called out the Doom name, he's going to be fine, though. He TPs immediately, knowing they don't have a stopper, so it's a good choice, but more collapsing happening, and I think DY is going to be victim as a result. Yeah, they got exposed, and, well, maybe not. They didn't actually see him, thanks to the black of the dark, and he'll get away.
Yeah, but I would say Paparazzi's in a bit of trouble here. The hookshot gets blocked by DY. What a hero. If that hits the Death Prophet, she's in a terrible position there. She's in danger of being caught out, but now that they're under this tower, they want to defend this one. And they're going to kill Nisha.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend's dead, and now with Doom activated on a Viper, the first one we see this game, Terrorblade wants to chase. He doesn't have Metamorphosis, but he still wants to chase for good reason. Marcy attempted to help thanks to the rebound, gives that move speed.
That move speed. I can't believe Viper gets out of there, but that's, Marcy Puppy meanwhile on the back lines. He's juking. Oh, he jumps over the Crypt Swarm. He probably still goes down here, but
yeah,
he's wasting some time.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. He got a TP out of the tree, and if you want to call that too, some nice time wasted. But yeah, I mean, really the first sign this game, though, guys, that Extreme Gaming actually looked pretty good, and that's obviously a great sign for them.
So, I mean, it looked like a position that Secret were going to destroy. Like if that Death Prophet gets caught under the tower there and they manage to kill her, things go badly. And because they saw her TPing out, I think Secret were under the impression we can get as aggressive as we want. This Death Prophet TP out, they're not defending here. Let's just dive a tier 2 tower. But they popped a Glyph, and suddenly this multi-shot tower was destroying everything.
Can they kill the Terrorblade? This is such a big kill if they get it. The Sunder, though, on a Marcy, so Terrorblade's still alive. Viper Strike, Lou's going to live for the time being. The poison attacks, it's not going to be enough. He does survive. I heard the Ruckman being channeled, but doesn't go off, and Old 11's even going to TP out and survive. I mean, how does that happen? Nobody dies there for the side of Secret, and Lou just goes right back to farming.
Yeah, just not quite enough damage for the TP there. At some point, you can't go chasing and diving too far. Puppy was still respawning. I mean, if Puppy's there, these are easy kills. They just need that battery assault cogs trap or a hook shot, but, he can't be there when he's just respawned, so... not the end of the world. I mean, Secret's still in a pretty good position controlling this Radiant jungle. It's all about denying as much farm as possible away from the TB. But they have really opened up this window for Extreme Gaming now with basically that failed tier 2 tower push down bottom. They want to keep playing around that area of the map. They got a nice deep ward down behind the tower. And you can really see them prioritizing this bottom side of the map here, ignoring Roshan for now. They definitely will want to go for Roshan, but it seems like first they want to get this tier 2 tower and maybe even enemy outpost.
Oh, they're going to get an enemy. We've seen this before, though. They can survive. They have Requiem at a distance. It connects. The fear comes out. Couple of races. This time they will secure a kill. PYW porting into the trees. Nisha ends up finding him, and now PYW is in no man's land. Can he get out of here? They want this tier 2 tower, but they'll take heroes as well, and they're going to get another one. There's that punch, by the way. I was going to ask you about that. What are your thoughts there? The early Ags on the Darkseer picks up the normal punch.
Yeah, it gives them a bit more kind of lockdown and control to play around, particularly with the Blink Dagger follow-up. Gives you this kind of blink initiation, so I quite like it. I think for Rezo, it's just like a nice, good stat item too. You feel nice and tanky, like you can really frontline with it as well. So definitely on board with this item pickup.
All right, so there is that obvious strategy. You're definitely pointing to it as well before that gank even happened. That Extreme Gaming, they want to continue, as to say, slow this down. Even right there, we saw Paparazzi was pushing out mid. Terrorblade was pushing out the top. So these cores are still managing, especially Terrorblade, to get their farm. So even with what happened at the bottom lane, still seems like Extreme Gaming can be at least in a fairly confident spot in terms of there's still a good hope in this game. Anaya Scotty is coming up quickly for Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think for, this Scotty is going to be probably the big item player. Maybe they're thinking BKB as well. Not even sure if TP necessarily needs to go for one. Like, there's some disables on this Secret side, but they're much more kind of heavy in on that physical damage with the SF and the Viper. So we could see some other variations, like maybe going more into lifesteal here, for example, on Lu, but for the time being, they've managed to kind of regain control of their jungle, get some vision up. This is kind of key for them, is just You want to slow the game down. You want to deny your enemy vision. Make sure you maintain as much kind of access to the farm in your jungle as possible. The problem is they've kind of given up this Roshan pit now, so curious to see if Secret make a play for that or if they want to go for these kills.
So far, well, we got a big smoke here. Both teams certainly could be colliding. I was going to say that XG doesn't have the greatest initiation. Well, they kind of do now. Doom does have his blink, and Lion is getting close to finishing his. Marcy exposed. Pings come out, so no engagement yet. Fighting over the ruin of 20 minutes. It'll be a regen. Prophet says, thank you very much.
This tier 1 mid so low. I mean, TB's just going to send an illusion in any time and just snipe it, but Secret were really trying to bait it. They were hoping that Extreme Gaming would like force that tier 1 mid and they could take a fight. When you've got a Clockwork on your team, you've got the best possible initiation there, not to mention the Marcy. So very disciplined by Extreme Gaming. A 14 health mid tier 1 tower, they just ignored it. And Secret, while they don't get the the fight they were looking for at mid, they do get the free Roshan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it's one of those, okay, it makes a lot of sense. The game sense there, sure, Extreme Gaming reacted to it appropriately, but Secret kind of next leveled it at the same time, right? They're like, okay, if you're not going to go mid, we'll just go kill Roshan and we'll get a free Aegis.
Yeah, and I think for Extreme Gaming, this was always a Roshan that you were willing to give up without a fight. I think the position they're in right now, pre-BKB on Doom, on TB, they've got one on Death Prophet, but you can't just rely on her to run in, and against right-click damage, this Death Prophet will melt even during BKB, so it makes sense that they want to be the team that may just try and kind of turtle it up, defend their high ground, and not care about this Roshan at least. Roshan number 2, likely a different story.
Naturally becomes a little more important. Those extra items start dropping, and you're really like, okay, we don't want to give this up for free anymore. But top lane, PYW is fine.
I mean,
there goes all your mana, puppy.
I'll show you, 13 mana boy.
Got him. Blink, though. He's 2 gold. He'll have a blink. So that is, we were talking about this earlier. Again, the initiation, the lacking of, well, they got it on Doom, and now they have one on Lion. And this feels like a moment of, I have Scotty on Terrorblade. Okay, Extreme Gaming is starting to really come together now.
Yeah. It's very easy to get into, like, one more item kind of mindset, though, if you're Extreme Gaming. Because they're going to get these items, and they're going to be like, well, why don't we just farm a bit more? We got Doom, Death Prophet, TB. We can keep scaling. So I am curious if they're going to feel like these items are enough. I think the BKB definitely should be. That to me is like, okay, you've got BKB on your Terrorblade, you're carrying now. It's also signals generally that you're kind of, you're going BKB to fight. You're not getting this item to keep on farming. So a scenario where they get BKB, TB, and don't fight would be a bit peculiar. But this really sets them up for just trying to stall out this Aegis. It's got 3 minutes left. You don't really want to take a big team fight into an Aegis, so I think more likely Extreme Gaming's looking for that 25-minute mark to make their stamp on this game.
Oh, what a reaction from Old 11 right there. Blinking out right before the Raze connected, so he survives. But Shadow Fiend's level 15, and you know what that means with this right-click build. The Presence are now affecting buildings, so the idea that they could siege more effectively, however, they are against the Treant Protector. We saw there, the Living Armor was applied, and it didn't go down nearly as fast as they hoped for. So kind of that back and forth of the pendulum. The Living Armor is doing work, man. Now Fortification, Extreme Gaming, really doing a lot of work here to prevent this tower from falling.
Yeah. Unfortunately, SF is very heavy physical damage, so the Living Armor, you can see here in the mid lane, just isn't enough. And when it's an Aegis SF, you don't really want to initiate. Ooh, hook shot from Puppy. He saw an opening, but couldn't quite latch. Instead, they'll take the tier 2 mid tower. Ooh, or will they? They may need another creep wave. And they're actually rotating up top.
Yeah, because they want the Doom. They're saying, oh, we kick at the tower. Let's just go for a hero kill then. Resolution, finding him first. Has another punch coming up. And
meanwhile,
there's the secure.
PYW's called Chris out. Oh, he TV's out in the trees. He almost got punished for it. PYW was charging forward, looking for the Viper there. Because that's a Viper without BKB. So if they caught him, that would have been a decent trade. But instead, Secret get the Doom kill. They don't get the tier 2 mid, which, they can come back for later. But all in all, a good trade for Secret.
Yeah, and they will certainly take that. So I feel like we've been sitting around this 2,000-3,000 net worth lead, though. It really has just kind of been static at that point between these two teams.
It's one of these games where it feels like there's this tension where, Secret are under pressure, but, they've still got SF Viper. Like, they're not like they have to win this game pre-30 minutes. Like, they don't want it to drag. They don't have a good late game answer to TB. And, you're getting free Aegises. You're you're stronger than your opponents. You want to take all these out of the towers, but we are going to, you know, they haven't completely shut down Extreme Gaming's game plan. We're going to see some big high ground defenses with a, you know, 5-6 slotted TB very likely in this game.
And that also means, though, that while the replica, that with the Terrorblade in the game, it's the lag is bound to commence. Those illusions going to be all over the place for both sides, so look forward to those matches or those fights taking place.
Yeah, and that's probably a big part of why Secret are, you know, they are taking these objectives, but they're not really playing as if they're under a huge amount of pressure in this game because they've got Darks here. You know, they're feeling like, okay, the stronger TB gets, we've got wall, we've always got, you know, ways to play into the TB late game. At the same time, then you've got the kind of counter to the Darkseer counter, which is maybe the Lion. You can instantly kill off that TB illusion with your mana drain. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see if Secret can, you know, then try and make sure they have to jump and kill this PYW Lion in these fights and not let him cast his spells, or the fights will look very good for Extreme Gaming.
Oh, we talk a lot about timings this game. Another interesting one with XG. They go for the 5-player smoke as soon as the Aegis wears off. So hoping for a nice sneak around, a nice jump attack, and, well, they're in flank position now, Puppy.
They get it still. They see Puppy, but they want, you know, they want bigger fish. This is the triple BKB. All their cores have BKB, and they're going to take the Puppy kill.
Where are they? Well, he's got to go. So they want. He's going to hookshot away, and he's going to be fine. Yes, even the Cryptsurion's not going to kill him. So they're not going to take the Puppy kill. They didn't. You can tell they did not want to overcommit.
Yeah, it's one of these awkward situations where they know Secret has this high ground cliff ward, so they can't really play into the darkness while their enemy have vision. They got their vision near the Roshan pit, so they're trying to play around their ward. Meanwhile, Secret controls, you know, their own vision. But at some point, Secret, you know, they don't want to stick around for too long. They probably recognize that this is a triple BKB. They've got no Aegis. They want to finish a couple items themselves. So any team fight right now actually is going to start to favor Extreme Gaming.
Yeah. Well, Secret maybe starting to feel it a little bit more that this game, despite the early lead that they have had, it's, again, been pretty static. And there's a Terrorblade on the other side who continues to be the top farm in the game that isn't necessarily going to feel too good for you in the long run. But again, XG, they're now pushing. They're pushing a tier 2 themselves, and for the time being, Secret's not defending it. They have zero interest. It looks like, I'm guessing Roshan is going to be the next play here. We got a minute 20 on the red timer.
And that's one I think, you know, both teams are going to want, and not, like last time we saw Extreme Gaming saying, okay, you have that, we're waiting, we're chilling, we're farming up our items, you know, we're going to hit this big BKB timing. Now, Extreme Gaming have hit their timing, but I think if you're Secret, you can't just give up this Roshan for free. We're going to see both teams trying to get a lot of vision around that Rosh area. Any team that goes in is likely to, you know, get jumped on and potential traps being laid for them. So it is a scenario where big fight is probably brewing for this Rosh number 2, even though we haven't seen much action for quite some time here.
Trying to help secure that Roshan. Zach picks up a gem, going to be delivered out, so going to help counter that vision of the opposition. Specifically around the Roshan pit. Just noticing a Hurricane Pike also purchased and finished by Terrorblade. So he's got that utility now as well. More range.
Yeah, that'll just help not get kited as much. I mean, you're playing in the Clockwork, so it's nice being able to get out of the cogs. But against like Viper, and you're playing against these ranged carries on the other team, so Hurricane Pike just feels nice to be able to, you know, keep up with them and get on top of them. Because if you kill them faster than they kill you, you just want to be able to chase.
Oh, look at this. Speaking of Chase Lou, okay, that was a little funky there. I thought for sure we're going to see something, but instead of going in, a Secret just runs away. He's intimidating.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be starting the fight onto Terrorblade if you're Secret. You just haven't got the capability to burst him and kill him before he gets Sunder off. Meanwhile,
they burst down the Doom? I think so.
That's one they can get, and one of the benefits of having Clockwork on your side is you can't just be too greedily farming if you're Extreme Gaming, because you can't BKB TP out reliably. Like you know, there's a hook shot. There's ways to stop it from going off, and that's a you know, a little window for Secret, but no Roshan, so they can't go into the pit. They've still got this 5k gold lead, but they are using the fact that Doom is dead to try and regain some control now.
Well, Roshan has now spawned, and Puppy spots it. It was actually a very fast respawn there that Secret's going to try to take advantage of. They go immediately into the pit. You got the sidekick being applied by Marcy. That's something else you can't forget. That's that utility she's helping to bring.
They'll scatter with the TB here, but 3 seconds till Doom's back. will they make this play? They're running in with Paparazzi.
They want it. The silence. Here we go. Roshan goes down. Nisha picks up the Aegis, but the fight commences. BKB activated from Paparazzi. He's got a double siphon, but he's still taking plenty of damage. Trying to run it off. The Exorcism helping, and he will survive. So not the full commitment from Extreme. And Secret plays it smart as well, knowing they got what they came for and they get out.
Yeah. And Paparazzi, I think, was just like, okay, they're in Roshan. They've probably been talking for the last 10, 15 minutes. Like, okay, we give up Roche 1. Their whole game plan was built towards fighting over and securing Roche 2. Doom dying kind of messed that up.
Uh-oh. Helping his teammate out right there, but Marcy, now they're going on him. The Metamorphosis has been activated. He's going to Cypher from Death Prophet, and he starts to walk away. Nisha trying to hold his ground. He's got the Aegis. That's likely going to be used right here as he's trapped down, and yes, finally going off. The Overgrowth helping to secure that, but again, with the Aegis coming right back up. That's why he's willing to play so aggressive. However, Secret's not able to kind of keep the nearby for Nisha to reset on. They instead spread fall back.
They didn't have the catch really to play around. They didn't have hook shots, so Extreme Gaming recognizing, like, we got no ultis left. We got no Overgrowth, no Doom, no Exorcism. It is time to get the hell out of here, particularly with Metamorphosis wearing off. DY could be in a bit of trouble here down bottom. He's going to get chased around.
Poor guy. Kind of feel for him in that one.
Nice tree and illusion out of him, but yeah, Secret, they want to push forward. This is one of these late game scenarios where one team is very reliant on these long cooldowns, and anytime Extreme Gaming use them, Secret, they don't have Aegis, but they're actually going high ground here. They know that's how reliant Extreme Gaming are on ultis, is that they can actually go high ground when they're down.
Yeah, but Exorcism still 50 seconds, Terrorblade Metamorphosis 80 seconds, so it's almost like somebody's dead in that sense, because Terrorblade certainly does not want to pick the fight here without that Metamorphosis, as we all know, and Secret's taking advantage. They get the tower kill. How much will they commit for this Rax, though? And they're trying. PYW trying to make the pay. There's the wall combo, as well as popping going, the punch out, the Requiem from the distance, and Lion at least gets evaporated, but Terrorblade manages to get out and will survive. Paparazzi, the same story. He did commit a BKB for it, but he's alive as well. Lion could buy back, but Secret got the Rax, and they're still going for more gods.
Yeah, they're still just waiting for these ultis. 10 seconds on Exorcism, Doom in 30. And they're just watching their base dying. Without ultis, they're just kind of powerless here. Even when they get Exorcism, I don't know if Death Prophet can run in.
Well, now's the time. The Overgrowth, and they're going for it. Alt 11 jumps in the Doom on a Viper. Death on the Treant, though. The buyback from Lion successful. Nisha with that BKB holding his ground against Alt 11, trying to beat him down. But Lou is still feeling pretty good. No Metamorphosis needed. Cuts down the Shadow Fiend, and Extreme Gaming now hunting for more. Paparazzi, he's low on life to the side, but the Sunder coming out to save his teammate. Lou has to be careful himself as a result, but allows Death Prophet to keep going forward and finish the Viper as well. Great heads up from Lou. Excellent team play, and they win that fight. I mean, they did lose some objectives in their base, but they do fight back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, keeping your Rax alive is just huge for them. Tramp Protector, just like DY, he force-stopped himself in there, hits like a 4-man Overgrowth, and just sets up the perfect fight for his team. He does die for it, but the chaining of spells and disables there was just perfect from Extreme Gaming. Overgrowth on everyone. The Lion follows up with his disables, and despite having no Metamorphosis, no Doom, the fight goes amazing for him. And now it's kind of the reverse story where Extreme Gaming's pushing forward. They've got all their ultimates all of a sudden except for Exorcism, which is a pretty big one. But with Meta as well as Doom back up, suddenly they're looking for any fight they can get.
I was going to bring that up. It's almost, that's kind of the worst case scenario for Seeker. The fact that Terrorblade specifically has that Metamorphosis now and ready to fight quickly once again. So they don't get all the way to the base, but they take out another tier 2 tower, and now Extreme Gaming will fall back and continue more farm on their side of the map. Something I noticed a couple of fights now. Doom is prioritizing the Viper to activate its ultimate on. Is that what's the logic behind that, you think?
I think it's like you haven't got a good Doom target to begin with. Like Darkseer's probably like a slightly better one, but if he's already used Vacuum Wall, he's also got the Lincoln Sphere. It doesn't feel great like dooming him once he's already used his spells. Not to mention you're going to play around Lincoln. So with Viper, no Lincoln Sphere, you just get a Doom on him, and suddenly he's not using Nether Toxin. He's not getting the poison attacks on your TB. It just feels like the best of 3 bad kind of Doom targets when it comes to these team fights.
All right now, slowing down once again. We had a bit of a clash there, but Secret kind of resetting as well. But in the meantime, Terrorblade finishing a Daedalus. So he's hitting even harder. 22 more 100 gold saved up on him, and it's a 5-player smoke from Extreme. The Illusion's in front. Can they find somebody?
This is a big moment. There's no Roshan or anything, so there's no reason for Secret to, be putting themselves in kind of dangerous positions here. They definitely want to stick together on the Team Secret side as well. Rezo could get caught out here. Oh, blink away. He had the vision, had the observer, and the second that smoke popped, he just blinked backwards, didn't give Lion a chance to go on him. And Lion's been caught. That's a huge kill. They get PYW.
Well, it's how much do you want to commit, though? Because, again, to the south, you see Lou's in trouble. Lou does have a Sunder. He's going to use it on a Marcy. Says, thank you very much. I'll take that life. And secures the kill on her. Trent did have to buy back. Nisha's BKB is wearing off in a second. He's in trouble. Oh, no, he's in a lot of trouble. He gets Hex on up, and it's a Metamorphosis beat down on a Shadow Fiend. The Finger of Death to kill Secure. Viper gonna pop a Manta. I don't think he's getting out of this, though. And the godlike Terror Blade is online officially for Extreme Gaming.
This TB is just monstrous in these fights, and I think, this mentality for Secret is like, we need to kill this Lion in these fights, but he has an Ogre Steel Totem, so I was looking at him like, oh, he's, he might be dead here. He doesn't have a 4-staff, but the neutral item enabling him to get out of the cogs and back to safety, and the rest of Secret didn't really want to follow up Puppy's hookshot with good reason. Like, you're fully engaging into a Metamorphosis TB. We'll see it again here. Like, this loose positioning here kind of stops the rest of Secret from going in. Like, Secret's like, maybe we can kill this TB, but, one Sunder and he just turns and kills you all with the Metamorphosis.
Yeah, it was surprising to me. Really, with the way that started, it was such a good reaction from Resolution to blink away as he did. It gave away that he had vision there, but, isn't necessarily the biggest deal in the world. And, yeah, Puppy decided to go in, though, put that engagement. Speaking of that, he goes in once again right here. Only hitting the Illusion, though. And we'll fall back and be fine. But in the end, XG, they take the fight, and look at that overall net worth. It has finally swung in their favor. Obviously, Terrorblade's still a massive part of that. But even Doom and Death Prophet are starting to climb the ranks a little bit.
Yeah, we are at that point in the game where Secret going to start to feel like, not that this game has fully slipped away, but like, they can't dictate the pace of the game. They can't dictate which fights happen. They have to react a bit, and also they have to just avoid finding this TB. Like, in these big team fights, they don't have the tools to burst them down. They, they drafted more kind of carries and semi-carries, so they don't have the, like, they're locked down. Marcy blinks in with a dispose and can pull someone in. Maybe Puppy follows up with a hook shot, but they just isn't enough chain stun to kill someone like a TB.
Very evident in the last fight, exactly. The fact that he was able to Sunder. He was down about 20% life, but if you give him that slight window to press R, then suddenly things change. So we all know about that. Tier 4 items are dropping, though, God, so that's something got to start looking out for as well.
Yeah, see if any big ones come into play here, but right now, both teams really prioritizing growth. Puppy hooking in. I don't know if he's got any follow-up for this one. He's got the saves from Zayat. That's all he's got.
Yeah, but it's kind of forcing a save, and now they might be more trouble. Although Old 11 maybe overcommitted. The cog block is forcing Old 11 to now fall back. The wall combo, and here we go. Fight is officially commenced. Lou will pop the Metamorphosis as a result of this now. BKB on Paparazzi. It does wear off, though. Great Requiem for the trees, and there's the lockdown that they were looking for. 80 seconds. Terror plays out for, and Secrets, it's their turn now to win a fight. And the chase continues.
Nisha in the trees, catches him by surprise, and what a huge fight and bait from Team Secret.
That placement was perfect. I mean, Clockwork is going to die back here. DY, he's like, I'll take you out at least.
Yep. He needs to kill some creeps in this mid lane, though, and Resolution is waiting for him to show here. DY knows they can't easily defend here. Buyback from Clockwork. What's the plan here? How do they defend this bottom lane of Rax? I just don't think they, without TB, the answer is probably just they can't. They're going to have to give it up. And
they have Exorcism, but I can't really commit that.
Doom has buyback as well with his ultimate online here, and you got to imagine Secret, when they see two still dead, not buying back, they're going for this third lane of Rax.
There we go. Buyback is ready, but again, no Metamorphosis for 80 seconds on the Terrorblade. Now, we said that before, and, well, they want to fight at their base without it, so still certainly possible. Now, the fortification going to be wearing off in a second. Treant does not have Overgrowth either. That's definitely another tool that's been useful. It's down for another 30. Lion will initiate, but not much coming out of what 11 wanted.
And Secret's out of there.
Well, Puppy had other thoughts. He was thinking about hookshotting it if anything slowed him down. That might be still the play right here. Paparazzi's still in pursuit, though. He is trucking along. Okay. I think Clockwork's just is the purposeful sacrifice. Like, just, yeah, kill me and let my team go.
The issue is Puppy did buy back here, and Roshan is respawning in 30 seconds. So, you know, you think 5-position Clockwork throwing away your life to help the retreat, generally going to be fine. But in this situation specifically, it could be problematic. That's a lot of secrets control and lockdown for these fights. And Extreme Gaming are eyeing off this Roshan pit, knowing it respawns any second. They won't have Exorcism, but they're still pretty strong even without it.
As long as they're patient enough, it's going to respawn in about 10 seconds here for Extreme Gaming. And yeah, you mentioned Clockwork. He'll be out for at least another 30 seconds. Unless they don't check it right away. They're going to pick up an Arcane Ring on Death Prophet. That's pretty clutch as well. Yeah, Exorcism isn't ready currently, but it still will help eventually.
Yeah. Be really nice in the future. You wish it could, you know, retroactively be applied here, but Extreme Gaming, even without that Exorcism, they're into the pit here, and Secret in the neighborhood, 20 seconds on Puppy, so if they can somehow find a way to kind of delay things here, someone like Rezo going in with a wall vacuum, they can still contest this Roche.
Refresher Shard and Cheese on it. Zayak jumping in, seeing what he can do. The illusion and the Shivas, and Zayak is just dead. He buys back. Clockwork's up in 2. Not the fastest Roshan. No Metamorphosis committed yet. But you can see
in. He's going to have a hook shot.
Gonna go for it. BKB Paparazzi trying to position to prevent that. If anything, Old 11 in the back lines. Once again, the 2-minute and finger up death to take out the Shadow Fiend. He buys back immediately. Back over here, though. It's actually Roshan's still alive. He's still alive. The Metamorphosis from Lou. Holding his ground finally kills a Roshan and picks up the Aegis. And now the pursuit is on. The punch will kill Lion, but Old 11 still up here. Gets a hit on a Clockwork. Chasing down Marcy as Paparazzi. That's a dieback, remember. She's out for 90 seconds. And Clockwork once again going to fall. Extreme Gaming. 3 are dead, and now it's their turn to push.
Yeah, they just created this wall. DY with the Nature's Grass just completely blocked the ramp for Secret to come on down. And the fight itself, Secret were very split up. There was a couple heroes in the pit trying to steal Roshan. The Viper as well as like the Darkseer were like, okay, Roche is low, let's get in there. And meanwhile, Extreme Gaming, Roche was still on like 10% health, maybe 5% health, and they were just ignoring Roche killing heroes. So the fact the fight was as split up as it was kind of, I think, was Secret's undoing, not to mention the trickle-in effect. They lose Marcy at the start. Yeah, it costs a couple of spells, but it just kind of felt like Secret were kind of trickling in one by one. And as a result, the fight just went so good for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah. Lou leading the charge here up top. Again, no Metamorphosis, but still feeling very good. He sees even got the Hercapecker in the backpack right now, thanks to a Refresher. Oh, yeah, he's got the Refresher Shard, so he's going to be able to use that in Metamorphosis if it calls for it. Marcy's still down for another 20 seconds. And now it's Secret's turn to somehow defend the best they can. Easier said than done. Tower's already dead, and the Rax is falling quickly. Can you really commit here for Secret? They got away from Marcy, it seems like.
Yeah, they've got a glyph here to delay things a little bit, but does feel tricky. TB's holding on to that Refresher Shot. He wants to get a Metamorphosis off. He's going to have to wait 40 seconds here, so maybe we see Extreme Gaming kind of slow things down a little bit. Just take the one lane of Rax. Could even wait for Exorcism to reset. They'd love to, you know, take a fight now with how strong they feel, but, you know, wait 2 minutes, get the double get Exorcism back up, have double Metamorphosis, double BKB. Things can look pretty damn good for Extreme Gaming here the longer this one goes.
And they could still use even a couple more tier 4 items. I think they only have 2 currently, so as we do see more and more dropping on the side of Secret right there, but I saw Spell Prism just picked up by Doom. So he's got that for himself now. You see some Trickster Cloaks coming out. So yeah, those tier 4 items making more appearances now. Both teams going to make sure they fill up their arsenal with those.
Oh yeah. And I think if you're Secret, you're thinking like, we're happy to farm some neutral items and probably try and wait for this Aegis to expire. 2.5 minutes, Exorcism on 80 seconds. So there's only going to be like this 30 seconds to a minute window where Extreme Gaming can kind of reliably push with Exorcism and the Aegis here. So Secret want to try find any way they can to kind of delay this game just a little bit longer. They don't want to drag it too far into the late game. They'd love to buy a couple more Lincoln Spheres maybe to really negate what this Doom can do. But they probably are feeling like, you know, longer this game goes, it's going to keep looking a little bit grim for them with how farm TV is.
I know it can get lost a little bit with shards and ags and everything as we go into this game, but Terrorblade just picked up a shard himself. He just purchased one for that Demon Seal. that he now has. So the enhanced attack speed, move speed, and of course that Dispel could certainly come into play. Look for it in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice one, I think, all in all. When you've got the kind of money he has, you know, you may as well at this point. He's playing around the Aegis. I guess he is going to be maybe thinking about buyback once Aegis wears off, but you know, just having that free Dispel is really nice.
Well, so with that swift blink, he is going to be chugging along. We will zoom in pretty quickly right here, and well, might have a chance to show it off soon because they pushed all the way out in the mid lane. Makes sense, of course. Their mid lane Rax on their side has been destroyed, so.
And here we go. It's Exorcism time. Double Exorcism. The Refresher Shot's being passed to Paparazzi, so here's this 1 minute window. They've got the Aegis for 60 more seconds plus Exorcism, but they are very hesitant to go high ground here. And this is one of the issues with these kind of, you know, Death Prophet type drafts is when you just don't quite have that hero that can really force the high ground. I mean, they do in the Terrorblade, but if you don't feel confident or feel like you're playing without buybacks here, like TB without buyback and 40 seconds on Aegis, it just feels, you know, you're going to be feeling the nerves. You're going to be thinking like, what if this fight drags out, TB dies as Aegis expires? We just lose the game off of that. So Extreme Gaming are opting to play things ultra conservative and safe.
Yeah, and going on that, again, the bottom lane was being pushed in favor of Secret, so yes, they pushed out mid, but the bottom lane being the Rax destroyed down there as well. You know, there's something else they're having to deal with, so they can siege, but they are behind because of how the game has played out so far in that sense, so they are going to keep addressing that, and you can tell that Extreme Gaming being cautious. The Aegis will wear off here, so he'll be able to swap back in the Hurricane Pike at least, but no more Aegis on the Terrorblade, and Secret not going to go for a timing play necessarily. No smoke used yet. They're still just comfortably sitting in their base. But, I mean, can Secret just chill in their base for the time being? I mean, it feels like they got to eventually make some kind of smoke play here.
Yeah, I mean, the longer you chill in your base, the worse this game is going to look. Like, it's a 17k gold lead now. That could very quickly become a 20, 30k gold lead, particularly if you're chilling in your base and giving Extreme Gaming another Roshan. I mean, we're still at least 2.5 minutes away from that, but if you're Extreme Gaming and you're seeing Secret play, like, you know, hide and seek in their base, like, you're thinking next Roshan right now. Like, they're probably discussing, like, what does forcing a lane of Rax get us right now? Like, we may as well just keep all these lanes pushed in. Lion is such an amazing hero to have at this stage of the game because a lot of the deep push is coming from, like, illusions, Manta illusions and things that they can just keep on insta-clearing these with the Shard mana drain. Trine is great for pushing these lanes in. Like, this mid and bottom lane are just perma-push, so it does feel like next Roshan is pretty free for Extreme Gaming unless Secret go for some kind of very bold smoke into an area of the map where they have no vision.
Yeah, it's the pacing absolutely favoring Extreme Gaming right now, so they're not looking to rush the issue. They are comfortably controlling just outside the map of the base.
And then look where Doom is. Like, Doom is way on the other side of the map. He's chilling. Sure. Like, his team is, like, right outside the enemy base, but basically that says the game plan is we're not fighting. But Secret doesn't know Doom is, like, you know, on the other side of the map being ultra greedy, so they're not going to take a fight here. So very much Extreme Gaming, like, we can see that their game plan is not to take a fight here because Doom is just AFK jungling. They're waiting for Roshan.
Octarine Core, the spell, he has a 3.5 second Inferno Blade, by the way, to go with the shard effect that he has. By the way, is that, you might appreciate that, right? That's kind of a throwback to the early Dota days. Am I wrong? I mean, that's like the old Doom ability. Yeah.
Level death. You got to do some quick maths every time you cast a spell. All that thought. Paparazzi's been gone on.
DY, Aeon Disc popped. He popped the regrowth, though, and gets on out of there. Never mind. It's just too much to handle. He buys back immediately, though, and he's already TPing back in. So Secret, they didn't necessarily catch anyone else, and that will be the end of that exchange, at least for now.
Yeah, Secret with wards down with the vision on that cliff, at least trying to stick around this area. But Treant buyback, that's, you know, a decent little find for them. They get something out of their aggression, but they will have to immediately back off. And that kind of, you know, I think that's Secret signaling, like, we need to at least push a little bit out of our base, get some wards down, and start thinking about ways to contest next Roshan. Giving up another Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard, Acceptor is going to be pretty crippling for, I think, Secret's chances to win this game. Like, it's not game over if that happens, but it is an uphill battle. So they are going to be poking and prodding and seeing if they can find a couple more pickoffs like we just saw.
I'm surprised we're not there just yet, but we're really noticing now. I mean, level 25s are coming, and they're coming up quickly. Specifically, Terrorblade, of course. He's 24.5, so Either the Sunder cooldown or that Metamorphosis duration can certainly see reasons for both, but it's going to be a big pickup here that they may be farming too.
Yep, and it's something like Secret, they're getting some XP themselves, but when you're trapped in your base, you just feel like you're not quite approaching those 25s. Like all their cores are 23 or under. So things are just a little bit slower for them, and they don't have access to the same kind of farm where, you know, Extreme Gaming can split up their cores to farm all over the jungle and map and hit those 25s if they want.
Yeah, of course, Doom, the one that's also close, as he's well into level 24 now, and again, as we mentioned earlier, he's just back on his side of the map, continues to farm away. He's building that refresher, because, you know, why not? He's got 5,000 gold now. Let's get in there.
Yep, he could even start, you know, at some point he could consider selling this Midas, although, whoop, puppy, hook shot, but doesn't want to follow it up. DY would be the juicy catch now in this Treant Protector. He bolt back after getting picked off here, so any kind of catch onto DY here could be a really big find for Secret.
Yeah. That almost feels like just like a feeler hook shot of like trying to get XG to panic and then overreact, but that wasn't the case. Lou just kind of walked away.
And now they're in the Roshan pit, and they've been scouted, but they don't have that hook shot. Even with hook shot, I don't think you're fighting this one, unfortunately.
Does Terrorblade get the Ags? Yeah, he is.
Looks like it. I mean, he's filthy rich, so he's almost at that point where he could just buy one and still have buyback, but his Ags is pretty damn good, I would say. The Terror Wave, not to mention it's like a mini Metamorphosis as well. Yeah, 10-second meta means he can fight a lot better when his meta's on cooldown.
Yeah. All right, well, it continues to be the same, especially now after that Roshan kill. I mean, the one difference is that Extreme Gaming could potentially play this a little more aggressive now. Speaking of aggressive, Puppy, he's going to continue to be aggressive, but at what cost? Lou jumps in, and there's that Terror Wave. It is fearful. The BKB running, the Doom actually on a Viper the backline, the Infernal Blade hits, and Viper's in trouble. Back over here, Lou, he's still standing strong. He hasn't even used his actual Metamorphosis yet. Remember, that was the shard effect, but Doom went too deep. He goes down. So far, the only one dead. As I say that, it's going to be Clockwork picked off in the back lines. Make it an eye for an eye.
Yeah, PYW just playing the outskirts of that fight so damn well. Unfortunately, fortunately, if you're a Secret here, it's like these waves keep pushing in, so
yeah.
Extreme Gaming have to constantly kind of go back and address the creep waves. This is the one kind of, you know, reward Secret got out of taking that multiple lanes of racks is this constant creep pressure, and they see everyone TP back. They actually smoke out. They want to go take a fight. They're probably feeling like, you know, we can keep taking these trades. Like, that was a good fight for Secret, but it's sort of fight that progresses them close to winning this game. A smoke like this, though, is what's going to create an opening where maybe they get a big kill. They kill a Treant with no buyback. They kill a TP and force a buyback. And suddenly they've got a way to actually win the game, not just delay.
Well, Doom's not buying back. He's dead for 45 seconds. He chose to buy the Refresher Orb, so he will not have a buyback currently if a fight does commence. And got close there. Resolution was running in, but he's got an Arcane Rune. Deciding better of it is going to TP top instead. And now push that out.
I'm not sure if he intentionally gave up his buyback there. He's just 20 gold short. Definitely, you know, one of those things that could be costly if a big fight broke out, but luckily for Extreme, that's not the case, and they were able to, once again, slow things down. But, you know, slowing things down too much when you've got an Aegis on hands, like, they're kind of at this point where they are as farmed as they're going to get on most of their heroes. So they can increase this gold lead, but they're not necessarily getting any stronger. A 50k net worth TB versus a 60k net worth TB is more or less the same hero.
It feels like a couple of win conditions for Secret at this point is, one, just kind of wait for tier 5s, right? They go bonkers, see what happens, and win that way, which is getting close, you know, 6.5 minutes away. Or the Darkseer Ion Shell push. He's almost level 25. Does he get the second Ion Shell? I mean, that's kind of that Rat Dota style that what they have with their composition, that's the only hero and the only play that makes sense at that point. So,
yeah, I don't mind it. I think the fact they can keep all these lanes constantly pushed out, and Darks is a big part of that with Ion Shell, is one of the ways they could maybe win this game. All it takes is getting into that Radiant base, and they will melt towers. SF level 25 now with that, you know, minus armor. He's doing Shadow Rays, applies attack damage as well, so his raises are going to hit even harder now in these team fights. But you get into the Radiant base with an SF, and the minus armor on buildings, towers will melt.
Yeah. Well, speaking of towers melting, Extreme Gaming, they're going for it themselves. Resolution will punch out the real one. The wall goes down, and terribly Lou is falling. He vacuum pull in. Is he going to commit a BKB? Not yet. He pops Metamorphosis, though. Resolution has to respect that. Over here to the left. That's going to be a blow-up on a Clockwork. Clockwork eventually falls. Finger of Death to help with that. Terrorblade, though, he got out of position. He's pulled back in. And that's an Aegis. He is in trouble. Requiem, the timing. The re-goes. Oh, it actually goes off and stops the Requiem initiative. The BKB's up for Lou. He's fine. He still has Sunder as well, worst case, but he wants to get the hell out of there. He still did not use his Metamorphosis, by the way. That was old Terror Wave.
Yeah, he's ready for round 2, but Seeker may give it to him.
Lion's dead, though. He was a little too far up. Once again, the cogs up from Puppy. He knows that he's put himself in a vulnerable spot, but being a good distraction, but those big red numbers come out, and this is the actual Metamorphosis of Lou. 90 seconds, Clockwork is dead for.
It was almost like a bluff, the first one. Like you say, it looks like he's maybe used it for that first life pre-Aegis, but he waited, held on to it, just using the Aghanim Scepter to get the baby Metamorphosis. Zayat's going in, knowing DY is a big target if he can get him, but he's going to pay for that with his life.
1,000+ crit right there. It looks beautiful. And buyback is ready on Marcy. This melee racks, they're keeping it alive. You got to give the credit to Secret there. They're doing a hell of a job at keeping the buildings alive. And so far, it's working. That Metamorphosis duration, though, remember, he did get the plus 20-second talent.
Yep.
So that is lasting much longer than usual.
Yeah, and he's going to have another Terror Wave in 5 seconds as well, so that's some even additional Metamorphosis when this current one wears off, so just a lot of sustained push.
Oh, pull in, Terrorblade, double Force Staff, though. The immediate saves coming into play. Resolution B could be another wall. That's how long this fight has taken place. Wall goes down, but a retreat time for XG now, so I think it seems like we're going to actually have a reset here, Gods, and whew, that fight lasting a good 2 minutes, it felt like.
The full reset. It lasted a long time, but like there were some kills on like supports mostly and Aegis dropping, but both teams just playing it like very cautiously, not really willing to commit any like hard commit onto these big cores, throw away any big lives there. So a lot of these buybacks still in play. It's just supports you don't have buyback. All 6 cores, you know, it almost feels like that was going to be the big build-up fight, and then both teams are like, we'll take a melee Rex, then back off.
This is insane, by the way. 55,000 net worth on Terrorblade.
Yeah.
He's going to have a refresher now. He buys a refresher and he still has almost 9,000 gold.
And that's really all he's got as far as farm goes. Like, this refresher is going to sit in his backpack. Oh, Doom. Oh, is he actually going to... He refreshed the blink and he's going to get out of here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he had to refresh just to blink away, but he lives, so definitely worth not giving up, like, your buyback there. Old 11 barely surviving.
Now, it's worth noting here that, oh, actually, it's also worth noting this. Terrorblade actually caught by the hookshot. He is somewhat isolated. BK being somewhat panic. He will blink, and he'll be fine. Got a close call, though. But get a BKB use, so 80-second cooldown. Speaking of cooldown, though, again, Refresher Orb no longer ticking down in the backpack. So,
yes,
it's one of those. When he does use it, it's going to be curious. Is he keep it in there, or does he just put it back in the backpack and say, we'll worry about you later?
Yeah, it's one of. I think in a team fight, he's putting it back in his backpack. It's during the downtime between fights where you kind of switch it up. So he's going to have like it's kind of like a one-time use refresher roll. Like whereas in the past, you put it in your backpack and it just slowly ticks back up, even if it's at a slower rate. Now it's like you use it once, you put it in your backpack, and then it stays there until there's no fighting going on. Then you can put it back in your inventory and wait it out. But it is a nice nerf because so much of late game Dota is played around refresher and BKB. Like Refresher gives you the double BKB. The Shard gives you triple. So Refresher is what late game Dota is all about. So seeing that kind of little nerf is definitely well warranted, I think.
Gods, we are almost at 60 minutes.
Oh boy, let's go.
That means. Tier 5 items are upon us here.
Yeah, this is great. This is my first game casting Last Chance Qualifiers and straight to the 60 minutes.
Every game's been like this, guys. No, actually, this is the first one that personally having the chance to go to 60+ minutes. So I know that, overall the game legs have felt a little bit longer. I believe there was a stat that was linked that in general, a little bit longer games, but usually by like 55 minutes at the most. We haven't necessarily got to a lot of tier 5 items, but we're getting there this game unless a big fight breaks out now. But smoke play from Extreme, all 5.
Here come Extreme Gaming, yeah, smoked up. Paparazzi pops it in the front here. Zayats and Puppy. What are they going to find?
Well, they found each other. Clockwork, jetpack up in the air. Nisha just jumps in with BKB. Requiem immediately blows out the Death Prophet. She buys back, though. In the midst, Lou, that's old 11 actually, somewhat out of position. Pops for Fresher, he's got another Doom even. Chrysalis going at it with Lou, he's not gonna win that duel. Lou takes out the Viper, Viper buys back. Doom activated on Darkseer, even with the Finger of Death though, he's still so damn tanky, but Lou will change that. The buyback from Darkseer, but now Shadow Fiend's caught as well, 1 by 1. They're just falling like flies on the side of Secret, but the triple buyback. Marcy's staying dead. Terrorblade, it's time to kite now, or can he? Force Staff saving, the reset, jumping back in is Doom. They go back on Viper, remember he bought back, so did the Darkseer, and they're gonna just die. This could be it for XG. Darkseer's out, Viper's out. Last stand right here for Nisha. It's not going to be enough though. The beatdown rampage for Lou. And GG, well played. Extreme Gaming will take game number 1.
Oh, we got to 60 minutes, but there's no neutral items breaking. What the hell is this?
Cursed.
What a fight. Extreme Gaming, they pull it off at the end. I mean, this was just a game of such discipline and patience where they kind of knew they had this late game TB and they just, managed to drag it out just enough where they could get to the point where Secret weren't able to team fight them any longer.
Oh man, what a hell of a game. You're right, that thought popped in my head too. Go figure. We're just talking about, we're absolutely getting tier 5 items here. Extreme Gaming didn't want any of it. And honestly, again, to that point though, we were talking about earlier in the game that was one of maybe the win conditions for Secret, right? Like if they could get some of these tier 5 items, like I say, just go bonkers, who knows what could happen. Maybe that's a comeback. Extreme Gaming perhaps feeling that as well. Feeling that, you know what, let's just go now. Here's our timing. And it proved to be the right one. So hell of a game. I mean, that was, it's weird though, right? Because I don't think it was a comeback by Extreme. It was just always kind of a static game. As we mentioned earlier, Secret just could not pull enough ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Like, your Secret shoes, you're thinking like they get that first Roche for free and they need to get something out of it. And they do. They got 2 lanes of racks. It was a 4 racks advantage, but I kind of totally agree with you. I don't think it was like a mega, like a huge comeback of any sort. It was very much almost a calculated decision by Extreme Gaming where they gave up those lanes of racks. They didn't have their spells. They were like, okay, we're going to take this late game. I mean, lose Terrorblade ends the game over 1,000 creep kills, 1,010 GPM. This guy wasn't going to be beaten in the late game when you give him that kind of farm. And Extreme Gaming, honestly, I think a lot of teams would feel pressured to force a fight when you're on your high ground losing that second lane of racks. But the fact they give it up is what gets them the win here.
Discipline at its finest. Extreme Gaming deserving of the victory. They're up 1-0 now in this best out of 3 here in the winner bracket portion of the LCQ playoffs. Can Secret come back, force that game 3, or are we going to see a 2-0? Well, that's what we're going to find out next, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got game number 2, Secret versus Extreme Gaming here in this best set of 3, and Extreme Gaming taking game number 1. A hell of a game. We hit the 60-minute mark. We didn't get those tier 5 items, but you know what? We had a hell of a game of Dota Gods. I'm happy to be a part of it, and we got a great game 2, I'm sure, coming up as well.
I hope so. I mean, the way those two teams played, I think it was a nice clash of play styles where Secret were on a little bit of a timer, kind of need to close things out. At the same time, they scaled okay. Definitely the one big question mark that I think going to game 2 or looking back on game 1 is, playing Viper in the carrier role. That's not something Secret have done during this qualifier. It's not something that is just typically done. And the idea is you have this great early start. It went pretty well at shutting down the Doom, but it does feel like it wasn't kind of the hero that is going to, scale and give them a nice kind of backup, a plan B. Usually your carries your plan B for when your early to mid-game aggression fails, and they didn't have that.
Something else I want to kind of bring back to is, again, the Treant Protector. It's a hero that we hadn't seen yet in the LCQ. It's just rarely been seen in general. I don't think he necessarily dominated the game by any means, but I do feel like there is something to be said about that living armor just in the longevity of the usefulness throughout the whole game, right? In the sense that we saw, for example, there was that mid-tier 2 tower push that Secret was going for, and it kept taking forever to kill. They had to stay there an extra 30-plus seconds, where if a Treant wasn't in the game, that tower's dead, and they're already doing something else. So I think there's something to be said about that Treant pick when it came to the living armor.
Yeah, I mean, when the story of the game for Extreme Gaming is, just stalling and buying time for your TP to get farmed, it's got to be one of the best heroes and spells to have in the game, because they lost 2 lanes of Rax. If you remove Living Armor from the equation, they probably lose that 3rd lane of Rax, and if Mega Creeps is likely GG. So it definitely was a difference maker. It's a great point you bring him up. Not to mention the teamfight presence as well. There was multiple teamfights where those overgrowths were turning the tides of the battle. So something that I hope we get to maybe see a bit more of.
Speaking of supports on the other side of the spectrum in terms of just picked up all the time is, again, that Marcy. Marcy was picked up by Secret last game, that first pick, and normally if it gets first picked, 8-3 overall record this event. Again, in general, so good. Didn't necessarily work out, though, for Secret that time around. So you gotta, that's one of the first things that I'm gonna be looking for in this game 2 draft. Is the Marcy gonna get banned? Are we still gonna see it again? I mean, it's still a really good hero, but knowing it's coming off of a loss, that tends to maybe downplay the hero, at least in this series, a little bit more.
Yeah, they may feel like they want to go a different direction with their support duo. I think Marcy's definitely fine. It leaves you pretty open. The Clockwork was a great kind of combo with a range cores with the Viper and the Shadow Fiend. But I think having Clockwork with the Marcy, the two kind of overlap as this like tanky melee initiator. Whereas on the other side, you have this Lion that's sitting on the outskirts of the fights, casting a lot of disables, killing illusions with the mana drain. I feel like once it got to the mid to late game, that's where probably Secret were thinking like, oh, I wish we had that, range support that could throw out spells and throw out some disables from the outskirts of the fight. Having both Clock and Marcy, you have 2 heroes who kind of do the same thing.
Yeah. As we're waiting for game number 2 to begin here, just obviously, I'm sure people are bouncing around to both the streams, even have them up at the same time, but just in case, there is one other series going on. Na'Vi versus T1 over on the mainstream, in fact. Na'Vi is up 1-0 against T1, and that's an interesting story going over there, where Na'Vi, they looked really good in the group stages. They finished with that 7-3 record, top of Group A. T1, expectations, mainly because, let's be honest, of Ana and Thompson on that squad and what they can bring to the table. They made it to the winner's side, but not necessarily looking as strong as perhaps some expected.
Yeah, I think with T1, there's definitely, when you watch them play, there's still the growing pains. Ana kind of goes the year without playing much professional Dota. He will stand in for a LAN here or there, but he's not going through the grind the same way most players are. And Thompson, he's going through the grind of pub games throughout the year. He's not played a tournament, so you've got 2 players who are complete, superstars when they're on their A game, but they also, they need to click with the rest of the team, which is what isn't happening yet. But Na'Vi, I don't think many people had Na'Vi in their 2 teams to come out of the LCQ. Most people who had an Eastern European team were putting in VP. So Na'Vi is a really pleasant surprise coming out of that region.
Yeah, I'll admit I was definitely one of those. Again, group stages is only one part of the event, of course. Now the playoffs, so it really matters as we keep going back to. And again, this is a winner bracket portion, but lower bracket matches going to be taking place today. Elimination will be happening by the end of today here from the LCQ, and it's kind of crazy. This is one of, if not the biggest TI events we've technically had in terms of the amount of teams when you throw in the LCQ, the plus 12 teams. So we're going to finally start eliminating them one by one. Throughout starting today, and it's just, again, it's kind of one of those bittersweet moments. It's cool to know that we're evolving in the event, but at the same time, gonna have to say bye to some teams. But these 2 teams, again, staying in it, at least no matter what happens in this series. But right now, Extreme Gaming with that 1-0 lead over Secret. But hey, maybe call it caster's bias in this sense. I want a game 3, so let's go Secret. All right, I'm just gonna say it.
I hope so too. I mean, Secret, obviously, for the English-speaking audience, the Western fans, they're one of the most popular teams in the world. But then the other side, Extreme Gaming, that's kind of what they are for the Chinese region. There's so many kind of popular star players there, DY and PYW, Old 11. This was part of a Vici gaming core in the past that had tremendous success, that won majors. So they're a team that's had huge success in their own rights and gathered a ton of fans over the years, especially some of their veteran players. Paparazzi, of course, a huge name in the Chinese region. And it would just be great to see a game 3 between these 2 teams, because these 2 teams do feel like, as far as name power goes, 2 of the juggernauts of this LCQ, even though they didn't, dominate the group stage necessarily.
Off the bat, I was going to say, and a hero that we are seeing banned a lot is that Undying. Well, it wasn't banned, first thing I noticed, and immediately Extreme Gaming's like, thank you very much, we'll take the Undying.
Yeah, bit of a trade-off. Secret decide we don't want to leave Marcia in. They're happy to first pick it, but now that they don't have the first pick, so other than that, the other bans remain the same. I think one potential switch-up, if Secret really want to get these, classic puppy heroes, the Enchantress is one option as a first phase hero. I don't necessarily think it's the best approach. Instead, they go Nyx Assassin right now, but you do need to kind of address the Undying's laning strength, or at least pick heroes that don't get destroyed by Undying in lane, because that's one of the areas where it's really hard to play into.
Comfort right here is plays a lot of this Nyx Assassin. It's going to cover, Enchantress even comes to mind as another one that Puppy I know has been playing a lot recently. So I wonder if that's going to kind of be, maybe a double support opening here. But possibilities, no, it's different direction. They go the Shadow Fiend once again. But how about this confidence of XG, the Morphling? We talked about it last game. I mean, it's making an appearance here.
They were ready. I mean, I kind of touched a bit upon how coaches become so important now that you're out of the group stage. You have all this data. The fact they didn't take a second to consider whether Morphling was still good. They must have already knew Nyx SF was a likely opener, because they they insta-snagged Morphling. And it's a hero that now it's going to have to be addressed, but the problem is you pick it in this second pick of the first phase for Extreme Gaming, and you instantly get to ban all the counters. So there's not going to be an AA. There's not going to be some of those heavy magical damage or burst heroes or disables that Morphling doesn't want to play into. It's a great time to pick Morphling.
Now, the something we see a lot when the Morphling, and pretty much every time I want to say, is you pick it up as either the second, maybe the fourth one. You want bans after the fact, if not already banned, and where I'm getting at is that Ancient Apparition, because immediately they ban the Ancient Apparition. Of course, one of those kind of just natural counters to the hero, but never going to see that AA in a game when on the opposition. At least you shouldn't. Banned out here, but
yeah,
bans to follow.
Yep, I'm curious to see how Secret approach their SF draft this time around. You touched upon SF's being one of the most picked and played heroes during this LCQ, and it's in large because of that flexibility, but I don't feel like they had a great SF draft last game. I think picking it with the Viper, having these two let's sit back range right-clicking cores didn't really make a lot of sense to me in a lot of ways. And then they have a Darkseer who, can frontline, but it just felt a bit clunky. So I think I want to see them kind of pick up some more classic heroes around SF that can kind of synergize a bit better.
Yeah. Or get that Chrysalis hero that could just, farm and take over eventually if need be. Viper not necessarily on track to do that. So bans coming out. We got the Ancient Apparition, Monkey King, and Beastmaster from XG. Lena and Earthshaker taken out by Secret, of course. They don't want to pick Earthshaker themselves into the Morphling, and they ain't going to give it up either.
It does feel a bit like we're already potentially headed the same, way as game one in terms of overall strategy, where SF is this more tempo core where you want to play around this first Roshan early to mid game timings. And then the other side, instead of TP, it's Morphling, but it's, a bit greedier, a bit like, okay, let's give up our towers because Morphling's farming. Let's play for a late game. So it does feel like a bit of the same old story from game number one. We're only, 4 picks in, 2 for each team, so that can very quickly change depending what the two teams round their drafts out with. But that's at least kind of my first impression seeing SF versus Morphling.
Mm-hmm. Mars band to come, and now Secret. Also a bit of reserve time used on that one, but now Secret's turn to third pick. And again, it's become similar to last game. I mean, Viper is still on the board, but like we just talked about, not necessarily unless they want to run the Viper in the off lane this time around, then perhaps could still be the potential pick for the side of Secret.
Yeah. I don't love it. I think, just for the reasons mentioned, it doesn't feel like the best hero to draft with SF. Instead, they get Puppy's Hero the Bane, so lockdown control, a hero to, make Morphling second guess initiating, may force him into a Lincoln Sphere just to help himself not get gripped and nightmared and whatnot. And generally, Bane's a hero that, this is the hero I feel like they didn't have last game. This range support that sits back and casts spells and, you force your enemy to say, hey, we have to kill this Lion or we have to kill this Bane. Otherwise, we lose the fight. If Bane gets off a full duration Fiend's Grip on Morphling, that fight's not going to look good for you. So it gives Extreme Gaming a target they have to go on and just, I think, basically creates a problem that has to be addressed, which the support duo last game from Secret didn't really do.
Yeah, and I know Bane is a puppy support hero, certainly, as you were just referencing there, but I will say this is one of those heroes as far as the, not picked hero list that always comes out or not addressed at all in like the LCQ so far. Bane has not been banner picked yet. So this is the first appearance for Bane in this event, which that was one of those surprising ones to me, seeing on the list. So interesting enough, we see it here for Team Secret, of course, does bring that crowd control. Yep. As you're getting at, that's certainly necessary. Extreme Gaming can be confident with that. But now XG, speaking of crowd control, they go back to their Lion at least. And okay.
And their Brood. Old 11. He did lose a game on it, but he's 2-1 so far this LCQ. This guy is one of the Brood players. Like, he's always loved and played this hero a ton. He had some crazy win streak on the hero as well for a period of time where I think he won like 15 straight games on Broodmother. And his Brood it causes problems. And you've got a support duo with Bane and Nyx. That's why they picked the Brood here. Like, yeah, Secret still get 2 heroes. They're likely going to pick a Kunkka type carry or mid laner. They need a Tide Hunter, Kunkka, whatever it may be. But he feels like it's a good enough game because the supports are really bad against Brood. And I mentioned, like, against Bane, you need a hero to get on top of Bane and cause him problems in a fight. Brood is like one of the best options that exists in that kind of sense.
Yeah, it's not afraid to just kind of charge on in there and get work done. So, love to see the Broodmother. At least, I don't mind seeing it as far as Secret's concerned. Maybe a different story, but, what kind of answers are they going to figure to have here against the Brood? Is there a heroes that, like, what is the direction now as far as a Broodmother being in the game? What are you looking to pick up to address that?
Yeah, I mean, you need the AoE wave clear a bit just to push out lanes to address Spiderlings. Kunkka, Tidehunter were mentioned, and that's not a hero that really addresses the Brood directly. This is more, we're going to ignore the fact there's a Brood in the game for now and pick something we feel can maybe do the same thing as a Brood, which is really put on a lot of early to mid-game pressure. Lycan can hold his own in lane against Brood. Brood is not the strongest of laners, so it does feel like this is something Secret maybe workshopped for their own draft, and they didn't really consider the Brood so much, and they're just like, we have this strat, we think it's one of our best strats, we're going to play it regardless of the fact they picked Brood.
Yeah, sometimes the best way to address something is just simply ignore it and focus on what you want to do, and that feels like a bit of the mentality that Secret may be going for right here as a result of that Lycan pick. But yeah, they got tempo. I mean, they got ways to really push and run at you, I like to say. And it's somewhat similar to last game. They weren't necessarily on a tight clock, but it's a lineup that can really get going early on. And against the likes of a Morphling specifically, that seems like that potentially could be a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it seems like that's the direction maybe Secret want to go with their games, which is playing faster games. Like, they don't want to go for these long 60-minute games as much as other teams, even though that is a bit of a trend with the patch. Because, yeah, like an SF, this is Roche taking, this is early towers. They're going very much more for this early mid-game.
They ban out the Invoker themselves. Legion Commander taken away from XG. Could have been certainly a good hero against the Broodmother. So, although we don't see her a lot, makes sense at this point.
5 seconds remaining.
Ban option.
Does feel like something that could just be a nice little save as well as Broodmother answer. Does a lot of little things well this game. It's also potentially an answer for the Morphling with the Blink Dual initiation. So Extreme Gaming gonna just prioritize banning some of these early game heroes that are a little bit spooky for them. They also banned Bloodseeker. So I mean, you look at this, like these recent bans like Monkey, Beast, Legion, Bloodseeker. They're just these tempo heroes, these heroes that play fast, put you on the back foot, and don't give Extreme Gaming, time for their lineup to come online.
5 seconds. Extreme Gaming's turn to pick.
Kunkka ban after the Bloodseeker, so now the final pick for XG is going to be happening. You mentioned Old 11, likely the one to play the Broodmother, of course. You'd figure the Morphling safe lane, so you have the mid option. And we got our good old Pango. We've been seeing plenty of this hero, Pangolier, for XG.
Yep. It does give them a very tiny bit of flex with Brood going mid, Pango off lane. I think it's unlikely given that, Old 11 is just such a Brood specialist. I think it's almost certainly going into the off lane there. And Pango, a hero that gives them team fight. Like when you're playing these kind of carry off laners, you need to get a bit more team fight, lockdown control from your mid laner, which is where Pango, I think, has become a bit more popular in the mid lane because we're seeing more of these, Viper style offlaners, Razors and stuff if you go back to the last patch. And that's where, suddenly Pango just feels like a jack of all trades when it comes to mid lane. It's a bit of team fight, pretty good lane, has a escape mobility spell, has decent survivability with the shield crash. So it does feel like the hero just does a bit of everything.
Choose your hero.
Well, a hero that does a bit of everything, it feels like, as well.
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker. Pretty good at that, so that's the final pick. My mind was going a couple of different directions there, honestly, but Dawnbreaker, always just one of those whenever in doubt. I'm not saying that will happen here, but it never really feels like a bad pick, if you get what I'm saying. It's going to be in the hands of Chrysalis this game. A position 1 Dawnbreaker is what we see final pick.
I think position 1 Dawnbreaker can feel a little all-in, where it's like, okay, let's, we're doing position 1 Dawn. This game shouldn't drag out too long. I say position 1, Nisha, I mentioned him being the star player of Secret. He is the real carry. We saw it last game. It was the same thing. They have this Chrysalis, Viper, or Dawnbreaker. The idea is that he's not meant to carry the game. He's meant to play this hero that can have a very high impact early on in the game and, let Nisha play a bit greedier. We're going to be seeing that a bit more here again. But I think Dawnbreaker, what it really gives him is this hero that can play well around the Lycan. Like Lycan's going to be looking to really push the tempo early on, and I think Dawnbreaker, particularly with around the Solar Guardian, really complements that very well.
Well, really just the whole team, especially the Nyx Assassin too, right? Bane's distance is when he gets an Aether Lens. I mean, this is a team that all of a sudden a swarm is just going to be on top of you. If you're not careful, you don't have enough of that vision around the map. So speaking of swarms, of course, you do have that Broodmother, though, on the other side, and that kind of goes back to the Dawnbreaker, too, where the Celestial Hammer is certainly a nice tool to have against her. So, like we talked about, I mean, kind of a jack of all trades and a hero that really just makes sense when you think about it as a final pick for Secret. So, I don't know. You think they got enough of an answer for the Brood, though? This is Old 11's Broodmother, after all. Is there enough there?
Yeah, I actually like Secret's draft better this game. I mean, I think we both agreed that last game it felt like Extreme Gaming had the more kind of classic draft, and their draft just overall looks stronger. This game, I'd say it's the other way. Morphling with the Broodmother, I think there's just a little bit of kind of asymmetry there where Morphling wants to kind of play slow, farm it up. Broodmother wants to, take over the enemy jungle, pressure towers, really, play a bit faster. So I think all in all, I would at least lean a bit more towards Secret this game.
All right. So the webs have started to be placed down there at that bottom lane. Bounty runes to spawn. Both teams going to say hello to one another, literally, as the waving comes out. That's something we've noticed in the playoff, or more so the group stages so far, this LCQ, guys, is maybe it's just the pressure that people are feeling or whatever, but there hasn't been a lot of, like, emote spam and tips coming. There's been the occasional, but maybe we should wait till the group stages and even the main event for that, I suppose.
Yeah, too many mannered teams here in the LCQ, I guess. We need some of the
dare
OG flair, or I don't know, LGD like to get on board with that too. Team Spirit. I think the teams who have, you know, maybe been there a bit more before. I mean, these two teams have players who have been there before, but I think the fact you're in the LCQ just adds that extra level of pressure, like where you're either a team who's, you know, new to the kind of competitive scene in the case of like some of the younger teams here, or you're a team like Secret Extreme Gaming where you've maybe underperformed because you didn't qualify for TI yet. So as a result, the teams are maybe, you know, a bit stiffer than they'd otherwise be.
Yeah, it is that odd feeling. You're kind of you're part of the TI event, but in a way you're not really yet, right? It is definitely a different feeling than what we've really ever seen before when it comes to TI itself. So perhaps certainly something part of it. But Nisha versus Paparazzi, man, that's a good matchup to watch. I'm watching bottom lane. PYW is actually getting low, and this might be a kill. He's gonna pop his stick. He is gonna be fine, but he got low.
Yeah, he gets out of there okay, and then, yeah, back in the mid lane, you had Nisha hitting triple raises, so a lot of good harass coming out from the Secret side early on. They're not getting the kills, but they're going to be forcing out a lot of this early regen. SF's zoning Pengo away from the creep wave. The level 1 shield crash, you really need that damage block against the raises, but Nisha just going all in on mangoes means he's just going to keep on using this spam, get early bottle, probably even buy more mangoes just to crush this Pangolier as much as possible.
Yeah, so this is what you're expected, almost sounds like. Again, two very, very high caliber players, but in this matchup, especially if he plays aggressive with those races, it seems like it's going to be a tough time for Paparazzi.
Yeah. If there's someone you want in the mid lane in a tough matchup, maybe Paparazzi's your guy. There was a 1v1 mid-tournament at one of the big lands, I think it was DAC a while back, and he won it against a lot of, you know, top mid laners in the world. So he's a guy who knows his fair share of mid matchups.
You know, at the time, wasn't he in position of 1 as well? I want to
Yes.
say, like, that was the fun, because I remember that. I was like, wait a second, it's not even technically a mid player, and here he is.
Yeah,
well, now
he's kind of that like Arteezy style player where like he played mid for a little bit when it was like this greedy mid laner, and then he swapped over to the carry role because, you know, mids couldn't be as greedy as you know, Paparazzi would like to be. But
Top lane, haven't addressed that yet, but Lou, on that Morphling, you see Bane in the hands of Puppy, using that brain sap to help secure a last hit on that creep. But so far, 7-1 Morphling, 8-3 Lycan. On the other side, the Helm of the Dominator queued up, of course. Pretty typical build there on the Lycan that we expect to see.
does feel like the only lane where there's maybe a bit of a mismatch is that mid lane. Maybe even to a small extent bottom lane. Brood's doing very well so far. Getting a lot of early last hits here, and even finding some pressure onto this Zayat's Nyx Assassin.
Yeah. Silken Bola doing some work. Chrysalis has another Celestial Hammer in 3 seconds, but they're not afraid to brawl. That is on the side of XG. I mean, we've seen PYW but as long as Broodmother's there to kind of protect him, then it feels like XG is going to come out on top of these fights.
Constant Silken Bola, 40% mischance, and as a result, Chrysalis has just not had a good lane. But does have at least some of these other lanes maybe going a bit more in his team's favor. Top lane resolution, not free farming by any means, but you know, as a Lycan, it's very much like you're just looking to get enough XP and farm to get you to that Helm. The Helm plus level 6 is where you can really start making some moves. You kill anyone who comes to defend towers, you push people out of the lane, you take towers, so there's a lot you can do once you get that Helm up.
So speaking of items, I know it's again goes back to Dawnbreaker somewhat being just you can do a lot of things on this hero, but what direction are you thinking we're going to be seeing here? Is this going to be that kind of Deso, the BKB just kind of brawl? I can right click you, do a lot of damage, Dawnbreaker assistance, or something else?
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail there. I don't think there's too many other ways to really go. I think the BKB just naturally kind of suits the Dawnbreaker here when you're playing as a core. Maybe it's just a question of whether you want to get the Deso first. But then later on, you can start looking at some more like tanky survivability items, like the Satanic type items, maybe as considerations. But utility Dawnbreaker when you're playing as a one position, even when you've got Nisha SF on your team, you can't go too kind of team oriented with your item build.
Got to be a little greedy. Chrysalis, I'm sure he'll be fine with that. But yeah, they are not afraid to tool down here at this bottom. And as I say that, once again, great stun though from PYW. That are spike stalled any chance they had of initiating on ult 11 there.
Oh, this mid lane just keeps getting worse and worse every time I look at it. Nisha was bringing out more mangoes.
Wow.
He's kept Pango down to 14 last hits, and there's 16 denies, so it's a lot of XP. Level 4 and 3/4 on Pango, it's almost a full level advantage going Nisha's way. This is, I feel like we're watching 2014 Shadow Fiend players in the mid lane just dominating their lane.
Well, 2014 Dawnbreaker didn't exist, and she's in trouble right now. She's gonna hexed up, and Insatiable Hunger not gonna be a kill. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bane goes down at the top lane. So both lanes having some initiation, and XG ends up getting the kill at the top side.
Yeah. I didn't quite catch that one, but it looks like just some decays and waveform being used there. I mean, that's not really a lane where they should get a kill, but perhaps Puppey just getting a little bit out of position or overcommitting there. So first blood going their way, not to the Morphling at least. It was just the Undying who managed to snipe the kill, so not the end of the world for Team Secret, who are still overall doing pretty well in this top lane and exceedingly well in the mid lane.
I want to once again go back to that mid matchup that you're talking about there. And is this an oversight almost by XG? Because again, this is a case where Pango was picked 4th after the Shadow Fiend. You pretty much knew that it was going to be a Shadow Fiend mid. Is that an oversight, or is it, you know what, we'll just deal with it? Pango will still be fine in the long run, or what?
I think a bit of both. I'm sure Paparazzi did not expect the lane to go this poorly, but this is also just the Nisha factor. This guy is one of the most mechanically sound, scary mid laners in this LCQ. I imagine Paparazzi just feeling, after a game 1 win, he's probably like, it's a bad matchup, but I'll make it work. And then Pango's going to be a really good hero in the mid lane. But at the same time, this has gone really badly for him. So
yeah,
he's going to need a rotation mid around his level 6. Like, he'd love a kill on Nisha, like Rolling Thunder plus support rotation, but it's almost a bit too predictable. So it's going to be hard for him to kind of make that play happen.
Yeah, I mean, you see rotations happening to the mid lane right now. In fact, here we go, Lion, Durspike, and not much coming of it. In fact, he gets pinged out on the Lion. Zach running him down, impales. But just going to say hello and start poking at him a bit more. So yeah, killing the Shadow Fiend. Secret's aware of that as well. They're protecting him, and they're not going to let anything free happen. So they're going to just absolutely secure this domination of Shadow Fiend. And this is going to be a setup, by the way. Pango. Okay, no. TP coming in, canceled, and that's that.
Yeah, you don't really have a play that you can hit a raise, but he's just gonna swash away. So Nisha just continue to happily farm and do his thing in this mid lane. It's always been kind of the best way of addressing an SF mid, where this hero is such a lane dominator, but you just gank him. But everybody's kind of learned that over the years. SF wasn't really playable just because the hero was kind of weak for a while. But now that SF's back in meta, teams are finding ways to enable it and not let it get so easily ganked in this mid lane.
I like it. Just something just feels right about it, because he was not a relevant hero for a while there, but again, the second most picked hero so far in this LCQ, and I'm sure more to come throughout the group stages and the main event itself here at TI11. It just feels right. It feels like Dota's right when Shadow Fiend's mid.
Shadow Fiend finds himself a rune, level 7 with an illusion rune, not the most impactful rune. Could maybe save you from a gank, the Dispel, but both teams, it's not really been a game. Usually you think like these games like this are often played around, power runes, like 6 minutes in, everyone rotates for these runes, which happened this game, but it was less about, because of how badly mid lane went for Paparazzi, there weren't fights over the runes. It was just like let's try and get the rune and then keep farming or catching up. So this game is kind of more slowly heading towards a point where we're going to see those rotations start happening, because for Extreme Gaming, you've got Brood and Morphling on your side lanes. Neither of these heroes are your playmakers. Your playmaker is your mid laner who has lost his lane. So the result is that Extreme Gaming, they're going to have to play a slower game and just let Brood kind of do her thing alone in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and for good reason. There's been a lot of focus on Shadow Fiend and they made the matchup and how Nisha's just dominating. But you zoom out a bit, you look at the big picture of the net worth, and Brood and Morphling are both keeping up with the Shadow Fiend even in terms of that. So hey, 2 more than 1. It seems like Extreme Gaming is actually in the better spot, and they do have the overall net worth lead at this point.
Yeah. No, I mean, considering, they're the ones with Morphling in their hands, they have kind of won this early game, at least ever so slightly, despite the mid lane. So kind of to go back to your question, maybe this was a scenario where Extreme Gaming were willing to just pick this, this bad matchup mid, knowing that these side lanes would go so well for them. And Pango wouldn't be pressured to make these plays. Like, if these side lanes were losing, this game would feel really bad, because, you lose your side lanes, your mid laner needs to get active, but that's just not been the case.
Nisha is going the Mask Madness. Oh, bottom lane, though. It's a little bit awkward there. It could dodge by ult 11, and now Chrysalis trying to turn their attention immediately to the Nyx Assassin, though, as soon as he appears. Celestial Hammer burning down PYW in the background, and Zach is good for the time being, but ult 11 still chasing. Puts another whip down, gets the kill. He avoids the Starbreaker stun. Celestial Hammer forward again. ult 11, though. Trying to figure this out. Can he actually go back in? Probably not, especially with Bane coming in. Nice job with the Earth Spike, preventing Bane from going the immediate sleep. Although he's running back in. Bane getting low. That was greedy at its finest right there. I guess he saw Paparazzi coming in anyways. Figured he would go for a play, but down goes Bane, and now Chrysalis in trouble. Missed there. You're right. The Starbreaker stun.
no.
11 falls. This is a disaster on the setup for XG. That is not what you want. Oh, yeah, unfortunate.
That was just like a straight line rolling thunder, and line drive just went right through the hole in the glove there. Yeah, it was a nice side set from Crystallis, but that's a rolling thunder you've got to land if you're Paparazzi, and gets the Brood kill. That's a huge setback, because that bottom lane dive was looking pretty good and well calculated from Extreme Gaming to, you know, rotate in Paparazzi, keep the Brood alive, but it was just missing your spells, and as a result, Secret are going to feel pretty happy about the outcome there. They had Rezo. He actually killed the Undying up top with his ultimate, so he's been getting a lot of good farms. So things suddenly kind of shaping up a little bit better for Secret after a kind of poor early game.
Yeah, and it's also one of those mental things. So whatever with the net worth, but yeah. I'm sure that, because for Paparazzi's case, that's unfortunate. You know, they're not feeling good about that one. This is going to get worse. Paparazzi, the smackdown from Dawnbreaker, and she immediately ports back to the bottom. That Solar Guardian setting up a kill. Yeah. That's not good for Paparazzi.
Yeah, Chris Dillis is on Broodmother duty, so has to keep going back to this bottom lane. Does clear a lot of spiders. That's some juicy money going his way. Does need to be careful not to go down here, but with Zayats in the neighborhood, he'll be A-okay. Up he's TP, but there's no Fiend script here, so if they can just disengage here, I think you're happy. I mean, that's kind of the point of the Brood, is just to force these rotations, make it so that they either lose this tower, or if they want to defend it, they have to bring 2, maybe even 3 heroes to defend it.
It's a little too fast on that Broodmother. But yeah, Dawnbreaker, you mentioned on that duty and controlling this bottom lane the best she can, and does so pretty well right there. Has an Orbit Corrosion. Oh yeah, okay, well, she actually had the Echo Saber queued up, but now she's going through a couple. Yeah, she's trying to figure out what was the Desolator, now the BKB, so Crystal is trying to figure out the best itemization here earlier on in the game. But speaking of Broodmother, once again going on a puppy. And the Finger of Death going to be committed by PYW to secure that kill, and Dawnbreaker, attention turn to him. Something being delivered to the Brood in the meantime. There's a kill elsewhere on the Undying at the top lane, but Chrysalis still trying to get out of this. Celestial Hammer forward, another Earth Spike connects though, and Chrysalis is tanky though.
Can he hit the Impale? Got him.
He needs to hit it. Yeah, auto attacks will do it.
So Lu's trapped up top. Okay, sorry. Yeah, up top they were chasing Lu for a kill on the Morphling, and Zayats found him with an Impale, canceled his TP, but unfortunately Lu was in the tree, so they couldn't actually finish off the Morphling, so he'll get out A-okay. But a big kill down bottom on that Dawnbreaker, which opens up the tier 1 tower now.
Yeah, apologies, I was off watching that bottom lane the whole time. So both lanes having some pretty significant potential fights there, but certainly XG feeling good about the outcome, especially when you factor in that tier 1 tower going down after it. So another kind of shift in momentum. How about this build on Morphling, by the way? Going the early Linkins feels a little more old school.
Yeah, it is very old school. We've seen a lot of reemergence of Linkins. The items had to get nerfed a couple of times. It feels like a nice, okay, if you're not playing Morphling for any kind of early game timing, it just transitions well into your late game items. I'll lose DUI and the Undying here, but yeah, the big thing with this is there's no obvious item he needs right now, so he can get this Linkins and then figure out where he wants to go with his item build.
Yeah. Now, I know you talked about it in the draft there, Gods, but we've seen it now twice, and it feels like every 2 minutes it's a long cooldown, but that Solar Guardian is just there to set up a kill. Granted, that was an Undying, not the most prime target, but hey, you'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, the one before that was Paparazzi's Pingalier, so they've had a lot of success with the Solar Guardian. Mid lane Puppy could be in some trouble here. Not fun. That's the Broodmother effect.
Not much you can do about that one. Shadow Fiend, though, this would be much more critical. Nisha, the bash, from Pango, goes back in, and this time much better from Paparazzi. They secure the kill in the Shadow Fiend, and he's out for 40 seconds. Extreme Gaming certainly finding their rhythm now if they hadn't already. And guess what? The old 11 Broodmother is leading the way.
Yeah, at the forefront of all their aggression. I mean, it's not even just like they're playing around Old 11. Old 11's playing around the team. He's the one rotating and leading the charge to first kill Puppey and then follow it up with the SF kill. So this mid-tier 1 tower would be a huge prize to claim. It's not the easiest, and with Secret around, it does look like it'll be defended with some of those Celestial Hammers being thrown out. And, you know, Extreme Gaming, I think, are happy, like, hey, okay, we killed an SF, we still got Morphling farming. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We can get this tower later on.
Yeah. You see Lycan, Helm of the Dominator, has been finished. Haven't really mentioned Resolution too much yet. Working on the Helm of the Overlord, of course. And he's getting close to it, but speaking of already having a decent item, that go back to the Broodmother, the Wraith Pact has been finished to go with that Falcon Blade and the Arcane Boots on him.
Yeah, she's just this scary teamfight presence now. Like, whenever they want to go for a push or a play, like, you have this Brood in the front lines, very tanky with all her health, the Wraith Pact giving extra survivability as well. It just makes it very hard for a lot of these heroes to kind of go into Extreme Gaming until we see some like BKB pickups, like Nisha's SF, BKB queued up, Dawnbreaker halfway to her BKB as well. So it does feel like these BKBs are going to come out, and then Secret's going to kind of feel like a bit of a, you know, a second wind.
Puppey, he's not Clockwork this time. He has got to be pretty careful right there. Almost going uphill in a certain death, but
going for Roche.
They are trying to do Roche, yeah.
Extreme Gaming, they're all here. They're ready to contest this, and they can scout out with Spiderlings.
There you go, Swashbuckle, and the fight commences. Shapeshift activated by Resolution. Trying to find his timing. Near Spike stun. Blue morphing into the Nyx Assassin. This is a little awkward. Morphling has to be careful. Spike Carapace, Paparazzi in the back lines, though. We're going with that Rolling Thunder. Double stun onto the Shadow Fiend. He's at half-life. Here comes the Solar Guardian, however, on top of Resolution. And Pango's dead. The grip to lock him down. No chance. So XG, they are spread out right now.
Nisha's still got the DD for another 5 or so seconds. He wants to finish this Roshan, and it does look like Extreme Gaming are going to have to give this one up. They're probably, you know, going back to the last game mentality, like, okay, we thought we could contest this. I mean, they had a chance to. Secret were just positioned really well there with the double damage SF in the front lines. The Rolling Thunder was great, but Puppey was positioned in some trees to get a nice grip off on the Rolling Thunder, and Nisha just, like, 4-shot the Pengo. Unfortunately, you know, Brood can come in and try and deal with the Bane, but you don't have that silence or stun to stop the grip from channeling. So just a great play from Secret to recognize that, hey, with this CD, Roche is ours.
Yeah, that was a hell of a fight for Secret, really was. I thought for sure XG was going to have a much better chance in terms of initiating there, but you're right, the positioning and the prioritizing of the targets, and then the Bane lockdown coming into play to secure it for them, and they secure also the Aegis on a Shadow Fiend. He's almost finished with the BKB, so he'll have that to go with the Aegis. Feels nice for this Radiant squad. The Shapeshift on cooldown for another 30 seconds for Lycan. But once that's back up, maybe try to make another play. But Old 11, as soon as that fight was realized that actually, like, okay, we're just going to give up Roshan, he immediately went to the bottom lane and started farming more down here.
Yeah.
The Assault Kyros is coming.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest things with Brood. You're just such a farming machine. It's been nightmared up down bottom here. They've got follow-up, but they toggle it off with the Spiderling. And Puppey.
Oh.
Wow.
Well,
he almost
he's
dies.
alive. he's alive. That's good.
Yep.
Very close.
Don't think they want to stick around this bottom lane. This is going to be a kind of a game of cat and mouse now, where Extreme Gaming, similar to the last game, do not want to fight into Aegis. They want to just buy some time, let Morphling get like the second, third item up. He's got Lincoln's Yasha, Aghanim's queued up as well. But they have been caught here. They'll lose a line, and this is the big difference from last game. I feel like Secret just have way better catch. So they're in this position where they get an Aegis, and they're like, okay, we want to, you know, we need to do some stuff here. And with Nyx Assassin, Bane, Dawnbreaker, they actually can make stuff happen.
Yeah, we stressed that. The reach they have is good, and if they can catch on 11, that is massive. Zayak with the Impale stun, the beat down of the Starbreaker. Resolution running, it doesn't have a shapeshift up. Getting there a little too slowly, and an Old 11 managing to survive unless Resolution really goes for this, but yeah, that'd be risky. So they get the tier 1 tower, do the damage, and they're going to keep pushing as 5. Well, I guess it's 4 now.
Just great use of the Lycan Wolves there to scout, just sending him into the trees. It set up the kill almost on the Brood, but that's just the strength of this Brood. So damn tanky. The itemization into the plate mail now going into AC, recognizing that all this damage is physical. SF Lycan, it's going to help the Pengo out if he gets gripped. And speaking of Pengo, he's now smoked up. They want to defend this bottom lane. They're going to fight into the Aegis. They feel like they've hit the item timings to take this fight.
BYW, there's that jump, the great two-player stun. Resolution caught, and so was Bane. He's dead off the bat. Nisha did get a good Requiem from the distance. Paparazzi, though, Rolling Thunder knocks him. And now Old 11 is to go in, but with the BKB activation, Nisha feeling like a raid boss right now. As soon as it wears off the Resolution, not a raid boss. He's going to end up going down thanks to Morphling, and now Nisha's in trouble. The BKB is worn off. Zayak going to do what he can. It doesn't feel like it's going to be nearly enough, though, so Aegis will be spent. Zayak, he's definitely dead. And now Shadow Fiend, what do? Can you get out of this? The answer is no. He's just dead.
Wow. What a bold play. They just smoke up, run right into them. Lion just charging head first with a 2-hero impale here. And it's a great job finding those 2 heroes, because once you kill the Bane there's no Fiend script to address the Rolling Thunder. Paparazzi kind of has to roll away because of the heavy right-click damage, but there's no danger to his own life, so he's able to re-engage. All they have to do is basically bide their time for the SF BKB to wear off, and once it does, the fight goes so smoothly for them. So we'll see it here again. Just what a team fight. Playing entirely around the Tombstone as well. So Tombstone plus Wraith Pack. There's just too much like summons and junk on the ground that Secret can't really address.
You know, I hate to say it though, but the biggest factor I think that fight was Chrysalis was top lane during all of that. His Solar Guardian was on cooldown still.
Yeah.
So if he's there, that fight's certainly much different, let alone with the ultimate being ready. But without him able to come in, you see that on the replay there, it just felt like a lost cause at that point. They were down there position 1. They could not withstand that pressure. And yeah, great smoke play though from XG, absolutely.
Yeah. And it's almost like it was like a calculated decision from Secret where they're like, okay, we have this Aegis, we can do this even with Solar Guardian on cooldown. But obviously they got heavily punished for it because Extreme Gaming are like, actually, we can take this fight, you know?
Yeah.
We'll play the numbers game, and you may have an Aegis, but without your Dawnbreaker, this fight is not going to go well for you.
Yeah, you're right. That's the information game right there, absolutely. So credit to XG and making the play with it. Speaking of Dawnbreaker, she's at the bottom lane right now, currently by herself, and might be in trouble.
Once again, they're split up. They have Dawnbreaker alone down bottom, while the rest of the team is top. And they're going to get follow-up kills as well.
Yeah, they were top. They TP in to kind of support, and that's not going to work. Puppy's dead, and now so is Nyx Assassin. Oh, no. It is starting to fall apart for the side of Secret Gods.
Yeah, when you're trying to take these fights into heroes like Undying, you have to be there already set up. Because if you're going in one by one, you're fighting into this Tombstone, all the summons from the Broodmother. Like, you need to have your foundation for your team fight already laying out. You can't just expect to show up and be able to, do things one by one. And that's exactly what ends up happening there. And it's another fight where Secret just a bit disconnected across the board. I think that's, Dawnbreaker shouldn't be getting caught out there perhaps, but at the same time, the follow-up where they try and TP in to salvage it is equally questionable.
It doesn't feel like you can have many more of those instances if your team's Secret and expect to have a chance to win this game. XG on the verge of really tipping the cup and knocking everything out of the cup there. So Assault Cuirass is finished on to the Broodmother. Mentioned that item earlier coming. Morphling, he's now finished his Ags as well. He's got a Yasha on top of that. And I've noticed Morphling is prioritizing the Nyx Assassin, it feels like, in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Carapace and like having just control, I think, is what he likes from that. Nice find here. That's a big kill onto the old 11 Brood. Did commit a Fiend script, but that's exactly what they're looking for. I think for when it comes to the Morphling, it's just he wants to keep heroes in place so we can right-click him down. So getting an Impale out, even a Carapace potentially. They're just these spells that can be potential setups for him to then follow it up with some nice right-click damage.
Well, again, big kill though onto the Broodmother, and now you definitely want to get objectives out of this, and they certainly can. This is the strength of Secret's lineup right here. Not only that catch, but the tower push, and this also, that presence to just be able to jump you what seems like from such a long distance. They get the kill on the Pango, and PYW is also going to feel the pain. That Tombstone, it'll be beat down plus 200, going the way of Lycan there, I believe.
It was kind of the reverse of what happened earlier, where just one hero gets picked off and then somehow two more almost out of nowhere get jumped and caught as well. Like, Extreme Gaming weren't really looking to defend that tower, but they were in the neighborhood, and Secret, with a 5v4, will more than happily take those free kills.
Yeah,
Root is back now, but now they're waiting for Pengo to respawn, so they're losing this tier 3 tower.
They don't have initiation. They don't have tombstone. How do they really defend this without that? So this, yeah, the tier 3 is going to be denied in the end, but hey, it's dead. Secret's very happy with that, and yeah. On the other side, XG, they're choosing to go for a bit of a defense without the Brood Mother, proving to be the wrong decision, and well, Secret's turn to capitalize. So it's almost like what happened prior there, especially at the bottom lane with the death on Dawnbreaker is almost forgiven, and the lead cuts down to now only a 3K for XG.
Yeah, definitely a scenario where you see some of that, the pressure kind of kicking in, and probably from last game, Extreme Gaming felt like they could make these kind of greedier moves where they, stick around, throw some spells to delay a tower push like they'll do with Treant. But this time around, you're playing into heroes that punish that. The Nyx Assassin, the Bane with the Nightmare. The catch is just there where, and the Blink Dawnbreaker as well, where, if you're not ready to fight, you shouldn't be anywhere near Secret in that situation. But luckily, there's no Roshan or anything to follow it up. They do lose a tier 3 tower, but they're still poised to kind of fight over this upcoming Roshan, and we'll see if they can get some good vision down kind of in preparation for that one.
Yeah, preparation as we got about a minute 20 remaining before Roshan will spawn, as we can see. Of course, they're not 100% sure, but gonna keep the area around it surrounded. Old 11 putting a lot of webs down over here, is aware that could be happening. You see the microwing coming out as well. Gonna send out the spiderlings and try to get some more information, but Zyrex had enough. They go in with the blink. There's a smackdown of the Silver Guardian, that quick kill. Shortly after on the line, off to the side. The Tombstone, pretty good placement. They have to address that eventually. DY gonna heal himself up. Buyback, by the way, on Lion, but Undying, he's staying dead. BKB for Chrysalis. Gonna wear off soon, but in the back lane's a locked on a Paparazzi. I believe that was a Fiend's Grip holding him in place. The Lotus Orb eventually comes up. A Lion, that's a dieback on him, and the Requiem going off as well. They catch the Morphling, and Morphling is dead. Pango is dead as well. That Rolling Thunder, I don't know about that one right there. Old 11, he's going back to base, but for how long? The Smackdown, no. It's not going to connect with the Starbreaker, and he should be fine.
I mean, Secret just hitting the strongest timing imaginable here in the mid game here, and using these Lycan Wolves. Rezo just microing them in, creating these initiation opportunities. It looks like Nyx just blinks him blindly there for an Impale, but it's Rezo's Wolves scouting out, giving him the vision onto the high ground, because usually, like, that's a position where you can't go high ground because Extreme Gaming have, they've got the ward on that cliff. How do you go into them? But having these summons, having these ways to kind of set up a fight and boldly taking it there, Zayat's fearlessly jumping in, knowing his team would back him up. And then they get the grip initially onto the Pengo, even though it gets canceled. The Pengo, by the time he gets Rolling Thunder off, has no health to even fight with it.
I'm actually a little surprised. I'm not saying this wasn't the right decision. They go for the racks and they secure that, but I almost thought they might have gone tier 4 right there and tried to even really finish this game right here, right now. But they do not. They play it certainly the more safer direction. They get the top racks, and see even some counter warding coming out. They're kind of regrouping, but guess who's up? It's Roshan, right into the Roshan pit, but XG knows this. They have everything. They could certainly still fight this.
Yeah, and that's where they're going to come right back out, knowing that they need to maybe play around detection a bit better. They need some sentries for these Lycan Wolves, but they have their own scouting with these spiders, so they're going to send those out, make sure that Roche isn't going on. So much of these fights just comes down to who gets the initiation. It's not about like getting the perfect initiation, it's just about flat up initiating, because there's not any Aeon Discs and whatnot. You initiate with a PYW Lion to Blink Hex, or you get a Blink Impale from a Nyx Assassin. That's going to win you a fight.
Love the Shadow Blade on Shadow Fiend as well. Go with that Lincoln. Bit of a defensive measure to go with the BKB. But yeah, the Shadow Blade now giving that offensive prowess. Look at this split from
They've been scouted again. The Lycan Wolf, it's found the Lion.
I mean, both teams are scouting with their minions here. The Wolves, you see the Spiderlings again constantly going out. Buyback from Undying, feeling that a fight could be happening. That Ancient Granite Golem, not necessarily a target you want to be jumping, though.
Yeah.
It's like moving wards for both sides.
Yeah. And now Secret have that cliff ward too, so this needs to get dewarded if you want to contest this Roshan. Roshan's getting very low here.
Rolling Thunder, Paparazzi, pretty good placement, but Morphling in the backline says jump. Lincoln's has been popped. Paparazzi has to get out. Roshan's still plenty alive, so he ain't going down. Tombstone on the high ground. The lockdown, the Fiend's Grip, locking up Pingalier in the Rolling Thunder. He is dead. He's out for 53 seconds. Morphling wants to be careful. Waveform's away, but now Old 11 goes in. He slept those Zayak in the back. That's great. 2 players down. The Requiem goes off, and Team Secret will absolutely destroy Extreme Gaming. What do they do? Do they go for? That's just over. GG, well played. Wow, what a turnaround.
This game got to a point where, like, in the team fights, like Extreme Gaming, they were like kind of living, but no one was doing any damage. Like, they got all these items, like the Brute had a great game early on, got this fast Wraith Pack, was building into the AC, but, you know, that's sometimes the issue with morphing as a carry. We kind of see it a bit there, is like he's gone for this very stat-heavy build. It's not like the old, you know, E-Blade shotgun morph, and in all these fights, Secret pop BKB and then suddenly feel invincible.
That's a game to me that screams just mental fortitude. Secret showing plenty of it that game. They were down 1-0 in the series. They just lost a 60-minute game previously. You know, on the verge, especially after that whole Dawnbreaker situation that we talked about, that things could have just, you know, not been looking the best for Secret, but they kept their composure. They found the Broodmother pick. They didn't, it was that. That was the activation, right? They got that Broodmother pick, and there was no looking back. They hit that window of timing, whatever reason may be. And this was a lineup that we said certainly could play fast and early if they needed to, when they needed to, and they were able to find it. So, well played.
Yeah, really well played. Like, as much as, you know, we highlighted Nisha and how much he dominated the mid lane, I don't think that's really why Secret won. If anything, I just think they won this game off of the way they played around their initiation. Zayat's, his Nyx Assassin was constantly finding kills on the map with the Dawnbreaker follow-up. Not to mention Reza with his Wolves, the scouting job he was doing that was setting up Blink Impales for Zayat's as well. Puppey was always hitting the Fiend's Grip onto the Pangolier and definitely made Pengo's life pretty miserable. It's kind of one of those things I think in hindsight, Extreme Gaming's probably like, maybe Pengo wasn't the pick. Bad lane, it doesn't play that well into the Bane. Like the Pengo didn't really do anything this game, and I don't really feel like he played terribly. It was just a tough Pengo game.
Yeah, that's definitely whether or not it's even in hindsight, you look back at that part of the draft, and I'm sure XG would absolutely agree. So for me, I'm wondering if that Shadow Fiend is going to get some respect now. I know they didn't win game 1, but both games, Nisha definitely looked really good on that Shadow Fiend. But you know what, gods? We're going to take a short break as for the teams. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, Secret versus Extreme Gaming, coming up next.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Game number 3. You love to hear it, love to say it. We got our 3rd game here of this best of 3 series between Secret and Extreme Gaming. And you know, we were even talking in the break right there. Let's be honest, we thought it was looking like this was perhaps even going to be a 2-0 for XG with the way things were happening there, like killing Chrysalis at the bottom lane. It just seems like mentally they might have been able to, or they might have checked out, frankly, on the side of Secret, but they did not. They absolutely did not. They found an opening, and they just did not let off that go button after the fact, gods.
Yeah, it started with a few cracks on the side of Secret, but in the end, it was Extreme Gaming who kind of let themselves get initiated on a few too many times. Like, you're playing into Nyx, they just didn't have the Sentry Ward coverage, not to mention the Lycan Wolves, so it felt like a game that Extreme Gaming are going to look back on like, man, what happened? This game was, they were up 5K plus gold. You know, they made a lot of great early moves with the Broodmother, but once it came to a couple of team fights and you know, that particularly that fight around their mid-tier 2 tower, things just fell apart.
And speaking of mental fortitude, there has to be something said about the pendulum shift a little bit, right? Where now Extreme Gaming, it's their turn to show that they can persevere, because you're right, they had a lead, and one that seemed like that they certainly could have really started to gain control of and make it 2-0 in their favor, but it didn't happen. However, hey, what happened. Game 2's over. We got a Game 3, and that's what matters for them. But part of me also wonders with the draft, starting with that, as I said, are they going to address the Shadow Fiend? Do they need to address the Shadow Fiend?
I think it's a very strong consideration. I mean, that's 2 games in a row. They first phase it. It's a hero that you just know Nisha is going to be super comfortable on, and there is that potential to play it in the side lanes as well. So I don't hate the idea of a first phase Shadow Fiend band. It does mean you're giving up something else in exchange. You're giving Puppy Chen, for example. So it's kind of a pick your poison. But, you know, given that it's 2 games in a row where they first phase it, you either need to ban it or come better prepared with an answer. That Pengo pick into it. Yeah, they pick Pengo not expecting to win the lane. They pick it for other reasons, but they just gave Nisha the freest of games with that Pengo pick.
Yeah, they really did. Shadow Fiend, again, even the first game was pretty good, but yeah, the second game, absolutely a wrecking ball. And not for the Pangolier, for the Shadow Fiend, believe it or not. So, yeah, as always, curious to see where the draft goes from here. But, guys, we're also noticing we're not the only game number 3. The other series, Na'Vi and T1, also going to Game 3. Of course, you can check it out. I'm sure plenty of people have that multi-stream going on. But we got a couple of Game 3s right here. This goes back to the parity here at the LCQ. It is something, man.
Seriously, and it's great to see. It's almost heartbreaking because only 2 teams make it out, and it just feels like at the end of the day, whichever team is just suddenly, like, you know, hits their peak at the right time, comes up with like the right strategy or the right pick or hero at the right time, is going to be the one to take it, because it does feel like there's 5-6 teams who are all about on the same level here. So it's going to be great to watch, but also, yeah, heartbreaking.
Extreme
All right, you see at the bottom of the screen, that draft is up and going. And it starts with these first 2 bands. The Chen ban, once again, from Extreme Gaming. You know, that I wanted to address that a little bit in the last, as I noticed that last draft as well. Not a hero that we're seeing a lot. He did get those recent nerfs, but it's more of that puppy respect, I suppose, of the Chen ban.
Yeah, and both games Secret got their hands on Chen were wins for them. I think any other team, probably Extreme Gaming, don't ban the Chen, but because you're versing Puppy and you're now out of the group stage, you don't really want to test the waters and be like, oh, we'll give it to him 1 game and see what happens. It's just like, no, let's not do anything about it. And you asked the question, do they address the SF? They do in a way I did not anticipate, but they just straight up first pick it.
That's one way to do it. Again, it's and even Puppy's got a little bit of a chuckle there, like, ha, they fell into my trap card. Now it's time to go against the Shadow Fiend. Wait, is that a good thing? I don't know. He is the second most played hero. Does have a really good success rate. This mid Shadow Fiend we are seeing plenty of. But now it's Secret's turn to go up against it. They start with that Nyx Assassin again.
Oh yeah, Zayat's Nyx. It's been his best hero. He's just been dominating games on this. Not surprised at all. And Batrider to pair with it. This is a hero that I feel like is pretty strong in this position because it doesn't necessarily have to be a mid-bat versus the SF, but it can be. There's like we've seen, I think it was Secret who played the Sniper earlier on, which is another maybe answer to the SF, but Batrider Nyx is a strong lane. Batrider mid against SF, also a strong lane. So there's options when it comes to Secret picking this Batrider early on.
Yeah, I'm almost just having this thought, too, again, sticking with the Shadow Fiend, is that Paparazzi's sitting there like, almost taking it, personally of the first two games, especially that last one with Nisha going against the Shadow Fiend against him. He's like, okay, it's my turn. Give me the Shadow Fiend. I'll show you how it's done. I kind of think there's a little bit of that going on here for Extreme Gaming, certainly. But yeah, the Batrider's already a tough matchup if it comes to that, as you're saying. They're going to follow up with the Tiny now.
Yeah. Last time Secret played Batrider, it was this 1v1 mid matchup, Batrider versus SF. So they picked that matchup before. They want to pick it again. They obviously feel good about it. Nisha didn't win his lane that game, but he did go on to go 9-1 and 25 on Batrider. So I think he feels pretty good when it comes to just, in general, playing this hero into SF. Tiny gets picked up. It's kind of just like a playmaking 4 position, most likely. Like, I don't really look at Tiny as like an answer to the Batrider by any means, but it does give Extreme Gaming, just a solid, stable 4.
Mm-hmm. Bans to follow. We got a Faceless Void. That's another one of those carriers. Again, we were seeing a ton of at the qualifiers. Haven't seen as much here, mainly because it feels like he is in that second phase of bans, I feel like. But once again, going to be the case here for that Faceless Void ban. And there's the Morphling ban. Talked about that, especially in this series. This time, we're not going to see the Morphling.
Yeah. It's still a very good carry, regardless of how things went last game, and I think there's a reason why Extreme Gaming believed this was a good carry to play into SF. SF often one of these carries that outranges people, but Morphling with the gap close does pretty well. Super high base armor, so you're not getting, you're kind of immune to the right-click SF build a bit, so no surprise to see Extreme Gaming ban it out. Very curious to see if Nisha does play this bat, because so far with Secret, it's been Nisha playing the, more carry hero. So if he's on Batrider, it does mean Secret's going to have to adjust their drafts and give Rezo and more likely Chrysalis heroes that scale better going into the late game, because you can't expect Batrider to be your kind of scaling presence in a late game scenario.
Mm-hmm. Similar to last game, I mean, a little bit different with the Batrider, but same idea, right? Where they have this reach, this chance to just jump you almost out of nowhere, it feels like, favoring Team Secret. So kind of wonder if they're going to keep that theme going as well. Something like that Bane, for example, on Puppy could be certainly of potential here, but still waiting on the 5th ban right now for Extreme Gaming as they're dipping well into their reserve time. You see on the screen there. Certainly they're chatting about it. Again, this is a big deal. Again, it's double elimination. You're still live, but you do not want to bounce out to the lower bracket already.
Yeah. Not a bad presence to have with you. The coach for Extreme Gaming, Blink, a TI champion from the Wings gaming era. So, they've got a good voice of reason saying behind them. But it's a similar story with Secret and their coach. So we'll see who gets the upper edge when it comes to the draft. Definitely, I don't really feel like Game 2 was a draft win by any means. We kind of favored Secret's draft, I think, a little bit. But the way it played out, it looked like Extreme Gaming definitely could have taken that game with, some things going a bit differently.
Mm-hmm. And now he said it's Puppy's turn to talk it over with his team. As they hitting that point of, okay, now you start dipping into that reserve time once again. But what are we thinking with Tiny here? Is this going to be likely more of a support Tiny, I would suppose?
Yeah, I think Tiny in that 4 position role just makes the most sense. The way the hero scales and, and plays as a core these days just doesn't quite feel as impactful. Whereas 4 position Tiny, you got your Blink Dagger, you got your Blink Tossbacks, you've can potentially use as a save. It gives you this way to start a fight as well. So I do feel like Tiny in the support role is probably what we're going to see here. Now, when it comes to what they want to pair with this one, I think Secret, they're going to be coming out. They've got the pick here where you kind of want to reveal as little as possible. This is where they picked Puppy's Bane last game. First of all, they've got to ban something, but then they're going to go right into their pick. So most likely we see another Puppy hero just because, you've already picked one of your cores in Batrider. Picking a Bane or Enchantress here just reveals the least about your draft. I don't see why. It often, particularly for a 5-position player, you just want to go back to what you just played after a win. Bane, to me, is still good here.
I know he plays that Witch Doctor as well, but maybe not as relevant this game. But something else to think about. You're talking about they used a lot of reserve time there on that final ban. You figure they're at least talking about the pick to follow up as well. I thought we were going to kind of see that snap pick coming out, but no, they're once again
they're protecting their bat. Like Void, Abba, Slark, these are 2 cores that counter Batrider, and then also the Abaddon who's got the shield to save people from the lasso, and they actually go into the Lich here. So what Lich brings to the table over like a Bane or something, to me it's kind of, they're picking it around like the Frost Army. They've got this bat that wants to go in with a BKB, and the risk is that you kind of get melted by right-click damage from an SF, so Lich, with the armor for some damage mitigation, does give you a nice tool to pair with the Batrider. And Extreme Gaming's like all in on minus armor. Slardar, SF. Maybe Secret's like seen some of their drafts before and knew they would go into this super minus armor draft, because this Lich pick almost feels like they picked it in preparation for like a Slardar to come out.
The second you said that whole with the Lich, providing that armor from it, I'm thinking to myself with a Dazzle Slardar, I was like, wait, what? Is that even really going to matter at this point? I guess it still will provide something, but holy crap. They really are going all in on that idea. And a couple of heroes that come to mind as far as now a finish to this, something like that Visage, something like, dare I say, Vengeful Spirit, if you really want to go more with it. But
and this is the draft they had last time. Last time they picked SF, it was with Slardar and Dazzle in the later stages of the draft. So Extreme Gaming are sticking with some comfort picks, but it's something that Secret obviously did their research, because Lich is not something you see getting picked up every day here.
Templar Assassin. That's going to be Nisha's hero most likely.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they lane this one, because since last time they played into SF, they did do bat mid versus SF, but TA also does fine against SF if they want to play that mid. It comes down to maybe what some of these side lane matches would be. TA can play, definitely you can do TA safe lane against Slardar, particularly with the Lich support. The question is going to be, can you play Batrider off lane? Like Batrider Nick's good lane, assuming you're not up against, against Slark, against Faceless Void. These heroes that are being banned out do seem to indicate that Team Secret want to play Batrider potentially in the off lane.
Well, look at, that is interesting. Extreme Gaming banning a Razor and then an Axe. So almost believing that it's going to be a safe lane TA with the Batrider mid still possible, I guess. So
I think so. And based on Secret and the way they what they've shown, I don't think that's like would be something crazy for them to do. Both TA and Batrider are both Nisha heroes, so you don't really know which one's going mid right now. It does feel like they're either looking for like a Rezo offlaner or a safe laner, which is kind of what they banned, the Razor being the Crystallis hero and the Axe being the offlane Rezo hero.
This just feels fairly old school, just a lineup that, definitely comes together nicely with that Juggernaut finish. Again, a core we're not seeing a lot of right now, but it makes sense here.
Yeah, I think Extreme Gaming play, from what I've seen this series, they play their drafts pretty safe. They're not doing anything too wild. They have ideas. They have strategies they want to build their draft around. In this case, it's the heavy minus armor with the SF, the Slardar, objective taking with Roshan. Game 1, it was like Death Prophet Ultimate plus TB to, team fight around with the Treant. But yeah, they play their draft safe. Whereas Secret, they pick this Lich kind of blind, and then suddenly it's an amazing Lich pick. They pick up a Mirana last. This is going to be a Cole Mirana. So, Secret's doing some fun things. I think this is probably 3-position Mirana. Mirana Nyx lane sounds pretty spooky.
That looks like that's going to be the case. Just kind of confirming right there for the for everyone tuning in, and it will be Nisha on that Bat Rider, as you mentioned. Resolution queuing up the Mirana, so the off-lane core Mirana going to be happening. Chris Liss, of course, playing that safe lane Templar Assassin, and it's similar to the Shadow Fiend. Again, it's one of those. It felt odd seeing Shadow Fiend, especially TA, in that safe lane position more recently, but we have been seeing it. So this isn't the craziest idea necessarily for Team Secret. But yeah, the Mirana, you mentioned you potentially like it. So what exactly are the reasons you like this Mirana to work out?
It gives them another hero that has a strong laning stage. I feel like the way they've set up these lanes is that both their side lanes should do pretty well. Nyx Mirana, it gives them a good follow-up for Nyx Assassin. A lot of their strength in game number 2 was this Nyx who could find these kills and had great follow-up from Dawnbreaker, as well as the rest of the lineup. And I think that's what the Mirana Arrow provides. Last game, there was a bunch of summons, so Arrow would get blocked and whatnot. But this game around, it feels like anyone getting caught by a Nyx Vendetta Impale is going to get arrowed and just blowing up. Maybe a Grave keeps them alive a little bit longer, but it just feels like a strong laner, good early to mid-game hero, and something that can itemize into anything. Like, I think a lot of the strength of Mirana often in the past has just been like, there's no one-set build. You can go damage if you need. You can go utility, and you can go team fight with some of the aura items. So there's a lot of different builds you can go with this Mirana.
Well, we're going to find out here very soon what the Mirana ultimate is going to look like and do for the side of Secret. Of course, they're banking on it working well for them. Extreme Gaming, on the other hand, again, playing it safe. Similar to their first game draft, especially, we talked about. It's just, it's one that kind of makes sense. Again, they can do it all across the board, and concluded with that Juggernaut final pick in the hands of Lou. That's what he'll be playing. So, early on, both teams smoked up, getting their positioning.
Both teams getting wards on the same cliff while smoked, so nobody seeing anybody up there. Was it Dire Sentry Ward getting placed here at the top lane, but not connecting on the Observer Ward? Does go for the camp block, though, but that got scouted out, so Secret's going to be able to de-sentry that and play around that pull camp in the top lane as a result of that scouting of theirs.
Yeah. That's why you want to get that information down as soon as possible. It's, fun seeing those smoke plays coming out. So, I like it. In the top left corner, you'll notice the scoreboard update in Na'Vi versus T1 in their game 3 as well. So, again, I really love that about all these. We're going to get it again with the group stages of the main event, of course. All this Dota happening simultaneously. A lot of ways to watch and enjoy it.
TI group stage is always like this chaotic fun because you need like 4 screens at once, and it's just so hard to watch everything. Zayats, speaking of catching everything, our Observer's doing a great job there. Catch the rune steal from Zayats. He sneaks in, grabs a bounty rune. But yeah, lots of Dota over the next week or so.
So it ends up being the 2-for-2 bounty rune split, but into the laning phase we now go as I paired up with the Mirana. As mentioned here at the top lane, they're going to go up against that Juggernaut, as well as the tiny PYW finding himself up here. So DY is going to be at the bottom lane on the Dazzle, paired up with a Slaughter. What do you think of the supports going to where they are in these lanes?
Whoa. Solo kill mid. There we go. Paparazzi gets his revenge. He's like, you think you can play SF and own me? Let me show you how it's done. I
didn't even think to look mid.
Yeah. I mean, triple raise from the get-go. He's got the sticks. He's probably going to bring some mangoes out, but that's a great start for him. But, yeah, I mean, you asked about the supports. They're doing support stuff. They're pulling some waves up top. Zayat's pulling waves behind the tower. Yeah, and down bottom, I think it's no surprise to see Puppy's Lich there. Sending the Dazzle, you want to have this range support with a Slaughter. That's why they send the Dazzle down bottom.
Sure.
Just to give this, doing double melee with Slaughter is like you're asking to lose your lane. So I think all the lane set makes a lot of sense for both teams.
Yeah, well, apparently the Shadow Fiend versus Batrider makes a lot of sense too. Just right from the beginning, just mowing him down. And I'm with you. It like I said, it feels personal for Paparazzi, first picking that Shadow Fiend and already getting the first blood. So expecting him to pop off this game certainly.
It's one of those, definitely feels bad when you have such a bad hero lane matchup and you go into a game 3 decide. I'm sure the only thing he was saying is like, I want to have a good lane. And hey, apparently SF just doesn't have any bad lane matchups because he picked this blind and is off to a fantastic start. So we'll see if that continues. Top water rune gets secured for Secret. They may want to try grab double runes here, but Paparazzi has the lane pushed out in mid, so he can easily go grab that with his bottle if he wants to. Although he hasn't got his bottle quite yet. He needs to bring it on the courier.
Yeah, it's coming out right here. Has those 15-1 charges as well, but that's the boots of speed actually.
Boots, yeah. Looks like Nisha's going to be the one going for the bottle here. So he's just playing around Wand. I mean, that's one of the nice things playing in a Batrider is you don't actually rely on the mana regen that the bottle brings to the table quite as much. So that water rune just chilling down bottom. I don't think Paparazzi's going to give Nisha the free refill. At least he shouldn't. Maybe he'll, you know, if he gets a lot of creeps out of it, he'll give him the refill. But at some point, Paparazzi should just go deny that bottle refill.
Yeah. Yeah, still wants to focus on the creep kills and even get some braces on Anisha once again. As soon as he pokes in a little bit right there. But yeah, 15-8 on the Shadow Fiend, 6-1 on the Batrider. So got the early kill and is just dominating with the CS now.
Yeah.
In this
no looking back.
Bottom lane? Yeah, absolutely not. Bottom lane, no. DY. They're going for the kill on Puppey. The stun missed initially. Puppey turn kill on a DY first. Old 11 there to clean it up and make it a 1-for-1 at least. We'll hit another Slithering Crush and I don't think he's killing him here. Just gonna get as much damage as possible.
You know, in some ways better for Old 11 there on the Extreme Gaming side. He gets the solo kill and the solo XP. Like his buddy's already dead, so he doesn't give up anything. And it's actually going to be Zayat swooping through and I guess securing the rune here for Nisha. Okay. Zayat's is feeling like he hasn't really got a good place in this game right now. Like the top lane with the Juggernaut is just, there's no real kill threat here, which is why the Jug was such a good pick against the Nyx Assassin. Because you've always kind of, you know, you can go for an Impale, but if you try Vendetta hit into Impale later on in the game, you're almost always going to get Blade Fury off. It just gives you one less core to try and gank, and even during the lane stage, we're seeing Zayat, like he's trying to secure this mid lane a bit for Batrider, but as a result, Rezo's not having the best time necessarily up top.
So there, Lich also getting some pressure at the bottom lane, but he's fine hugging that tower. But yeah, top lane, you mentioned Resolution. Already at half life right now, PYW. Smashing his face in, but Zayat finding himself coming up here now. And now's the time for the turn, apparently. Yeah, the arrow into the Impale, into the kill. There you go. That's one way to do it.
That changes things. Resolution, back to having a great time. I mean, he's got double Wraith, but he's gone all in on these early stat items. Actually, I think I was underselling how well he was doing here. Paparazzi went for a kill mid lane under the tower, and now they pay the price. But with a TP in from the Tiny, yeah, that'll help keep him alive. And it is a bottle refill, because that was PYW died top, so he gets to come in, refill the bottle and everything.
That actually worked out pretty well for them in the end. Yeah, it was a great bait initially by Nisha, it really was. Paparazzi almost fell for it, but was a little too far away. And then again, the TP support for PYW there, and he's still hanging around the mid lane. He's looking at the stun, one raise, going close, that's up the second, can he get the third? A couple of auto attacks. Oh, the stun from Nyx Assassin. Is it gonna matter though?
Still very slow.
But no, it's not enough. Yeah, he had the infused raindrop kicking in.
Another toss, but doesn't have. It does have the mango, but didn't want to go for it. And looks like PYW's just going to sniper crew instead. Down bottom, DY gets found by all this slows here. Revenge kill would be huge though for Old 11 if he can get Crystallis, but he's just going to sit invis and wait it out.
He's got the stun, but yeah, coming out with Crystallis and pops Refraction now. There's another bash proc though. Refraction's worn off, however, it is not enough worth the chase for Old 11. So yeah, it's close call right there. No detection, unfortunately. Gonna bring someone Dazzle, maybe? No, Dazzle still doesn't have any either, but
Dazzle's come back now. I don't know if Crystallis was ready for this one.
Cross shield, it's slowing. The crush hits though, and there's the kill. You know, I just got finished saying how they didn't necessarily have detection, so.
Toss Requiem. Nisha.
Is it a kill?
It's going to go the way of PYW. They would have loved to give it to Paparazzi, but they hit the toss into full Requiem of Souls, and they find the kill there. So both mid and carry dying on Team Secret.
You love to see it. That's one of those beautiful combos. Toss back right into a Requiem land. So yeah, great kill on Anisha. Paparazzi extending that lead even further. Right now, the top net worth in the game. Speaking of middle lane, PYW is still hanging around. In fact, taking a lot of tower hits there.
They've got it. Yeah, they're keeping the Siege Wagon alive. He tanked the tower to keep the Siege alive to get some more damage in, and with SF, they're getting this tower down to half health here. We'll eventually run out of creeps here, so I'm not sure. Oh, they're trying to keep the Siege alive a bit longer. Creep wave comes in, but they're getting some good damage on mid.
Yeah,
good job.
Siege is
just tanking a little bit of damage here, and yeah, somehow the tower's still not killing the Siege Wagon, but they're kind of too low to stick around much longer.
Yeah. Not worth committing for it all in the end, but yeah, plenty of damage done by that catapult on that mid tower. Bottom.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Slider level 6 now in this bottom lane. Like, up until now, I think TA's been doing just fine, but with Dazzle Slider and all the minus armor from the Corrosive Haze, this is kind of going to get to that point where, you know, TA can't really stick around this lane too much longer and may have to consider a rotation into the jungle. But it's going to, you know, the worry for Secret is that they're going to have too many heroes you want to farm. I talked about Mirana with a lot of item builds you can go. That's kind of more mid-game-ish. At this stage of the game, Mirana's just kind of wants to sit and farm.
Wow. Crystal's just dead. That minus armor kicks in, and she did not stand a chance. Of course, you don't need a detection when you got that Corrosive Haze. Coming out from Slaughter. Easy kill in the end. And unfortunately, Lich was just, I think he might have been warding somewhere else, and they just happened to catch the timing of him by himself.
Yeah, definitely one of the maybe downsides of the Lich. It's this kind of immobile hero who doesn't have any kind of reliable stun to play around, and now Puppey in trouble. They're going from one kill to the next.
Yeah, that's a free one. Killing spree for DY ends up getting it, but yeah, you'll take it. Mid lane, though, it's an engagement. Batrider, lasso in. Shadow Fiend is going to be TPing out with the Grave, and he'll be successful as a result. That TP in from DY was clutch.
So good. I mean, often you don't even see that early point in Shallow Grave because it's not particularly good in the laning stage. Usually you just go on like Poison Touch, Shadow Wave, but they saved up skill point with a TP in, and they, you know, of course they've already used their stuns there. It's like not a misplay by Secret there. They're just not expecting a TP plus Grave. Really heads up from DY. That SF kill would have been huge for Secret. Slowed down a lot of the momentum from Extreme Gaming, but instead they miss out, and Nisha's going to have to look for other ways to catch up.
Exactly. You mentioned Secret as a whole, sure, but especially Nisha. He really wanted that kill at this point, but unable to get it.
Yeah, he's bottom of the net worth as far as the 6 cores go. Good 700 gold behind his own teammate and 1,200 gold behind the Jug, SF, Slardar. So all 3 Dire cores having great games. It's only really Rezo who's had a good laning stage, and he's had an amazing laning stage. He's top net worth here, but it's going to be up to Rezo to kind of think of how he helps his team get back into this game. It seems like he just wants to play as a semi-carry, which I'm not opposed to, but somebody's going to have to give up something, and right so far it's been Nisha.
Oh, giving up. Speaking of that, Crystal, it's going to be given up as alive. Oh, I said it. It looks so pretty, especially when there's die on impact. No chance.
Barassi in trouble, though. They've got another Grave here, but... Oh, nice Carapace.
Yeah, you can tell he was going for ult 11, though. He shows up all of a sudden, and Nyx Assassin will fall as a result. Now Nisha needs to run. The double stun coming out with the avalanche and the double kill. That Mask of Madness enhanced attack speed.
No lead charges.
It is doing work.
Oh, okay. Doesn't want to dive for it. Yeah, what a timing to find your Mask of Madness and take a team fight. They get the SF, but that is a heavy price to pay to get that extra kill.
Oh man, Nisha is just finding himself so struggling. 1,400 gold saved up. He's trying to get those boots of travel, but he still doesn't have them in 10.5 minutes, especially when he's prioritizing it. That is delayed.
And it's not going to feel good getting this 12, 13-minute boots of travel, and you're not going to feel like you can make any plays with it. It's going to be like, okay, I got boots of travel. Now I keep farming. And you know, you look around the rest of Secret. TA also having a rough game. This TA is not really where you want to be. So Chrysalis is spending a lot of time, you know, going to be jungling, playing around wherever farm he can find on the map. So there's not really any clear way for Secret to make plays. This is the kind of first game where they're the ones who are going to be looking to kind of slow the game down and play a greedier style, unlike game 1 and 2 where they were pushing the tempo. So curious to see if Secret can kind of make that adjustment they need this game.
Yeah, kind of going to that point again, as you mentioned, with Resolution, he's going to have to, you know, bring back his position 1 days here, it feels like, playing this Mirana. They really need that from him, and hey, that's a good start. Resolution, killing spree. Zayak, of course, the one to set that up, but that's that beautiful combo that they're going to always have potential to use and set up these free kills.
Yep. No surprise to see it's Zeiss and Rezo. The new offlane duo of this team has just been clicking in all the games they play, and Zeiss' Nyx Assassin has been really on point these qualifiers, so gonna need a bit more of that if you're Team Secret here. They're still down 2k gold, and I can imagine Extreme Gaming are gonna be eyeing off some of these mid-game timings where they can secure Roshan, get their BKBs up early, and at that point we'll Secret be ready to fight. If Chrysalis can't find the farm he needs on his TA, if Batrider can't get a BKB, they may just not quite be ready to kind of contest some of those early Roches.
There hasn't been much focus or talk on the Juggernaut this game, but he's got a Maelstrom almost finished. He still needs a Javelin. Picks up the Mithril Hammer, though, and has those phase bits, of course, the Ring of Basilis as well, so he's looking pretty good. Top lane? No engagement.
Tiny nearby. Could run into them here. They do see Rezo. Old 11 just wants to finish his Blink Dagger on Slider. 2k gold here. He does not want to die. He's going to be a little bit careful here. They're probably baiting around the fact they should expect Nyx to be here, but we'll see if Secret find their jump. They want Zayas, walks into a sentry.
That's not good. Look, I'm just running after him. Get out of my jungle. Okay. Oh, poor man's Blink Dagger. That's what a way to do it. Slithering Crush, and that's a dead Nyx assassin. There you go. He says, I don't need a blink.
Just great positioning play there. Just pulling Nyx in just close enough that he walked into the sentry range, and Slardar gets the haze off, and yeah, using this Tiny effectively. Like, he's been setting up a decent number. I mean, he's only been in 4 of these 10 kills, but it feels like they've been big ones with the toss back into Requiems, and now that kill there, just to get Secret out of their jungle. Particularly at this stage of the game where we are in this a bit of a farm battle, at least for now. It's going to change because Blink Dagger's online and Old 11, he's ready to go. They scan out these Ancients, and Nisha cannot afford to die here.
Oh no, he can't afford to die, but it's going to happen, gods. There's no way he gets out of this, right? Old 11 just doesn't even need anyone else. He just solos him, basically.
Yeah,
that's
no
rough.
kidding. Yeah, and mid-tier 1 tower now exposed as well. Puppey, he's got the armor, but he's got to be careful, isn't he? Yeah, the blinking Slardar coming to find him.
And he's going to stun both. He obviously knows that with the Spike Carapace. He avoids the Impale somehow. Puppey trying to get himself denied. That's not going to work. And he is absolutely in trouble. One more auto attack will then set up a dash proc. They don't even need it. Gonna get a couple off. The Avalanche and Paparazzi makes the kill. They're just running. They're not letting go of the W key.
Yeah, and they got a tower along the way. I mean, that's the nice. I think this Jug rounded out their draft really well. It doesn't like excel in any area. It's just a bit of everything. It's a bit of sustain with the healing ward, bit of pushing power, Roche taking. It synergizes with the minus armor just because it's a pretty good physical damage core, and it's an early to mid game hero, which is what SF plus Slardar want to do. They want to play fast and push the tempo in this early game. Secret, they want to come contest this Roche and Extreme Gaming. They get cold feet, decide to back off for the time being and not try and force this Roshan just yet.
Yeah, dare I say, guys, this is feeling a little similar to game number 2, where Extreme Gaming is certainly getting an early lead here, but Secret eventually found that one kill, essentially, that kind of changed everything. But it is, but it isn't. I mean, there is still, I hate to say it, they are a little further behind.
Yeah, definitely further behind, and it feels like that avenue back is a bit trickier. Like, it is a Nyx Impale into Arrow. There's a Grave to save against it, but that may not even, that hero may still just die once the Grave wears off, so we'll see if they can find those clean initiations once again, but like, an underfarmed TA, underfarmed Batrider, they're not really, I'm surprised to see them not force this Roshan, because I do feel like Secret aren't ready to take a Roshan fight here, but Extreme Gaming, they're playing discipline, they're going to go through the motions, smoke it up, try push out some of these lanes, although no one's showing on this mid lane. To me, this is almost a bit of a telegraph smoke. There's a lot of farm on the map that they're just not taking right now. Not to mention this Roche, I feel like could have maybe already gone down by now. So just a bit of inefficiency in the Extreme Gaming side right now because they want to play nice and safe.
Yeah, they are going to go to the road. They're kind of picking up what you're saying, though, now. It's just like, they must be in the bottom portion of the map, so let's just get this free Roshan out of the way. Yep. And they are actually going to do it now. Lich is porting up here. And
they want to fight this one. Rezo even
that's...
TPs.
I don't know about this.
A little bit late.
They are. Moonlight Shadows activated off the bat. Lich is in trouble. Can he maybe get the Chain Frost off? He can, so that's going to be a little bit of damage. Bouncing back and forth. Here comes Nisha. Disarm. The Aegis is picked up by Ludo. And now the Omni Slash cutting down players. That Batrider's first. Mirana's going to be able to leap away. But 2 are dead. Hey, killed Shadow Fiend, though.
Ludo gets scraped up. He's got the Aegis. But what a find. They get Rezo on the backlines. That's a big kill. He was doing all the damage in this fight, and Zayat's dead as well. Extreme Gaming just had too many weapons. Like, SF doesn't get the Aegis. There was a huge scramble. Great job by Lu to secure Aegis because SF got lassoed there. He had no way to pick it up. And the comms must have just been anybody who can pick up Aegis. Like, typically you want your SF to get an Aegis there, but and that's something Nisha knows. That's why he lassos SF. But Jug was just ready to secure Aegis. And all 3 of these Extreme Gaming cores are farmed. So you take out the SF, there's 2 other cores that are eating you alive. Particularly the Slaughter with the Mask of Madness, an absolute menace in that fight.
Yeah, I'm looking at, well, the damage done. He certainly did some himself, but really was Juggernaut. That Omni Slash just cut through the opposition. 2,700 damage overall in that fight individually by him.
Yeah, solo kills Nisha effectively with the Omni Slash. A really well-timed grave as well, so they even get to hold onto the Aegis for the following fight, so just great execution from Extreme Gaming. And that's, yeah, I think that kind of highlights where it's like, they almost wanted to take Roshan without a fight, but I'm happy they got that fight for them because I feel like they're so much stronger right now. They want a team fight. So a Roshan that gets contested, as long as they're disciplined and positioned well and land their spells, is going to go well for them.
As soon as Batrider farms out the spot of lane, we saw the pings coming out by XG. They want to try to kill him. He doesn't have the blink yet. Again, he's been playing behind as Nisha. He's got the boots of travel, so he's flying around fast. But he still is lacking a bit of that mobility with the blink coming up next. But meanwhile, that's Tiny. I thought it was an illusion for a second, honestly, but no, that is a real one. And
yeah,
he finds
so
himself alone.
Continues to his killing streaks. Well, it did get ended, but he's full 1-1. Top net worth cores for his team, but I think for Secret, they just, you know, any game where niche is your least farm core is not one where I feel like Secret are in their comfort zone. And, you know, he's 0-5 this game. He's typically the guy on top of the net worth, on top of the KDA when it comes to Team Secret. So it's a very different kind of setup. And, you know, you kind of mentioned like Rezo, the old carry days. It does feel like that needs to come out this game on some level. This is going to be a game where they can't just look to Nisha and be like, oh, you got this right. No, this is Rezo, this is Chrysalis. These guys need to step it up here.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's going to do it with the BKB next. Has the full collector clicked up as well. The potential for Mirana, so keep an eye on that progress. But meanwhile, speaking of BKB, Shadow Fiend has finished his own now. You have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. This seems like a pretty good time if you're XG to start pushing more objectives, and they're doing exactly that. They push the top tier 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep going with this.
Yeah. The lanes aren't in the best position, so they're going to have to kind of keep falling back, and Secret's trying to split push a lot, but when you've got a Blink Slaughter, they have those kill opportunities. But speaking of kill opportunity, they've got Ult 11 mid.
Okay, use a Chain Frost even to pull in, and yes, it is a kill. DY put it in just a little bit too late. That really was good execution.
The Sinister Gaze to follow up the Impale, and Zayat's just impaling, you know, straight up. Didn't go for the Vendetta hit, knew they just needed the stun. And that's a big kill, because you mentioned how there was only a little bit of time left on the Aegis, so getting these kills during Aegis and they're not done. PYW gets found.
Oh no. The Requiem in the trees. He's doing the Nisha himself. Paparazzi, good placement. Zayak is dead, and that's all it is, though, at least. With Secret.
Yeah, just Nyx. Secret's fine with that. They get out. They almost kill the Tiny there, but the Grave comes in. DY's position this game has been really on point with his Dazzle. But these, little things that buy time for Aegis to expire. Losing a Nyx there, not the end of the world. It was close to his Blink Dagger, so a little bit, for Zayat, he's probably thinking, man, I was like 100 gold from Blink, but he'll get there soon enough.
Coming up in a couple of seconds, so yeah, he'll get there. Hopefully by the time another fight is set to take place. Juggernaut, meanwhile, taking some stun in the neutral creeps, and that delays him a little bit as Secret was running over, but he still has 35 seconds on that Aegis, so he's kind of safe for now. He did just finish the Manta style as well. But I don't know if it's enough time to force much with the Aegis at this point. Probably just going to let it wear out. And then go back to continuing your farm towards progression of more items, but a 4-player smoke from Secret meanwhile happening as they wrap around towards mid.
It's the lasso. Just a tiny, but another kill where Extreme Gaming are a little bit split up. They are going to get a revenge kill on Zayat here. And Paparazzi committed BKB and everything. He was a little bit worried about some kind of initiation. I'm not sure from who. The lasso had already been used, but that's his 9-second BKB now on cooldown.
Well, I think the Spike Carapace was activated, so he just wanted to make sure to go through that, but it's... Yeah, to get the kill. So, but a little questionable still, I feel, but yeah, I think that was really it.
And I think if you're Extreme Gaming, you're thinking like, we weren't getting much more out of this Aegis. We're still working towards our items. if anything, they're trying to use Aegis to build up a bigger farm lead to, control the map and take over the enemy jungle a bit. They do get a DD rune now, but again, I think they're going to be very reliant on making plays around smokes and their blink daggers, and that's exactly what they go for here. They smoke up and they'll look for that next play. They don't have to use the Slaughter initiation. They've also got the tiny blink now as well.
Checking the triangle first. They scanned it. Nothing hits. They're running on through. PYW. Who's that over here? It's Batrider in the trees.
Yeah, they seem aware of this on the secret side, but not aware enough for a toss back. They get a return kill, though.
Yeah, and that's a Chain Frost. The Sinister's get. This is a lot of damage, actually. TY's in trouble, but Old 11, he jumps up our side of the backlash. Record sold out. That's a dead Shadow Fiend, actually. That's what happened right there. Old 11, he gets the beatdown on TA, but at what cost? He dies for it himself. Juggernaut. Lou has Omni Slash, has Manta. It looks like that's the play, so he'll be fine, but yeah, that was not the target. I mean, that's like the worst target for an initiation like that, it feels like, if you're trying, because you're giving up yourself as well. Unfortunately.
It was one of those things where it's like, Secret were just behind their towers. They knew a smoke was coming, and because of that ward, he saw him and was like, oh, I guess I have a toss back. I'll blink it and toss Puppy in, but by blinking down to the low ground, he seals his own fate. So even if they kill Puppy there without Puppy casting a spell, it's not a good trade. Trading Tiny for Lich there, I don't like it. But Puppy gets an entire Chain Frost off and sets up the most insane teamfight imaginable for his team. He did thousands of damage there, and just the follow-up, it was just brutal.
I mean, I was looking at that too. He did 2,500 damage. By the way, Nisha's going to do some damage here. Lou has no clue. This is an easy initiation with the Invis, and that's a free kill onto the Juggernaut, and here you go. This is the secret opening. They absolutely are finding their groove now, and they're going to push this tier 1 bottom as a result as well. So all it takes is that one maybe mistake, one lapse of judgment in the case of XG, and Secret, they're coming back.
Great patience, and this is the Extreme Gaming playbook from game 1, where it's like, okay, we've got some good late game. Let's just sit back and wait. Like, we can play around our side of the map, play around our towers, play around our vision, and eventually an opportunity will present itself. And Puppy's Lich initially does, and then they followed up with some aggression of their own with the smoke out and the lasso kill there. So Secret continue to find and progress themselves through this game in a pretty positive way, despite the fact it felt like Extreme Gaming, they got all these BKB timings, double BKB with a Jug, and double Blink Dagger with Tiny and Slardar, and they're smoking up. That's usually the time of the game where Extreme Gaming just take over the game, but Secret were ready.
As I like to call it as well, you have a case here of Templar Assassin almost has the holy trinity of items here. The Blink, the Desolator, and that BKB. Just about there. Did decide to go for the Dracolance earlier to Chrysalis, but yeah, the BKB, next couple of minutes, ideally we'll have that, and suddenly the Templar Assassin is becoming a real threat that you're going to have to somehow address. There's that Gleipnir, by the way, we talked about earlier. Finished on Mirana. That's a really good timing. 25 minutes.
Yeah, and she's kind of this carrier that's just going to sit back and kind of get ignored in these fights. Batrider did TP out from those trees, but yeah, like a ranged Mirana just doing right-click damage with leap bonuses as well as BKB. It's kind of going to go unanswered, I feel like, unless somehow Jug gets on top of her later on with a Blink Dagger. Maybe the Slardar can, but you don't really want to blink on Mirana and Slardar because she's always just going to leap away, and then you feel like you've wasted your initiation.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, it's one of those, another case of, not the most ideal target, and that's kind of closing quite a bit. I mean, what's really your target at that point? We talked about Lich, you don't necessarily want to do unless you're going to burst him before he casts anything, but obviously they couldn't last time. Oh, that's an illusion, by the way, that takes a stun. Nisha finds the real one. He finds, it looks like Tiny of all heroes. That comes to Shallow Grave to save. Paparazzi, Chain Frost, bouncing around, good spread though. PYW is dead after the Shallow Grave wears off. However, Slaughter's in. Old 11, he wants something. BKB's being committed. The Omni Slash cuts down the Nyx Assassin on top of the Requiem as well. But now Paparazzi, he's feeling plenty of damage himself. Resolution standing his ground. BKB's warded off. Another Shallow Grave for the save, but it's just delaying what feels like the inevitable. The Sinister's Gaze pulls and says, you ain't going nowhere, Paparazzi. 3 dead, and let's go to Roshan, they say.
Oh, yeah. Just hiding them around one by one. The BKBs looking pretty ineffective on the side of Extreme Gaming. They start things off with a Tiny kill as well. And that's the thing with Grave. I think why Dazzle for a while fell off. It has made a comeback, I think, with some of the buffs to other spells, but it's not really a save. It's a delay. The hero can maybe get their spells up, but they do eventually die. And Secret used the fact that Tiny's been pulled in to bait out the rest of Extreme Gaming to come in and take a fight. You've got this SF who's like, okay, I got a BKB, Requiem, you know, I can maybe do some damage, but everybody on the Secret side is just kind of kiting them around, using their range. TA, Batrider, Murata, triple range cores with mobility, and as a result, SF can't do any damage.
Yeah. Yeah, Shadow Fiend definitely did not feel like he could do much. Even the Juggernaut, though, I feel like it's a big key to look at there, where his Omni Slash went off, and I think he killed the Nyx Assassin with it, but that was it. You know, he's having trouble sitting on these targets, you know, way back there. We saw when Slaughter jumped in, he had to then worry about his own life the second he got his stun off, and they just turned on him, and he was getting blown up. So, similar story for Juggernaut, it feels like, as he is working towards an Scotty, and that'll certainly tank him up a bit more than he'll need, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Juggernaut is able to deal with this, as you mentioned, the triple ranged carry over here.
Yeah, it feels like he's going to definitely need a Blink Dagger at some point. I think just a question of how soon. I would like to see it almost right after this Scotty. Perhaps once this Shard first, since he can use that for a bit of kind of mobility, since you get the bonus movement speed, but definitely a tricky situation. It's not really one where it's up to the Jug to necessarily solve the kiting issue. Like, they didn't pick this Jug to carry this game, per se. They've got, like, triple cores with SF and Slaughter, but with the position this game's currently in, it may head down a road where there is going to be a lot of expectations on this Jug in the late game to carry, because this game is going to drag out, and Secret, it feels like, are going to be in an advantageous position.
Yeah, I got to give props to Chrysalis, absolutely, because this is player hero combo. You know, this TA was struggling earlier on. Now she's the top level in the game at level 19, getting to 20, and second farm just behind his teammate in Resolution, and not by much. So, yeah, the recovery has been phenomenal for Chrysalis, and something that Secret is, of course, very excited about. She's got the Aegis now as well, don't forget. She's got, she's with the Shard, so yeah, the Psionic Traps advantage there now as well. And use up the Butterfly next.
Yeah. I like how we see Secret just using the Aegis to kind of farm up the map, push out all these lanes, and now hunt for kills. Like, they know this is too early to be trying to force any kind of high ground. Games are going 40, 50 minutes. They want kills, and they found the Jug in the trees here. They've got it.
Big kill. They do. There's no chance. He's out for 54 seconds. It's already a difficult time for the Juggernaut. It's especially difficult when you get found, but again, this is the composition. Early on, it was having struggles because of the laning phase, whatever, but now they're really all online. So it almost feels like you have to stick together if you're XG.
Yeah, and often a lot of the strength of Jug is like being able to like greedily push out these waves and, you know, Blade Fury TP out, but you can't rely on that against the Batrider. He's got boots of travel, and he's everywhere looking for these lasso targets, including the Slaughter. Ult 11 is the next to fall from one pickoff to the next, and these are not small ones. These are core heroes, the carry and then the offlaner, both going down in quick succession.
And I mentioned TA, how much Chrysalis has recovered. Frankly, Ult 11's the opposite. This is a Slaughter that was looking really good coming out of that laning stage, the top farm for a while there even. It's dropped down to the worst farming core, sitting at 12,000 now. So, yeah, it's another case of how this game has just absolutely swung in Secret's favor. They're nearing that 10,000 net worth lead overall. They still have a minute and a half on this Aegis, and they've gotten a couple of kills in the process. They got another tower kill. There's only one tier 2 tower remaining. Secret just putting on a clinic right now against Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, they're just moving around the map so well. I mean, yeah, they're down 19 kills to 22, but all these kills from Extreme Gaming go way back to the early game, and Secret, all it took was just finishing some of these items and, you know, helping Nisha recover from his slow start, and now Nisha's kind of returning the favor and helping set up a lot of these kills for the team while maintaining a good level of farm. He gets to farm one area of the map and then still show up to these fights thanks to these boots of travel. But with Aegis expiring, Secret kind of slow things down a little bit here. I think they're probably going to be expecting some more kind of 5-man smoke plays. Like, when you keep finding these kills and putting your opponent to the back foot, the natural response is going to be, okay, we got to group up 5-man smoke. So if you're Secret, you're expecting some kind of smoke, particularly around the Aegis expiring. I mean, that's the exact play Extreme Gaming went for in Game 1. Okay, Aegis expires, 5-man smoke, look for a team fight. So Secret seem very well aware of this. They're grouped up, they're all playing together, not giving Extreme Gaming any openings.
No, they absolutely are not. Of course, the Aegis respawning now, or excuse me, going to be reclaimed, I should say, in about 10 seconds. But right as it's about to be reclaimed, that's not going to stop Secret from being more aggressive. They smoke around the Murata. She's got Moonlight Shadows as well when they're ready to engage. You look at where XG is, though. They're literally just camping their base right now. That's how scared they are, but it's understandable. Again, they got this top wave push, and they're thinking that maybe Secret was going to try to push up here, but they realized not the case. However, they're making their way over.
Secret don't seem to be too sure of where they are. I mean, they saw the jug top, but they were circling their own jungle for a while, thinking, oh, maybe they're in our jungle, maybe they're backstabbing us. They were scanning in the wrong places, so Secret trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. But I think after, I think at this point they kind of know that, okay, they just seem to be hiding. We've got so much vision on the map with TA traps and observer wards. I think from the Secret side, the game feels pretty comfortable because of the vision advantage. Just looking at the mini map, you just see it littered with these little green dots.
That's a Juggernaut. That's a great catch initially. The Gaze pull in the grave. Again, it's going to save him initially, but for what cost? He's going to Omni Slash, so that's pretty big in the end. He's spinning away. He's still alive. The Mantis down. No! You saw the auto attack flying out from TA. As soon as it connects, it secures the kill. So Nyx Assassin dying for this, but they do take out the Juggernaut, who's now dead for another minute.
May just be enough for Secret to back off. These Graves from DY have been on point, and at least with Juggernaut, you grave him and keep him alive. It gives him that opening to get the Omni Slash off. Problem is he still gets chased down and killed, but at least for Extreme Gaming, you're going to feel like you got a little something in return there, even if it is just in the form of a support. But this game continues to look rougher and rougher. It just feels like Secret are getting these bigger items here. Their cores continue to accelerate. You mentioned how Old 11 had fallen off. He's not farmed a new item. I mean, he's just been on the exact same items and net worth for like a good 10+ minutes now, it feels like.
Yep. I was just thinking the same thing, and that's really unfortunate for the side of XG. Again, Juggernaut, we're seeing he got the Eye of Scotty. We talked about the Blink. He wants it next, but it's going to be delayed even quite a bit longer. So we got a minute on the red timer for Roshan, and then we'll keep an eye to see as far as when the next Roshan will spawn. It's certainly going to be a focus of attention, as Paparazzi will throw it a pause. But yeah, Murata, the Satanic pickup, and already has another 2,300 gold saved up towards a Butterfly now. This Murata, I mean, you see the talent tree she's going, of course, just all left side, just all about that attack damage. Resolution is absolutely living up to that carry hype.
Oh yeah, having an amazing game, and I mean, TA is online. They're gonna have double Butterflies soon, something that at least right now, none of these Diet Cores are equipped to deal with. Like, Slardar not farming an MKB. SF can, but if he commits to this Scotty and then suddenly Butterflies come out, he's going to feel really bad about his game. A lot of evasion coming out. At the same time, you've got farm even on the supports. Like, Lich has a Lotus Orb. Nyx Assassin with 7k net worth as well, with the Blink 4 stuff. So there's just a lot of farm going around the Secret side, even on the supports.
Yeah, I noticed that with Lich specifically earlier. Yeah, the Ghost Scepter Lotus Orb, that's not bad at all. I mean, the Ghost Scepter, talking about some great value this game. Mentioned the minus armor strategy, hence the heavy physical damage. Well, what item seems pretty good? I guess this item, the Ghost Scepter. So,
Oh, and the Lotus Orb, like, you help your teammates out. They get, you can purge off that corrosive haze, turn it around on the Slardar, because a lot of the Slardar, he runs in with this BKB Mask of Madness to try and right-click people down, but if he gets hazed himself, TA and Mirana are just going to, like, in these fights, he's popping BKB in the front lines and just dying to right-click damage. Like, this Mask of Madness is not something he actually wants to use in these fights anymore because it just makes him way too squishy.
All right, so Roshan, it's going to be about 2 minutes, so if time and Secret just goes. The 5-player smoke, they're going in. Nisha's ready. It'll be fine. Gets the Tiny. There you go, the easy pullback and the easy kill. It's like, what can you do if you're XG? You're basically like, okay, you know what? Could have been worse, I guess. So they accept that. I just got an update, by the way. What was that? So I believe T1 defeating Na'Vi, 2-1 in that series. So that's
the comeback.
Yeah, congrats to T1.
That's the thing. You can have as good at a group stage as you can have, and you can finish first. But once you get into the bracket, it's a whole new ball game, and that score doesn't really matter too much anymore. So we'll see who's going to be meeting T1 in that upper bracket here. Secret are looking like they're, inching their way closer and closer, but they haven't sealed the deal yet in this game number 3.
No, they haven't. You do not want to feel like you have the victory yet by any means. But again, the positioning and the way that Secret is in this game, they certainly can feel pretty good about their chances. As Roshan, again, 50 seconds, so Secret just making sure they keep control of this side, really the Dire map. And the Dire jungle specifically, and again, every time I look at Extreme, it feels like they're just sitting in their base. They are going to 5-player smoke, though, and they feel like now's the time to make a play.
It's so hard when you don't have that like good scouting or vision hero, and their smoke pops. PYW is like, oh, someone might be here, blink in, but you know, opportunity's already gone.
Found him. Nisha, he got the target this time. Much better on the Shadow Fiend. 65 seconds he's out for. He's got a buyback. You do not want to have to use that, though. And the double flame break. This Tiny, you ain't getting away. He gets a Shallow Grave. Volt 11 will stun. PYW, though, he's still dying to the using everything to keep alive. And now Slaughter gets caught in the front line. Shadow Fiend did buy back with a blow up on his Slaughter. He buys back immediately, though, himself. Tiny trying to get away. That Frost Shield's up. Slowing things down around Resolution. He's being slowed as well, but with his BKB, he'll leap backwards and kind of reset. They got the buyback, so they can be pretty happy about this if you're Secret.
Oh, it's thrilled. Like, they've got a Roche waiting for them. They're playing around very short cooldowns. Like, Lasso's 110 seconds. It's kind of like the longest cooldown they're really playing around. Dire side, you know, they didn't commit any ultimates, but it's so hard for them to fight and move out of their base. They're very reliant on smokes. When you're playing without good ways to scout, they're using SF Manta illusions to scout. But on the Radiant side, you've got Observer Wards, you've got TA traps. You've just got all these tools to make it very easy to pick and choose your fights and to, you know, take a safe, secure Roshan. And Extreme Gaming, they smoke up. They may, are they going to smoke into Aegis here? They may just feel like they have to make a play, but they're too late already to contest Roche.
God, that butterfly on Mirana officially delivered. Swift blink, you talked about Templar Assassin. It's coming up quickly. Yeah, again, the door, it seems like it's just about there being closed on XG. What kind of play can they make? I mean, tier 4 items. I'm almost surprised tier 4 items are just trying to drop out because it feels like this game is actually even much further in. But no, it is only 38 minutes right now. But yeah, those tier 4s are coming out. And Sardar, again, you mentioned this. We saw with the smoke play that they tried coming out of their base. This Nyx Assassin just really is making life so difficult for this XG squad.
Yeah. It's definitely the best adjustment I think Secret made. Like, there was this emphasis on SF coming into Game 3 with Extreme Gaming first picking the hero, taking away. Hold that thought.
Well, best way to deal with the Nyx Assassin is kill it. He's not going to kill it, though. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Lou spinning in front, but now needs to fall back. Nope, he's bringing right back in. He just says, get over here. The Shallow Grave, Lotus Orb.
No
trying
Omni.
to keep him alive. The Shallow Grave ward off, though. No Omni Slash. He's dead for 74 seconds. Now, they did kill TA. Aegis going to bring him right back up, though, and that is XG falling to pieces. So is the Shadow Fiend. And GG, well played. Secret going to be matched up against T1 in the next round.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the lead was just too big for Secret. The kills make it seem close, but Secret just pulled so far ahead here, and Extreme Gaming all in on this kind of early game minus armor strat. Really looking to play around a lot of tempo, just couldn't quite make it happen. And yeah, I think Nyx is really, like, if I'm T1, I'm looking at this Nyx Assassin like, okay, these teams prioritize SF, but I think it's the Zayats Nyx that really set them up for success in Game 2 and 3, setting up so many of these good team fights. And it's just something Secret feel very comfortable playing around.
And I keep going back to just this mental fortitude that clearly stands with, you know, obviously being led by a player like Puppy. You know, he's been around this game for such a long time. It brings that leadership and, you know, I'm sure keeping the calm during the game when it may seem like things are getting a little bit out of hand, both in that game 2 and even earlier on, certainly in this game number 3. But yeah, with you there 100% on the Nyx Assassin side. This is certainly as we progress on here in the LCQ, and dare I say further if they advance on, that's a hero you got to think about first 2 banning. And the more we see it on him specifically, I think that we're getting to that point where it's like that we should probably respect this in the Nyx Assassin. So, but yeah, team effort across the board certainly, though, too. Again, we talked about Resolution, 14, 1, and 10 stat line. He went back to his carry roots and dominated on that Mirana.
Yeah, this is, you know, the fact that Secret can win a game like this, and in the end fairly comfortably, is a good sign, because they can't just always have this play style where they play these mid lane carries and have Nisha, you know, expected to carry the game. Like, sometimes drafts are going to head you down a different trajectory. They wanted to pick the Batrider mid against the SF. They had an off lane Mirana that got the easiest lane and had the best game. So the fact that they can win a game pretty comfortably with Rezo playing a carry and Chrysalis playing a more traditional safe lane carry in some sense with the TA, is a good sign to me that Secret's a team that could go pretty far because of that kind of versatility with their players and roles.
Yeah. Absolutely. This Team Secret team going to be fun to watch. Now, I will say, reiterate, Extreme Gaming is, of course, still in it. They just get now to bounce down to the lower bracket. But I believe we're going to be wrapping up here for this first series, a long and good one. But we got some more, plenty more for Dota. That's going to get you. In fact, Team Liquid versus Polaris Esports will be the next matchup here on this stream. That's still another one a lot of people are going to be watching for good reason. That's going to be fun. But ladies and gentlemen, I was Breaking CPK, joined by Gods. This was a secret 2-1 victory over Extreme Gaming. We'll be back with more LCQ coverage.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. It's playoff time, but not to worry, we're still in the upper bracket. No one getting eliminated here right now, as we're about to kick it off with Team Liquid versus Polaris Esports Seek and Strike. And joining me here virtually by my side is Pi Lai Dai. How's it going today, Pi?
Pretty good, pretty good. I actually got up a little earlier and I watched the 2 first games, so I'm ready now, ready to talk about Dota.
Yeah, I mean, the Secret game we just had here on this channel as well. I mean, Secret down but not out, especially in Game 2, and that certainly felt like a huge momentum shift into the series. And speaking of momentum shifts, I'm wondering if we're going to see a shift in play style or a shift in pace of play from Polaris compared to what we saw from them yesterday as we ended our day with them on Stream A when they played versus Vici Gaming. That was my first opportunity to get to cast one of their games and spectate it live, and they didn't really look super competitive versus Vici Gaming, which was a bit surprising considering that this is one of the higher seeded teams in the group.
Yeah, it's not their best series to catch. I mean, honestly, if you just go back a few months, that's what you would have expected them to look like performing. But I'm like, they're kind of my little dark horse, so I was expecting way more. And I hope it was just because they were already through. They were like, they were kind of done, and they were ready to like, yeah, wake up today and play good. So hopefully we get to see them perform a bit better.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to that. And actually, you brought up something I'd like you to shed a little bit more light on here. I think maybe lots of fans here, of course, here for Liquid might not be super familiar with the history of this Polaris Esports roster. You know, you mentioned, of course, the roster a couple months ago, but can you kind of explain by what you meant like that and how this roster is a bit different?
I mean, it's funny, right? Because it's not different and it's different at the same time. So from what I understand, like the 2 early DPC seasons, they kind of had a similar team. And then they made 2 changes and instantly they got way worse. And now they brought back their offlaner that they had before, Force, and they got their coach as position 5. And, you know, you don't know if it's like the honeymoon when they're a new team, but they've been like, they looked really good, like all the way since Genting Qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. But over for Team Liquid, of course, as we'll go ahead and take a look at what they're going to be fielding today. Quite the established name and absolutely coming into the playoffs here as probably the team to beat. They have looked fantastic. I believe an 8-2 record as far as maps goes. They've only drawn 2 series, once to Infamous and I can't recall the other opponent they drew against off the top of my head, but they've looked amazing.
Oh, yeah. Like I don't know, like coming in, if you would expect them to be... Like obviously you would expect them to be really strong, but you can see that like the group stage performance across all teams, they're the only ones who like really stand out like in the results. So yeah, I'm expecting them to do really well here.
And once again, you know, you spoke about that Polaris roster, but we'll go ahead and take a look at them now. But yeah, making some changes, you know, as you say, compared to what they had 2 months ago. You know, teams making adjustments, and well, there's the coach, of course, now as position 5 AU, but making adjustments and then coming back to, you know, the old roster and making a couple different changes, and things seem to have been working for them historically. They find themselves in the upper bracket, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to get things done here today.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep my eyes on Force again today. He's just one of those offlaners. He will not sack himself. He will have a game every time, and he'll make sure of it.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take a look at how they're going to prioritize that in the draft, even because I think something I picked up on yesterday was they really did actually, look to secure the lane a lot for Force. They aggro tried in game 1 versus Vici, which didn't really end up working for them, but Force was secured a game really hard in game 1. He had a great lane and did pretty well. But our draft underway. We'll take a look at the opening bans. Undying Tiny, actually, from Polaris, and the Enigma Primal Beast taken out by Liquid.
Oh yeah, letting the Marcy through.
Yeah, and Liquid are not going to squander that opportunity. Marcy continuing to be contested in absolutely every single draft that we've had so far, this one included.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and what did Polaris pick yesterday? I'm not sure. Like what because they, as you said, right, they like to leave their offlaner for late, or at least be able to flex the offlaner.
What's that say? Did you see that note, by the way? Look at that.
Awful or what?
Cap equals awful caster, I believe. That'd be Blitz, of course.
Nice.
His former co-caster there. Just let's making sure he's checking all of the right notes. I think that one, of course, was meant to stay internal, but a little bit of a leak here.
Yep.
Sorry, Cap. There we go. Polaris now. We'll see what he has in the notes for this opening. Maybe something more related to the draft, as it's going to be the Lich and Shaker. So likely the 2 supports for Polaris. Do you think this is going to be potentially an offlane Shaker or something like that? Or is it, you think, more of a support locked in?
Probably locked in. It will only be an offlane if they, it's the absolute dream Shaker game. Then maybe they'll play it offlane.
Already Polaris with plenty of team fight on both supports, and well, there goes Liquid. They're going to go ahead and bolster some of their own with that Veno Poison Nova. The vision game as well, very crucial to have versus a Shaker in any position. If you can get the Plague Wards out ahead of him and apply the Poison Sting, it makes blinking into the fights just about impossible.
Yeah, and we can talk a little bit about, because there have been quite a few games played now, right? And as you said, Marcy has been picked every game, picked or banned every game.
Picked or banned, yep.
And Shaker is also a hero that's been picked quite a lot, but he has a bit lower win rate than you would expect of him. I think he's been picked in over 20 games, and he's only sitting at like a 30% win rate. So, the other winners are like, I think Enigma kind of expected as like a very high win rate.
Oh yeah, anytime he does manage to make it through the banning phase, he's not too far behind the Marcy and is just the 2nd most contested hero. We've had, before the start of this game and the one running concurrent on Stream A, where you have another upper bracket match taking place. Enigma is, so we've had 66 matches. Let me get the stat out here. And Marcy's been contested in all of them, all 66, and Enigma in only 63. So not a huge downgrade there. Only 63. So yeah, quite strong here.
Okay, but so the reason why I bring this up is like you give them Marcy, right? You show and they show her early, and then you respond with a Shaker, and like we can't see a lot yet, right? But what we see is this 30% win rate hero. It's not a bad hero, Shaker, right? But then you have this Marcy that's every team considers an insane hero, and she's kind of proven it too. Like she has over a 50% win rate with like basically insta first pick. So that's just the first vibe of this draft is like you give up a Marcy for a Shaker.
Yeah. And just by the stats, Marcy, when she has gotten through here only 12 times, has got a win rate of 66%, but does not do super well against like some heroes that don't mind fighting her in lane, or some long distance stun, or some vision game. I'm seeing like a lot of Pudge, TB, especially a disabler like a Lion having a pretty high win rate. Maybe Shaker, a same degree. He can throw in a fissure from long range and at least force the Marcy off of whatever course she's jumped on.
Yeah, I mean, the idea with Shaker, right, is like Marcy has to jump in and then she gets stunned, like quite simply. That's also why people like picking Tiny versus Marcy. But the problem with that is like, yeah, it will work, but in the early game, the Shaker will not always be where the Marcy is. And from what I see, every Marcy just rushes BKB, and then that stops. And she does whatever she wants.
Not to mention, I think I've seen most Marcys, I believe, going for more points now in the sidekick, which gives you more bonus damage and, of course, lifesteal. And you only lifesteal how much damage you actually do, right, is how that mechanic works. And with Lich Frost Shield to prevent a lot of that damage, it does make Marcy a bit easier to fight one-on-one, even when she does have that BKB online. But taking a look now at some other heroes, especially in this banning phase, Liquid actually taking out that TB Jug and Slark, and Polaris banning out the Lone Druid, of course. Matumba's, I don't think, gotten to play that once a single time, but this is now the 8th ban against him that he's had, as well as that Faceless Void and Bat Rider.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of carriers picked up, banned out here. So I'm curious to see what, like all the favorites basically. Slark. Actually, Morphling is still in. So
I was going to say, yeah.
Maybe we'll see a Morphling here by Liquid.
Yeah, it feels like the Death Prophet pick is in some way meant as a an anticipation, right? I've seen some DPs not mind laning against a Morph. You can kind of just spam Crypt Swarm in lane. You're not really too scared of getting jumped, especially once you hit level 3 and 5, because your Spirit Siphon is really strong. So it'll be the Pudge instead, actually, from Liquid.
Okay. Cool.
That'll be pretty nice. I'm already liking their vision game. You've got a hero to provide vision at very little risk to themselves here, the Venomancer, of course, with the wards, and 2 heroes that are going to take great advantage of it. That's also, you know, it's going to enable your Witch Doctor, because that's a hero I play a lot of, and let me tell you, he does not want to be first one in. He does absolutely nothing.
Yeah. No, I mean, Liquid, I picked some cheesy lanes here. Like, oh my god. Pudge, Witch Doctor, and Marcy Venomancer. You don't want to play against any of this.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
Especially as a Shaker. This is a real feels bad lane, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you need to do some... Most likely, you need to do some cute stuff, like double Fissure Block, the first wave, pull creep waves, stuff like that. Because I don't think you're fighting into this Pudge Witch Doctor.
No, it's going to feel hard. You're not even going to safely be able to try and deny your own range creep or flag bearer creep, which is also, I think, a creep that we're going to discover is very important to winning your laning stage. But there's going to be a pick here that should be able to sustain through some aggressive Marcy Venomancer shenanigans. At least he's got a Dispel for that Venomous Gale.
Yep. It's cool, though, because Venomancer recently got a new shard, right? That stuns you when you like try to...
That's right.
What is it called? When you try to remove it?
Exactly. If you apply a Dispel, I forgot what the name of it, some description of poison, basically, but it's a fairly long-range single-target projectile that can be dodged, because it's not instant, and it applies a debuff that lasts a fair amount of time, and if you receive a Dispel during that amount of time, it's going to apply a 2-second stun and deal about 300 damage through magic immunity. It works on BKB when I tested it.
Yeah, no, it works on everything. Works on Yules, works on blah, 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 anything. And I mean, I've seen, that spell has been really good in some games, and other games I've seen Venomancer, it's done nothing, so... but it has to be, like, kind of cool against Lifestealer.
For sure.
So we'll see,
He still has options, of course, of just simply infesting into one of his teammates and running away, on a max move speed Death Prophet. But, you know, if he's caught by himself, as you're saying, a Rage TP is maybe not going to be an option for him.
Yeah. Or maybe it's like this, right? The Rage lasts too long anyway, so he's stunned and then he TPs. Or he has kills the Venomancer before he can cast any spells. But we'll see.
Pickoff from Liquid is looking pretty scary as well. I mean, Witch Doctor, of course, is bread and butter, really, especially out of the lanes, is Maledict, and that is going to persist, and do damage through magic immunity. So a big win condition for these fights right now for Liquid is we can fight Lifestealer head-on, especially easily if we have Maledict pre-apply. That's going to be a big win condition for them here, I think.
Yeah, sure. I'm just wondering, right now they have this Marcy... Would you ever play Marcy 3 here? Because I'm just wondering if you, otherwise you need some sort of hero to utilize Sidekick a bit better. Because like, it's not all that great with Pudge, you know?
That's true. They're probably looking for a carry type in the mid lane, right? Hence the Lina ban.
Yeah. What is left there? There's like a Templar, not the greatest. Shadow Fiend, maybe?
SF could still work. We have seen him run mid a few times.
10 seconds.
It's a bit difficult because of the Shaker, but maybe a Sniper? No, SF, okay.
What did they ban for their Shadow Fiend? Okay.
They got rid of the Invoker and the Void Spirit and Primal Beast by the looks of things in the mid lane.
Okay, wait, so what, they picked like Visage versus... No, they picked Visage versus Sniper. That's what they picked Visage against. But you can also pick Visage versus Shadow Fiend mid, I believe. So we'll see what they decide to do here. I was also thinking about you could pick Sniper.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure I said it before they picked it.
We can check the tapes. I don't know if the replay is recording yet, but we'll check the tapes there and we'll get back to you, Pi.
Yeah, no, because this lane can be really hard. You can just get ran down, especially if Shaker wants to be a little annoying and rotate. It can get really bad.
Yeah, that's a good point. I also feel for Liquid, they've got some pretty good strengths in that regards, right? We saw against Polaris when they played versus Vici, that Marcy rotating mid after the tri-lane broke down ended up kind of ruining the game as well, didn't it?
Yeah, no, for sure. The thing with Sniper though, when he starts getting to like level 5, like his range is too long. Too long for even Marcy to get to him. So like Marcy will try to get on top of you and she just won't reach you. But early on, you definitely can get killed.
And we talked about, or you specifically brought up the strengths right now, or you even called them cheesy side lanes for Team Liquid. What should the goal be here for Polaris? Is it just kind of get out of the laning stage alive, get Natsumi safely into the jungle, or are they looking to bring a little bit of their own kind of aggression here?
I mean, I'm guessing you just want to get some levels on DP, right? Because I don't think you can do very much in that lane. So probably some creep pulling shenanigans. And then the safe lane, yeah, I think you should just be able to farm, kind of normal. Like it's the Sniper that has the potential to like go insane. Like some level 7 versus level 5 scenario can easily happen there.
That'll be fun to see then the rotations for maybe minute 4 water runes, and especially that first power rune of the game. That could be a big momentum shift for Liquid or Polaris. But yeah, as far as objective taking, Polaris, of course, with the DP Sniper and the Lifestealer to stand out front. Liquid with a Pudge out front. Is there a specific team you prefer for like Roche taking, for tower sieges that's looking a little bit easier?
I mean, going Roche for with the Sniper lineup is always going to be a little harder unless you're like totally stomping the game. So I'm guessing it's just going to depend on who gets the lead here. Generally, like a Shadow Fiend will just kill Roche better than any other hero.
All right, we'll see here how he's going to be able to do this game as we'll be getting underway soon. Quick little pause towards the start of our match, just getting things all settled in for our match. But yeah, I'm excited personally for the Witch Doctor. It's definitely my favorite hero right now, and I'm really happy that he's being played on the competitive scene. You take a look at his patch notes, and it's just been like 3 years of straight buffs to this guy. He finally got a little nerf on the cast range of Cask, but he did also receive a little bit of a buff because the move speed of the projectile got increased by a lot. So he's a laning beast. So I think that Witch Doctor Pudge lane can really get out of control if Polaris aren't too careful.
Yeah. No, I hope we see him go the fun build, like the Ag Shard Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
You can do. I've had many fun games with that. And I just want to quickly say about the matchup mid. So like, I played Sniper versus Boom, Shadow Fiend, and I stomped him. And I'm horrendous mid. So that lane is. I just want to say how Sniper favored it is, unless you get ganked, like ultra ganked.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, it does feel like when Polaris feel like they have the advantage naturally in that lane with the favored matchup, maybe they will go for some more aggressive plays. That's where maybe a Marcy rebounding in from Fog could maybe change the balance of that, right? So definitely something to be aware of. If Marcy's off the map, if Pudge is off the map, like you got to be really careful with the moves you make.
Yeah, no, for sure.
While we're still paused.
Yeah.
Another question for you, of course, are predictions for the TI Battle Pass. For those of you,
they get paused too. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do get paused. When will First Blood happen here? Actually, kind of an interesting question. I think 0 to 3 minutes, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, nice, or 9+ minutes.
For me, it has to be early. Like, there's so many things that can happen, right? Like weird hooks into tower. It could happen at like before 1 minute, like with the Pudge just standing in a weird position hooking. So it has to be early.
Yeah, definitely. I think I got to agree with you there. I got to agree. How big would like a First Blood for SF be for Liquid, considering that the matchup's a bit hard? Early bottle for an SF perhaps might be able to sustain him through a lot of the early harass?
Yeah, no, I think it would be nice. Yeah, I'm curious actually how you're supposed to play this matchup. I'm guessing you try to do as much as you can until you're level 3. And then maybe you even go and like stack jungle for yourself. I mean, this can all change, right? Like I can look like an asshole after this if like Marcia's TP's mid immediately and kills Sniper 3 times. Like Shadow Fiend will then, of course, do really well, but I expect the Sniper to do well.
Yeah, I think it's, again, I mean, when you talk about the 1v1 matchups, it's, as you say, you have to consider the 8 other heroes in the game, right? And especially in these kinds of matches where you have experienced players and experienced captains making shots and calling the shots, that there is going to be some disruptive plays, right, to try and equalize the matchup here a bit. That is if, of course, the side lane is strong enough, right? I think Marcy might be a little bit more tethered to support the Venomancer here for Zai if, for example, that lane ends up being a lot harder than they expect, because you can't just leave a Veno to have absolutely no early game, because then he feels like he can have no impact that way.
No, yeah, for sure. Like Lifestealer Lich, right? If you know the Marcy's not there, I'm pretty sure you can just run him down and kill him. So when Marcy leaves, Sai is gonna have to be real careful.
It's true. It's kind of a bit of a metagame, right, with the vision. Do you expect Marcy to be waiting in fog to rebound down to a sniper, or is she just really close by and just stacking triangle, right? It's hard to kind of gauge that if you don't have really good vision for Polaris.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Still paused here as we're waiting for a reconnect by the looks of things onto Lelouch. Lots of voice lines being spammed, though. I can guarantee you that, and some minimap drawings as well. Looks like I think that's indeed Liquid starting to play some tic-tac-toe on the minimap.
Nice.
What's the build these days on the carry Lifestealer? I feel like it's a hero I've not seen a ton of, although it seems like it's a hero that we're going to see a little bit more and more, considering it's also something that Liquid have contested.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still the same with like early Armlet into Deso. And then you can start getting weird, I think. Like you can either go quick assault Kuras or you can go Basher. Sometimes I think you even have to go BKB. But that's all I know about that. Not the biggest lifesteal expert, to be honest.
Yeah. I saw you once again in a demo mode practicing more Enchantress level 30.
No, I was curious about the Enchantress shard, right? Because I saw
the little friends.
Yeah, because I saw Undying. I'm like, could you like redirect the zombies, perhaps?
That worked?
No, it didn't work. So it's still kind of lame. I don't think I've ever seen anyone buy it in a game. Not even a pub.
Yeah, you'd have to probably look back to when Chen was still first pick material. He's kind of fallen off thanks to the latest rounds of very heavy nerfs to him.
Yeah.
But I imagine versus a Chen, you might actually see that do something. But against anyone else,
maybe. I even forget when I play it that it exists. So I have to force myself to buy it next time I play.
Well, we'll see now as we get into game. None of the action missed. Pi and I think that there's going to be an early blood. I think that's maybe where we can see some things get set off early, as Liquid are going to go ahead and smoke up S5 and move across the river now. Early ward set up by Polaris, but of course Liquid moving under the cover of smoke will plant their own ward.
Okay, they'll see them here, so.
A little sus. Oxy moving a sentry ward into his backpack as well. How much attention do you pay? I gotta be curious. How much attention do you pay to enemy supports, especially like inventory slots? You know, like for example, if that first slot for Marcy is empty when she shows on ward, do you assume that she just planted a ward?
Not if that's the only hero you see, but if you click around a little bit, if I got to click the Shadow Fiend too and he had no ward, then like I would be very certain they placed maybe even 2 wards.
Okay, I see that. Yeah, because that first slot is just where usually the ward's gonna show up in.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be first. It could just be if I don't see either Marcy or Shadow Fiend with a ward, then I'm pretty sure they placed one. So then you can kind of predict where they ran from.
That's why these early smokes are quite helpful. As we'll get no action here at the runes, but still 3 minutes for our prediction here, Pi. I think we're looking good.
Yeah, I mean they tried.
And down bottom, of course, or sorry, top that is for Xavius. You see already the first of 2 fissure blocks, so he's going to have to either run back home and refill the mana or use that clarity pretty soon.
Yeah. No, because that's what I wanted to say about this Polaris team. Like every time I see them, Force knows what to do in this lane. And like, so he always does well. So I'm expecting them to do just fine up here.
A good start here, of course. The creep equilibrium, really important.
Ayo almost dying bottom. Yes, Fairy Fire though.
He is Galed, and a couple of last auto attacks aren't going to do the job. Gale damage only 15 at level 1 per second. let's see here. Yeah, Xavius as well. He's going to go ahead and pull this camp top lane, or sorry, pull the wave. Body block the camp from spawning as well on the way over. Yeah. And really nice job. I think he also blocked the easy camp from spawning with the range creep aggro. Nice job.
Okay, they're going AU again bottom.
Lots of action down bottom. Looks like it'll be a first blood. There we go. So we're at 3 minutes, 1 minute in, and the gold's going to go towards Boxy.
Yeah, I'm a little... the Lich started with a Sage's Mask, yeah. I mean, it's not the biggest deal, but I would have preferred a bit more stats or maybe another Verify or Magic Stick. But it's fine.
For that emergency sustain coming in handy. Speaking of this mid lane matchup, Mickey doing, you know, very well in these early waves. I suspect this is when SF is going to be a little bit more favored in this matchup simply because he's got more damage, he's got easier last hitting abilities with the raises, but really good stuff so far, 6 and 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is his time to shine right there. Level 3, level 2 raise.
I'll blame Matumba as well, taking a bit of damage. Doesn't yet have the points in Flesh Heap, but has the Ring of Protection and 4 stick charges to keep him boosted. And healthy. You can see all these trees being cut down bottom. I always love seeing these shenanigans. No space, nowhere for Boxy to hide and get the surprise jump onto Lich.
So far, everyone is kind of farming okay. Shadowfin is doing really well, though.
Oh, well, Lich even denying the water rune. And can't be bothered to go waddle over and pick it up himself. Didn't really need it. As they go bottom a bit, with that Frost Shield starting to do some real work. But Boxy doing a good job here, just interrupting the pull and making sure that they can't actually deny a full wave.
Yeah.
That's going to be one downside here of cutting down all the trees. Boxy and Zai are easily going to see if you're trying any shenanigans.
I think, yeah, AU should... Okay, he's doing it. They should go and try to de-ward this camp.
See? Can't do much about it, so instead he's going to go ahead and collect probably the 3-minute bounty instead.
Nice,
Or no,
body block.
first body block in the camp. Very wise. Lots of important equilibrium stuff here to make sure that Zai, you know, is always going to be in a decent position with the creep waves. No lucky bounce top there on the cask. Never know when that might spell disaster. Even a level 1 Maledict with some damage like Rot and Hook might be enough to get through Force.
Yeah, no, he's having a good time here. When you get level 2 Siphon, right, it becomes so much harder to kill. You wouldn't need... I don't even know with level 2 Maledict if he has 2 Siphon set, but I don't know if you kill him. And now we see mid there, Boxy rotating, but he's kind of sitting on the ward, right? So...
Yes, I think they see him. I don't have my vision hotkey set up, but I don't know if he's hidden behind that tree.
Now
yeah,
they
okay,
see him.
well,
Now
now
they
he
see
is.
him.
Yeah, I see him. Thank you, Observer. Yeah, and now they see him, right? And you can tell down bottom. Zai's taking a little bit of a beating for it. He is contesting now this pull. The flag bearer creep, really important to get that one. The CS. I think he'll get it. Yeah, nice job by Zai.
I think the Ursa Smasher got it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, whatever. I'm not sure.
Good old Hell Bear. Getting a bit of bonus gold for himself before he dies. Tomato. Now the word as well. It's a good vision game early for Polaris. That minute 0 word that they planted is going to scout Boxy on his return back to lane. So Natsumi knows well in advance what's coming his way and is going to have a rage ready for the rebound.
Yep. Lifestealer, it's not having the greatest of times. It's always annoying to play versus Venomancer when he gets the lane back like this. It's high level too, level 4 on the side.
They weren't able to kill him. You know, they did pull, but eventually it felt a little bit too late, so he was so close to his tower that they couldn't really make a move onto him.
Yeah.
Just got solo XP.
Yeah, and Box is pulling the wave here again. He's having a really good time.
It does feel really dangerous as a Lich, right? You almost kind of want to be like, Lich, do a little bit more, but when they can just turn so quickly with a rebound, dispose, and Venomous Gale, you know, it's just too risky.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Lich, mid, with McKay. Needs to get in range for that one Shadow Raise, and he's going to get it. That's a solo kill.
Okay. Outplayed. I kind of missed that. Okay, so he was really quick, I'm guessing. Oh, cat. Oh, wow.
Yeah, just a bit unlucky, but bottom lane is where there's going to be real action as they will get the kill onto AU. Actually denied by Natsumi. Top lane, we were both looking at the Cask Maledict hook just off the mark there. Would have gotten Xavius underneath the tower. Natsumi, oh, okay, mistiming the Gale there. He still had a rage up, so he's going to be able to parry that one off.
Now Box is ready to go here. No, his rage is on cooldown. Too far, under the tower.
Top lane, though, making a little bit of a play for a fortunate coconut bounce there back onto Force. It's still only a level 2 Maledict. And Force, of course, with the Spirit Siphon, but a hook underneath, not underneath tower. Meg's still going to kill onto Insania, but yeah, he's got another Spirit Siphon. He's going to live through it. He's got Urn charges as well, so Matumba is going to die underneath his tier 1 tower after landing the hook. Down bottom, the action is non-stop as they turn back onto AU. He's going to fall. Natsumi might be next, but Zai actually taking quite the beating here from Natsumi. The damage over time with the Plague Lord. Zai with the 1 tick charge. He's going to live. Boxy with a double kill.
Oh, that's so good for Liquid. I mean, also immediately when you're the carrier, they're dying, and you see that your offlane makes that play. It's a big emotional support.
There we go. So both offlaners having a pretty nice time here. The DD are inactivated by Mike as he's farming a little small stack that Insania made for him. Nothing too major here, and it's all under vision anyway for Polaris.
Yep.
Take careful mid. Boxy's lingering here. Might look to set up for a play. Power rune already activated and grabbed. Maluch is farming under tier 1 tower.
Yeah, no, I asked him to say, I don't think you can play this lane better than Mickey did. Because now it's like really hard to show up there. So he's just jungling. But he already solo killed him, got like decent CS. So I think he should be very happy with what I did in this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to come back mid, probably just nuke the wave with the shadow raises, just avoid as much of this lane as possible. And there he goes. He says, have fun CSing under tower. I'm going to go farm my triangle.
Yep.
Or maybe I'm going to go kill you with Boxy. No, he's going to go farm.
He should go farm. Box can go somewhere else.
Matumba. He's going to catch a glimpse of Xavius here. Still has Fissure, but did just use the Enchant Totem. Insania's elsewhere on the map, though.
Force is popping ulti.
Yeah. Matumba did already hook the wagon. It's already 8 minutes in,
look
so I'd be surprised if that was alive. But they will go mid instead. There's going to be the rebound on in Mickey as well, with 2 shadow raises nearly dying there as Lelouch pops the take aim. And lots of procs there on the headshot, of course, but not enough damage. Meanwhile, back top lane, Matumba versus 3. Eventually, he's going to lose this fight. Yeah. UTP's in. Force is going to be able to do some chip damage into the tier 1 tower with the last seconds of Exo. This is the mid lane going very well for Liquid.
Yeah, all the rotations have landed. I mean, at least, I remember we watched his Visage game, right? At least this game, his net worth is not too bad. But losing your tower like this as a sniper is really awful.
Boxy is going to be scouted behind lines. He is killed. Space created, though, for the tower. And that is maybe not how Polaris quite expected this lane to go. But again, credits to Mickey, credits to the Liquid supports for really, swinging the balance back into his favor.
Yeah, you can see, like, they have, like, the whole mid lane they're warded, right? To see everything around it. And, yeah, Boxy was really determined to gank this sniper, not let him have a game.
Sorry, it's still not even safe here. You can see the sentry that Lelouch is standing on. It dewarded an obs that was freshly planted right before they went on to Lelouch.
Oh my god, Mickey again.
Yeah, just a solo kill there onto Natsumi that time.
Wow, he's playing so well this game. What a beast.
He's all over the place. SF used to be one of the more snowballing mids, back when, of course, you would lose like all your souls when you died. It's a little bit better these days, but it feels like we can start to see that snowball forming here for Mickey. He's getting ready to kind of take over this game at this rate.
No, yeah, for sure. It'll be fun to see. I guess the standard item build is just Dragonlance BKB, and then the fun stuff might happen. Okay, Boxy going crazy in the bottom lane.
Looking for AU. These
okay, very sneaky.
Very sacrificial support plays. Marcy, one of the better heroes to be playing with that style. You just really jump in and see you can see.
He's still looking everywhere. Might find him here eventually. Let's see if he keeps looking.
Get back here? Did he cut a tree to get back here?
I don't know. Yeah, how did he get in there?
Can you TP in that spot?
No, that's too far.
Yeah. I genuinely have no idea. He might be just about trapped there. I mean, he's soaking XP at least. There he goes, getting level 5. But this team is going to push top lane. In the meantime, Force did get to hold on to Exo. Already has a full Spirit Vessel up, by the way. So once again, his lane going just swimmingly.
Yeah. No boots yet, so I mean, he's probably looking to pick those up. And then they should want to fight here with their DP. Like, you don't go...
Sorry, he's just trapped here, man. He's got a...
Yeah, if I would... I don't know if the stream caught what happened, but like I would expect it to be like his TP got cancelled by him
Apparently
getting thrown. Oh, never mind. He just ran in there. Okay.
Yeah, you could just walk in there. I didn't.
Nice.
Okay, know your trees. Top lane, Natsumi is going to have to hop into the wagon. Matumba's actually going to go ahead and eat it. The cask as well. Boxy even looking to fight it, but yeah, the wagon's just going to go ahead and cart away. They don't do any damage to that thing.
Yeah, quite tanky.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's how AU, he smoked himself, and now he's down here farming again. Feels good, man.
Okay, not bad. He's going to make it out. It feels pretty good for him. He's going to find his jungle, of course, is going to be occupied by Zai and his army of Plague Wards. Zai with his full vessel as well completed, so doing well to keep pace with Force, but still has that vessel empty for now. Liquid, though, over in the mid lane, are going to make the first play with the Death Ward. Mickey as well, moving on in with the long-distance Shadow Rays for the kill. His third straight now on a killing spree.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling a little worried for Polaris again, because this feels like the games we watched yesterday, right? Where they do okay, right? But then they just keep getting picked off and they never do anything, like, together. Or they don't, like that kill, right, on Earthshaker mid, like maybe if Lich is around there, you can get a return kill. Like, they just never seem to get anything going.
Yeah, a bit difficult as well, because Xavius himself isn't up to 6. That might be, you know, a turning point in these team fights, of course, having that Echo Slam instantly castable. Careful though, Natsumi, he's going to be able to rage off the Gale, but none of his supports closing in. He's forced to hide underneath his tier 2 tower. He's being kind of given the boot here. He'd really like to get into his own jungle or somewhere to find some farm, because Sniper's taking a lot of the last hits here in the triangle.
Yeah, I mean, you have to... Sniper is the real carry here. I feel like they should be doing some sort of smoke play here with their Chain Frost. Like, he has Armlet on Lifestealer. Like, this is what I saw when they played the Visage mid last game too. Like, they're all just trying to farm. They have to go fight. They need one core to go fight with Force.
Uh-oh. Oh, he is simply dead. He can get off a stun, and he will in his dying breath. Even a second stun before Maledict will take him. Matumba with the kill, his first flesh heap of the game.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating to watch, because imagine there that Lich, instead of Lifestealer hitting those Ancients with Sniper, he was smoked with Lich running top. And when they clump up there, they just run in with the Shamefrost. Like, maybe something can happen.
And Insania very quick on the D-ward as well. So like any kind of move you could have made from that death, from that vision that the Shaker gets is immediately gone, squandered. Yeah. And in the meantime, right, Liquid is just farming much more of the map. Like, sure, they're also all farming, but they're also getting kind of free pickoffs here and there. Zai has his own bottom half of the map to farm. Yeah. Meke's bouncing between the jungle and his triangle. And Matumba, of course, farming the entire map, or sorry, his entire jungle with Rot, basically.
Yeah, no, they're doing like mini moves. Okay, we see a smoke here now, so let's
go. Echo Slam's ready. AU as well with that Chain Frost, and not much else here, but they might be able to at least catch Zai unaware with this smoke. Well, as long as they don't get baited by the illusions here. I suspect they won't.
Kind of an odd smoke here, I don't know. Let's see. Cool path here if he walks around.
DD in the river. They're going to see where the Sniper's farming at thanks to the illusion rune. He's going to give him some intel of where the Witch Doctor's at. So Zai is going to be jumped now. Natsumi is not affected by Maledict. He got the rage off in time, and an easy kill onto Zai there with the Chain Frost bouncing.
Yeah.
Now they're just going to have to get out. Poison Nova was used. So Polaris are going to have to scatter here, especially for AU, who's still ticking down in the fountain. Poor guy.
Yeah, not the most exciting play there. Basically, you kill a guy next to your own tower, and then you have to hide in the trees. Not what you want.
Matumba, as well, is going to meander on over. Now, he's very limited by mana, we should say. He's got enough, at least, in the wand saved up. But he's just here to farm now.
Yeah. And you can, like, see Mika, he's getting everything he wants. DD in the bottle, almost BKB with Dragonlance.
That's big. Just needs another 700 gold, and he'll have that item up essentially. Force, again, I mean, this has always been the shining star here for Polaris, hasn't it? He's getting farmed. He's very well farmed, about halfway towards his BKB. He's getting lots of space, lots of levels especially.
Yeah, no, he got this Lifestealer and Sniper to smoke.
Natsumi, though, is on the run. Oh, the hook from Matumba. Gotten in, the Dismember at the ready. No infest as Mickey is going to clean up the support. Xavius is going to drop Natsumi. Oh, he's going to get the juke. No, the rebound from Boxy. A good armlet toggle at the least. but it's going to be Matumba getting his second Flesh Heap stack. And again, it just feels like Liquid are the ones always making moves, and here they go, making another one top lane onto Force. He's going to get off a good silence, look for the TP away. Cask? Oh, not in time for Insania.
Nice try,
Very
though.
smart move to TP.
But nice there to move close.
Oh, yeah.
See if you can get it out.
Yeah, good play there. Heads up by Insania. But just, you know, knowing the spells there from Force, he knew even with level 1 silence he could get away there.
Yeah.
I mean, something's got to prod Polaris to action, though, right? I mean, the Blink Dagger is not actually queued up now for Shaker. He's going for the Ag Shard, which does feel a little bit better once you, you know, are defending high ground. Zai's got his own Blink coming. Insania is going for, at least for now, the fun build. It's pretty standard to get Ag Shard with how good it is on Witch Doctor. That thing is so good. Voodoo Switcheroo. But we'll see what he decides to itemize into. But I mean, certainly there's an item, there's a time in here where Polaris are going to go, okay, it's time to fight. BKB on DP, maybe?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna psychoanalyze Polaris here a bit.
Okay.
So like, yeah. So you and me have watched 3 games now, including this one, like them playing. And their mid laner, he's played Visage, Invoker with Midas, and he's played now Sniper. So my solution to this extremely passive creep hitting team is that they need to start picking a different hero mid. Just first to any spirit hero, and because they get nothing going on the map. Like no one else takes the responsibility of making moves. So like they're looking so static, and they're not doing anything.
Okay, I mean that seems quite fair to me, right? I mean, you take a look at this Polaris draft, you know, with the context of who's going where and in what lanes, and the natural question is, okay, well, who's going to start the fights early? Shaker with Blink, but we're not even
very
halfway
early.
there. Yeah, I mean that could be something, but you know.
No, because then if you want to play this draft, you need to be a bit more flexible, right? Like when the Lightstealer gets armed, he has to be like, all right, like follow me, and we'll bait them into their own jungle. Like you have to do stuff that's not like common or meta. Like you have to play around it, but they don't seem to be comfortable doing that. So they should stop playing these type of heroes mid.
Yeah. No, I mean I could see that working, and you know, to your point, it's when Xavius takes that death trying to ward the Liquid jungle cliff, you know, about 6 or 7 minutes ago, right? It's like that's the starting moves for that move. But maybe if Lifestealer's there to give him an infest to make him a bit tankier, he's level 6, he turns around with a slam, a chain frost, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, but normally when you're Lifestealer, right, you don't want to kind of be forced to do that. But in these type of games, you like the reason I'm a little like, because I played Lich, like I played these position 5s in these games, and what can you do when all your cores are just hitting creeps? Like there is nothing to do.
Stack.
Yeah, but there's no stacks because you have no camps, so they're always getting farmed. But yeah, so it must be frustrating for them right now. Like they're probably feeling quite bad playing, and you don't really know why. But I would say the band-aid solution is just stop picking carriers mid.
Okay.
But anyway, the game is not over just for that. Like when you pick 3 carries and you just farm, you still have the chance with like big spells, right?
I mean, it's a bit of a state of the game. I mean, I'd like you to contrast that, like how Polaris supports are feeling, because Shaker's very much in the same camp. He just simply can't go in by himself. Although we do see AU taking this Invis rune to maybe look for a deep ward in the jungle. Yeah. How are the Liquid supports feeling right now? Contrast it to what Polaris supports are doing.
No, they're feeling great. They always get a core with them. They run and get a little pick off. Yeah, here they go, smoking again. Smoking with their carry. Which is a pudge, so.
Which is a pudge, but, you know, again, they drafted the pudge for that reason. AU's looking to try and set up here on Desai, by the way. He's got Natsumi not too far behind, but he might be baiting him here unintentionally into a 3-man smoke. Seems like Polaris are aware that something's up, though. Lots of heroes missing off the map, and now they have caught a glimpse here of AU. So the smoke is going to go ahead and make a complete circle here as AU plants his ward, digs up a shovel, finds a mango, delicious, and actually dodges the smoke gang.
Yeah, now you run out and Shamefrost this creep wave. That's the okay, but made quite a bit of space there.
They're looking for kills. There's a Rage and a TP available. Matumba not too far behind him with the hook. He's going to find his man. Death Ward as well, pounding into Matumba, or sorry, pounding into Natsumi. Pardon me, as Matumba holds for the punching and even gets the kill. 3rd Flesh Heap stack of the game.
Oh, AU is trying to make a little player by himself.
And he is onto Zai.
Oh,
the
beautiful.
bounces, they're good. AU, he's done watching his supports, his carries farm, rather. He's the carry now. He's smoke ganking into the enemy jungle and picking up solo kills onto cores.
I really did. Okay. Oh, very, like, Mate's hooks so far have been very nice. I gotta say that.
Agreed. We haven't seen a whole ton of them early on because, of course, he is making haste for this Ag Scepter. At that point, I do imagine he's going to be a bit more aggressive and active around the map. But he hasn't missed many of them that he's looked to throw. So,
yeah.
I commend him for that. I agree.
And yeah, I mean, the state of the game for Polaris, right? They have their items that they want. So Death Prophet just wants BKB. Sniper, yeah, he's just going to keep farming. And then maybe when, if Liquid go for like a poorly timed Roche, like maybe they'll contest that. Otherwise, I expect the map to kind of keep looking like this.
It's just like, it's a bit scary though, right? Because Liquid also have this, you know, kind of carry from the mid lane style, but it's a carry that is massively out-farming the Sniper. He's a whole item up, it feels like, at this stage with a 3K net worth lead alone on him.
Yeah.
And that's a BKB and maybe even, you know, the first couple of components of a Butterfly that Mickey is now queued up.
Yeah, okay, so he's going for this type of build. It's interesting. I guess they don't have another right clicker, so it makes sense. Because the more GPK build, right, is where you go for this Arcane Blink and maybe Scythe, maybe Refresher.
Well, they did get rid of this because there was a version of Sniper that had on take aim active, something like 50% true strike or 100% true strike. They've gotten rid of that, right? That's no longer the Sniper we're seeing here.
No, I'm pretty sure Headshot is true strike.
Okay.
But it doesn't proc through BKB anymore, so it's a little weird.
Okay. So BKB Butterfly has SF feeling pretty good this game then.
Yeah.
Well, seems like what Mickey has in mind. He's got an item coming in on the Courier. Curious what that is. Just, oh, okay, a 4-step. So he's going to be upgrading into the full Dragon Lance and Hurricane Pike first.
Okay.
Got it.
Don't mind it at all.
Yeah, they're just free to push. He's got the 15 talent, Presence Aura effects building, so now his, of course, physical damage really doing some work on this tier 2 down bottom. In fact, he's pushing it completely solo.
Yeah. No, they're feeling the vibes of this game. Like Polaris
I don't think Polaris, they weren't expecting that. They were trying to move into the jungle, and they run into a Pudge and a Zai. Zai, of course, Necro, and AU is minced meat there. Tumba picks up another flesh heap stack off of him. Xavier's trying to run, but Zai is quite annoying, giving chase not to. He's gonna jump in, but look, Boxy, he's actually caught him here, pushing him away, forces out the Echo Slam solo onto him. The hook, it's gonna catch Force, who does get the silence on Matumba, as well as the Vessel. Force showing up now in Force with some comrades to fight. Matumba turning with the Eat, but it's not nearly enough. They got a tieback already onto the Lich, as there's going to be the Death Ward out from the Requiem of Souls, the Fear, and now the last Shadow Rays picking up the kill onto Natsumi from Mickey. The fight has just been all over the place, divided and conquered, really, have been Polaris.
Yeah.
Liquid, they'll lose 2, but they pick up a dieback kill onto the support, and yet another kill onto the position 1.
Yeah. No, that fight it was a little confusing. You almost thought Polaris could pull something off there. But the Shadowfiend just... Like, he just came from behind there and ended their hopes and dreams.
And I think for me, the thing that's got to feel the worst... Oh, Zai blinking in forward. He wants to cancel a TP, but of course he can just kind of apply some poison sting there to the Sniper as he dances his way out. I think the thing that's going to be especially stinging there for Polaris is that they use level 2 Exo. That's the first cast of level 2 Exo. Not still quite BKB, at least for Force, but this is going to be on cooldown now for 90 seconds. And as I was alluding to here, it's straight into Roche then for Liquid. No Echo, no Exo.
Yeah. Oh, they're smoking up though. So they might want to try to do something here.
BKB's 50 gold away from Force. His eye, he's got Plague Wards already on the cliff. And again, it does go down so quickly. There's at least going to be some shrapnel for some vision. They need someone to jump in. They've got a Chain Frost, but it's just too little too late. Mickey with Aegis as Liquid. They're going to wait their cooldowns and back up, happy with just taking the loot from first Roche.
Yeah. Oh, game looking really good for Liquid right now. Obviously, it's going to be hard to finish this game with the Shaker, Sniper, Frost Shield.
True. A squishy SF up front being the source of your building damage, but of course, he's rather easy to kill.
Oh, Boxy doing some crazy stuff here.
Look at that. There's the Voodoo Switcheroo doing good work as well. The 2 supports fighting 1v2 versus a core. Maledict applied, so Natsumi, he'll be okay. In fact, he jumps into a creep rather and will simply run away.
Yep.
That is... I mean, it's just tough to be a Lich this game, right?
Yeah. No, you wait. You're gonna be pressing Frost Shield on a lot of buildings soon, I believe.
Well, that kind of game. He does have it maxed at least. Didn't go for the max farming build for Frost Blast.
Oh, Sai going for some solo kill there, but he missed his ulti.
Yeah, didn't get the ulti. Just applies the Vessel and the Gale. Sniper will make it out alive.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Boxy too now. He's getting to farm a bit. Because this is like the last puzzle piece here for Marcy to get her BKB. And then there is like, it's so hard for Polaris to win a fight.
Is that just because Boxy is going to be able to jump in quite fearlessly?
Yeah, because right now it can just be like he tries to go in, right? And he gets hit by Fisher. And then he dies for free and gets nothing done. But when he gets BKB, they have to use a lot of resources to kill him.
And that leaves you, of course, with less tools to deal with something like this SF or this Pudge who might be dismembering someone.
Yeah.
Pudge with Blink now on top of the Ag Scepter next into the BKB. And I actually don't believe they have a way to cancel BKB right now, at least pre-Basher for Natsumi. That could be problematic, sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just wondering here how Liquid will do this. So, Shadow Fiend is very close to Butterfly. 3 minutes on Aegis, so maybe they'll try some high ground with this Aegis.
Yeah, they're lingering around for a tier 2 push. Good vision, though, by Boxy and Insania. The support squad once again might turn into the hit squad. As there's AU and Natsumi with Force lingering behind. Double TPs now, but Matumba's got Blink. And there he is, right on top of AU. He's going to give himself Frost Shield, but it's not going to stop him, help him at all versus the pure and magic damage that Matumba's got for him.
Yeah.
Flesh Heap stacks.
I feel so bad for the Shaker. There is just no farm for him.
So you got Blink? Nope.
No.
He's got Fissure Shard. So again, very helpful for the high ground defense. That might be the name of the game now for Polaris in terms of where they can look to kind of make a comeback. Like you were saying, it is really hard for Liquid to get up to high ground. Into choke points, Polaris, I think, fight a little better.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sitting in Shrapnel, getting stunned by Fissure. It's quite obnoxious. That's not that's not how you win a game though. Then it's kind of up to Liquid to win the game for you, to do a bad dive. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna see here if Liquid are gonna wait for second Aegis, or if they're gonna try now to pressure high ground a bit.
Looks like at least, well, for now, actually, the moves is sweep across the map, at least indicated by that line. And now a smoke.
Oh, they see them. They see them on the ward there. They see Natsumi.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they actually warded right on top of each other. They see AU as well. They know at least about where Natsumi is. A little Forest Staff. Nikkei is going to kill AU. Pardon me, at least AU there captures the shrine, the outpost, sorry. Shrines no longer exist, but maybe swiftly recaptured. So now they're even losing their passive experience, which, again, doesn't feel good for this Lich or the Shaker, both of whom are just shy of getting level 2 ulti.
Yeah, and the wards are spotting them sneaking out on the lanes here. Matu wants to punish here.
He wants some fresh meat. There is a ward up as well in lane, though, for Polaris. So Zai or Boxy to take the wrong path on through, or there. Now they catch a glimpse of Matumba. Trying to run away, though. Here is Xavius. He's so close to his Blink. Pie, no!
Yeah, he's going
No, he's going to lose the golds, and he's going to be set back now even further. He didn't lose much, thankfully, actually. Only about 100 gold, though, unreliable.
Insania is trying for something cool there, but...
Yeah, he might die for it. He's got Voodoo Switcheroo. Yep,
nice.
in he goes. Actually got off the Maldrick Force. He's in some serious trouble. I think he's dead.
He
needs heals. He's dead.
Oh no, yeah, goes for BKB now, right?
No, he is dead.
Yeah. Nice. Well played. Good
wow.
bait.
And that's a turn. And now look, everyone else is here. The Force play is going to condemn him. He gets off a Frost Blast or Chain Frost part of it. Just not going to, well, it is going to bounce a couple times, but it's not going to do much. And
no.
Dr. Insania's got the healing up.
That's really cute. The Blink Dagger Yules by Venomaster to set up an easy hook. I think they'll do it again here. 2 seconds. They can do it on the Leash.
But even the Sniper. Blink put on cooldown and some creeps blocking, but a good effort there. I was going to say, hopefully they don't do it to the Earthshaker. They'd be doing him a favor, but he did just buy his Blink Dagger. Here we go. Here's a real opportunity now for Polaris. Pardon. They are, however, short of manpower right now, but TP's ready to go. There's going to be the Blink Initiation. A Force Staff out immediately, and Boxy just BKBs. They're going to turn the whole thing. A bash at least. Boxy's going to receive a hook out from Matumba, and lifesteal back up. That's the Blink reveal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Liquid, they're not giving any opportunities here. They're always playing together, ready to counter-initiate, and here goes Zai. He's going to scout AU, hit him with the whip, slow to a crawl. Matumba easily picking up the kill there, even through the Sinister Gaze. Look at that. Boxy putting the fear of Marcy there into Natsumi off the rebound. Oh, man.
No, it's
Xavius
very hard
waves,
game.
doing what he can, but Liquid, they're starting to apply the vice grip here in this one, aren't they?
Yeah, and it seems like they'll just wait for second Roche and then try to go high ground. Like
Not in Stadia, though.
Yeah,
there
here
he
we
goes with the full Deathward silenced immediately, of course. But it's made space and time for his team to come on up. They look for the kill now. Maledict is applied. There's going to be Voodoo switcheroo. He's lifesteal a little bit, and I think he's going to be fine. Yeah, just barely, though.
Yeah.
That was close. But that's a scary moment, and that's DP using her first 9-second BKB to just live, basically, through that kill attempt.
No, I mean, I bet Liquid are having tons of fun. I would. Especially if you get to play Pudge in a game like this.
Oh, yeah.
Just do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, and the early game was a bit difficult for Matumba, but, you know, he kept his head down, and thanks to the plays of Liquid's, you know, other cores, especially Zai's positioning on the map, the Boxy as well doing an excellent job, he was just able to farm. But that also speaks to a little bit of, again, how you say that right now, Polaris have been trying to do the same with much less space on the map, and that's just led to the, you know, where we are at this state of the game, the 15k deficits that they're facing.
Yeah. They've definitely been trying to farm.
And, well, they've got a little bit of the farm online now. MKB in the quick buy for Sniper. He's a bit far from that one, but it does feel like a necessity now that Mickey has the Butterfly in his inventory. That missed chance being very problematic for him. DD Rune in the bottle as well for SF, maybe waiting for this next Roche to potentially spawn.
Yep.
Could be Liquid's go time here, push up to the high ground.
Yeah. I wonder if Polaris will even contest the second Roche. Like, this feels like a game where you're just playing around Sniper trying to make Liquid throw this game. Honestly. Like, I don't even think you try to play real Dota anymore.
No, I mean, I see that. I think my natural response is, well, certainly you got to contest Roche. I mean, you've got Shaker, you've got Chain Frost to DP Exo to do damage in there, but I think you're right. I think Liquid, they just get on top of the Sniper too easily, and then you have no damage in the fights.
Yeah. I mean, they can always try it. They have Blink Echo. So.
Oh, but not if they can catch up the Sniper. But no, first it's going to be Xavier Slowich. He's not even going to turn around. No second thoughts there.
Just leave him behind.
Just thank you for your sacrifice, and away he goes. Mickey, DD Rune is going to expire. Roche is up, though, and it's scouted by one of Zai's Plague Wards.
Yep.
And they're not going to risk it, like you say here. Not against Sniper Gaming. Instead, Liquid into the Roche, but they go.
Yeah, because the fun part about this game will be, like, how do Liquid try to finish this? Because they have a cool lot, like, they have so many items, right? So they have this cool Blink, Yule into Hook. Boxy almost has Dagger himself. So they cannot up, maybe, like, they all just blink in and pray. No. But you can also throw the game that way.
That's true. That is true. Insania, by the way, has gotten himself a Gem of True Sight purchase. I think he's given it to Zai by the looks of things, who is holding to the Ag Shard, but he's bought his own, so we can see that latent toxicity is what it's called. Again, does apply a 2-second stun on Dispel and a decent amount of damage. Not too bad.
300. It's not bad at all.
It's not bad. Oh, and okay, Shard given to Insania, who already has his Ag Shard. Do they all have Ag Shard? No, Pudge doesn't have him. Now Matumba, his menu size has doubled. He can eat his teammates as well.
Yeah, Pudge Shard is pretty good. The only one is the Marcy one is very... It's like 50-50. Like you might throw the game with it.
Extremely situational. I've seen it be decent, but now that you can no longer pull allies out of like Black Hole and stuff with it, much more situational. I want to take a nod towards Insania's item build, though. Not every day you get to see a Witch Doctor amass this much farm. Of course, he did actually purchase a gem, so a lot of his net worth was invested into that. But going for Aether Lens is actually, I think, a really nice solution for the Witch Doctor this game. His cast ranges are atrocious. They're amazing for your laning stage, but then you really struggle to get anything done with his cast ranges.
Okay, now let's see here. High ground time. Let's see how hard it really is.
So far, hook from Matumba is going to whiff. We've got Plague Ward as well for some lingering vision, but there's damage on the mid-K. Matumba is going to swallow him whole and at least give him a little bit of regen in there.
Okay, let's see here what they're gonna try. They're gonna try that blink in Yule, or if they're just gonna hit and heal him up and just do this very slowly. Let's see.
His BKB and Dismember duration talents for Pudge, so he's got a little bit of a longer Dismember. Something to watch out for as well, but like you say, there's just long range stuns onto Mickey. Slowly but surely, towers are taking damage. And Sniper, running out of shrapnel charges, has just the one remaining, but a full MKB, which is certainly going to stop Liquid from simply just blinking in and going Insano mode here.
Yeah. And you can see Sai.
Oh, okay. No, it's not going to stop Zai. What's up, though? I mean, found a haster.
Oh, there we go!
Oh, the force staff in time. That was a close one. And now the fissure. Could this lead to something? Mickey gets bashed as well. Chain Frost bouncing around, but the eat. Matumba BKB swallows his ally and is going to get him back. In the base, though, goes Boxy. He's going to follow the hook as well. Somehow, the Red Sea will part for that one. Force as well, still alive, as there's going to be Mickey pushed back a little bit. Matumba right back on into the fight there, as Zai does get off the ultimate Poison Nova, and now the damage onto Natsumi. The AoE, not enough though. They get through Matumba, man. Lelouch, however, is going to die. Mickey doing some good work there, has no Satanic, but still has his BKB, and of course an Aegis, as he just absolutely murders AU. Oh no, Natsumi, okay, gets the Fissure Stun he was looking for, a secondary now as well, but there's going to be the Death Ward forcing back Natsumi. Mickey gives chase and with the shard, it's crit, he's going to get the kill. Lelouch tries to force himself off the map, but it's just not going to go his way. Mickey channels up the Requiem of Souls under the BKB and gets the kill. It's a dieback for him. Polaris, only Shaker left to try and defend, but Liquid, the base is theirs for the taking.
Yeah.
And GG.
Okay, GG is called, yeah. Yeah, it's no point in prolonging your suffering here. Let's go next. I'm with Polaris on this one.
And absolutely phenomenal game there from Liquid. But it's felt like more of the same, at least as far as what you and I have been seeing from Polaris here. Similar mid laners drafted as previously, with the Quas Exort Invoker going Midas, with Force in the offlane, and then the Visage, and now the Sniper. I do like your suggestion of maybe trying to, slap a Band-Aid on this and fix it with the draft, but still being in the upper bracket, Polaris, not against the ropes quite yet, but down one in a best-of-3 series, certainly a scary place to be in.
Yeah, for sure. No, they need to switch something up, because just you and me, we've seen 3 games now and they looked exactly the same. The thing is, they won a bunch of games in group stage, right? So I haven't analyzed them like completely. Maybe they do win with these type of drafts a lot, but so far, every time I see them end up with something like this, it doesn't turn out well. But you have to give a lot of credit to Mickey here. You see him 13-0, like playing that lane just as well as you can. Really well played. And then just basically not making a single mistake, I believe.
Yeah, and I think that's what really makes this Polaris draft, that last point you said, right? That's what makes this Polaris draft really difficult. Perhaps they were expecting Lelouch to get a bit of a better start in this lane, but even then, he's a sniper. He's still going to need to get a couple of items online. A sniper is not really the blink into the enemy team and start auto-attacking kind of hero, unfortunately. So even with a good start, he's still not really up to par for what Liquid were able to really throw at him. Mickey playing phenomenally. I really want to have Boxy as well on the Marcy. Of course, there's a reason this hero is contested in every single draft and match, but Boxy really did make it shine here in this game. Yeah,
no, for sure. I mean, they all played well, right? But for me, Mickey is the one standing out in that game. Because that can be a really rough lane. But you also, for Polaris too, even if you lose a lane that you expect to win, your draft can't just collapse off of that. Then you just have a bad draft. Let's be honest.
Well, we'll see here. It's been 3 similar games for you and I, Pi, here over on the B stream for the Last Chance Qualifiers. We're into the playoffs now, where Polaris are against the ropes in this series versus Team Liquid. They're down 1-0 at the break. Stick around, guys. Game 2 coming up in just about 8 to 10 minutes.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We're still in the first round of the upper bracket, over to best of threes here, now that we're in the playoffs, where Polaris Esports are down 1-0 versus Team Liquid. So you can strike and Pi Die here on the call with you as we're about to get underway with our second draft. And Pi, you know, we said it before the break. We brought it up a couple times in that game, but it's a little bit concerning, right? Polaris picking, they were previously playing the only way we've seen them play so far, which I think against opponents of Liquid's caliber is just not enough.
Yes, I do feel the same way. So, I mean, already we see something different. Like, still quite passive, the Omni Knight Lina. But I feel like they have things they do want to pick with this. Like, maybe they're kind of committed to a Lina mid, and they want to play like a Chaos Knight, slightly more active carry. Or maybe they can, like, get a Pango or something like that for the offlane. So you have an easy spell to fight with. Because now I'm still a little worried, like if this is Lina mid and they want to pick 3 farmers again, but we'll see. Still a lot of heroes to be picked.
Do you still have the same concerns if like this is going to be a Lina carry, something that we're seeing a little bit more, especially from some Eastern European teams like Navi?
No, Lina carry is fine. It's just maybe that's even better now, and then you just get Void Spirit mid, and then you have a way easier draft to play. Maybe that's what they're doing. Like Lina Omni Knight safe lane. Sounds pretty good.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Liquid, of course, they're going to be banning a couple of safe laners, getting rid of the Faceless Void regardless, because of course you can still flex that Lina mid and safe fairly easily these days. I like the Invoker pick quite a bit into the Omni Knights, even with enough 1 point in Quas and Wex, right, to dispel. You can get rid of GA, you can get rid of Heavenly Grace, which is really, really nice for your team fight abilities. So expect Mickey to look for some really nice multi-hero lineups there.
Yeah. I mean, I still think every Invoker player would want to go Exhort if they could. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what he does.
You sound like, I'm going to use an American analogy. I apologize, but you sound like everyone wants to be the quarterback. What if someone wants to be the long snapper or the punter? That's a little bit more like the Quaswex Invoker.
Sure. I mean, like let's put it this way: everyone wants to win, right? So if you think you'll win when you go Quaswex, you'll go Quaswex.
Of course. It does seem like Quas Exhort is a little bit more fun to play as an Invoker, though. I have to admit.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it scales better too, so I think the successful Invokers usually go Exhort. So.
No, I mean, I guess we'll leave it at this, right? When Invoker was being played as a support, it was only as Quaswex. There's no Quas Exhort support Invoker.
Support?
Yeah, I remember the Quaswex support Invoker days.
No, when was that?
It was a thing. I swear.
There was one TI. Okay, TI. I think TI 9. Position 4. A few people played it.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the game I went out on. Yeah, the position 4 Invoker. It's terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry to dredge up those memories for you. How about a Clockwork though? Is that more cheerful?
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy. Need no items. Just go hook.
I like that. I like how you bring that up, right? Because it did feel like even with some spells that they had to fight around, for example, like the DP Exo or Earthshaker Echo Slam, it felt like a prerequisite there was like a BKB for DP or a Blink Dagger for Shaker. Items, farm, space on the map that they didn't really get. Liquid didn't let them have it.
Yeah. So, Clockwork, I mean, he just needs level 6 and he's ready to hook in and go. So they can even pick up a DP again here if they feel like it.
Over for Liquid, already some pretty decent team fight with an Invoker Jakiro. Ice Path being great catch, especially annoying for someone like Lina, who, as a physical damage Lina, anyhow, does like to kind of just A-click the ground and kill everyone. So Macropyre, Ice Path, generally pretty good in that regard, as well as being a really tanky and annoying laner. But Clockwork does very well into there. Jakiro has the longest cast animations, perhaps in all of Dota.
Yeah, I think they've fixed them a little bit now at least. Dual Breath does. I remember how it used to feel to cast that spell. It was horrendous.
This is something. A Spirit Breaker now paired with the Dark Seer. Maybe expecting an Illusion hero. They're not going to get it. Instead, it's a Pudge. This is a much different Polaris already than what we've been seeing. And I got to say, I'm liking this draft quite a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a Lina mid, though, I'm pretty sure. And they're going to do Omni Knight Pudge safe lane, most likely.
10 seconds remaining.
No, I mean, I'm still a little worried, to be honest. But at least they have this clockwork. That doesn't need any farm or anything. And maybe Pudge will show up and fight a little bit.
Yeah, I think he might be incentivized too, especially because he's got like a pretty good hunting partner, right? Being the Clockwork, some cog push back into Hook, or even just shooting around some rocket flares to give global vision.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
It's plays to be made, which excites me for Polaris, essentially on just experience, which they haven't had too much of a problem with, right? It's mostly just been farm limited for Polaris, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, their heroes naturally just want to farm in the games we've seen. Because they did win like 5 or 6 games in group stage where,
of course,
I don't know what they did, but it was not this.
Once again, that Lone Druid receiving a ban here against Matumbaman in the last banning phase. Lots of carries still being, or offlaners, pardon, are being banned, but it's Liquid who actually still need themselves a carry, and there's quite a few of them taken out. Still many remain, though, for Matumba's vast hero pool.
Yeah. Is the Lone Druid out? Yep, he is.
Yep. Can't let him have his trusty panda, I believe he has.
What is it? They banned Ursa, yeah. So what are the heroes versus Pudge? It's Ursa. What else do people like? They like Monkey King? Monkey King has also had a kind of rough tournament so far. I guess you can kind of pick anything and you can get Alacrity and you should have enough damage. But as you say, a lot of carries are banned out here. Maybe Morphling?
Morphling. If it weren't for this pesky Omni Knights, I would maybe consider something like a PA, something to really get on top of the Selena and threaten her, cut through a Pudge.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. PA, for me, feels like a lower tier hero right now. Maybe playable, but just needs so much farm, so much time.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they have a problem too. Like, they're going to get last pick. Polaris, as usual, save their offlaner for last.
Slardar ban. The hero that always comes to mind when I see that is just AM instinctively.
Yeah.
Is that on the menu?
I guess. I mean, it can't be that bad. I mean, you don't see what you're playing into. They banned Viper and Slardar. Is there a hero? Is there an obvious hero? Those two counter? I mean, anti-mage, sure, but I don't know if anyone's played anti-mage.
When I looked at stats a couple days ago, I don't know if he was in those pool of never picked heroes untouched.
Oh, okay, live stealer ban. All right, that makes sense.
That makes much more sense. That's a hero that Liquid as well have been playing. I know we just saw Polaris on it, but Liquid have been keen to pick up that hero as well.
No, I'm curious to see what they choose here.
5 seconds.
Looks like anti-mage. He's never been picked, but he has been banned a couple of times. 3 to me. Oh, it's an SF then.
All right.
A carry SF for them, a Zai Darkseer, which personally excites me. Decent Vac wall target here onto the Lina especially. Getting an illusion of her, and of course displacing her is going to make her very upset in these team fights. And maybe an SF Requiem on top to help kick in your team fight into the next gear.
I mean, you have the little bit of a wombo combo potential here with the Vacuum into Ice Path, into like some Meteor Requiem.
Oh, yeah.
Or I mean, there's a lot of synergy with their Vacuum. Even just Vacuum Charge.
Oh, that's what I was thinking, actually.
It's good too.
Yeah, and it's all like pure synergy as well. There's no like Winter Wyvern here to mess things up or Naga Song, you know, like it seems very flexible. It doesn't really feel like they need to do anything in a particular order. I think Vacuum first is always going to be nice, but you know, that's optional. So team fight looking pretty scary for Liquid. Polaris certainly excel right now in terms of pickoffs, especially with the Pudge Lina Clockwork. That's looking real scary. Liquid not too weak on their own side, but they could use maybe a little bit more team fight to help tie things together.
I would like to just play this Lina offlane and pick a Void Spirit mid.
A Lina offlane, huh?
Yeah, just go for it. Let's see though. Maybe he has something else thought up here. What can he do? Can do like a Dawnbreaker perhaps.
Okay.
It's just you get a double melee then, but Dawnbreaker can kind of throw that hammer and get close to Shadowfiend, go for kills. Mars. Okay.
So there we go. I'm excited to see Forrest on a much more active hero. I think we've almost only seen him on DP. I think one game as well on the Tidehunter. Personally, is what we've gotten to see him on, and those, I mean, Tidehunter a little bit more so, but he was just super hard canceled in that game and didn't really get to. I think he got off 2 Ravages in the fight. But this game should be a lot better for him, I think, already for Force, right? He's got a couple great targets to jump on. This Invoker, this SF, getting up that Arena of Blood, and maybe even looking to set up for some kills for his team. I like this Polaris draft a lot better than what we've seen from them so far, but I have to say this Luca draft looks really, really good too.
Yeah. I just kind of want to see how the lanes shake out, how they do. What is it? Mars Clockwork versus Shadowfiend and Drakiro. Yeah, I guess you're kind of free to pull creeps. You can, like, the Clockwork can sneak around, get in and cog this Shadowfiend, so a bunch of stuff can happen there. Yeah. No, hopefully we just get to see Polaris, like, step on the gas a little bit, so we get a competitive game.
And it's going to be just taking a magnifying glass on a hero I've seen a little bit less of ever since he was running through every one of our pubs for a while, is Spirit Breaker for Boxy. That's a hero I haven't seen a ton of recently. Have you had any experience playing with or against the Spirit Breaker? Any insights?
No, not really. It's kind of the same hero. He got a new shard, right? But I don't think I've seen anyone use that effectively.
It used to be a little bit broken. They have fixed a lot of interactions with it, so it seems like it used to kind of absorb everything and reflect some things twice. They fixed that. But yeah, his planar pocket, which allows him to absorb spells in an AoE radius to himself, right? Which seems good with 50% status resist. I don't know, though. That one does seem a little bit weird.
Yeah. No, otherwise I think he just plays the same. He's very tanky early, charges in. That's what I think. I think you try to get a Shadow Blade early, like the normal type stuff.
And, of course, one final question for you here, Pi. Will a tower be denied? Yes or no?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. For sure, he says. There you go. Easy Dota Plus points for you, or Battle Pass points.
Yeah.
Smoked up. Once again, a Pudge on Dire side, this time, though, for Polaris, as we are swapping sides of the river. In this best of 3 series, looking pretty good. Insania on the Jakiro, long-range spellcaster, and of course a Quaswex Invoker for Mickey. So he's not going to be going for the maybe preferred play style for lots of Invokers of Exort.
Oh, okay, yeah, so he's going that Quaswex. All right. I guess that's, I don't know. I don't know actually what the meta of the, if you go Quaswex versus Lina, or like what you prefer. Maybe you do like that Tornado to disable stacks and Mana Burner.
Yeah, I think that might be the goal, right? Or start to sip on bottle for mana, especially. I don't really think there's many mid heroes that can, threaten Lina's HP pool, especially in the early levels. But an Invoker with a couple points there, nice little EMP, Cold Snap, Tornado combo. Not in that order. I don't play Invoker, obviously, but in some sort of order there to burn the mana.
Okay, so they're throwing the Omni Knight offlane here to dispel, like I think you can dispel Shadowfiend stacks, and you can definitely dispel, like Jakiro Ice Dual Breath.
Yep. You can dispel all of Jakiro, sadly.
So, pretty good idea, I think. And then, obviously, I guess it's kind of complicated to cog and hook, but it's possible.
Seeing, of course, Secret with some really impressive cog and what is it, vacuum plays earlier, I think, on this channel. We'll see if Liquid can get a little bit of that synergy that Rezo and Zayats have. Zayat with Boxy. This is, of course, a classic tried and true Boxy, hoping for a bash there for some more damage, but no dice.
Yeah, so I think the lanes will be a bit more passive this game. I don't see really... It's only if Boxy and Zayat decide to go complete crazy.
Sicko mode.
Yeah, it's complete psycho, yeah.
You can already see AU kind of winning this 1v1, but they are skirmishing top, like you say. Let me see here. Level 2 power spikes. Is there like a side that really wants to get level 2 or even level 3 here for a big spike first in this lane? That's generally what I like to look at for a Darks here.
I mean, potentially. I mean, I don't think, like, when Liquid... I guess the charge is decent, but it's really hard to get a kill on either Clockwork or Pudge, right? They're so fat. We'll see here. They're trying.
Oh, there they go. There's the charges. Vacuum is leveled and ready. Level 1 Vacuum actually doing some damage now. Has a minute cooldown, of course.
Yeah, an ultimate.
As the hook somehow does not connect onto the heroes. I think Natsumi probably wanted range creep anyway.
Yeah, sure.
Not too unhappy that time around, at least, to hook the range. Lelouch has his bottle, though, so he is going to be very happy with the amount of sustain he's going to be bringing on board. Joker, of course, with Quas Orbs, doesn't really need it, but, of course, slightly Lina favored here for now. But okay, holding his own very nicely. They're just about even, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see, like, any of them. Like, they can't really kill each other, right? Maybe if the Lina goes too aggressive. And the same in the off lane, right? Like, you just have a Mars Omni Knight. Like, they're never going for a kill.
Yeah.
And when you have an Omni Knight, it's very hard to kill the Omni Knight lane. So I expect them to just be farming down here.
Changing last hits. Both camps blocked, by the way, down bottom as well by their opposing sides. So really no opportunity for lane shenanigans for now. Although, AU, there's going to be the Dispel, and away he goes.
Yep.
Wow, he got a lot of... Oh, right, that's right. This is actually super strong against the Jakiro, right? Because Dual Breath applies 2 separate debuffs.
Oh yeah, the slow and the...
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
So, yeah, so you get a lot of, actually, because every single time you cast Heavenly Grace, depending on how many debuffs you remove, you get, like, bonus HP, just bonus HP regen, right? And strength. Wow, yeah, so that could be really, really strong. Yeah, not bad.
Okay, Mars bringing out the full Falcon Blade. It's quite good.
Charge top lane is going to get some damage onto Natsumi. Careful here, though. Oh, great body block there, interrupting the trees, but hooked underneath tower is Boxy. He immediately eats some trees and is out of there. Didn't want to fight underneath a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that's Spirit Breaker for you. Tanks like 4 tower hits. You don't even know. Unless you saw it, you don't know.
He used to be the second tankiest here in the game at level 1. I think now it's Primal. But in he goes onto Natsumi, just on base HP. Natsumi comfortably last inning underneath this tower. He's got a ring of health, actually. Oh, the hook just swings wide. That'll force Xavius back here down to half HP for himself. Yeah, bot lane is just I farm, you farm.
On top again.
Oh, yeah, they are. And that is first blood. Wasn't expecting that. Natsumi is going to be able to trade away Zai. Boxy. Is he going to tank tower shots here? Looking for the kill. That's an Ion Shell as well, level 2, doing good work. And it'll be Boxy cleaning up top. I think he's going to go to the tower. Yep. There he goes.
Yeah. I don't know if he needed to do that, but it's fine. That was weird, actually. He should, like, either he should pull the creeps back a bit, so... Because now the lane is in a bad position. Or he should just get out and healing some himself, but that's fine.
Oh, you know Zai. He's always got a penchant for the drama, doesn't he? Oh, and now I die as well. End of Romeo and Juliet for him. Zai? Losing this fight.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, he's really losing this one. Hook? No way. Is he just simply dead? Oh, no. That is not good.
No. You think they made a really nice plate up there, but then it all turns around. Okay, so Polaris with a bit of a lead here in the early game.
Insane has managed to unblock his camp, but AU, of course, is just going to be lingering nearby. It's a stacked easy camp as well here. Not bad. Good work from Insania, but just about impossible to effectively pull it.
Yeah. And now the Natsumi on the Pudge is feeling really good. You got like that soul experience for that kill. Brings him up to level 5. Almost. Does he have hood? Yeah, he already has hood.
Wow.
So he should feel very good right now.
Yeah. Plus this, the way that Flesh Heap works, of course, right, just being a flat damage reduction is going to basically allow him to really, literally ignore Ion Shell, especially in these early levels. He's not going to care.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's holding a point, right? Like, if they commit him in again, he just gets a second point, and then it's invulnerable.
All these tiny DPS amounts from Zai are going to be doing nothing against him, let alone through the barrier. Flash Heaps, very tanky lane. Quite difficult now, and I think for that reason, that's why we've seen Boxy attempt to rotate away. They might have just picked him up by that Rocket Flare. Not too sure. Either way, the ward.
Okay, they're gonna try this Cog hook. Oh, he doesn't have Cog. Okay, Battery Assault into hook.
Oh,
close.
Hi. He's gonna be saved there by the creeps.
AU
Get down.
Getting charged though. Might be dead here.
Oh, can he get the bounty though? Yes, worth it.
Nice.
He's gonna die to Matumbo Man, however, in the process, who's gonna farm a small stack of the easy camp. Or not. Do that later. Did lose his courier as well, quite annoyingly.
Yeah. But this game, Polaris, they're all getting farm here. Every core has very good farm. So this might be quite a different game.
And Mickey's, I think, not going for... Yeah, he's not going for Earn. Is someone else going for Earn, or is just going to be an Earnless game? I suppose with the Dispel, it becomes a much less attractive option, as I'll get to that later. Force fighting versus 3 down bottom. God's Rebuke onto 2. Good spear, actually stuns Matumba. That might get him to safety here. It's a dual breath in 1 second, but they will not go diving under the tower.
It's very well played. And they get Insania's Courier as well. Nice.
It's a lovely spray as well.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Xavius, he's free to just be as annoying as he wants versus Zai. Boxy is charging over. He'll be over here in about 10 seconds or so. In the meantime, Zai not faring very nicely here 1v2. Now trapped inside of the cogs. Mickey as well, rotating on it over. As is Natsumi though, level 6 at the ready, looking for the hook. But Xavius is in the way. He's going to end up hooking over Spirit Breaker, who is going to get off. Actually, a really nice bulldoze. Tornado interrupted, but it was only going to last another half second anyway, thanks to the status resist. And Liquid do a decent job defending. They do lose Insania down bottom though. And Matumba.
Yep.
Force, what a game. Now this is what we were expecting from him, wasn't it?
Yep. This feels way better. Now they're all farming. Every lane is going well. It feels good game finally. I'm a little peeved there with Natsumi. Like, at least he could have hooked out his clockwork, you know, saved him. But he got greedy. He just wanted to kill. Like, he just... I don't know. Oh, that's not cool, man.
He wanted the flesh heap stacks. And now he wants Zai to go down to half HP. Okay, fair enough. I don't think he was really too eagerly looking for a kill. Just a bit of a heal for himself. And Zai's in range anyway. Might as well have a snack.
Yeah. Okay.
Burn mid lane for Xavius. Seeing lots of more of this kind of ward, that dire ward underneath the tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
I suppose it's against these kinds of supports that just jump in and dive, like a Spirit Breaker or a Marcy, right? Helping you get a little bit of heads-up notice.
Yeah, but you can also see both of these wards are like placed so you can't check the vision from the tower, you know? Like when you go into the bushes and stuff. And like you cut the fog and then you see...
At nighttime you can see it. Yeah. I got you.
Especially that Radiant ward.
Boxy. Oh, there's a rotation from a Tumba man, and it's going to be forced slow to a crawl. He's got Arena in 3 more seconds, so that's time he does not have. Killed already, and AU ought to be next, especially with the bash from Boxy. Well done, Boxy. Found the bash key there. Is AU? He'll tick down. Kill goes to Boxy. I think he got another bash there to secure it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's how you know you're good at this year.
Yeah, seriously. It's, yeah, he's going to be feeling pretty nice about that one. He's got, completed phase boots as well coming his way, but that's not going to stop him from charging. As onto the mid lane, they will go for Xavius, going hunted yet again. Forces TPing in, and is receiving reinforcements as well, but a beautiful Tornado EMP. Yeah, that'll burn his mana very quickly. Still has a magic wand, and that'll give him enough mana to cast an Arena if he needs it. It seems like he'll head back to the bottom lane.
See Natsumi chasing down Sai up here.
I think Zai, he's in trouble. Did not get off the surge. Can he do so now? Maybe, but there's a hook. Zai's going to need to dodge it. The creep style all around him. A little bit of ring around the rosy, and Zai's out of there. Hook goes north, but Zai went low. Well, that is Zai finally being able to get away from this pudge.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget, like, Liquid look good there. They get a couple of kills, but you have to remember, like, when they're roaming around there, Pudge is completely free farming. Lina is also completely free farming. So you can see that in the net worths. And I'm curious what Force is going to go for. If he's going to go more of an Amar build, skipping the blink. It seems that way.
Looks like it for now. Acceptor got I think, reasonably nerfed for how strong that thing used to be. The Bulwark soldiers, Boxy. It's just going to feed a Flesh Heap here. It'll reveal the ward, but it's about to expire anyway. Only a minute left, and it's going to be Natsumi much happier there with the 3rd Flesh Heap stack as well.
Yeah, no one wants to go up him. Like, this punch is very scary.
And maybe no one wants to go bottom either. Insania has tried to get levels and experience twice now. He's going to get off the stick, and now maybe even more. He's going to get off all of his spells. Macropyre as well, burning away at Force. Mickey's rotating over as well. Dual Breath is going to seal his fate. That's why you buy stick there. Well done, Insania.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, little unnecessary there to go. Because this is the only thing keeping Liquid in this game. Like, these kills they're getting to bottom lane. This Pudge and Lina are so fun.
Maybe a kill mid. Zai's just going to consume a Laguna Blade. Doesn't really let it bother him here. Xavius now trapped under tier 1 tower. He's going to be pushed back into his own cogs as Boxy pushed back momentarily here, still continuing to give chase. Hook shot away to the medium camp. Zai has a surge, but there's a Pudge here, and they've lost their tower. So they're a little hesitant, I should say, to pursue any further. Curious. Pudge didn't rotate away. He just continued to be like a raid boss in this lane and demolish the tier 1 tower. Not always the first one you see go down this off lane tier 1.
No. That's when you know you had the rough one.
Why is that? Why do teams, even when they're sometimes winning the lane at a decent rate, why do they always prefer to go for the safe lane tier 1? The enemy safe lane tier 1, that is.
I mean, it will always depend.
Okay.
Usually when you have an advantage, you'll try to pressure. But sometimes when you have carries, like, especially these new carries, like if you have Lina or Shadowfiend carry, it's extremely scary to hit that tower. But usually if you have like a lifestealer or any of these melee tanky carries, you'll try to like give the tower a little push.
Well, you'll nibble on it a couple of times and eventually it'll fall over.
Yeah.
Especially if Liquid are concerned with matters elsewhere on the map. Boxy is going to be given the hook shot. Did have the bulldoze up though. Oh, and in trouble here potentially is going to be Lelouch. He's going to be caught up. AU here has got GA, and that'll save Lelouch at least from physical damage.
Nice.
Seeing him to safety up to the high ground. The Guna Blade as well, useful for the kill onto Boxy, and Liquid are going to be forced back.
Now you can see he gained 29 strength there from the what is it called? The Heavenly Grace. Dispelled a lot of things.
That is mad. And that's going to get a little bit higher as well, not to mention with that extra stack per level now. This did get a little bit nerfed, but of course they've never really adjusted the numbers here per debuff. So yeah, that's going to feel really good this game. You're dispelling lots of things here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah, what is it? Jakira has like 3, 4, maybe even 5 of them.
Yeah, 5, 6 maybe if he wants to get shard, honestly. Mickey's got a ton of them as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Mickey, I think he's only got a couple. Witchblade and Cold Snap, perhaps. But we'll see here. Force. Oh, Meatball as well. Yeah, there's a lot there. Force. He's going to be charged up. Okay, Boxy's going to get trolled a little bit, but that's okay because he just needs a bash. And he's going to find it, and that'll be Force. Well, still able to get off the arena, but dying all the same.
Yeah. A little unfortunate that AU is not there behind him. I don't know what he was doing there.
Looks like he is, at least for now, more concerned with protecting the Lina. Maybe in position to break some smokes there.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Which is now with the Invis looking to make an aggressive move, but Polaris fortified, and that's certainly going to bring an alarm bell or two for Liquid and let them know that there's probably
many
enemies
TPs coming for Natsumi here.
Yeah, there is, as well as a Boxy charge from across the map. Mask of Madness as Mutumba looks to give chase. Zai as well, at the ready. He's already surged on over. TP's now coming bottom as they do get a kill onto Insania. He's stuck around bottom and is going to eat the wrath of the Lina. Requiem canceled by Force's TP. The Tornado only catches one here, so AU with a Dispel, getting a little bit of that bonus strength and HP towards Pudge. He's so tanky here. Throws a wand as well to use, but Mutumba with the Requiem, and now setting up the Shadow Races, picking up the kill onto the Pudge. Force with a nice spear. That'll stop Boxy from diving tier 1 tower, but it's not going to stop Mickey, who whiffs on the EMP but continues to give chase. They're going to be able to finish off AU from behind as Force now hit by the Cold Snap as well as this Witchblade, likely to perish. They got vision thanks to the charge and a nice deafening blast to kill him off. Liquid will get 3 and they just drop Insania down bottom and lose the tower down there.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Like they're barely hanging on there. Like this game could be, if Liquid didn't like have this killer instinct where they commit for heroes like this, they could be like 6-7k gold down, but they've taken every opportunity they can and kept this game pretty even.
Dire's top tower is under
2k net worth lead right now, only separating the two. Lelouch as well, coming along very nicely for his itemization. Has full BKB and now Falcon Blade. You can see in that fight recap really how much Pudge is doing already. Does he have Ags? Not yet. He's just one component away from Ag, so that's all. That's a significant amount of damage. I think we should really, add pre-Ag Scepter. This thing gets completely bonkers once he does get that Rot upgrade. And Polaris, they're amassing the items, to be ready to fight with that spike. Lina is not going to quite get the full Lotus Orb in time, or sorry, make that Lincoln Sphere in time, but she's making really great progress towards it.
Yeah, already up with the BKB here. And when you get Lincolns, you feel so much better playing against Spirit Breaker. Because there's a lot of times in these games you don't know if they have completed. Okay, hook mid.
This is big. Oh yeah, that's a big one. No BKB this time for Mutumba, and he is dead. Lelouch as well, picking up the kill, getting some more money here to complete the Lincolns.
Yeah, good, nice. I like it. Polaris doing a little move here.
And like you say, the killer instinct, right? Force and Xavius both sticking around in the area. They know they can get a little bit more from this if Liquid are a bit too haphazard with their positioning. But maybe now it's Polaris who have committed a bit too far as Xavius is going to eat the rat. Look at all that dispel as he gets, though. He just gained 44 strength.
Yeah.
He's not dying.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, 44 strength, 32 HP regen. It's,
yeah.
It's quite massive.
I mean, he got 1,000 HP there.
Any talents for this? Duration? Okay. Yeah, quite strong this game.
There actually is a talent. I mean, it's at 20 and it's a support Omni, so you know how realistic is this? Is naturally the question there. Yeah, not too bad there. This Omni Knight Heavenly Grace, and in fact, it dispels both Omni and his target now. It always applied the buff before, but it didn't actually dispel Omni. Now, he doesn't have to either choose between removing the debuffs on himself or an ally. He gets to do both.
I mean, I've always played it like I dispelled myself as well. That's how I played Omni Knight, even when it didn't. So it was a surprise to me when I read the patch notes.
So I will admit humility as well. Xavius here has got a
nice
ward,
hook.
and that's a good jump as well. But do they have detection here for Mickey? Because he's under the cover of Ghost Ball, but he's going to reveal himself and eat the hook in the meantime. Laguna Blade as well. Mickey trying to run, but the Rod AoE doing too much. Natsumi just too stanky there. He's going to pick up the kill onto Mickey.
Yeah. Very close with the arena there at the end, catching Shadow Fiend. He's so far away from BKB on
Foxy. Careful here. Well, Xavius already used hook. And there's really great vision as well, actually, from Liquid covering, this part of the map. There's they've drawn a line essentially with their wards right now. Have Liquid.
Oh, they see Natsumi by himself here.
They do, and pick pole to try and escape, but sucked back with the vacuum force. Oh, how he wishes he had the arena now. Natsumi, he's gonna live. Oh, unbelievable! AU keeps him alive. They're giving chase here. Boxy wants his man. There's 38 strength gained and nearly 1,000 HP. Look at this drop for Pudge, but he's just too darn tanky.
Yeah.
This is making a big difference in these fights whenever AU's in range.
Yeah. No, he can keep you alive for sure. No, I'm just, I feel like Polaris have a big window now where they should be able to do whatever they want. No BKB on Shadow Fiend, like he's so weak. Like if he gets caught by anything, he will just die.
No, they've got definitely enough and easy enough CC to use here to just really combo him 100-0, it feels like, without that BKB. And he's not necessarily close, as you say. He's about just about halfway there, just under.
There we go, hook.
And it's Mickey yet again, Tornado, but he's trapped into Cogs. A second pushback here. Once again, Insania here. Save the day a bit, and that's lots of damage onto Xavius. This time, AU not quite in range. Maybe a little bit too much damage already dealt to save him.
That tornado by Mickey was amazing. Like he threw it where he predicted them coming from. So he hit the Lina in fog. Like he had no idea Lina was coming for him. But he hit him and he gets a kill instead of dying.
Good that you point that out. Gets a kill, saves himself as well, right? There's the big one there. Polaris are still going to move into Roche. They're actually tanking this macro bit and have pulled Roshan into it, but it's going to be ages for Natsumi. Liquid really in a position to be able to contest this, least of all when Matumba is still without BKB, just 500 gold now away.
Yeah, no, Liquid are definitely, they want the Matumba BKB, they want the Mickey BKB.
Okay, there's a hook shot as well for Zaya here. Force, still no Blink Dagger. Again, he skipped it, going for BKB Falcon Blade first. In reverse order there.
Yep.
So no kill here.
Now, Polaris should be way stronger right now. It'll be interesting to see the fights when Shadow Fiend and Invoker complete their BKB stuff.
I guess at that stage, right, the concerns are a Clockwork getting a really keen interrupt, maybe a Pudge hook as well, just mispositioning you, and that could really lead to your doom easily.
Yep.
Still some things to watch out for. He's not going to be completely free with that item. Tornado and Charge, both used. One of them at least is going to hit. Lock-on missile there, and then speaking of lock-on, Xavius almost has a heat-seeking hook shot by the looks of things as Boxy eaten alive by Natsumi. 5th flesh heap stack for him.
And Lelouch taking bottom tower at the same time. This is very good.
He's got a wagon. Liquid are just forced now to kind of leave and give up this part of the map. Absolutely no contest here against this Lina.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, they're pinging mid tower, so see if they go for that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not Force, actually. He's holding on to this occult bracelet.
Yeah.
With the Rights of Elushar passive. So just a little bit more cast range. Pretty nice to have on Arena here, as well as, of course, the spear. That does reduce...
Cast range?
Yeah, cast range.
On a cold bracelet?
Oh, my bad, my bad. I thought it was the other one. You're right, that's mana regen.
Yeah, it says like a bit of cash and mana regen.
That is mana regeneration. Apologies for that.
No, you're okay, man. I'll forgive you.
Thank you. Yeah, they do have Eye of the Vizier as well. That's the one I was thinking he was holding.
Yeah. No, he should probably pick up the Aquila, but this is fine too. Okay, BKB's done, maybe, perhaps? Shadow Fiend BKB, Invoker BKB. We still have Aegis on Pudge though, so like you don't just want to charge in there. Oh, and even Box is going for a BKB. Okay.
I like it on a Spirit Breaker. That seems to make a great deal of sense to me.
Yeah.
He's the one pushing alone currently down bottom. All the rest of Polaris are smoking up now. Still have this ward in the mid lane, but Liquid have got some really great coverage as they're camping underneath one ward. One about to expire as well. Allows them to scout Force a bit better as Natsumi interrupted, but the big ol' hook onto Zai. At least Zai is able to continue running. Not until, of course, Force is going to trap him inside of the Arena of Blood. BKB active, but a hook shot. Okay, Zai dies in the arena, but Mike in an arena of his own as Natsumi closes the gap, going for the Dismember as well. Nothing to interrupt. Finally, the Requiem comes through. Mike alive, forced to BKB and run, but Natsumi with another hook here. He's going to connect this one onto Matumba, forced to BKB again. No hook shot to keep him at bay. Matumba actually keen on maybe removing this Aegis, but no chance here with AU behind. 44 strength
Natsumi
yet
can
again.
just go in here again, no BKBs. And he still has Aegis. And Lina BKB, like, they're so strong right there.
Lina BKB and that Lincoln Sphere. Polaris up to the high ground they will go. Zai's back in 10, and that Fortify is going to clear the wave and buy them maybe just about enough time for him to respawn. But as you say, Matumba no BKB, Mike no BKB, no Macropire. Boxy, he's going in though.
Ooh,
okay.
Good, cancel that, brother.
He gave it a thought. He fancied a thought and thought again about it.
It is frustrating though to play Spirit Breaker when you just can't go in. When you have to cancel every charge. That's not how you want to play this here.
No, of course not. And he is getting mighty close to that BKB, especially for a Spirit Breaker. Farms a lot faster now that Bash feels double damage increase.
Oh, going in mid?
Oh yeah, they are. And the damage. Oh, but the back wall set up into the tornado is pretty decent. Xanavius being body blocked by all the illusions, and now a really nice ice path here onto 3, sets up for a tornado and the Macropire, but Natsumi finds a hook there onto Boxy. Oh, in the Arena of Blood, it traps all 5! Lelich is going to pop the BKB and just open up onto Liquid. Insania is the lone survivor as Force receives a trifecta of tips. Natsumi with the ultra kill. And Polaris have just absolutely wiped through Liquid. What an arena.
Yeah, no, it's also so... Because they both have like 8-second cooldown on their BKBs. And not to speak of, like, you see how long that Clockwork lives. He gets like 60 strength, you know, from the Heavenly Grace. He gets healed, and he's just not dying.
Yeah, and you can see in the fight recap there, it's just Pudge doing damage there. Everyone forced to get in, you know, inhale the rot fumes with the AoE upgrade. He's not taking any damage thanks to Flesh Heap and Eternal Shroud.
Yeah.
There's the Aegis being reclaimed, and Polaris are going to back up now as we can take another look at that fight.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Look at the Clockwork, how long it lives. Like, they basically throw every spell they have on him. Here, you think he's dead here, right? But then...
Heavenly Grace?
Yeah.
He's got 3,000 HP at level 11. Sorry, level 11.
And they're... Bam. No BKBs up, and they just get cleaned up.
What an arena. Great jump there by Polaris. Sania doing what he can here towards the end. But the mid lane of Barracks will be dropped. Yeah, feeling good about that one for sure.
Yeah. Now that's all you can do when you're the only one dead from the game-winning team fight. Shake your fist a little bit.
Now, Polaris, for the first time that we've been able to cast them here, Pi, and the first time in this series especially, find themselves in a commanding position in this game. A DD Rune as well, Scott on the river, but it's Matumba who once again finds his mark. It's onto Zai, gets a Force Staff and a Surge away. Xavier, nice little sidestep there, but hello. Here's Force yet again to stop him in his tracks. Zai has had absolutely no breathing room this game, man. Not even Natsumi has any chill, man. He's up to the high ground with the last couple of seconds of haste and just looking for an opening.
Yeah.
Even without haste, he's thinking about it. Okay, Boxy with BKB. Liquid.
Liquid are just lacking a bit of damage, right?
It feels like it.
It's hard for him.
Especially because of just the bonus HP, the raw HP that Omni's been able to give them.
Yeah. Especially like, with the Guardian Angel, Heavenly Grace, everything there.
Not to say anything of the Dispel it gives. You know, that's obviously clearly been a problem. Just this HP. Look at this, 32 HP. Without dispelling a single thing, it's still 32 bonus HP. Whoa, okay, all right, now Tim. I mean, he's playing like he has Aegis. You know, play with the inventory you want, but the counter initiation still really darn good here. Matumba is going to now channel up the Requiem, but everyone is BKB'd. It's actually only going to catch onto AU. Matumba's got to run in the last couple of seconds. Boxy as well is not super safe as they finally get through the clockwork. A hook goes sailing on in, but won't catch anyone. Now Force finds himself still with BKB without Arena here. He's going to be forced to use it to simply run. Sunstrike is going to tickle him for a bit of damage. Actually not bad out from Meke, who's almost maxed the Exort already. And now with BKBs running out, Liquid
he's going in.
A ward there. Natsumi being stunned by the charge on through from Boxy. Oh, it's a beautiful ice path out from Sani. It's going to connect onto 3, but AU's not caught by it. He's going to have so much HP for Natsumi as well. 62 bonus strength, 4,200 HP. They finally take down the Pudge. Lelouch as well, underneath a Sentry Ward, has no action but to die here. Force can do what he can, but he can't TP away. That's not happening here. Not versus Meke. Tornado instantly invoked, and Liquid, they strike back. They will hold.
Okay, okay. Little, what do you say? A little hope? A little hopium? Whatever the word is there. So they can win fights if everything goes correctly there. Like if the fight happens and then they get to fight again, basically. When the Guardian Angel is down, the BKBs are down.
Oh, Insania. Oh, Scout the Roche, but this would be huge for
Liquid.
Liquid.
They got it early.
They got it.
Oh my god.
This is a huge turning point. Polaris, they know too.
Can they make it? 20
it's
seconds.
It's gonna be close. Of course, they've got max presence of the Dark Lord already. They got a Crystallis as well. They have Alacrity ready to go. I think they have to. This is their ticket back in.
Oh, Savius has to go though. Yes, BKB. Just hook in there and...
Go
or do you? This is so... It feels so bad if you give this up. He's gonna
10
try.
seconds left. There's going to be some vision.
Forge Spirits are blocking though, but they
go
miss.
Again. Oh, with the vacuum out before we can activate the BKB. Roche falling, but Mike getting bashed down to half. Matumba is going to claim all the bounty from Roche as Boxy charging in.
They need to run now.
AU to keep him away. Xavius BKB is going to run out the hook. Oh, just barely catches. Actually misses Boxy is what I meant to say.
Back to base, guys.
Back to base. They also smoked underneath the ward, so Polaris very well aware of where Liquid are currently hiding out. Just not in a position to take it.
Everything for a comeback here is coming together. That was a 0-second Roche, right?
It was pretty low. I think the lowest I've seen him go is about 10. But yeah, it's essentially the fastest Roche that you could reasonably expect. Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
Yeah, I mean that's what they needed. And now what? Let's see. Matumba has Silver Edge ready. Yeah. He just needs a little more damage, right? And then him with Alacrity will finally start dealing some damage.
Let me tell you, from that second Roche, not only did he get himself that Aegis, but you can see now every, 3 seconds, he's also applying a little bit of a crit. Fear. So there's even more damage for you.
Yeah.
Will it be enough to get through how tanky this Pudge becomes when they get a couple of Dispels and Heavenly Grace? You know, especially with GA potentially being a problem. Mike so far has been on the money with these tornadoes, but Polaris, they can certainly throw a wrench in the works of this comeback. But impressive moves from Liquid all the same, pardon.
Okay. Okay, Boxy. Oh, Boxy canceling the TP. What is he doing?
Yeah, BKBs, and he's got charge. Careful here, though, because in comes Liquid. Matumba being pushed back by the Cogs, activating BKB, and now Requiem forcing out BKBs of Polaris. Cogs actually kind of trapping Polaris inside as well. Oh, but it's Natsumi. He's found his man. It's Mike. Boxy's going to buy back. Does actually get a stun onto Natsumi as the rest of Polaris here kind of being zoned by the wall, but another big hook, and they've instantly got through Matumba's first life. Lelouch, in the meantime, is going to get a die back there onto Boxy. Matumba does not have BKB here on his second life, doesn't even have Silver Edge, and Lelouch is just going to kill him. They're just dead. Everyone on Liquid finished off here as Boxy draws them into a fight in the mid lane to their doom.
Yeah. Oh, very unfortunate. They tried to force a fight there, right? He cancelled his BKB TP out, but unfortunately they're still 15k gold down, right? And Pudge and Lina are just so strong.
Just too tanky. Very hard to kill. Lina now really starting to pick up the mantle here in terms of who's doing the damage. Nearly doubling the damage there Pudge was able to do, which was still, of course, 4k in that single fight. Not bad at all. And Natsumi, of course, on some amazing repositionings there on the Blink Daggers, catching Mickey, and now catching Insania. Tornado using Insania, might just die here to the rod, but Force, he knows he doesn't need the arena there for Insania. Straight onto Mickey goes, that's a dieback. BKB active, that'll be likely all their axe falling, and maybe the game here. Liquid might be able to give it one more go, but seems like it's at least Megas.
Wait, Invoker has no buyback. I think this just might be it.
I believe that was a dieback for him even for Mickey.
Yeah.
So
I mean, at least, yeah, they're mega, but I think Polaris should go here and finish the game. But let's see.
Tumba back to max souls at least. Well, Polaris, you gotta head back in. Force is without BKB and without Arena for another minute.
Oh, but he has completed refresher.
Okay, that might be enough to catch Liquid off guard here as he is looking for a mark. Natsumi clearing waves top. There's gonna be the hook shot right onto Matumba Man. They're even connecting the CC perfectly down to half HP. Didn't even need the Arena. Down he goes. You can see all the skill shots reaching in, trying to secure the kill on the Matumba as there's Natsumi straight on to Boxy. Zai doing what he can with the wall of replica, but it's just simply not enough. Liquid falling here in game number 2 as Polaris revitalized here. Seem to be forcing a game number 3, all but certain at this stage, but there's a Force into the fountain. Natsumi has no BKB, falling quickly, but Force doesn't have enough mana for the arena here actually, so just tosses the spear, but the GA's there to save him. Still 4 dead for Liquid, throne exposed, and Lelich is here finishing the game. GG will be called. We're going to game 3, Pi.
Nice. Okay, Polaris. Showing a little life here, nice.
Yeah, more than a little bit of life. I think they really kind of smacked the heck out of Liquid in that top lane, didn't they? I mean, Natsumi was off to a great start, and no one could touch him in that top lane. He even felt safe enough, as we discussed, to take the tower, just basically by himself.
Yeah. No, they just ended up with no pressure in lanes from Liquid. I don't think any of their lanes went particularly well, you know? And all of Polaris cores got to farm. Like, I guess Shadowfiend had the best game of them, but he still wasn't even out farming the Mars. And like, yeah, it was just it just looked like a really difficult game for them to play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think looking towards draft with Polaris taking out the Boxy's Marcy, did force him onto a different hero, which felt a lot more. Wasn't as easy, right, to get on top of enemy heroes, go for this mispositioning plays. Really, really big shout-outs as well here towards Polaris overall, but especially the supporting cast this game. I think Xavius was amazing on this Clockwork. All game, basically. Force, I mean, he's just got to be the MVP straight up with how well he played and getting all of those arenas. It's really good to see him on a game, after you've been hyping him up so much that this is the guy who always wins his lane, to finally impact a lot here on the game because of how well his lane went.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be fair. Natsume played really well too, and I gotta give credit to AU for this Omni Knight pick. It's not been I've seen it a lot in these high level pubs here, but it's not been the most popular hero in these qualifiers, right? No, but him seeing Jakiro and then immediately picking up that hero and doing a lot of work.
Certainly going to be a big heads-up move there from Polaris, and that's going to allow them to equalize here in Game 2 of the TI-11 upper bracket, lower, what was this called again? The Last Chance Qualifiers, right? Loser to lower brackets, but it's best of 3 time, and that means it's down to map number 3 between Liquid and Polaris. That'll be coming up here after the break, guys. Make sure you stay tuned.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. We're going to Game 3 here, as I believe all the games previous to us have. This time it's Liquid and Polaris facing off in the upper bracket. Now, elimination not at stake as a result, but of course, with only 2 slots into TI, you'd much rather play 2 matches for the opportunity to get a shot at that prize pool, rather than just the one in the lower. So we'll see here, as it's hotly contested, Polaris back in shape, and we'll see how Liquid can recover after a really strong Game 2 from their opponents. Seeking Strike and Pilot on the call with you here as our draft now getting underway. Pi, what do you think about this series so far, man? It's been really cool to see Polaris back and revitalized in that kind of game.
Yeah. After seeing the first game, I was really scared that it would be a quick 2-0 stomp, right? But it feels good to have a real series on our hands, like with Polaris coming back and showing us that they're actually a good team.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they are top 4 in their group, I believe, even 3rd above Vici Gaming for a reason. And they're definitely showing us here as they're taking games off a first seed team Liquid. We'll see now how things are going to end up going for them as we'll get underway with our final draft. Matumba pulling at the chin hairs, aided by Blitz, seeing what they're going to come up with.
Yeah, no, I expect the bans to be very okay. Okay, so Liquid banned the Marcy. Yeah, so the only different, the only change Polaris did last game was that they banned Marcy instead of Tiny. And I don't think, Liquid didn't even pick up Tiny. So
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe that's something they'll think about.
Yeah, this is curious. I think, you know, with Polaris, they're going to have first pick. It's not entirely clear unless you know by heart the pick order and ban order in the draft. But Polaris have first pick here, right? Which is why it's interesting that Liquid are the ones to decide to make the ban. Tiny is still going to be banned regardless from Polaris.
Yeah.
And maybe Enigma taking out here as well with the kind of game that Force had. I wouldn't want him on that kind of Force multiplier.
Sure,
That's
sure.
really cool.
Okay, yeah. So we have Enigma left, we have Primal left. Because I'm pretty sure Primal has been banned every game so far in this series.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I'm curious to see what they'll pick here.
The Primal. So Liquid maybe having a couple of openings, you know, bans being a part of those and not wanting to deviate from them, you know, just to make sure that they're drafting in somewhat of a comfort zone here. There's the Enigma, like I said.
So I don't know. I feel like that until you get really countered, you just when you get a chance to pick that hero, you pick him. But obviously, Liquid have some sort of response in mind, right?
Of course, yeah. They're gonna have something here to play into this Enigma.
Okay.
It'll be the off lane showing first from Liquid. This is somewhat a little bit of a blast from the past when Tide was a much more viable off laner. He's starting to return to that role now. By no means is that a slight at Liquid, but this was a lane we used to see back then all the time, right? Minus armor between Gush, a little Shredder, some ability to close the gap, and then physical damage that you're amping with all your minus armor on top is really quite a dangerous lane to play into.
Yeah, I guess I'm still a little surprised. I would think you would open up with something versus the Enigma.
I agree.
I guess maybe they have an idea of like this Tide is baiting out an early carry pick, and then you just put him as a 5. Maybe you can try to what is it? Anchor smash the Eidolons or something. I don't know. We'll see.
It might be viable. They did nerf the Eidolons a little bit in 732C now, I believe. But they nerfed it really heavily on their magic resist. They used to have 60% magic resist at each level. Now I think it starts at 20 or 30, and it ramps up to 60 when you max the ability, or the dire Eidolons, as they're called.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm curious. I'm curious if this, because this is kind of a weird answer to Enigma, right?
Yeah, I'd agree.
Or maybe we'll see, because I don't know, like maybe, I think before you used to be able to solo like a Tidehunter versus Enigma, and he would do really well. Like he would get early boots and just run and smash these Eidolons, but they're faster now, I feel, and I don't know. That's probably not the plan, right?
Yeah, they did something, not in this patch, but in a previous patch where they like improved the Eidolon's turn rates or their animation or something got snappier. And they're actually going to be the ones to take the trump card that has been, very frequently picked versus the Enigma. There's still a Rubik, that we could potentially see get pulled out from Liquid here. Don't get me wrong. There are other options in the pool. And of course, like a Warlock if they think it's really that bad. But even against a Silencer, I don't know. Polaris, though, drafting with Enigma in mind, they intend to run this as a position 3, and they intend for him to get some black holes off, for sure.
Yeah, and they refuse to play versus Lone Druids.
I think many people don't want to play versus Lone Druids.
Matumba Man, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's already shown us what he could do now. He has the shorts buff playing in Singapore. You and I know it's very hot in this region, so he's definitely in shorts. That's when you know he's at his strongest.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah, so they ban out the Bristleback too. Just kind of the standard heroes to like roll over an Enigma. You can still play these more, these Lina and Shadow Fiend carries. They're still quite playable versus Enigma. Like the early levels, you just hunt down the Eidolons, he can't fight back. And then later you jungle fast, and you can hit from outside the black hole, right? So there's still, and and as you said, you mentioned a bunch of position 5 heroes, right? And I think Insania likes all of them, like these ranged, like Winter Wyvern. You said Wyvern. Warlock. You said Rubik. He's like the guy who loves position 5 Rubik the most. So we'll see.
Those are all
maybe one of these.
Yeah, I think Polaris though making it clear, like I said, they intend to complete black holes. They don't want to see them canceled, especially when because silence is a good tool, right, to stop, I don't know, say a golem from being dropped or to stop a spell from being stolen, regardless of Lincoln's status or not an Enigma, right? So yeah, here's the man himself. I wonder what he's going to be picking if he has something in mind to deal with this Enigma in lane, but as well as with that mid game threat once he does get that BKB online.
Yeah. Some heroes that are quite annoying for Enigma are like one especially is Pango with which he just one-shots your Eidolons with his Swashbuckle, and when he picks up Basher, like you can't really stop him from canceling your black hole. Kunkka is annoying too, just for the damage reduction and also just cleaving Eidolons. But it's not like Enigma is unplayable versus these heroes. Can still do okay.
He's a bit weaker now. He's been a bit of a lane bully, especially at the start of the patch, and he's felt impossible to play against at nearly all levels of play, but especially in this professional scene. He does a lot. Tower push, denies a lot of creeps naturally, right? And all that really starts to add up to what is a difficult laning stage. It's the Ember Spirit's going to be the last ban out from Liquid, and there's a solution, right, for the Black Hole. Even through BKB, you will cancel Black Hole, even if Enigma's in the center, as long as he is the first thing to get hit by hookshot, of course. That's the big if.
Yeah. Or if you get the Ags, like the AoE is so big, so like wherever you hook, like I don't know, everything gets stunned.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because you can stun more people on the follow up as soon as you get pulled in. But that's Enigma's not guaranteed to be in that path if you're hitting something behind him, right? That's the reason I specify that. So it'll be the Clockwork then. For Liquid, also gives them some vision. I think it's a hero that fights nicely into Silencer early on, especially if Clockwork can close the gap. It'll really punish Silencer's weakness in this laning stage.
Yep. No, for sure. So let's see what Polaris have in mind here.
Polaris Esports.
Okay, they banned Ursa. Yeah, you don't want to pick like Monkey King. He's okay. They did pick Monkey King.
Wait, where were you going with that?
No, it's just because I checked out the stats before we started our cast today, right? And Monkey King has not been doing very well. And I mean, it's still a fine hero, right? And I think Natsumi plays it a lot. So like, I get it. Like, it's very strong in lane versus Tidehunter. Just it's not been the most successful hero this qualifier.
Does look like a decent pick this game as well, especially into the lane that Liquid are proposing.
Yeah.
So I see the reason for it, but yeah, as you say, the stats not really going to be giving the most confidence, at least if you're a stats-based person. We'll see here what, of course, the draft has to offer. Okay, the Sven, is this a position 4 or 5 Sven? Or
Yeah, it feels that way, right?
Yeah.
Probably a position 4 with the Enigma, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
it's kind
I
of
would say
cool.
that. I like it. Who used to do this a lot? I think Kataomi on Entity really started doing this a ton, at least for the regions I was watching a bit more. And yeah, it's really good. You go for like Vlad's usually, you get your shard, and if you manage to get up to your 20 talent, I think you give something like 30 or 26 armor for your team in an aura that's undispellable, which amounts to about 66% physical damage reduction from 0. So yeah.
I mean, I think already just with the shard and Vlad's, right, you're giving just some passive, like at least 10 armor?
Yeah,
something
10 or 12.
like that.
It's a lot. I think you're right. It is 10 if it's the number. But yeah, it's strong. You have a point and click stun, which always feels really nice.
Yeah. Still though, maybe a Tiny is a stronger hero. I don't know. I've only seen position 5 since. Ooh, sniper. It's an interesting pick. It's not easy to play Enigma if this is a carry sniper.
Yeah,
it's a very bad lane.
I was thinking probably with Shrapnel build as well, you can tear through those Eidolons real quick. They are snappier when they move around on their animations, but they're still quite sluggish, those things.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first few, like level 1 Eidolons, even when you get them to level 2, they just die too fast. And these type of range carries are also, like, it's annoying for Enigma, because it's hard to get in and black hole at any point in this game. You have to, especially this game, you have to get through Tidehunter and Clockwork.
Yeah, and their vision, right? I mean, the vision here is pretty good. Rocket Flare, and, you know, I suspect we'll see, well, I don't know if this is Insania or a Boxy on the clock. Probably Insania, I suppose, with the Snap Tide lane being pretty strong. But, you know, either way, if there's an Ag Scepter that'll come online, Sweet and Strong has been very keen to buy that every single game, and he's shown us the utility that can give as far as vision can go, right? And versus a Monkey and an Enigma, heroes that really rely on getting the better engagements based on their, you know, awkward paths to engage from the fight, that could be really a high mark here for Liquid.
No, it sounds pretty good. I mean, also just finding the silencer is good too. So, but at the same time, he's position 5, so maybe it'll be some. We'll see what he ends up with. Maybe it's just Tranquil Boots.
Yeah, and a stick. Come on now, the stick. Don't remove half of his net worth.
True.
Okay, so Viper and Quap bans. Batrider making it really deep into the banning phase, and just by a quick glance, Lina still not banned. I don't know if Polaris are going to be looking at it with, you know, the Clockwork existing per se.
Yeah, probably not. It's not the best versus Sniper either. I guess if you go Magic Lina, it's like okay versus Sniper.
That's a good point. That's a consideration, right? We did see a game where that looked, pardon me, very impressive.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a casual Void Spirit. It makes sense.
I like this. I like Polaris. Something shifted in them, didn't it? They're playing much more like, you know, these spirit heroes in the mid lane, you know, just kind of one farming core. Sure, Enigma Black Hole can still very much be another win condition down the line, but he's pretty independent and can farm, you know, on the enemy side of the map decently well, which leaves a lot of room for Monkey to safely get his farm. I like this.
Yeah, it's definitely better. They still have, like, their supports are kind of weak, low level, you know? Like, that's the problem with Sven, right? Like, you're talking about these, when you get Shard and Vlads. But before then, he's not he's okay. Like, he has very good stat gain and, like, base attack damage, stuff like that. So, but just, like, a level 3-4 Sven is not the strongest hero compared to, like, a Tiny. But yeah, I do prefer it when they have, like, this Void Spirit. So they can actually make some moves.
Matumba and Blitz. Trying to think about their best course of action. Probably go quick from behind. Boxy giving us some suggestions. Matumba trying to get to the main stage here, or at least to the group stage of what is going to be his last TI.
Yeah. I mean, you never know. People say they retire all the time, right?
That is very true. I mean, how many times have Anna and Thompson retired, right? Seb especially. That's a good point.
Oh, Pudge. I think that's mid Pudge. They might also just... Okay, yeah, it's mid Pudge. Quite strong. Should at least go... A minimum go even versus Void Spirit, I believe. And, yeah. Cool hero.
A decent pick as well, right? If you can catch the Enigma from Black Hole, dismember to cancel it. You can maybe catch a hook onto the Silencer, which is going to be fight changing. Hooking a Monkey King out of his Wukong's command is always nice for your carries, dealing physical damage, right? Like Sniper.
Yeah, you also have this idea with, like if they're kind of ignoring you and you don't have a lot to do, you can save people, right? If you get your shard. So if you, for example, if you would have Etherlands, you can save people out of black hole. Like if they just go full ape and run at your sniper, you can just eat them.
Yeah, exactly. Full caveman Dota, right?
Yeah.
Just get on top of sniper and start bonking him. We'll see if that'll work, though. Monkey King, of course, pretty good at that, especially with his new shard, which allows him to jump to the end of his boundless strike staff. So that's pretty significant in terms of actually getting on top of this sniper. Sven, I don't know how likely it is he'll get Blink and BKB, but of course Void Spirit with his built-in mobility as well shouldn't really be too challenged by that. So Polaris definitely have the tools early on, especially to deal with this sniper. It's a matter of whether Matumbo can get the farm and whether his teammates are going to be in position to act as barriers and allow him to start pumping out some really, really high damage numbers in these fights.
Yeah. I'm really curious how the lane will go. I feel like it should be very difficult for Enigma to lane this. I don't really know what you're supposed to do with Enigma. I mean, you should be like you should get some type of farm, right? But I've seen this where Enigma is just getting dove at the tower. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it shapes up.
I'm also not really sure how the lane is going to go, but I'm also not really sure what the highest amount of physical damage Akira will do to another in one hit. Here are your options. 0 to 500, 500 to 750, 750 to 1,000 or 1,000 plus. Highest amount of physical damage dealt to another hero in one hit. We got Monkey King here, maybe with some crits.
Yeah, it may be between 750 and 1,000.
Okay, I'll go that. I'll agree with that. That seems fairly realistic.
Yeah.
The push, the siege is decent from both sides, but I don't suspect we're going to be in for too fast of a game here. I'm looking forward to getting to those damage numbers. The size, somehow I got to attack that. I don't know if that was AU giving vision. Oh.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, okay.
But he thought he had vision earlier, but... Okay. Yeah. Liquid with the Pudge. Roaming around early, trying to find something, but Polaris playing very disciplined here.
Oh, yeah. We've all been hooked too many times at minute 0 by a Pudge for sure.
Yeah.
No need to replicate that here on the big stage at Last Chance Qualifiers, especially when it's a mid Pudge and you are looking at one game away from, you know, one match closer to being qualified to TI here. That's what's at stake here.
Already a small W for... Okay, never mind. They're sending... Okay, the lanes are sniper mid here. And they're sending side versus the Enigma. Okay. That's some old school stuff. And then they're tri-laning the Pudge.
Yeah,
Where's Monkey King?
Natsumi didn't look like he was too excited to get here. He's
no, but they have messed this up too, because look at this lane positioning. Like, Polaris didn't block at all. So, yeah, they can't even move up to the creeps, right?
Looks like it'll be dangerous. There's the TP. Try on try action. Polaris, no stranger to this. They tried it versus Vici. It didn't work. We'll see how it goes now versus Liquid. Love me some tri-lanes. AU and Boxy currently skirmishing. Mickey is holding on to a hook. Already has 2 stacks of Jingu Mastery on himself as Insanity has leveled the Scatter Blast early for some damage. That's what we're looking at here for level 1. And of course, again, the Jingu Mastery leveled.
Yeah. I think this should be, like, I don't know exactly how the Tide versus Enigma, but like I feel like the Tide should do really well. And Sniper versus Void Spirit, Sniper should also win.
Oh, and there's a hook. Mickey starting us off on the right foot here for Liquid as they use a bit too fast, but maybe they can get Xavius instead. Bit tankier here as Fairy Fire and that Ring of Protection keeping him alive so far. And Boxy eventually forced back as Natsumi. Oh, for once, a Monkey King out of range, not able to get the last hit. Wow, what a rare sight.
Yeah.
Down bottom, I mean, so far so good for Zai. Like you said, you mentioned the possibility of running this lane, and look at him go. He's right after those Eidolons.
Yeah, it still looks really good. And I mean, if he gets up face boots here, like with an advantage.
Sorry to cut you off mid lane.
No,
okay,
no problem.
Just a casual Aether Remnant there. I thought there was maybe some more damage coming, but Lolich holding on to Resonant Pulse a bit longer. A little bit worse for wear though in this mid lane for now in the early levels. I assume with experience and getting, of course, more range online, he'll be a little bit happier.
And I think what is it called? Lelouch got off some nice Aether Remnant there and got him low, because this lane is supposed to be way harder.
That was the second nice one I caught. You can see finally one missing, at least fortunately, Matumba.
Yeah. I've seen enough streams with Tops and Sniper versus all of these Spirit Heroes to know that this is not a good matchup for anyone.
The Thompson playstyle of picking the lesser chosen sometimes abilities. He was the trendsetter on the Zeus. Remember was it 404 on the Heavenly Jump and all that good stuff now. This top lane box, he's slowed by the Arcane Curse, stunned up now by Xavius. Natsumi once again out of range here for getting that last Jingu stack thanks to the Scatterblast slow of Insania. Polaris fighting pretty decent here. They hit hard.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite strong, right, when you pop that armor on Sven. Like, you're all very tanky, especially when heroes, like, they're level 1, 2, and, like, a lot of the damage is auto attacks.
Good point. That little bit of armor. Not even that little, to be honest. 6. Quite respectable.
Yeah.
It's doubling Monkey
Nice
King's armor. Mid. Let's unbutt. I think he's dead. Oh, Fairy Fire keeps him alive. That was a close one, though. Another instance of Aether Remnants just catching him. It's a level 2 Aether Remnant now as well.
It's going for the kill.
Lelich. Careful here. Oh my god. They still got vision. Oh, Matumba. Just shy of the amount of damage he needs. Nice ward there as well, highlighted by the obs, just showing you that's how he had the vision for those uphill attacks, and he didn't miss. But Lelich is going to be able to get the bottle refill, and it'll be more or less okay, especially because he's going to be set for another refill here for the 4-minute rune spawning in.
Yeah, would have been huge if like the Clockwork could have contested these 2 runes here. Then the Sniper would have a super free game.
At least one of them. Looks like Lelich is going to get back to full HP. He's already full HP, and he's going to get another, like, safety refill. His Sentry Ward's going to miss. At least some good news for Liquid. Just out of range. Seems like there's a surprising amount of action here as well. Lelich, I don't think he'll be stopping anytime soon, as yet again, there he goes. Level 2, 8th Resonant Pulse Pardon after the Remnant. Decent damage in return by Matumba.
Yeah, it's so frustrating for Matumba when he's like if you set full HP, it's very difficult to play as a voice.
Top lane, Boxy in danger of giving away first blood to the Cogs, really holding back Natsumi. This time though, able to get the Jingu Mastery off. Those Gloves of Haste doing work in the inventory.
Yeah.
But no kill still. And wow, I know there's so much action mid and top, and so much that I can't even finish my point here. As in they go again, Natsumi with the Primal Spring back off cooldown, bonus damage. There it is, with some Jingu Mastery, Boundless Strike, but Insania with a big cookie is going to turn the tide of this one here. Meat Hook from Mikke as well, as Xavius is just going to be a bit too tanky. AU out of mana. Mikke, careful here, Mikke. I think he's okay. Yeah, he's okay. Good fight. Really good fight there from Liquid. Great turn from Insania.
Yeah, and you can see Mikke has gotten quite a lot of last hits. It's very farmed.
He has. And actually, I was going to try and take us down bottom, where Zai is doing just the same, isn't he? 28 and 12 denies here against the Enigma is very commendable. Means he's doing a good job of keeping these Eidolons at bay.
Yeah. And I think this lane, when he gets his face boots, is going to become very, very difficult.
All that bonus armor. It's on the courier. Well, it could be on the courier here with the chainmail in his stash. Maybe waiting to get a little bit more mana regen with the Sage's Mask before he calls it. Speaking of masks, Sniper with 3 of them. Oh, well, they're not masks. They're Wraith Bands, but kind of look like masks. I always thought they were.
I mean, Polaris should be really happy that Lelouch did this well mid, because this game could be looking even worse than it is now.
Here goes Boxy. He's level 2. They did actually call both supports over from Liquid there to contest the minute 6 rune. It was just a regen. Obviously, you never know if it's a DD or a haste. Sniper's just dead. So important that Liquid make the rotation. And Pudge doing a good enough job on his own here. Boxy. Onto AU. He's going to send you a merit. Level 2 versus level 3, but with AU out of mana, it's going to be some good damage. Xavius and Insania eager to join the fight now, running on over. Boxy needs some good body blocks here, but here's Natsumi as well. Cookie down to the low ground as the stun for Boxy. Down the strike from Natsumi, and this should be a kill. Cogs coming out as we do get a pause, because over in the mid lane, Lelouch is chasing after Insania. Insania is trying to maybe juke him here on this little cliff, as there's the G immediately. We're back into the action. Insania, good juke, but there's Astral, Astral Step up. I think he did miss, and now Lelouch being forced to use the second Astral away. Boxy's going to die to the supporting staff in the meantime. Polaris even smoking back, concerned there that there was more coming.
Perhaps. Or just one more movement speed.
That could be it. Yeah. Especially because I think this Pudge in a 1v1 is really actually doing very well versus Monkey. Natsumi, he has been leaving the lane to go for these opportunistic kills, but partly because Pudge is not easy to CS against.
Yeah, I mean, it's always scary. Like, if he knew for sure that only Pudge was up here, I think he could play a bit more brave, right? But there's always a bunch of supports lurking around, and makes it that you cannot man up and get that lifesteal going.
And that'll make it a bit more scary, won't it? The swift D-ward from Insania. That's the vision from Natsumi. They did scout a teleport mid because there was a, well, there's a ward down, and they saw AU refill the bottle here for Lelouch.
Look at how Sai is playing too, like completely behind the tower here.
Yeah, he's got phase boots, solo ring and a quick buy. That recipe mighty expensive these days. Inflation affecting us all here.
Yeah.
But he'll get on that very quickly, and then he can just continue to clear these Eidolons. They're maxed already, these Eidolons, and still, you know, the CS not really reflecting where Force would normally be here.
Okay, Lelouch with double damage, TPing top.
Yeah, and that's a nice two-man stun as well. Insania, oh, doing good work. But the damage immense here. That's a big rotation. Insania quick to fall now as soon as Lelouch is unstunned. And a double kill for him. Tumba, of course, on a sniper just doesn't have the same potential to rotate like that, DD rune or not.
Yeah.
Oh, but maybe he can get AU. AU gets the ward. Maybe he's happy with that.
Can juke
Be happier if he can escape with his
oh,
life.
No, another ward.
Nope, no chance. The vision game very strong from Liquid right now, but Lelouch still coming back with the last couple seconds of this DD rune. Xavius as well has just enough mana for a Stormhammer with the DD rune. That could be the difference maker, but a nice cookie up to the high ground. Lelouch giving chase, but there's Mika here with the hook back. DD rune, just one more attack needed, but Liquid won't give him the space. Xavius, oh, he's gonna tick down as well. 3 kills from Atumba, the sniper. He doesn't need to gank if you throw bodies his way. He'll just stand his ground and pop ya.
Very nice for Matu there. So frustrating for Polaris.
Really good rotations. I mean, this triple Wraithband build is scary. It's
yeah,
good
no,
attacks,
and
damage.
yeah, 3 Wraithbands, and he had like the raindrops completely saved him there with the stick. Going for as much survivability as possible.
I don't know what finish is for. If you come at me, you best not miss, but I'm sure Matumba's.
Okay. They're gonna try for a killer inside, I think.
It's a black hole. Oh, and there's the black hole. Natsumi jumping in as well. Lelouch even here, so 3 cores for Zai. And he's just gonna hands off the keyboard and look how long it takes to kill him. Zai just scratching his chin in the meantime, considering his next move, doing a little bit of shopping.
Yeah, I wonder there if they TP him with Sniper, if they can do something, but perhaps this is for the best.
They're looking instead here mid, and we'll get the Fortify committed from Polaris.
Yeah, no, just imagine if he had a stick there and he pops Ravage and his team comes in. That would be like a GG feeling for Polaris.
Would have been dangerous. And honestly, I mean, it's going to take 3 cores to kill him. They try for Sniper, they missed, didn't go very well. If they try for Mickey, he's even tankier here, Pi. He's got Vanguard, he's already got the pointed flesh heap. I don't think they take him down any easier.
Yeah.
Mid is where the action is for now, with 4 heroes from Liquid. Zai now eager to front line. Oh,
they're setting up for Mickey though.
They are. We'll see.
Lelouch is coming.
If it'll take 3 heroes, as I predicted, you can see the 2 supports just tickling him, but Lelouch closing the back quickly there with the haste rune. Dismember immediately interrupted the hook. Oh, just off the mark there for Xavius, as Matsu is going to rotate on over. There's the headshot, proccing every single time. A cute little tree, though, breaking the vision out from AU. What a play there. Insania looking for more, has no scatter blast for 8 more seconds, as Boxy chasing after the kill here for AU, pulled back by the Aether Remnant, however, of Lelouch, and now AU is going to get some +2 here for him, up to 4 stolen ints. Not before Mika, however, is going to be able to snatch away the life of Xavius, pulling him off screen with a hook from Fog, and the tower goes down to boot. Liquid with a tower mid, a tower top. Support for support trade, not bad at all.
No, this game is looking really good for Liquid. All of their cores are getting exactly what they want, and Polaris are just far away. Like they don't have enough damage right now, so they need some items. As you say, like I don't think this Tidehunter is killable without Black Hole, and even with Black Hole, it's like maybe just so they can kill him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're gonna need this. Monkey King needs more levels and more farm, because right now I don't think Tide cares at all about anyone.
Now he's right back down bottom. He has lost his tier 1 tower. Of course, Force eventually getting some alone time with the tower down here and the Eidolons, and we'll make quick work of that. That's the best he can really hope to do, right? The reason he doesn't show up top lane is, well, he doesn't have Black Hole. What is he going to do?
Yeah. Oh, nice hook by Mickey. Hooked out the double damage.
Indeed.
He's baiting
AU?
it.
Oh, okay, he's gonna pick it up. I don't know, is there vision here from Polaris, or is that just a... Oh, well, there's vision here for Liquid now, especially since Boxy's up onto the high ground. Very nice cogs. Creep's actually breaking on through them, but neither Lelouch nor Xavius too eager to jump on in, as Mickey was saying, come on in, the water's warm. Hook avoided, though, by the two, especially with the D3 rune. Mickey is hitting pretty hard right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can see the weakness of Sven a bit here. Not providing too much. Same with Silencer.
I scouted him.
Yeah, but at least they have an Enigma farming, and that hero can carry.
Yeah, and I think right now Force deciding if he wants to go for something like an early BKB first or the Blink Dagger. He's got enough money for the Blink, and he's going to decide, but he did sit on about 200 excess gold. He's going to go ahead and make the move now. Has Black Hole level 1 at the ready, and we'll see here if they're going to try and spend another 3 seconds killing Zai or so.
Looks like they want to go for it.
I think they're going to do it here.
But Insania is here with ultimate.
That he is, and there's the kisses now raining on down. Global Science canceling the kisses, however, is AU from wherever he is on the map getting the job done. Zai's still alive, by the way. He just leaves. Xavius unable to get the kill. His Boxy merely volley blocking for a second ball, but it's going to be the Stormhammer that gets the kill. If not that, it would have definitely been Lelouch who rotates in from behind. But it takes 4 heroes simply to take down Zai. Now what are they going to lose? Right now, just the Sven, which is a support. But okay, lurking for more. There is a Primal Spring, and away he goes into the trees.
Nice try, nice try. Sniper hitting.
Lelouch he doesn't have an Astro Step for a second. He's going to have it shortly here. That's a lot of damage he's taken. And he's away. Okay.
Not getting the rune, though. So that's unfortunate.
It'll be a regen spawning down bottom. I think Liquid might have been hoping for a little bit more of an action rune. A DD, a haste, something to get Matumba a little bit easier in these fights. But the regen is what they'll have to take. And that'll at least refill the mana pool of Boxy, who is right now sitting on a cooldown for hookshot 15 seconds before they can look to make a move. Speaking of cooldowns, Elish, I thought maybe he was thinking about with his Astral Step, but only has one. It'd be a risky move onto Matumba.
Yeah. No, Polaris are still in the same spot, right? They need a little more damage on their Monkey King. Because right now they don't want to go... Like, killing this Tidehunter or Pudge, as you said earlier, it's still very difficult. Even though they don't have BKBs or anything, but just the nature of their damage block. Like, you're just not dealing enough damage.
Yeah, there's Echo. BKB is going to be the item first for Natsumi with the Echo completed. You maybe suspect like a Desolator going to be thrown into the mix here at some stage to help amp their physical damage here for Monkey, or...
I'm not sure, actually. Maybe.
Maelstrom, Ag Scepter, you know, there's a couple different Monkey builds that have been proving popular over the years.
Yeah. No, he just needs pure damage, so perhaps Dessa is okay.
Yeah. Force with Blink Dagger moving around the map here a bit more ominously, at least when Liquid know that that Black Hole is good to go yet again. For now, of course, still on cooldown for a whole minute, so Liquid farming very peacefully. In that minute, Mickey might be able to finish up the Ag Scepter, needs about another 1,000, and he'll have that one ready to go. Zai has a Blink of his own now coming his way. Still only level 1 Ravage, but might be able to find a pretty big opening with this here. It's being fetched to him now on the courier. Mickey as well, showing in the mid-wave. This could be a big fight for Liquid.
Yeah, if they go here.
Oh, and they will. And they go. There's going to be the Blink Dagger delivered. Zai, global silence, but the Blink's on cooldown for just a second. Not to matter, though, because it's not going to still allow Zai to jump in time.
There
Kisses, though, with the Ravage onto 2. Natsumi slowly dying inside of his ultimate here, but still trying to fight through it. The magic damage, though, is going to overwhelm him. A 2-for-1 trade. Still slightly favoring Polaris there.
Yeah, I still like that they go for this. And I don't think Liquid have not, like, how do you say, conceptualized that there's a silencer in this game. Because I think, like, if you think about it, perhaps Sai can blink earlier in Ravage to save this, to save his Pudge. But maybe he was a little too far out anyway.
Yeah, it also looks like it got delivered into his backpack. I still saw it on cooldown.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think I saw it delivered. I was really checking Zai in that fight. I also expected the blink earlier, if I'm being honest. Yeah. But it was on cooldown from something. I only saw it go from a 3 to 0 second cooldown. I know backpack is 6, so I don't know if he took damage when it was on cooldown or what.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because that fight was really nice for Polaris, for sure. The Enigma got the free farm bottom, pressured the tower, the silencer was farming top. So yeah, really good for them.
Okay. He's going to be looking to finish up this Ag Scepter, but things will get scary here. Well, there's finally AU. They've They've visualized and killed the silencer now, haven't they?
Yeah, for sure.
So down he goes. No ulti anyway. He's just dead and is going to at least give some intel on where the rest of Liquid are. But Force is what I was saying here. Halfway towards BKB, still has Blink Dagger, and importantly for him, why I'm bringing him up, he's relevant again. He's got level 2 Black Hole at the ready.
Yeah, I mean, being this close to BKB, I mean, I guess you're not that close, but you're pretty close. Like, it feels a little sketchy to just try to blink in and use it. There are enough stuns.
Well, I figure you wait 20 seconds, you might be well covered enough here, because there's going to be global by
With
then.
the global, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, as Boxy and Insania are not just the ones to tank this kind of brunt of initiation. Natsumi, okay, he almost forgot to turn around for the kill, but it'll go towards Force on the Eidolons eventually.
Okay, I like it. He's picking up a little kill there, even when they're not ready to use all their spells. They're still looking out.
Is just sitting in Fountain. He's ready. He's just sitting there menacingly.
Yeah, no, it's one of those points where you don't want to have to cancel your TP to cast global, you know?
Yeah.
I've been in that spot.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, exactly. Just highlighting that he's ready to cast global. It's ready. Black Hole is ready. They still have Blink on Enigma. You know, things could have popped off there. They are now looking to reposition.
Ooh, can they find the sniper here?
Sniper almost showing on a ward here. Matumba is going to show, but there's a liquid smoke coming his way. I don't know if it's going to be here in time.
Nice.
And Matumba being focused down, taunted up. No Black Hole needed here, but the Ravage from Zai. Oh, the silence isn't in time here. Matumba's ticking down to earn, but he's continuing to try and fight through this one as Polaris have been scattered. Most importantly, this Enigma Blink used to go back as the hook. It's going to find Lelouch. They've got damage here with the Dismember, and now the Ags rots. Down he goes. Polaris lose 2.
Wow.
Notably, the Sven, of course, a support, but that went all wrong for them.
Yeah, no, the Hurricane Pike and especially the Ravage. I think AU is a little greedy there because he doesn't expect Liquid to be there that fast. Like, he has to press the global earlier.
Yeah. He must have been, I mean, to his credit, right? I imagine this ward that they have next to the Radiant's Tier 1 top inspires a lot of confidence, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be like, I'm going to see him on the ward, and then I'm in a global silence. Unfortunately, the path that Zai took from that fight, he approaches from where the ward didn't see him.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can't blame him too much.
Yeah. A great play from Zai. That was kind of the fight I was expecting from him before, right? A quick Ravage to save a hero, and then, of course, you turn the fight from there. Matumba back to full HP already. On to Roche they go. There's a Black Hole, but not much else to use now to cover it. And Liquid are going to get this first Roche, although maybe a bit of a skirmish to follow here.
Let's see. No global, but perhaps...
No, doesn't look like Polaris. They're going to call it off. A bit too scary. Maybe if someone goes haphazardly up the cliff. Oh, maybe like that. Zai. Tanky. How tanky can he be, though? Oh, tanky enough. Gets a hook out of trouble from Mickey.
Okay, so Monkey King decided to go for the Mage Slayer. A little surprising to me.
That'll eventually go into Bloodthorn, is how that recipe builds into now, and is going to reduce, of course, magic damage. Spell damage actually being dealt. It's pretty significant, feels like, against the Pudge.
Yeah, I guess. But, I mean, the Sniper is still... I feel like the scariest hero, but you're right. The Pudge,
I mean,
Pudge is also frightening.
It's around 65 less damage per second on Rot, if you can apply the debuff, of course.
Yeah.
So, looks like it makes a... I don't know. I mean, I get what you mean as well, but I don't. Is -2 levels of Rot better than a Deso here, for example? That's the question.
That is the question.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to put it to work now. Little Sven bolt, but the cookie in time from Insania. Good positioning there. And I think Insania's got Force on the way. No, doesn't.
Yeah. No, I'm still... Polaris are still just lacking in damage. You can see it even just when they catch a Sniper. They're... I mean, it's the Sven, right? He throws his Stormbolt, but then there's nothing. He's like, I'm giving you guys armor. But he's just baiting his team in believing that they're 3 heroes, when in reality they're 2.
He's giving them a lot of armor now, at least, with his Egg Shard. But yeah, Sniper still having plenty of damage. And of course, when the Kisses are able to connect and Rot's AoE on top of them, it's not doing a whole lot of work here, it feels, certainly.
Yeah.
Being very patient there right now. They don't really see any of Polaris on the map. They know that Enigma's been in the bottom lane with the Eidolons pushing. But Zai standing in fog, not tanking the tower to protect Matumba, and the other 3 heroes of Liquid were basically hiding behind their Tier 1 tower. Really great patience from them.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah, so he's close to Blink Dagger on what is it called? Yeah, on Mikke. So I guess that's what they're waiting for.
Got it. Yeah, he's right there. This camp should give it to him.
Because I feel like they should want to take a fight here with Aegis. But at the same time, I get why it's spooky to just run in. Because the global is still very strong. Yeah. Like, I don't think they have any items that dispel it, you know? So, if you run in the wrong way, you'll just get Black Hole and Monkey Arena.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct now that I take a look at things. Global is one of those spells that to me always feels the strongest the earlier in the game, despite it, you know, the silence increasing by a second or so every level. Because, you know, even with neutral items, you eventually drop some that have dispels. You know, it's just, you can't expect enemies to not build anything the entire game. But for now, you're completely right. Liquid have nothing actively to dispel a global silence.
Okay, here we go. Want to use stages?
I just want to highlight they have to be careful not to do too much damage to Zai, of course, because he can Kraken Shell and Ravage, right? That's going to be the only thing that Polaris have to really be on their toes about a little bit. You don't want to poke the watermelon too much. But this smoke is going to be dodged away from Polaris. As Liquid instead seem to be going for a tier 2 tower push. Aegis still fairly healthy, about another 80 seconds or so on it as they even scout Natsumi, force him to jump away. But just chipping away at the tower as top lane. Love it. Being chased. Hook isn't going to connect, and there's a global.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you gambled that he's fine there. Because now I don't think you feel confident fighting. But we'll see.
And I also don't know if they're aware that Zai is here. Now they should be. He's kind of more or less shown on the map, but so is the rest of Liquid, and down goes the tier 2 tower. That's going to remove a big sense of safety from Polaris. They still have the tier 2 and tier 1 down bottom, so they're looking to maneuver around. Maybe catch a fight here, and with Aegis expiring here shortly, just another 35 seconds. It's not impossible here, but without Global, it's going to be a bit harder, Pi.
Yeah, for sure. You don't have the, you almost have the complete confidence to just BKB Black Hole, right? But you need to see that hook. Because if he's at the correct angle, he'll just cancel you. But if they hook in, then you can just, you just zone in and either you pick Sniper or Pudge and you try to kill them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, they're all pinging Sniper's missing, so they want to get Sniper first.
I do love it when the team ping their moves like this. It makes it a lot easier to cast the game.
Yeah. They have a ward on them, right? So they see them sneaking around.
They do. And now, of course, having timed it, they know Aegis has expired. Ward here, as Ayo's going to cut it. Okay, so there's hook shot, but there's also going to be a dead silencer. Not like there was a global anyway, but now they know that hook shot's on cooldown. Still a level 10 clock, so for about a minute.
Yeah, I think you might be able to commit here for a fight. Let's see how their nerves are.
BKB at the ready. Of course, Insania, not the one they want to black hole, but it's someone that they can burst easily as he's immediately dead. The Ravage though to counter-initiate Natsumi. He's falling so fast. Bye, he's dead. Just like that.
Yeah, no, it was a good attempt, but Sai has no hesitation.
And now Liquid, they're hunting for stragglers, but everyone is going to be able to make it out in time from Polaris, so they're just going to drop the Monkey in exchange for a Ravage. Like you said, there was an opening there that they correctly identified. I also agree fully with the move, but just committing a little bit too hard there on Insania, who buys back, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, no. They were not letting him go there. No, because if Monkey King is faster, I believe he can BKB that Ravage, and then the fight might be different. But Sai doesn't, you go for it. You just go for it.
Oh yeah, Zai goes for it there. Rewarded very, very greatly. As, I don't know, every time Polaris has tried to make a move, it's either felt like it's required a 3v1, you know, like with those kills onto Zai, for example, in the black holes, or it's been rebuked each time by Liquid.
Yeah.
They just always seem to be ready and cognizant, really, of what their cooldowns are and what Polaris has got to fight with. You can see that now, they split around the map. Right now they're just in a transition into farming mode, and I expect them to group back up when something like Ravage is ready again.
No, for sure. No, I feel like Polaris should try for something here. Just black hole anything. Let's see what happens. It's not that easy though. All the lanes are pushed in, so getting to a hero is quite hard.
Just the creep wave, little cookie. Still no shard here for Insania. Went for Force first, and I completely respect that versus a Sven, versus a Silencer, versus the entire enemy team. Force is just so good this game, actually.
Yeah.
Definitely understand. And I think I saw, Zai with Lotus. Okay, so he's got a Dispel, an active Dispel, right, for Global Silence. That could be very problematic for Polaris.
No, for sure. It's still the black hole, this hook versus black hole interaction. I mean, if they global with the black hole, they should be able to kill any hero they choose. If that would be enough, like, even if, let's say, they get Matu, right, and he has buyback, things can end badly.
All right, well, they're going to look for it now. There's smoke. Sania poised, maybe to block it, but he's actually to find a little bit more safety behind those trees. Of course, with the tier 1 tower still standing, it's a little difficult for Polaris to sweep across the enemy side of the map. You can't really maneuver around without breaking your smoke to towers so easily, and now they realize that they've got a map control problem. Liquid have a very healthy tier 1 tower still, so they can dodge out these moves quite easily.
Yeah, Liquid are... This is the last game, right? You want to go to TI?
Oh, yeah.
So you're playing extremely disciplined.
Stuff to see from them.
Okay, so 2 minutes on Roche. Quite a long spawn.
Well, teams, though, they won't know that, right, Pi? At this stage, they know it could be going on at any second. And one team has got Rocket Flare to basically always know. Yeah. And the other, well, they're playing from a bit behind. Maybe they think it's going on now because of Box's positioning. So, well, either way, I think he's a bit too far gone. And indeed, a lot of spells used there. And I think, well, it's not quite the Void Spirit Axe reveal, but certainly using it there to pick up the kill with ease.
Okay, but no hookshot now, so let's see if they try to smoke up or do something together. Or maybe they just try to get the... Okay, wait, see.
Oh, yeah, sorry, there's a buyback, and the Dire outpost is held by Liquid right now. So he could be back in the fight.
Still, it's like a 5-6 second TP, right? Okay,
absolutely.
Stand on side.
Could be it. Got a Lotus, and he's going to use that now. Reflects the Malefice stun. Oh, and they're going to be actually able to find Force, but no. Oh, a fantastic, well, a good global actually, but a better Aether Remnants. And now into the black hole they go. There's going to be now the Clockwork TPing in, but the black hole nearly complete, but it's not enough damage here. They'll eventually get through at least the Pudge, but Natsumi BKB'd, used the Wukong's command, and it's now just on the run. Hookshot, not enough range there for Boxy. Bit too small. Maybe if you had level 2 hookshot that lands, but the cast range a bit too short here.
Okay, that felt like it was going to end up way worse for Polaris. Like the spells were definitely not hitting right there. So they get away quite, like not very punished. But at the same time, they used all their spells now, and Roche is up in 30 seconds, right? So it's going to be hard to contest that.
That it is. That it is. Polaris, I think their best bet is just looking for a couple more kills here, but they're actually standing underneath a ward. Lotus is going to reflect the Storm Bolt, and that's going to allow Matumba to take a couple of pot shots here, but just out of range, and now they're going to actually look to turn and make the jump onto a big boundless strike onto 3 here. Matumba gets a 4 staff away, another one, now a cookie. Is he still going to make it out alive? No, the Astral Spirit, but look at Mickey, he's returned back to the fight with the Blink Dagger, but Natsumi right back onto Matumba. Matumba standing his ground and fighting the hook from Mickey. Matumba, but it's still alive, and 3 dead, soon to be 4. No, Polaris, they make it out alive. The hook shot though from Boxing, now he's level 12. What in the world, Pi?
Wow.
Everything thrown at Matumba, including the kitchen sink, and he's still alive.
It's it's perfect. You see him there, right? He lives with 20 or 30% HP, and the Wraith Pact is down, right? So you know that already saved him. Then he gets 1 Force, Cookie, Lotus Orb. They just throw everything on him, and he lives through the fight.
I mean, I can't believe it. And just look how focused. Matumba's in the zone. He is locked in right now. Oh, what a fight for Liquid. And now Aegis in their control, 11k up. It's looking pretty decent for them in game 3.
Yeah, now they blew this game out in there, like whatever you say, you know. Polaris are definitely far behind. They still do have a bunch of powerful spells, but when you have Aegis, 2 lives, it's not that easy.
No, it's looking not so easy now. Cooldowns, at least for Polaris here, shortly coming off of cooldown, right? So that black hole going to be the big one. Global Silence is ready, but again, you know, you first pick this Enigma, you block pick a Silencer and get a couple other, you know, bans in. Liquid a little bit more limited as to what the tools are to stop this black hole. And, you know, I guess the reason I'm bringing it up, right, Pi, is there's always a chance, right? There's always a chance here on the high ground defense. When enemies are forced to clump up and try and storm your base, that a black hole can certainly come in to really stop and ruin their day.
No, for sure. Unfortunately, they have a sniper, right? Longest attack range in the game. And I believe he got the Aegis too, yeah. So he'll be quite far away with 2 lives. So you're gonna need to pull something beautiful off here to hold this. Mickey has finished his BKB. Sai with the Lotus Orb and Wraith Pact saving Matu there. He was the biggest reason, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the Force Staffs Cookies, Insania in his dying breath, just using Force and Cookie to get his sniper out of there. I mean, everything was just, you know, save sniper, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, it wins him the fight, it gets them the Aegis, and maybe, just maybe, that's going to get him to the next round here of the playoffs. Still to be determined, though.
Yeah, but it's
Polaris.
looking very likely they'll go through here.
Polaris, though, of course, still a lot of fight left in the tank for them. Of course, they don't want to be knocked down into the lower brackets quite yet. Not elimination here, folks. They're still in the upper bracket now in this first round. In goes Matumba here with Shrapnel leading the team in, fronting. Out of Shrapnel charges, though, for a couple more seconds. So he's going to be, okay. In goes Boxy, actually. Gets a Force Staff on back, but Xavius being eaten alive and picked off by Sniper. Down he goes. They're going to look for an opportunistic kill now onto Boxy, and he is going to die. Wraith Pact and Lotus cannot keep him alive. And now with creeps on the high ground, and of course the Wraith Pact totem giving vision, Sniper can start really doing some damage to the high ground until the Fortify is used.
Okay, let's see if they keep going here, if they back off. All the lanes are pushing in, so maybe they want to push in mid and then get going again. There's no rush.
And it's scary for Liquid now, right? They know Black Hole is back. They know that one big mistake and this game can be just about back to even.
No, for sure.
They quite like the position they're sitting in right now. They would like to remain in upper bracket. So, again, more patience and disciplined play from them. You know, Polaris with a nice jump here or there can make some amends. This new Void Spirit Shard, by the way, is no longer that outer dissemblate ring. That's the talent he has at 15. It gives you like super Aether Remnants, basically. They ignore creeps is the important part.
Yeah, but they still deal damage to the creeps, right? Oh, okay, going for the sniper.
Yeah. Gonna force a reaction, but Boxy is in. Gonna go Force Staff away from Lelouch. The hook is gonna swing wide as well. Triple Force Staff onto Boxy. Liquid, how many Force Staffs do they have here, Pi?
But Sniper is so farmed. Like, usually the buildings don't die this fast for him, but yeah, he's just manning up with Satanic and Aegis.
He's also got a Mindbreaker as well, so it's not so easy for someone like a Void Spirit to jump in. He doesn't have a Dispel for himself here.
Yeah. No, so Natsume is like trying to split push instead.
Down bottom he goes. It'll be some decent tower damage, but they've already lost the top lane of Barracks. Liquid deciding on their next move here. Let's see, 1, 2. Foxy has 1, 3. Hyde does not. So there's only 3 Force Staffs. Okay.
I mean, if they want to wait out this Aegis here, they have to give up the mid-racks, which is unfortunate.
2 minutes. There's still tier 1s and a tier 2, of course, in that bottom lane for Polaris. But Sniper, slowly but surely, he'll take down your towers. He'll eat into your base. To be honest, not that slow. At least not as slow as Polaris would want.
Yeah. Yeah, now they're all back in base, so I guess they don't want to give up this mid-racks. There's no sentry. Okay, they go like this. It's too hard, man. It's too hard.
Hook back the save.
Cookie, Force Staff, hook.
So Mickey doesn't have shards, so he cannot eat Matumba, worst case, but again, the hooks, forces, 3 Force Staffs again. Matumba's got the 1. And Cookie, Lotus is hard. Right now, it feels like the most limiting thing for Liquid is shrapnel charges, so he can actually hit the building. They're trying to snipe his first life here, but he's going to Satanic up. Even only half HP there, healing for half off of creeps. He's still got a good amount of health. Lars, though, just trying to keep him at arm's length. And for Sniper, that's a really long arm. Shot, trying to sneak around and being caught here. It's going to be Xavius. It's another flesh heap for Mickey, and there's no buyback here either on that Sven.
Yeah, Matu with 45 seconds. Kind of is going in.
Dragged in there for a couple of seconds. With Barracks to be falling fast. Still a long time left on this Aegis here, Pi. Oh, actually only 35 seconds, but an eternity here for Polaris. So there's going to be a hook up from Mickey as well. The global size, but it's too much damage. Monkey already dead. Lelouch as well. He's going to need to get the heck out of here. But can they still defend against Liquid? Matu going right back on in. The buyback from the Monkey King. Aether Remnant's going to catch Matumba, but Zai constantly here to dispel. And that's a constant reminder of the ravage that lies in wait. No more global either to protect the black hole or to cancel or stop a ravage from coming through even.
Yes, pay attention to Aegis timer now. I think they'll try to go immediately when he's running out there.
Maybe right now, can they time things perfectly? Force with the BKB. Oh, it's going to be close.
Nice.
They timed it perfectly. Matu's dead. They did not manage to cancel the black hole either. Mickey as well, falling quickly to the Midnight Pulse. As Polaris, they defend the important barracks in the mid lane. They lose the tower and the ranged barracks, but they time the Aegis perfectly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I'm guessing either Matu like was having too much of a good time there, kind of forgot, or he had too much faith in the hook shot, canceling it, I guess. But they all kind of got caught there together.
I'd love to see a replay of that, just to see if we can... I want to see what the positioning was. I didn't pay quite enough attention there to that hook shot. You're absolutely right. But Zai's holding on a Ravage, and now he thinks he can go for a cheeky kill into Lowish. Is he right? Yes, he is. He's got Tendrils of the Deep. And that's going to give him a second targeted stun with the cookie damage. They're going to be able to get a kill there onto the Void Spirit.
Yeah. And we still have to be realistic about this game, right? They still got a full Rax top, and they got the ranged Rax in the mid lane. But without the Aegis, next black hole, you still have the potential of one of these fights again.
Yeah, and it'll be ready by the time Roche is up for this, what is this going to be, third Aegis, I believe?
Yeah, third.
Yeah. And that is maybe enough for Polaris. That's how Liquid got back in this game, right? One, not quite miracle team fight, but one amazing team fight from Liquid, just protecting the sniper. Straight into the pit they go, and all of a sudden they find themselves up a lane and a half of barracks up. Polaris turtling in their base for about 5 entire minutes.
Yeah, okay, so it seems like they want to finish this melee routes. And I think Polaris should definitely just give this up. Let's see. Oh no, they're catching the member.
Natsumi, he bought back. The CC here with the cog pushback. It's perfect. Matumba, he finishes off Natsumi, and they know that's a dieback. They know he's not going to be able to return to the game here for another 95 seconds.
Okay, so what do you do here? Do you actually go for Throne? I think you kill it too slow, but let's see what they want to do here.
Gain more armor to that thing. Let's see if that'll end up making a difference. A bit more armor, a little bit more HP regen, I think, as well.
Oh yeah, so they're going. They're trying to finish this game, rather.
Yeah, trying here. Zai can tank these tier 4 towers all day. Aether Remnants being thrown around like mines here. The Force Staff out from Matumba is his own. He's got Daedalus now, Satanic, and the MKB. The BKB, but the buildings, they're falling fast.
Yeah, they're going down.
Zai.
You need to do something.
So what can be done? No black hole for 25 seconds here. Global is up and ready to be used. Zai just too tanky. Zai alone looking to end this game. We want to get to the next round. He's spitting on Lelouch as well, as there's going to be finally a hook shot, but a kill. Matumba from range takes down the Sign, so he's got buyback, but Ancient is exposed here.
How long on black hole?
Lelouch does need to be a bit careful here. He's going to be able to get back there. It's going to be the global now to stop Zai from using the Ravage. It's not ready yet, though. Another 10 seconds, he would have had it.
Throne is going
Maybe
down.
even spooking him in, but Throne is exposed. Boxy even doing his part, but it's Matumba
Ooh,
doing
crazy
the damage.
TP here, look.
Lelouch as well here. There goes Force. There's going to be the black hole as well. Can they take down Matumba in time? Absolutely. They caught Mickey with it, too, but Matumba's going to buy back Zai with the Ravage. Throne falling low. Liquid, they're doing it. Down to 300 HP. Boxy doing what he can here. He's taking down the Throne, and Liquid moving on to the next round of the qualifiers here. Polaris will fall after a phenomenal series out from them in game 2 here with one heck of a match, but Liquid are going to prove to be a bit too strong here. They know their timings, and they take down the Ancients. What a finish.
That was beautiful. Even the try there from Force, TPing in behind the trees, like on one of his little... so he just appeared where they did not expect him. Very nice try, but... yeah, Sai was beating on that Throne for minutes, and eventually they got it.
Oh, man, what a game from Liquid. I'm sure they're going to be ecstatic after a victory like that, after coming into the group stage. And Topping now are going to be moving on to the next round. GG, well played to them. But also fantastic stuff from Polaris, right? I do want to stress that, especially game 2. We've been a little bit not so spoiled for choice as far as Polaris' series versus Vici Gaming. They had a similar play style in game 1, and Liquid played very, very clean there and managed to get the victory. Game 2, though, different Polaris, and I would say game 3 as well, a very clear strategy, a game plan, and Force, yet again, on another one of these game-changing kind of heroes, certainly had impact.
Oh yeah, I mean, actually, if you look at his score, he did 5-1 and 8 in a game like this. It's like no matter what, it's quite impressive. I have to say that. Yeah, no, it was a nice try. It's just I believe they had 3 losing lanes, right? So you gotta give credit to Liquid's drafting. Like you don't expect these solo Tidehunters versus Enigma anymore. It was a thing like years ago, but it still works.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and that's going to be the end of our series here already. I mean, still coming down from that, but Liquid, I'm sure, going to be quite happy with that. Out of the group stage, number 1, and now moving on through here into the second round of the upper bracket. Polaris, of course, not out of it yet, as they still have a chance over in the lower bracket, but that's going to be the end of our series here, Pi. Not to fear, we have one more series coming up. It's actually a rematch that we casted for our first day. I think even the first match we did. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Tempest taking place on this channel in about 8 to 10 minutes time, guys. So stick around after the break. Na'Vi versus Tempest.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the TI-11 Last Chance Qualifiers. Well, Pi, we just saw an excellent series between two top contenders, I think, especially the way that Polaris ended up playing that series and developing on through it. Liquid prevail there. Fortunately for those two teams, neither of them eliminated. Sadly, Pi, that's not going to be the case with this one. We're going to be eliminating here our first couple of teams here in the tournament, and it's going to be a rematch from our group stage, Tempest versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi, who played earlier today and unfortunately lost 2-1. Tempest, of course, starting in the lower bracket after their group stage finish.
Yeah, and the series, like Na'Vi beat them 2-0 in the groups, right? But it was closer than you would think. Tempest had good chances both games, especially the second game, where they probably should have won, except that Na'Vi pulled off like a really sick Roche fight and came back.
Yep, no, absolutely agreed. It was Na'Vi playing their way back into that game. You know, it wasn't even so much Tempest really making big or major mistakes. It was just the drafts, you know, kind of being flexed to their strengths and advantages over for the side of Na'Vi, especially with that Vatoon PL. I wonder if that's going to be addressed in the draft at some stage. Speaking of our draft, of course, that is now live, and the opening picks are starting to come out through. First pick is for Tempest, with Dire for Na'Vi, and on last pick for game number 1. Best of 3 series this time around. You know, if it's anything like game 2, honestly, this series could very well go up towards anyone.
Yeah, who was it that Na'Vi lost to in the upper brackets?
In the upper today, it wouldn't have been Secret, it would have been T1.
T1. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I think I caught most of those games. Yeah, so I guess, I mean, I would have expected Na'Vi maybe to be the favorites there, but I'm not sure either. Like, a lot of these teams are very even in strength. And Tempest, obviously the underdog here, but we'll see if they can pull something off.
Exactly. I think Tempest, of course, having a bit of a rougher group stage. And they found themselves immediately in the lower brackets. But this is, I think, new already for, not Na'Vi, but as far as the previous matchup. I think the Primal Beast opener with the SF immediately to follow from Na'Vi, the 1-2.
Yeah. I mean, I said earlier, right, like the vibe shake, with you have this Earth Shaker on a really low win percentage. I'm not sure if it's the best first pick hero, but technically he should be decent versus Primal, right? He's got that stun. But you might just end up in these situations where you want to farm a Blink Dagger and there's just no space, and the enemy team is killing Roche, they're killing towers, and you're just an Earthshaker.
Yep, and you're farming easy camps on the enemy side of the map trying to get your Blink. And
yeah,
that can feel bad. I will say, though, Sladin personally really impressed me throughout the DPC season, as well as even in the games we got to watch them on. We got 2 of their series, didn't we? Day 1, it was them versus Na'Vi and them versus Vici. And I think he played the Shaker at least once there. And he impressed me on the Euro. Always lining up some really good stuns. His rotations mid were something certainly to be reckoned with, and is something that Tempest can look to play around, especially as they give him a condition to be able to rotate away. Right? You think about Shaker rotating, and obviously that's something he wants to do, but it's not just so much easy as just leaving your lane, because you need to make sure that the laner you're leaving, the Viper in this case, is going to be, you know, able to stand his ground and fight 1v2, if not just get completely doved and killed.
Yeah. And unfortunately, like a lot of the games we watched of Tempest, their offlane did not do very well. It was versus Na'Vi though, where he got to play Draken, right, their offlaner.
Believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's where he got to shine a little bit. So I hope they do okay in their lane, because the earlier games we watched, their offlane was a disaster, so to speak. And from what I've seen though, like their safe lane always manages to get what they want. So at least that's something they get going for them.
That's right. Minos or Kotaro here is going to be a lot of what this team tends to draft around, at least historically. When they did reform after their run as Thunder Predator in TI10, with Katyu and Kotaro both being on that team, they were particularly excited to start drafting around some of the other lanes, like the offlaner, right? Especially for Draken. So with a Viper already showing, let's take a look at what else the Tempest are looking to throw their way. I do think that Omni Knight is a good heads-up ban. We saw how effective that was against Liquid in Game 2 of our previous series when Polaris chose it for AU, and he was giving an extra 1,000 HP casually when you had things to dispel.
Yeah. I wonder if you're banning Omni, do you ban Abaddon as well? I guess we'll see.
It has been a very SA pick, I will say. Like Tempest, Abba was very picked consistently through by the leaders of the region, which is Thunder Awaken, they go by now. Panda was very keen to pick him. He's very much like Insania in that regards, because he likes playing the Dazzles, the Abbas, the save focus kinds of heroes, right?
All right, all right.
So it wouldn't be something that Tempest have not played against before, is the reason I want to bring up. Of course, much different opponents in Na'Vi.
Yeah.
We'll see here if what the bans are actually going to end up being.
Okay, so I wonder when you see this Viper, because you're obviously thinking that it's most likely offline, right? It could potentially go mid, and I think you maybe can still play it as a 5, even though it's way weaker now, like the mana cost increase, and like it's just, they basically nerfed poison attack a lot, so he's way worse as a 5. But do you put the Shadow Fever stats? I'm curious to see.
Yeah, I mean, Tempest must have, you know, they're going to not be surprised if this is to be a Shadow Fiend safe lane, you know? So picking the Viper into it implies to me at least some degree of confidence in that if this is going to be a Viper versus SF core in the lanes, it would go their way. But, you know,
yeah,
that's what I have to assume after you 8th pick immediately, knowing what your safe lane could be.
No, for sure.
I wonder what Na'Vi here, looking to ban out some mid laners from Sebas.
They kind of look, though, like they're banning out mid laners for the Shadow Fiend. Batrider, Queen of Pain, Invoker. All kind of annoying matchups for Shadow Fiend.
And I think against this team, from what Sebas has shown us as well, the Bat Rider is kind of a must ban. I think he always gets a game on Bat, and that's pretty terrifying.
5 seconds remaining.
No, the game, what I've seen from him, he usually performs pretty well. So I'm curious to see what he'll play. Usually he plays the more active heroes, right? So yeah, we should not expect him to be the Viper.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit surprised as well. But looking for active heroes still in the pool. I mean, a lot of the Spirits still available. Of course, doesn't feel amazing into SF, so likely not on the table for Tempest, I imagine. Huck, you know, one of those classic matchups heroes, still here as well.
Yeah. I mean, and the Pudge and the Snipers seem to be getting more and more popular, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Could you pick a Sniper mid here, perhaps?
We're going to have to look and see for that.
So we got the last ban coming out there for Na'Vi. I wonder if they'll ban another mid hero.
10 seconds remaining.
They banned Terrorblade. Yeah, okay, so yeah, it's most definitely Viper offlane. Okay, banning the Lina, most likely as like a carry Lina, they're thinking. Banning out the Void. Okay, let's see here. I'm really curious how you follow this up. Na'Vi are a Russian team, so I wonder if they want to get like a Disruptor or a Silencer for solo here. No, never mind. Undying's still in the game. So they pick him up. Not particularly good versus Viper. So, just still a very strong hero, though.
Yeah, the Undying sneaking through the banning phase. 2 of them even, in fact, right? A little bit surprised to see him here. But has been one of those heroes that you generally pick when you want to be able to 1v2 kind of scenarios, right? And really secure a lane for your core.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it surprises me a bit, right? Because when Viper starts hitting level 2, 3, it can be quite difficult to play this Undying. Because like you're kind of just a free blob, right, that you stack up poison attack on.
Yeah, especially with a Shaker to maybe block your pathing, or otherwise manipulate the creep wave at the very least, right? That's what we expect Shaker to do. That limits the Undying space to move around. And here's a Morphling pick. Okay, Tempest, SA in general have been really keen to go back to this Morphling. This will be for Kotaro as well, or Minos, however you know him by. And, you know, I'm starting to come around a little bit to the Morphling. You know, there are times when a hero undergoes a pretty significant change, and then we don't see them on the competitive scene for a while, and then I'm not really so sure, you know, what their place is in the meta or what their new role is. You know, Primal Beast, for me, mid was one of those. I think Topson showed us a great way to use him last game. I'm coming around to this Morphling a bit more.
No, I like it. I think it's one of the top carries. It's just, I'm looking at the bans here and I don't see Slark banned out. They got a bunch of AoE now, though. So, okay, Drow Ranger.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's a good pick here into the Morph, right? All that base armor, of course, is going to be sidestepped and ignored, right? That marksmanship proc. The lane as well into Viper seems playable.
It can be. Like, the thing is, if they get the lane back, especially the early levels, it can be very hard for Drow to play. Because the Viper can just walk you down, right? But if the Drow lane gets to have the lane close to tower, they get a few levels, then the Undying can kind of just suicide on top of the Viper, right? Drop the tombstone, and they can keep killing him. So, interested to see how that goes. But if they can manage to get the creep wave in a decent position, Viper can kind of just like stand in the creeps and hit this Drow. Like, poison attack is more powerful than frost arrows.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, especially at level 3, right? Having those level 2 poison attacks. Yeah, that'll do a number here. Okay, so now the laning setups, of course, are going to be hotly contested. Tempest with the silencer ban. Talk to me. Where are you seeing the silencer ban? What could that potentially lead towards, or what are they looking to avoid other than obviously being silenced?
I think they're just looking at Solo's heroes here. Maybe they don't even think that the Undying is position 5. Because Solo loves playing Silence, right? He loves Silencer, he loves Disruptor. And Silencer here can be annoying. Like, you know, Echo, instant global. Ganking the Morphling early, instant global. So, I get the ban.
Okay. There's that puck ban like I was thinking about earlier. Always nice to have versus the Drow, right? These heroes that can appear behind her and break her marksmanship passive, force her to turn around and try and gust, although that's a tall order versus a puck, trying to actually catch her with a skill like that. But banned out now. Kind of losing daylight on some of these more active cores that immediately spring to mind. That, of course, don't get stomped by an SF mid.
Yeah. Okay, ban Beast. That's a very strange ban. Extreme. Because Morphling Jakiro is a very strong lane versus Beastmaster. You could see that. I watched the T1 versus... Yeah, it was versus Navi. Where Navi picked this Beastmaster into Morphling, and Morphling had absolute free farm with kills.
I'm just curious. So what was it? They were dealing with boars easily, or was he just dealing with the Axis ban? What was the build on the Beast in lane?
I mean, it was both. He went Axis first, and then then he just waveformed on top of the boars and just hit them.
Okay, yeah, that seemed to make sense to me. But they're gonna take it out anyway. Maybe afraid of the stun, I suppose, right? Piercing through BKB. I'm just saying, right? Because there's a common theme here between the Silencer and now Beastmaster, right? BKB piercing annoyances being removed. Sure. Snavi maybe thinking and scratching their heads here for one more mid lane ban, likely for Sebas. Still needing his hero, 23rd pick here for him. So Navi, well, unlikely to get to respond with a mid lane matchup. Pardon, it's probably the SF going mid at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Tempest can still do a few cute things, right? They can put this Viper mid if they want.
True.
Pick another offlaner, but I don't know if that's necessary. And I'm wondering, like, is Sniper strong enough that you can pick him here? That's what I'm curious about. Obviously, the Primal maybe rotating and charging can be annoying, but if you get a TP in, or if Shaker's around to just one Fisher, it can be good. Like, Sniper has just looked so strong.
They're going to go Void Spirit.
All right.
Which is a pretty hard matchup into the SF, isn't it? Throughout the entire game.
For
Void.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get away with the lane early, right? You don't get don't get stacked up and absolutely dumpstered. Then
10 seconds remaining.
If you can get to some items, you can be okay, right? Like if you imagine 30 minutes in and you have like Kaya Sanj, maybe even E-Blade, then you can force this Shadow Fiend to maybe pop BKB. But at the same time, if Shadow Fiend gets really farmed, then he goes for this right click build and gets Satanic, then maybe you're not that useful.
All right, well, here's our game 1 lineups here. Sweden Strong lining up on his Rubik. It'll be Solo Undyne supporting Vatoon down bottom, heading into the Viper and Shaker lane. Again, Slytheon has particularly excited me here a lot on his plays this tournament so far, even on the Shaker, even when it hasn't looked so good as you bring up the win rates on those stats. You know, I think what's going to be a little bit more make or break for him this time around, especially considering that Sebas in the mid lane has a bit of what I've seen historically like a 60-40 advantage for SF, is can Slytheon secure enough space early on, whether through blocking waves or other creep shenanigans, to be able to make sure Draken gets levels, he can hold his own, and Slytheon can gank and rotate towards mid and cause chaos. I think that's pretty crucial for success here for Tempest early on.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I would just hope that if they could, they just commit to win this off lane. Because I think it's possible to beat this Drow Undying with Viper Earthshaker. Like, I think that would open up the map more for them. Because the Shadow Fiend won't really rotate unless he gets like a haste rune, right? And if they could force this Drow to have a bad game, like have to leave the lane at level 4 or so, like that would be really huge.
I've also seen a lot of Undying laning into the Morph lane. You don't suspect that they're going to try and swap lanes. No, I can't imagine you probably need the Undying into the Viper, right? You can't really swap those supports, Sweden Strong Rubik, into the Morph lane, most likely.
I guess you could. I mean, you could go like a tri-lane, but then you would end up with a Viper versus Primal, right? So probably not something you're gonna do. I'm guessing.
Sure. I was just trying to think about any other thing they could do.
No, it's possible though, but I think they'll stick to standard lanes. We'll see.
Indeed, we shall. I don't know. I'm kind of favoring this Na'Vi lineup personally, as far as their draft goes. I think the Void Spirit's got some problems. Drow Ranger late game versus Morph can be problematic if Morph can't get that jump in. Oof. It's a little scary. I think Navi's got a little bit of the edge here.
Yeah, Na'Vi have very comfortable heroes for them. And I'm thinking like just I'm just imagining if OG had this Viper Earthshaker, right? Like I would expect them to do really well versus a lane like this. So that's what I'm just hoping to see, because that could breathe some light and hope into Tempest early on if this Viper is getting really farmed.
Yeah, you've commented on that previously as we'll jump into game now, where I forgot what the lane was. It was some really strange off lane, wasn't it? With a Shaker +1. And all the Shaker did was just secure range creeps and then eventually kind of left and let that lane break down a bit.
Yeah, they had the Weaver. They last picked the Weaver.
That's right. That's what the game was. Yep.
And that was a very unfortunate.
You called that one into question, which allows me to call into the question for you, Pi. Who's going to get the first triple kill this game?
First triple kill. Okay, I mean, I do expect Na'Vi to win. So let's go with the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, you think SF's going to get the... Okay. I'm going to go with Solo, you know? I just think it's...
Yeah.
You know, it's always the Undyings that, oh no, Soul Rip and Decay, my Tombstone zombies. Sorry, guys. Died. I'm expecting. I believe in the 5s.
No one versus... okay, this mid lane will be interesting. Like, if anyone can really, like, showcase how a matchup should go, it's no one. So I'm curious to see, like, how this will go. Shadow Fiend versus Void Spirit.
Yeah, again, I've tended to see this one go a bit more SF favored, but nothing super bad. And I think Sebas, of course, having picked into it, he knows what he's up against and he can prepare accordingly for it.
Yeah.
But if ever a Requiem hits this Void Spirit, he is usually just dead instantly. Doesn't really have the HP or the resist to get through those cloaks. The Shadow Ray stacks. Solo tried to steal a lot of strength here early on, and now he doesn't even have a path back home. Sebas with first blood here for Tempest.
Nice, that's huge. Like, that's really nice. Like, this guarantees you that you'll get the bottle on Void Spirit. Because this is one of the rough parts in this matchup, right? Like, Shadow Fiend can sometimes just hit these races so good that you're missing that 100, 150 gold. But now with the first blood, you're basically guaranteed.
And no one went for a bit more of an aggressive, raise. So Sebas actually denies the first range creep. Not usually how this goes when you take Shadow Raise level 1.
Yeah.
So a very good start for Sebas, all things considering, especially if he can continue to get the CS under tower.
Yeah.
Looks like he'll lose his own range creep there. No one with a deny.
I almost feel bad.
Draken. he should be okay. Solo's going to continue giving chase. Poison attack stacking up. Slathen has already used Fissure. Slathen.
He's got Fairy Fire.
That's got to defend him here. And that'll be probably a stick planted and another Tango consumed here. Just to get that HP back.
Yeah. I think you just play here. Maybe even die. Like, can't care.
12, yeah. The K stacks already. Viper down to a paltry 480 max HP. You can see even Vatoon with that point in multi-shot even maybe thinking about being a bit cheeky here. The Solo doing really great work already in this top lane. Yeah, 16. And you are just not trading very effectively right now against this Undying. Okay, track in. Get the Fissure out. It's also going to do work here to stun up Solo. But oh, the multi-shot coming on through. Draken, okay, Fairy Fire and underneath the tier 1 tower, he'll live.
Yeah, let's see. Does he have some regen coming? Like, he's got a salve on this way.
Good. And if Slathen can contest this pull, okay, it's good enough. Sometimes getting this long pull can be a bit difficult if you don't cut one of these trees, in my experience. But Solo, either way, is unable to stop the lanes from pushing. So it should be at least a little bit of farm now for Draken. A bit of a win there. More attempts. Down bottom, though, is where there's a little bit of action, but the Morph lane has a fairly comfortable matchup here into the Primal Beast. Anytime he gets a little bit upset and starts stomping around, you can just hit him with an Adaptive Strike. Your shift rate is good enough, even at level 1, to not be too concerned.
Yeah, seems... should be a good matchup, especially with the Jakir here early, just spamming away the regen.
Yeah. And this mid lane has started to go a little bit more the way I expected things to go when I saw this pick. You can see no one now comfortably bottling up a rune. He's got nearly max Necromastery for his current level. Yeah, just going to be keeping Sebas very low on HP for a good time.
Yeah, but you can check the net worth. Like, Sebas, if he doesn't die here, he's still in an okay position. Because no one is also buying a bunch of mangoes. Ooh,
True.
No.
Oh, Sebas. Bottle sip, looking to turn, trying to fight, but ultimately can do nothing there against no one. Who is going to eat a lot of tower shots on the way out.
Yeah, but he's fine. That's unfortunate. Like, it was 0.5 seconds for those Shadow Ray stacks to run out there. But unfortunately, he went in a bit too early and no one got to reapply them.
That's going to be, unfortunately, a mistake there. That's going to give no one a pretty big break. Mango Connoisseur continuing to munch on those to make sure he's got enough mana to continue throwing out the harass as necessary. Top lane, they also did go for a kill. No one did drop a tombstone, but without a stun or enough decay stacks, Draken simply just TP'd back to his tier 1 tower and is continuing to get some CS in.
Yeah.
Good job by Vatoon. I like to see this a lot from tier 1 cores. They actively participate in making sure supports can, you know, actually engage in the pull. He's there and he's stopping Slathen from doing just about anything.
Slathen tipping mid.
He has, and the Fissure onto no one. Resonant Pulse here is going to give a little bit of damage block, and Sebas actually reaching in for the kill.
Yeah, that feels good. He kills you and you get a little kill back there. That's very nice.
At all. Eyes even being forced to take a bit of damage. He's got a salve though. As soon as that liquid fire runs out, he might drop his bracer and heal back up to full. There he goes.
The Morphling, yeah, Morphling's doing good. Just farming up. Seems alright down there. I mean, the only thing what I was worried about is the Viper here. It's not doing very well. And I was hoping they would do a little better than this. But it's not completely too late, but Drow is already level 4, right? And when she hits 6, that's when it can get really hard. There's a lot of damage coming out of her then.
Yeah, I think a lot of this experience you're talking about for Drow and her advantage has been thanks to Solo. I mean, he did a fantastic job of doing a 1v2 early. I mean, his inventory has shown for that, right? He's literally only got Windlace. Now finally the boots delivered, but lots of consumables early to make sure that he can skirmish appropriately. Did take a death, but you know, you do what you have to.
Yeah. Nah, because right now it's hard. Drow Ranger has like 1,000 more net worth, so. Okay, he just drops a tomb here for the stack. It's nice. I'm gonna guarantee them a lot of levels.
Things are like, you know, starting to look a little scary, especially with no one now level 6, well before the Void Spirit. Half level advantage and 10 stick charges here for Sebas, so he's not so worse for wear as he might appear.
Yeah.
But certainly a comfortable lane stage here for no one outside of the one death he does take. But maybe this, they're gonna look to try and double him up on those deaths. Sebas limited on mana. 10 wand charges is going to give him 150 mana. Enough at least for his spell combo as it currently is.
Regen here. Oh, he gets it.
No one does get it. And there's still no level 6 for the Void Spirit. He's going to end up using the Requiem even. He takes in I think an unstandard point in it early. Will it make the difference here in this team fight? Solid with the stick, trying to go around the tree for no one. Once again, just being annoying, but is eventually going to get caught and killed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you see Requiem taking at 6 so much. I know it used to be kind of just max Shadow Rays, max Necromastery, and maybe take it at level 10.
You see it more and more now, right? Because it's kind of a disable. We saw it earlier in the game where a Tiny tossed back into Requiem, and I think Shadow Fiend was only level 7 or so.
Oh, nice usage of the skill point there from no one. Well done.
At least Primal Beast is also suffering.
That he is. And he's going to even take a death here. Ice Path. Stun up Sweet and Strong and prevents him from looking for a return kill onto Kotaro.
So Kotaro is having a really nice game. Even better than the Drow, actually. And Viper is like at least not completely shut out, right? Like his farm is quite bad, but hopefully he'll catch up a bit.
Yeah, I mean he's got levels. He's got levels. He's nearly up to level 6. He's been denied a bit with the 9 denies, but he's got 8 of his own. And it's not going to quite give him 6, but it'll be a nice little bounty of gold here, dragging that flag bearer under tower.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I see Viper, I'm always wondering, like, what would Amar do? Would he have 2 points in Nether Toxin here? Perhaps stacking his own hard camp? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do it.
Well, the 3 points in Poison Attack are going to be useful for the kill onto Solo. Not quite level 6 for the Viper. Still just needs about a creep or 2, and he'll get that.
Definitely a very well needed kill, though. He's probably not feeling too bad. Maybe they can even...
Fissure in 1. But Vatoon, he's got marksmanship, of course, in the right with a shaker next to him. He's not going to be able to proc. They're diving.
They're going for it.
They are diving. Solo is going to return. They're even committing another TP in.
TP.
It's an easy kill there for the Draken. If it's a marksmanship,
no.
It didn't need to be.
Oh, very. I think he thought he would hit 6 there, right? But none of the creeps died. So he's just level 5.9999. And diving a tower, dying.
He gets 6 right after as well. I think the outpost or something giving him that experience. Sebas has to step once, twice. Lines himself up here. Into the fissure now. Requiem of Souls is ready. Continuing to be interrupted though. Enchant Totem now continuing to try and get the work done, but no one. He will prevail. He's going to get up his Requiem. And the Shadow Rays stacks a 1-2-3 combo. No one low on HP and mana, but gets the kill onto the Void Spirit. Well, that is trouble. That's trouble for Tempest. Hopeful from Lies, but you know, just testing him.
Yeah.
Just testing Kotaro's reaction time there.
So really, if you see his skill build there on Morphling, it's pretty cool. Only 2 points in attribute shift. And he has maxed this waveform.
Valuing the jump distance here, perhaps.
Yeah, and also I think it increases your farm speed. Like if you have enough mana, of course, to use it. He's going Dragonlance though, so a little low on mana.
Yeah, for sure. But I like that note, right? Just kind of waveforming into each wave, clearing the wave a little bit faster. A little bit more damage, although, as you say, I don't think he really is looking to fight for now. Oh, Solo. He's going to go ahead and drop the tip on Sebas as he scans him up top lane. In the meantime, Vatoon just chilling underneath the tower. Solo as well, hiding out, you know, hoping that the side shopkeeper returns, but no such luck. All the same, though, dodging out the gank from the Void Spirit, dropping him a tip. Well read. Well read, Navi.
Oh, wow, Kalki going crazy here. Okay, fine. Sometimes when you alpha up, you know, it works out. They back off.
Yeah. Just gotta scare them a little bit. Make them believe that there's more heroes behind you. A little bit. Do a ward check, you know, if they kill you there. That's probably warded, guys. I was checking for a ward.
Yeah.
Mid lane, though. Finally, it's Navi who are going to secure a second rune. I believe Tempest have gotten 2 since. Unfortunately for no one, it's another regen. Not so unfortunate. He'll be able to put it to use here and farm a couple of stacks at the very least.
They're going top here, but the Tombstone, Silence.
The Fissure. Oh, they might be able to pick up a kill onto Vatoon as well, but Draken's actually getting beat back by Solo 1v1.
But here comes
Sebas. A
Sebas.
little bit more damage, and now Sebas is in right onto Vatoon, sliding as well, doing as much damage as he can, and with the right click, Sebas has the kill. They've lost only the Jakiro. Spell Stolen is going to be that green Dissemblate now that Sweden Strong is carrying. Decent Fissure, but not enough follow-up damage. Slugging's going to have to give up the chase. Nice rotation in there from Sebas, and the Viper lives.
Very nice play. I'm a little surprised that the Primal didn't TP into help, but I guess this is fine too. Like, he just keeps getting some farm bottom.
got a full Hood of Defiance to show for it. Soon to be a Soul Ring, and then I imagine straight BKB for Primal. That'll be all over in these fights, I think.
Okay. So game is still, like, they have this nice that Kotaro is not feeling any fear. He's just sitting bottom, top net worth. And this, as you told me before I even watched these guys, this seems to be the, like, the story of them. Kotaro always has a game, and then unfortunately, a lot of the time, no one else has a game.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of been the play style, right? That SA really, when they first breached onto the scene, kind of course, with Beast Coast and Ector back then, right? I think the Pain Gaming, those guys over in Kiev were a little bit different, right? They were a little bit more team fighty, as far as I remember. It wasn't casting Dota back then, so can't say for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's still very much a predominant playstyle here. You know, you've got Pakaz on Thunder, still of course Ector on Beast Coast, and the playstyles have changed and updated a bit, but at its core, South America has got some very reliable cores. You give them the space, you give them a hero they might be able to 1v9 on, and sometimes they'll carry you some games.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, I'll say the difference though, like Whisper, for example. Like, I would compare him to, I mean, I mean, he's better than Force, right? But like, he's a very strong player that it's not often you see him lose his lane. Like, he knows exactly what he wants to do.
He doesn't like to lose.
He doesn't like to lose, period, I guess. But
yeah, he's starting some in-house stuffs. You know, he's even the one who's, you know, you deny a creep in his face, and he sits up a little bit in his chair and goes, "Okay,
yeah,
I didn't know we were denying."
I can believe that.
Hero here, and now Draken looking to make a play. They're going to commit here. Viper Strike stolen. Can he cast it? Likely yes. Actually, no. They're going to actually kill him from out of range. Nicely done there on Tempest.
Ooh, TP out too.
TP out. Very nice. A surgical strike there, essentially. Only catching a support, sure, but it's something, right? And Viper, he can certainly use all of this bonus kills just to help him recover a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm basically hoping this game is that either Viper or Void Spirit manages to keep up in farm here. Because I've seen this story way too many times where they don't. And like, it's just too hard for one hero to do everything. Especially when you're countered a little bit.
Leave Tempest, they actually smoke underneath a Navi ward. And now Navi looking to strike back. But Tempest with the ward here. They do see this tombstone, and they don't like the way this fight's looking. Unfortunately for Draken, he's going to have to stick around. Broken, but still stomping. His Primal Beast gets the kill there onto the Viper. Shaker able to TP away. No chance to use the slam there for him.
And I'm wondering, okay, so he's going for Yule Scepter as first item on Void Spirits. It's not very common. And I don't really understand it. Like, the only thing I see is the Gust, right? But that's on a Drow Ranger. It's not really there fighting as much.
Yeah, it could be Gust. I'm also, part of me thinks that this might be a response to the Shadow Fiend. You know, just trying to avoid Requiem at all costs. You can see how quickly he can go off from 100 to 0 if he's caught by the, a little pause by Kotaro, if he's caught by the Fear. I've seen it on occasion. It's still, of course, useful for the setup, right? But I agree, generally, it's not so much been the build here for the Void Spirit.
No, because it worries me, because it's more of a support item, right?
Yeah.
So I want one of them to, like, let's get some farm here. Like, let's go Kaya first or whatever. Let's get fat.
Have you given a go at the support Void Spirit? Are you speaking from experience?
Oh, I mean, I would. It's not the same there, right? But yeah, I mean, definitely. If you play position 4 Void Spirit, you can rush E-Blade if you want. It's a decent build.
Solo. He's, I think, going to go on a warding mission and lose his life here. Finds a couple too many heroes.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure what he was doing there. This ward's about to expire, so they'll kill him anyway. Maybe a small opening here. He's down for 20 seconds. They're trying to push mid. Kotaro as well, leading the boys up to the high ground. I like this. It's a little opportunistic, though, and of course, it's a short cooldown. Tombstone is max, and he'll be TPing in here in just 5 seconds. With Sladin, yeah, he was in position maybe to try and flank this fight with an Echo Slam, but they're going to have to give this one up.
Yeah. I mean, at least one more positive here is that Sladin is very close to Dagger. And that's pretty good.
Yeah, even in that game where he had Draken playing Weaver, which I mean, wasn't phenomenal. He got a really fast swing. Okay, well, this is, well, not a kill onto Morphling. Instead, it's a kill elsewhere onto Katyu, who is caught. Navi, of course, they were also initiating on this Observer Ward next to the outpost. It's about to expire. They got one Sharpshooter proc onto the Morphling. I got a little bit scared because the Gust hit him before he shifted.
Yeah. One thing I don't like if you've seen Tempest here, right? Like, I don't think they farmed Ancients once. And that worries me. I think that's like the biggest farm difference here. Is that no one is farming the Ancients. And I think Draken can do that. She just... Whatever, like, just 3 points in Nether Toxin. Just go farm. Farm the Ancients, man. Get fat.
Choice for now. Tempest with a ward, by the way, behind this tier 1 tower of Dire. Maybe still trying to find a fight there. 3 points as well, an Ice Path. They're going to contest the 60-minute rune. Spawns bottom. That's going to avoid a little bit of a clash.
Yeah. Sladin desperately looking for his dagger bottom.
Close is he now? Oh, he's very close. Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
So much so that he's going to commit a scan just to ensure he's not going to die farming the wave. There he goes. That'll be Blink. Oh, not quite. Sorry. Oh, no, it is Blink. 22.
He got it.
He got it. We're good. Does he have enough for the smoke as well, though? Oh, he's a better support player than I am. He already has the smoke in his inventory.
Yeah, he's ready.
Yeah. Allies. Gonna make a jump top lane. Oh, but a nice interrupt here. They've got Macropyre, but this is a tanky Primal Beast, especially now that he's used the barrier. But they've bursted through the barrier, now with Quitado providing some physical damage. Will it be enough? Yes. Quitado even is gonna pick up the kill.
Extremely, what do you say? Not positive, like, yeah, I don't know what he expected there with Primal Beast.
Optimistic.
Optimistic is the word I'm looking for,
Yeah.
A very optimistic play right there, but alright. Can do some stuff.
No one? Oh, he's under Sentry. I think the reaction from Katyu, it didn't sell him. I think no one, he knows there's a ward there. He's not falling. He's not going into his death over there. But yeah.
No, overall now I think Navi are pretty happy that the game is going. But Tempest, they still kind of have all the pieces they need. Very farmed Morphling, like already Manta and Dragonlance closing in on BKB. They have Dagger and Shaker. Only Viper a little behind there. Would be nice if he was a bit closer to BKB. Already had it, but yeah, they're kind of ready to fight.
Well, he didn't actually go for treads either. They went for the null tally and a wraith band. So some stats. Usually I see Vipers just with power treads and Dragonlance, attacking at a rate I don't quite expect. But we'll see here how he continues to do, especially in this fight. There's a Blink Echo. That'll be the biggest thing here. I'm sure Na'Vi are probably aware, since they haven't seen Shaker on the map for about 3 minutes. He's holding on to it. So they're playing a little bit more patiently as the smoke from Tempest is going to expire. Actually, now Na'Vi take this opportunity where they smoke underneath a ward, I believe, of Tempest, and they're going to try and make a move. Slavin with great positioning here. He's got a ward as well.
Can they burst him?
Covered. Can they burst him is the question. A nice blink away in time. Draken in the meantime with a Viper Strike onto Lice. He's going to find himself pulverized as solo. Has not yet committed the tombstone to this engagement. There it goes next to the tier 1 tower. Everyone's still alive for now. Draken, of course, worse for wear, but caught behind enemy lines and killed his Lice. He's the first to go in this engagement. Yep. Tombstone is going to be promptly and swiftly finished off. An advantage towards Tempest.
Yeah. Very nice part in this teamfights is Morphling just becoming undying and dropping a tombstone. So you have tombstone versus tombstone. It's
makes things difficult for Na'Vi to follow Lies.
Yeah.
No, maybe even difficult to defend this tower.
It should be very difficult. No BKB on Shadowfiend. Like if you shot... Oh, nice deny though.
Oh, there it is. Oh no, that was last game we needed to deny, not this one. Still looking for that first triple kill this match, of course, Pi.
Yeah.
But now Na'Vi are going to be down a tower. A nice defense out from Tempest. Not having Tombstone, of course, ready to go means that they're better off just farming up and getting that core item back online. Like you said, BKB still on cooldown for no one. Other major items here coming online. BKB in the quick buy for Quitado. He's not committed here for either of the items and is halfway to that item now himself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he needs to pick it up. It's quite necessary this game because he wants to be able to just go in, and without BKB there's just too many like weird silences, stuff that can hit you.
Trow Ranger is going to finish up the Dragonlance as well finishing up the Hurricane Pike, pardon, before going back for Manta. That's going to be next on the docket for Tune.
Yeah, Primal also trying to get his BKB. He's been, like you gave me the word, the optimistic. Like how he died mid-2 behind the...
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the strength of the hero not
Poking,
matching his
okay,
expectations.
they're going for it.
They Echo Slam. No one's going to BKB. Requiem being channeled and completed. That'll send Tempest back across their side to the river. But no immediate follow-up from Na'Vi to keep heroes in place. Quintano not nearby. The Toon was hopeful that maybe he'd get a couple of marksmanship procs onto anyone, but no one there to be grabbed. Sweden's strong, by the way, with a Blink Dagger. That might be a big one here. Instant lift versus a Void Spirit. Oh, okay. No Echo Slam. No Requiem, no BKB for the SF. And into Roche goes Tempest.
Yeah. They have no one really to tank it, but it seems to be dying quite fast. Let's see here if Na'Vi smoke up. They do.
The vision here around the Roche pit, it's all for Tempest, especially this cliff being held. Katyu in position as well to break smokes. Down goes Roche. Aegis into the inventory of the Morphling. They might lose Katyu for this as he's going to be ran over as Elias finds his man. It's the Viper. He's deleted from a marksmanship proc by Vatoon. But it's going to be Tempest who snatched this Aegis here.
It's not bad. Unfortunately, they're still a bit behind in farm here. At least the Morphling is very, very strong now. Maybe you do go for another item than BKB now when you have this Aegis. Some more damage, perhaps.
Elias is still undying form here. He's got it for a couple more seconds. Yeah, but he's going to, I think, hold on to the Tombstone cooldown. It is shared, of course. So you can't just remorph again and get a refreshed Tombstone, essentially.
Yeah.
It's almost Manta now for Vatoon. They're looking to dispel this game here. Was it just the illusions, a little bit of space made, potentially, by the Manta style that he's looking for?
No, it's also to get away from the gust, right? Like, that silence is so long.
It's true.
And it also, I mean, and you're right, also just for pushing out waves. It's good for killing Tombstone. And it's just very nice stats for a Morphling. It's like the perfect Morphling item. Generally, though, Morphlings either have a Falcon Blade or a Bassi, so he's a little low on mana.
That's actually, yeah, good call on that. Doesn't have either. He's got a Van Brace, at least, as well as, of course, the Treads. Is he double swapping here? I want to see. Yeah, could do it on this occasion. So I do wonder if he's considering that. Sliding down bottom in the meantime, finds a fissure. No one, of course, is unperturbed, and will push on. He's got the 15 talents. Presence Aura affects buildings, and he's just going to take down the tower. The cheeky voice line from Blitz to boot.
Yeah.
He's not double swapping here on the Van Brace and the Treads. I mean, it's, I was just curious, really. I thought of of any carry player. I thought Morphling players definitely would have been the ones to double swap for extra stats, but not the case here.
Na'Vi's setting up top now.
Now maybe they can catch up. There's an ice path, though. It does catch a couple of heroes, but Quintano falling fast. Okay, a waveform away in time. Lies still doing his thing here, and with BKB active, still slowed by the Viper Strike, but he's going to be able to get the kill there, at least onto Katyu. Solo is going to be sniped, however, by Sebas in the meantime.
Yeah.
That means they're without Tombstone in this fight. If Tempest, that is, want to continue this, and I'm not sure. Slevin is smoked up, has Echo Slam yet again, hiding in the Roche pit. He's thinking about it.
Morphling very close to Skadi here. He's basically, 2 ultimate orbs in his backpack.
I know Lies does not have buy here. Or sorry, BKB, I should say. He's in the engagement. Na'Vi as well. Still on the hunt, Vatoon. With Shadow Blade. Looking for something, but Tempests aren't going to stick around for too long. They'll continue farming.
Yeah. Looking like they still want that top tower. I think it seems like either Na'Vi will smoke soon to go there, or they'll just give it up.
With Aegis still on the Morphling here for another minute and 45 seconds. So close to that Skadi. They're going to smoke again, previous to it. 100 gold until it's ready, but Sebas, once again, is going to be the one to breaking smokes here. Jumping again onto Solo. Wants to make sure there's no Tombstone in the fights. Is lifted, however, by Sweden Strong. But now support's incoming here. Careful. Echo Slime still ready. And Na'Vi's certainly aware of that. Look at their spacing.
Yeah, no. Morphling really doesn't want to go in because it's just 80 gold away from Skadi.
There it is. It's on the way now. Being fetched to him from the Dire secret shop. We'll be here in about 10 to 15 seconds, but Na'Vi might not give him enough time. At least not no one. He's not too interested. Oh, is there detection here? Okay, there's Skadi online. No one. Oh, with the Requiem. Okay, there it goes. That's going to be maybe Quintano's first life as he'll pick him off. It's only Requiem. BKB ready to go once again for this Primal Beast. Of course, no one still has his, but now the counter initiation here. No one is going to BKB up. Draken is being absolutely destroyed there. Didn't stand a chance. No one. And that'll actually send Tempest scattering a bit. Well, he's trying to regroup here. Lies. He's going to use his BKB now, and the pulverize onto Katyu. Splatoon credited with the kill there. That one didn't go quite right. Tempest, I think they're going to be bringing in a Sentry Ward or two for their next push.
No, that's just, it's a little difference between the teams there, right? Like, just skill level. You should, it's very sloppy not to have a Sentry down there pushing this tower. Because I think this is a fight that they potentially could do decently well in. Like, if Morphling gets to waveform in with Aegis, they could get something done there.
He gets to steal a tombstone, put one down.
And even just like Shadowfiend showing on a Sentry, right? You just Echo Slam him and you try to
burst him.
Yeah, burst him.
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You know, not to pile on, but it's not even just SF with Invis, right? The Trial Ranger as well with one, and sure, she's unlikely to initiate, but you know, like you're saying, you see one of these squishy heroes under Sentry, you just jump in and try and burst them.
Yeah.
It's going to be something, a lesson well learned there for Tempest, I'm sure.
Yeah. So now, I guess they kind of have to wait for BKB on Morphling, or for like a 5-man Echo Slam opportunity. Yeah.
And the damage not super lasting, you know, with Auto still, you know, with decent farm. Now well on his way towards BKB. A couple supports die in his wake, but let's see here.
All right, let's see if now we finally give up this tower.
Now, they might be happy to do so. They might be even forced to do so. Oh, that being said, BKB is ready again here on these cores.
Ah, no, they're done with it.
There's the Sentry, yeah. There they go. They even, look at that. They even actually checked the cliff as well. That's how much that they got rattled after that one.
Yeah.
Making sure that there's no Tinker Ward that might have caused that fight to go lopsided. No one once again. He's going to see a Sentry here.
Can't forget how strong, like, this Drow Ranger with Shadowfiend. Like, when they're at range, auto-attacking together, they both get the marksmanship. Like, it's a lot of damage. How much? He gets 53 extra agility now on Shadowfiend.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And there's going to be the... wow, just a kill, really, on the Viper. No chance to use BKB, and it really wouldn't have saved him versus the Drow. Yeah, that is a lot of... Actually, get 3 real backliners, it seems to me, right? This Rubik, Drow Ranger, and of course SF don't really want to be exactly where Lies is playing, you know, the way he is charging on in. They want to stand within attack range wherever he's pulverizing, but it seems like, you know, if they can reach those backlines with something like an Echo Slam, or if Sebas can get down there, some damage might be done.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting harder and harder, though. Drow Ranger with Hurricane Pike, BKB on Shadowfiend, he's going for Satanic now, so... It's not that easy to get in there, you know?
Yep. They're amassing the items, right, to make them much more durable here.
Still only 7k, though, so it is possible to get some sort of team fight going.
Yeah, no, I like the positioning from Tempest. They're always, you know, kind of within arm's reach of each other, spell reach of each other, making sure that you can kind of come in and support if fight were to break out, and that's actually what Navi's looking for now. I have really liked how aggressive they've been looking, and of course the counter initiations have been pretty on point. Lies seems to now, especially with BKB, have the survivability he needs to make these kind of YOLO onslaughts in and expect the team to actually get the damage in behind him.
Yeah.
That felt good. Not you. I almost thought you were a Dire hero for a second. But that was here as well, and there's a Fissure. Tempest, they're going to fight this one. After starting at a 4v5 solo, he's going to die. Did not get the tombstone down in this fight, but you can bet your bottom dollar.
Oh, Draken.
Draken, yeah, no chance to BKB. Telekinesis pulverized for good measure. It's only going to leave Tempest with one move to make, and that's up into the Roche pit. Unbeknownst to them, though, a stroke of luck from Gaben. 90 seconds until Roche is up.
Oh, you can see Seba's frustration there. He's drawing the arrow for how Draken should have walked all the way in the lane over there. Yeah.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Kotaru sniping a chicken, though. That's something. Get something going for them.
Not bad. The Crow going down.
Ooh, nice. Are they going to run in? Oh, he canceled
the TP. Wait, he canceled TP. And I think they were expecting to fight here, not with a stolen fissure. You're not fighting into that. And Sebas and Kotaro, they're going to die at a rapid rate here. Okay, the fissure actually from Sweden Strong holds back Navi. Who put this fissure there?
Okay, that was quite a blessing there that Morphling got to get out.
That's when you don't want to have the Arcana equipped, so you can point fingers and say, no, he's got Aether Lens. That's why his fissure's so long, guys, I promise.
Oh yeah, just overall, just having Fissure on Rubik is huge. It's so strong.
Yeah, it's one of the better, I mean, it's a great Rubik game, isn't it, right? Ice Path is amazing to steal. I mean, there's the value of Fissure. I mean, look how long the thing is.
Yeah.
And Speaking of things that are long, I mean, things that are not long is Drekken's lifespans here. He's really just been getting caught time and time again.
This game is just, it's not been his game. It's not getting anything done, unfortunately.
That's been the case. And Tempest, they've done well to be on the enemy side of the map. They've got some wards down still here. They've been playing, you know, looking for pickoffs and whatnot. But they've kind of been forced to rally back in their base. Here they go now, making a smoke play down bottom. Yeah. Looking for someone to be caught up by Na'Vi, but Na'Vi have their eyes set elsewhere. The Roche is up, solo as well. The Flesh Golem active. They're going to rip right through this Roche.
Yeah, this feeling right here, you're going to, like, when the Roche dies, when you're in smoke at the bottom side, it's not a good feeling.
It's a sinking feeling. Yeah. So, something like a gut punch to your stomach there.
Yeah.
And Na'Vi as well, maybe looking for a 1-2 combo here. So they'll smoke out of the pit, likely sweep across the map where they do see Kotaro farming. A wave down bottom. They've TP'd even now.
Yeah.
They still have stolen Fissure for a good amount of time.
Oh, he can stun him for a long time, man. Let's see.
See.
Yeah, he's going to go
Fissure
for
as
it.
well, ready to interrupt. Here's the Drow Ranger. Her smoke is going to break now. The Silver Edge crit and the break. Oh no, Slathin, he was expecting to be able to defend there, but even he feels a bit defeated by that. Hands off the keyboard by the time he goes down.
Yeah. Seba's split pushing.
He's doing what he can. He's doing what he can. He'll force back maybe a hero, but it looks like he's not going to be able to cut a wave mid, so the tier 3 tower siege mid lane is going to persist. Lei's taking some serious damage here from range from the tower. Going to be forced back. And there goes Sebas. He's now cut a wave mid lane, but they still have one here. Oh, and wow, they've just deleted Katyu.
Yeah, going in a second. Yeah, it seems like Sweden Strong is actually blinking in on top of Heroes to Fissure because he has the aftershock for that extra little damage.
That's you're right. You do get that passive along with it. And a really great ward placed from some Omega range with Aether and Arcane Supremacy. There he goes again, by the way. As if Slathin wanted to get a Fissure. Nope. You know, Sweden Strong's is that much better. Sebas as well, being forced back to BKB. The marksmanship proc. Oh, he does not miss uphill there. Batoon even is going to get the silence onto Kotaro. He's got the Mantis style to fight this one off, but now the Pulverize in on in with no one. Look at that attack speed. GG forced out of Tempest. Na'Vi have been very clean in this game one.
Yeah. Very, very clean game. Like you could like make up some plans for Tempest. Like you could kind of see like possibly there were positions where they could do something, but like it never felt quite there, right? Never felt like they could do it.
No, unfortunately not. This was a little bit more reminiscent of what Game 1 versus Na'Vi, which was a bit more one-sided. Game 2 was when they were the ones making plays. They were the ones swiftly in control of things and, you know, kind of deciding when and where, dictating essentially the pace of the game up until that one decisive Roche fight. But Na'Vi, as you say, it felt like a little bit outclassing them here. I think the best example, right, as you pointed out, not bringing a Sentry Ward against 2 heroes with Shadowblade potentially, you know, maybe that fight looks a little bit differently if they're able to scout no one, or at least if no one doesn't initiate with a Requiem, which is basically the dream start for him.
Yeah. No, we can see here, like not a lot of deaths on the course of Na'Vi, right? Like they never got to like smoke on the Drow. Never got a team fight where they got to kill some important heroes, so that's unfortunate. But at the same time, we have to remember, like, when they faced off in groups, right? Game 1 looked very bleak, and then Game 2, they managed to almost win. Like, they maybe should have won. It was a very good game that way. The only thing I'm a little worried about is that, like, the despair might, like, sneak in even more now when elimination is up, and you feel like you're not playing that well. So hopefully they can, like, bring it together and show up for Game 2.
Exactly. This is when a coach and maybe even a manager, right, can even come in. Maybe a rousing speech needed by one of the players, because as you say, just to remind you what's at stake here, elimination on the line. Next round, of course, in the lower bracket for the victor, so still definitely a tense situation to be in. But no teams eliminated after groups, but here we are in the first round of the lower bracket with Tempest maybe down, but not out. We'll see here what they can get for us in game number 2. It's going to be Na'Vi leading us 1-0 at the break.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Some beautiful shots of Singapore where the teams are playing from the land of the merlion. I don't know if you knew that, Pi. That's the national creature there. But here we've got the Dragons of Tempest taking on the Beast from Eastern European Dota right now, Na'Vi. Na'Vi leading 1-0, and Pi, I don't know, man. Game one, a bit rougher of a start here for Tempest for sure. I'm a little bit afraid personally that this is going to look a bit like the matchup went in group stage, which was a 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. Like, we knew coming into this that Na'Vi were pretty heavy favorites, right? I don't think Tempest haven't won too many games, even though they've had a few where they've looked not too bad. I think just the most important part for them here is I really want them to make their offlane work. Someone has to take responsibility there and make sure that they don't lose. And we have seen them do this before, because I remember we did cast them lose games versus Vici, I believe, and then it was just versus Na'Vi, where they somehow managed to make every lane work. And they honestly, in both games, they won every lane. So I'm hoping right here that they can bring something like that.
Yeah, back into the fold, perhaps, and already off to a strong start. We've seen a little bit of Tiny being flexed between mid and position 4. I would say for Tempest, I suspect it's more of a position 4. If we were casting a different South American team by the name of Thunder Awaken, I might say this is for sure a mid for Dark Mago, but I think it's position 4.
Yeah, no, makes sense.
So that's already a decent start, because I agree with your assessment there, by the way, on making the offlane work. You know, it's felt like that has kind of been where the Tempest lineups tend to be at their weakest, right? If you had to select one weak point, which you can address in the draft, because I don't think necessarily the playstyle has been too weak. It's a little bit of yelling there, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, the games I've seen here, like when their offlane goes well, they can actually play a game. And when it doesn't, then they just end up with one hero, like one carry with farm, and that's not enough to win.
But I like this pick here. They're going to actually go for a mid lane pick for Tempest earlier on with the puck. Of course, Ag Scepter has long ago changed. Now you're going to be needing that 25 talent if you're hopeful at canceling. Well, even then, it actually never canceled channels, so I don't know. So, yeah,
Really?
Yeah, it never canceled channel. Apparently, I was also surprised by that. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I might be wrong on that, but I believe when I tested it. But, well, I mean, either way, Puck is not going to be able to cancel an Enigma Black Hole right now too easily, especially through BKB. It's not going to be a real good option right now for the side of Tempest.
No,
So
I mean, early on, though, he's decent. Just to coil the silence, just hitting him with a Witchblade is a lot of damage. But I'm curious to see, because I haven't seen, like, we talk about their offlane, like being 50-50, it's often losing their lane. Like, I haven't seen their safe lane, like, really lose a lane yet. So I want to see what carry he's going to pick up versus Enigma. Because I'm expecting this to be Enigma 3, right, with Primal 4. Can't be sure, but that's what I would think.
Yeah, and the reason I'm just hyper-focusing, maybe, again, too much on the Enigma, is because he's just one of the winningest heroes right now in all of Dota, or in this tournament specifically. And here go Na'Vi, you know, addressing some of the more popular and strong counter picks, with the Winter Wyvern being taken out of the pool immediately.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. The hero gets picked first pick or second pick, right? Every time, basically, it's available. And it's boss rate, like, over 80% win rate, I believe. So, yeah, either teams have not found out a way, like, how to effectively deal with him, or he's just that strong. Very difficult here.
Yeah, and again, Na'Vi, right? Just to double down, and in case you didn't know, they want Enigma to get off a Black Hole. Silencer also taken out. I don't know if they'll go so far as to ban the Rubik, because the Tiny's already showing. But, you know, already they've dealt with, I think, two of the easier and the best solutions to this Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many like this though, right? If you just want to cancel the black hole,
True.
you can get the Warlock, you can
Yeah,
Vengeful.
you're right.
I don't know how I mean, I feel like Vengeful should be... I don't know. Every time I play it, though, the lane is usually a little hard. But you have this Wave of Terror, right? Which is, I don't know, is it 90 or... It's a lot of damage. Physical damage. And then you have Swap. So, it shouldn't be that bad of a hero. Also have a stun versus Primal. Could be interesting. And otherwise, you can just pick the Warlock. It's also a solid hero. If you just want to be able to cancel the black hole.
Yep. So it's kind of a Wayne lane hero as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Versus Enigma, though, I like it can be weird, right? Because the Eidolons, when he gets level 2 Eidolons, they almost kill you. Like you need your carry to be able to kill Eidolons.
Viper taken up by Na'Vi. Didn't look the best for Tempest into the mid game, and the earlier levels where Solo did a lot of work on that on Dying.
Yeah,
but it's going to be taken out regardless. I also want to just nod, take a nod towards that first Tempest ban, which is actually the not Marcy, but instead the Clockwork, right? And that's because of Sweden Strong. He's been playing that hero almost any time he can get his hands on it, preferring that Ag Scepter rush and making a lot of good things happen around the map on the guy.
Oh, definitely one of the favorites. I don't know how good
favorites.
Oh, there he goes, the Disruptor. Okay, it's an okay pick. I mean, Solo loves it, right? So, would not be my first choice, but it's not a bad hero.
Yeah, likes it into a puck. You know, removes the possibility maybe of a toss back save. But I think the big one, of course, is Static Storm onto a puck to try and punish any kind of dive that doesn't either silence or otherwise kill the silencer. Or sorry, the Disruptor.
Yeah. Bloodseeker. Okay. So this is Kotaro's answer, I'm guessing?
I guess so, right? Blood Rights. Are they going to have some kind of
okay,
setup for it?
Venge.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, that certainly seems like an answer for it as well, all right?
Yeah, I really want to see how this lane goes. Because if it works, it's pretty cool. And we have no one Ember, right? Very strong.
So we've seen actually Solo on the Vengeful Spirit in our casts for their Na'Vi games, right? When it was Sebas Batrider who eventually was lassoing the Vengeful back. I wonder if we're going to see a different build, however, this time for Tempest, as it's going to be Wu or Katyu drafted for the team, who's going to be taking it up. But again, just existing to cancel Black Hole. I think in laning stage, obviously, it's going to be basically the mini stun into hopefully a Bloodright for lots of damage.
Yeah.
That might be enough.
And also just the Wave of Terror on these idols, right? Trying to kill them.
Especially with less damage resist now, right? That is going to add up.
I don't think it's physical damage, I believe. So
on Wave okay.
Yeah, it was always. I mean, they kept buffing that spell forever now. It's like insane, like mana efficiency on the damage. I think it's like 40 mana or 50 mana to cast, and it deals like 80 or 90 damage.
Grants vision.
Yeah.
The minus armor, of course, right?
Venge's problem though is that she has like 40 base damage and like 200 attack range, so that's why she is not popular. Otherwise, if you put her at like 500 attack range, she would be one of the most popular 5s, I believe.
Yeah, and her stat gain is incredible. She used to be played long ago as a carry, long ago. But yeah, she's got problems right now. Swap, of course, to help make up for that abysmal cast range, but not to be too concerned here, as of course she's either swapping for a save, in or out of a kinetic field, in or out of a black hole to cancel, something like that.
Yeah, you can. That's true actually. Like it's not a bad hero versus Disruptor. It's one of the few who can like save out of kinetic field.
Actually do something, yeah. So that's certainly going to feel real nice. Venge, of course. I'm just thinking if this is any relevance versus a Primal Beast. But when you do swap an enemy, you issue a stop command, basically, to enemies. So, like, for mine is my tab key, right, to hold, like, when you cancel auto attacks, right? So you can have that kind of in mind. So that's why Enigma through a BKB black hole will cancel this black hole, because he issues the stop command.
Okay. Yeah. And, I mean, just a casual stun versus Primal is good, right? Like,
Definitely.
anything to stun him. And honestly, like, removing armor is like, it's not that easy to get armor on a Primal.
No, I mean, actually, you're right. I mean, it definitely ticks a lot of boxes against a Primal now that you mention it.
Yeah.
No, you're totally right. I quite like it.
And you can swap him when he's trying to charge away, you can like catch him mid. So I mean, hopefully all the positive things we're saying about this Venge here will show up in the game.
No, you're right, because I was thinking about the stop command, of course, versus, I don't know, like an Ember and Enigma especially, but you're going to stop you're going to stop an onslaught, pardon me, is what's it called.
Yeah.
So that might be useful as well. Okay. Well, Tempest, I've high expectations for the bench. At least, you know, the hero's not popularly played so much, but there's a lot of things for her to do this game, and that gives me hope, right?
Yeah.
I think Dota is one of those beautiful games where almost any hero can work if it's the right draft for it. Maybe this is the right draft for Revenge. Tempest, though, they need an off-laner to pair with a Tiny. Na'Vi doing their homework and pan out the Weaver.
Yeah, maybe the best for everyone here. Okay. So let's see here.
Problem is they don't know the lane, right?
Yeah, and they ban out Sniper and Naga. What does that mean? I guess they're just good matchups versus Bloodseeker in general.
Navi's turn to pick.
Visage, okay.
Okay. I think I like it, right? Because it's a bit of a slower hero in the offlane, but you do have the Puck and maybe Venge eventually, and a Tiny especially, to kind of accelerate your early game and look for pickoffs.
Yeah, no, it's like he buys Wraithback, right? He goes with the team. It's just, I'm just remembering a game we casted though, where they had this exact lane, I believe, and it did not go well. It was versus Vici, who did IO Slark, I believe, and it was not a pretty lane. So I hope they looked at that replay and like they learned some stuff, because it's not a weak lane, Tiny Visage.
Talk to me about this Wraith King pick for Vatoon. Is this simply just one of those classic matchups into Bloodseeker where, oh no, you've silenced me, I don't care, I crit you. Oh no, you've ruptured me, I don't care, I have a second life kind of deal?
Yeah, I think you're right. That makes sense. Like, whatever, you get coiled, okay, I fight. You rupture me, I fight. I don't like, whatever. I'm just gonna do whatever I want. And it's a hero he's played a lot. Like, not recently, but when it was popular, Vatoon played a lot of Wraith King.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
Oh, I was wondering if the build was like going to change, or if it's still going to be pretty much like Armlet Deso Blink, or maybe, you know, kind of that line of itemization. But generally something as well that can actually reach in and stun and find the backliners, which is something that I like on this carry hero.
Yeah, I think the item build is similar. It's just Armlet Deso Assault, I believe. Maybe sometimes you get a blink earlier, but in this game they have Ember Spirit, they have Primal. I don't think they need an early blink on him. They just need him to farm and get really fat.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Na'Vi, I think they've got their bases covered here as far as their catch goes. Their AoE damage in team fights are really great, of course, with a Disruptor and an Enigma. Primal Beast for the catch, which is going to be played as a support here, of course, with that final pick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that personally excites me. I have not also seen a ton of Primal Beast. I think we've seen T1. They flexed it the one game. But I have not gotten to see it, a lot of it. Have you messed with the Primal Beast? Do you have any, like, kind of sort of feelings on it as a support?
No, I think it's super strong. It's like when I play it as a 5, I feel super strong. When I have to play against it as a 4, it's also super annoying. It's just a lot of damage. You can either go for the uproar and like right click a bit more depending on the lane, but like the easiest build is just you get trample, 1 point in charge, and then when you hit level 3 with 2 and trample, you're
a business.
You're a beast on the map. You just kill anyone.
How do you foresee, like, what's the success you think of like a Primal trying to gank mid and aiding the Ember in this Puck matchup? Is Puck seems like one of the more elusive heroes, might not care that much, or am I missing something there?
No, early on it can definitely work, especially like if nighttime hits, right, and you don't have clear vision, and I don't know, you're gonna use your spells to farm and stuff, right? And then like the second your orb is on cooldown, like he comes charging, you hear that roar from the shadows, right? And then you know you're done for.
Yeah, I didn't know you did the voice acting for Primal Beast, but that's pretty cool there. Probably.
Yeah, it's not a well kept secret, but I do a few.
He does a few of the heroes. You might be able to hear a couple of them in game here potentially. And my final question for you here is we are still paused. Don't worry, not missing any action as no one needing to get reconnected here briefly. My final question for you is how long is this game going to be here, Pi? What are you suspecting here? We got less than 30 to 37, 37 to 44, 44 to 60 or 60 plus. What are you thinking here?
Okay, let's think for a minute. Unfortunately, I do believe Navi will take this. I don't know if that's unfortunate, but So 30 to 37, I'd say. I don't remember any games lasting less than 30.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a longer patch, especially because a lot of the like really hardcore pushers, a bit more of a rare pick. I know Cuckoo's made a couple games on the Nature's Prophets, you know, to spite me on that stat. But like, you know, as far as like, you know, your Chenzus, Ench, you know, kind of more or less kept at bay as well with the nerfs to the creep that you can grab earlier.
Yeah, there's also something about the glyph. Like, it's still not intuitive to me exactly how it works, but it feels like there's just so many glyphs if you want to go straight for a Rax. Like, they just keep glyphing.
Yeah, it seems like, because of course with the glyph change that you're speaking about, you used to get a glyph every 5 minutes, or, well, every 5 minutes after you used one, or every time a tier 1 tower fell. So that was it. Now you get a glyph every single time a first tower of its tier falls, with exception of tier 4s. So
yeah, so these things happen. Like you want to go, you kill they glyph the tier 2 tower, like when you're pushing it, and you kill it. Then you go high ground, they glyph their tier 3, you kill it, and then they glyph their Rax too.
Yeah,
and it's like a minute and a half of glyph, and it can be very frustrating.
Yeah, because when you think about these pushes, especially when you're sieging buildings early and it's like not late game and you can't burst through backdoor, you have to think about it in terms of creep waves, right? One glyph is going to be properly used to nuke the wave and reset backdoor, right? So it is a long time, like you're saying. And to me, it did feel like a bit of a better change, because it always felt a little bit silly whenever, you know, lanes broke down and then you ended up swapping, you know, your safe laner goes into your off lane and then you besiege their type. It always felt a bit silly when the enemies would just like fortify just cause, like, it's for what, you know? Usually they didn't defend it. Same thing now. Like, now you actually have to think about that first fortify, whether teams are actually going to defend and fight for the mid tier 1 tower. Bit of a better use, and does slow down the game. You know, if you lose a team fight against a push lineup with a tier 2, you know, still standing in the mid lane, you're not going to lose a pair of barracks all of a sudden. It'd be better.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not completely used to it yet.
Yeah, no, me neither. It'll take some time, because that mechanic's been like that for a long time, as long as I can remember even.
Yeah.
For now, though, still paused, of course. Still waiting for Navi to get fully reconnected, as no one is still DC'd.
Yeah.
Frustrating, but on land, fortunately, these things usually get sorted out rather quickly.
Yeah. I'm a bit excited to see Sweden Strong play this Primal too. Like, we've only seen him, I mean, I've only seen him on Clockwork, at least so far, I believe. A few games on Tiny too. And it seems like he's, like, whatever hero he plays, he's spammed it a lot. So maybe he has something interesting, like maybe an item build, or like maybe I'll learn some tricks, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. That's always something I wanted to see. I think this hero especially, though, and why he feels so strong in the mid lane to me, is when he does have that level advantage, all of his spells do so much damage, and they're so powerful, right? Especially with the cooldowns. So I'm wondering, like, if he's going to be really looking to rotate that much, because then obviously he's going to be missing out on a fair amount of experience in that top lane. And then, as you say, what points he decides to invest in, and how he decides to play it. But yeah, I always feel like I can learn a lot whenever I see some of these top tier position 4s and 5s especially play the game. As a support, though, like, how do you think the Primal differs from his kind of role in team fights, especially compared to when he's a mid laner? Because to me, it almost seems a little bit of the same. Just onslaught in, get vision, and try and pulverize a specific person.
Yeah, I would say it's like it's very similar. It's the same. Like, the only difference, I would say, I played it as a 5 a bunch, and like what I have to learn with that hero is like early, mid game, and like early game, you can charge in, and like you'll live long enough that you'll have big impact. But like mid game and later on in the game, you can't go in first anymore, because you don't have the armor items and you die too fast. Even if you have BKB, like I end up getting right clicked, like I just die in 5 right clicks. Like Marcy kills me in like 2 seconds, you know?
Yeah, in one what's that thing called? In one unleash.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with the damage. Yeah, and that's certainly going to be a concern here, pardon. Against the Bloodseeker, right? With that shard doing percentage-based damage is going to tear right through him, even if he does have plenty of armor. But tankiest hero of the game, highest strength gain, and we'll get to see him now as Navi and Tempest just about ready to get started here. Everyone back in the lobby, and here we get going.
Oh, he really is the highest strength gain. Wait, is this higher than Centaur?
Yeah. They even, when they added him to the game, they actually nerfed Centaur's strength gain a little bit. No, he's the highest strength gain by far.
Wait, I have to see this.
Yeah, I think Centaur used to be 4.4, But now I think Centaur's 4.1 or like 3.9.
He's 4.0, 4.0.
Ah, okay. I suppose, you know, I'm average, you know.
Yeah, you're Mr. Average Joe.
That's me. Oh, goodness gracious. But yeah,
that's insane though. I didn't know that. He has 4 armor with the highest strength gain.
Oh yeah, he is tanky.
What a beast.
I still
think
think
the primal beast.
Oh yeah. I think his starting HP, there's the gauntlet thrown at him. Who threw the gauntlet at him? I didn't quite catch it. Ah, Solo did.
Nice.
Vitoon says, "Que pasa?" which means what's going on? Or a little bit of what's up. And of course, hola. I think everyone has watched an episode or 2 of Dora.
Yeah. Now I'll be feeling loose. You're ready.
The gauntlet thrown back at Solo as well. That's from Lies.
Okay. So the lane I'm most interested in here is the Visage lane. Their off lane. Like I hope they can really perform here. I like that Sladin didn't go for some boots. He's actually gonna lane this game, and hopefully they can at least go even. Okay, time to click some runes here.
Oh yeah. And 2 for 2. Tempest with 2. Tempest for 3.
3, yeah. Very nice. Good start.
Exactly what they're looking for. Deep ward as well planted here in lane. Not so deep by Tempest, but you know, it's going to give him a little bit of aggressive vision.
Solo is going to take no. Okay, quite a bit of damage. Not that much.
Not too much. That's at least something that's a bit nicer in this lane, right? Every time you're going to throw Thunder Strike at an enemy, which is very useful and super value. It's why Disruptor's really good at trading. It is going to probably give Draken at least a bar or 2 here on Soul Assumption.
Yeah.
Sweden Strong just getting in close to Katyu. He's gotten real. I mean, as an Agi hero, less armor than Sweden Strong to start off. Not block the camp. Oh, it did. Okay.
Okay. Looking around here, everything seems pretty normal so far.
Swift D ward there from Katyu. He's going to still miss out on the first minute of spawns, so he can't pull this wave back.
That's fine though. He should be playing with this Bloodseeker now. Like they should dive these Eidolons together. Like fighting this primal is not good.
Yeah, not something they should be too concerned about. Cortado's pushed the wave under tower all the same.
Yeah.
And
so he should be here killing the Eidolons right now. Maybe he'll just kill them himself though, so it's fine.
Oh, there he goes. You got 1. Not bad. What do you? I think you need 2 to basically make up for the golds and experience you lose from a range creep.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, I
is
think
that
so.
enough experience?
Yeah, I think it is from 1 range. Let me check.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
It's interesting.
Oh, unfortunately, you have got to go to the wiki page. But back when I checked a while ago, unless they've changed those numbers on Eidolon bounties, then yeah, it was enough. You need 2.
Okay. All right, they're going on Draken in the bot lane here.
They are. He's going to turn actually with a big old Soul Assumption. Draken. Careful here, he's got some Skellies chasing after him as well. Fairy Fire forced out. He's going to survive underneath his tier 1 tower. Does have to battle, Skellies. Oh, but they get accuracy to the tower. Okay, he'll be fine.
Unfortunately, Tiny was not level 2 there, because I think they might have been able to kill the Wraith King if they... Because so far, I'm kind of happy with how this lane is going. He's keeping up, he's the same CS as the Wraith King. So I have good hopes.
Top. Cortado, he, I think, got a little bit baited going for Eidolons. He's even going to turn around for a bit more damage on Sweden Strong. Trying for the kill. That would have been a big heal for him, but a bit hopeful.
Yeah, this is when the flag bearer creep comes in. Got 3 extra HP regen. But this pesky Enigma with the 150 attack is just denying everything.
Okay. Here they go. Minus armor as well. Onslaught coming on in.
We missed.
Malefice. That is gonna at least stop Cortado here. Getting too aggressive.
And Seba's doing really well mid. Keeping up in CS. It's good.
Solo. There's no toss. Pardon me. It's tree grab actually for Slavin.
Yeah, it's usually standard to go for the tree grab.
You get a quick little pause. I guess that'll buy me enough time to see what the bounties are on these Eidolons actually.
Okay. Because I'm mostly wondering. I know they give a lot of gold, right? Like 22 to 25, something like that. But the experience, I'm unsure about.
Middle lane is missing.
Right. So that was just a quick little pause. Seems like Puck is going straight for Witchblade, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you're right. I think I was mistaken there. They only give 10 XP each, and right now the range creeps are quite higher at 69.
Yeah.
So it's not so nice when you get them denied.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still very optimistic about this offlane here. I like it. Not doing bad at all.
The offlane for who? For Tempest?
Oh, yeah, for Tempest.
Okay. Yeah, because Na'Vi as well, they're getting some damage here, especially with Malefice. A couple of Eidolons giving chase. Laze has just finished up the urn. He'd love to get a couple charges now for it.
Oh, that would be
Dado,
huge.
he's going to drag the wave through tower, and they're going to end up laning behind tier 1.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower.
Pulling the creeps, okay.
Bottom. Not sure how Vatoon quite ended up here, but he's been on a bit of a chase, and I think, yeah, he's going to be on the losing side of this. Solo, along with the Skellies, fighting back. There's Glimpse, which does damage now on arrival, but it's the Skellies and the right-click damage from Solo that pick up the kill. So 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. They're trying to go for an Enigma kill here, but I don't think he'll make it with the stun, no. But he's just chasing him down.
There's a Malefice here, and an
Oh,
onslaught.
wow, Sweden Strong's courier is running into some creeps.
Down it goes. Those things, they're so loyal, you know. They'll run through rain, snow, sleet, or enemy creep waves, even towers to deliver your mail.
No, I swear my courier sometimes just does whatever he wants. Like, I see him in a tower. He's just there. And I definitely just wanted him to deliver an item, you know.
I think for me, the most annoying thing is when you're laning as a 5, and especially like Dire, like kind of where Solo's hanging out, and they end up taking this path, and then they kind of just die to, you know, in the middle of a pool, or the enemy support gets them, or they die to the wave. And
Yeah, no, it's really hilarious if you're playing against Mirana, Tiny, or Bounty, and they just place like 2 wards behind, and all they do is just hunt couriers.
Yeah.
That's very fun.
At least it's free. At least you don't have to upgrade it anymore, Pi.
Yeah.
I mean, it's frustrating, you know, to have your courier not be flying for the first 8 minutes of the game sometimes, but we do what we can.
Okay.
Sweden Strong, pulverizing his way, trampling his way back to relative safety unit at the tower. But Caillou is starting to do decent work here.
Yeah. No, this lane is... let me see the net worth there. Yeah, no, it's going really well for them. Really good. And it's kind of funny, like he's always fast enough, you know, to not take that damage from trample. He's always living. Even though like it's looking kind of spooky, it's just not quite enough.
Yeah. Playing it on edge. If you haven't watched a lot of competitive Dota, I think in the past year Bloodseeker got this change, which allows him to heal half on denies, the thirst. And that's pretty big for him.
Yeah.
Gives him a lot of sustain, as unfortunately he won't get the last hit on the wagon on the tower. But they're going for a bit of a play now, and with the onslaught, in comes now no one. With the remnants, he's going to get, maybe not Quadrado. He is fast, and he's away. The remnants giving chase. There's a sleight of fist in 2 seconds next to the creep wave. He's not in range.
Wow.
He lives, and dying down bottom is Vatoon.
Very well played.
The mirror rotation for Sebas. He's even going to get the bounty run here for the refill.
Yeah, no, I was actually gonna chastise Katyu, like, there's no need for you to die too. But him, like, running in there kind of stupidly, like, distracts no one. And, yeah, you don't expect Bloodseeker to be this fast. So he just runs away.
Yeah, he's still, I mean, it's space created here.
Yeah,
that's what I'd
fair
say.
enough.
And Solo's courier as well is going to take a death down bottom. That's from Slavin, who, as you say, is just hunting couriers.
Yeah.
That's quite annoying. No brown boots here for the next minute and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, Kotaro, this is dangerous.
Yeah. No, it's been like this the whole game. He's always just getting charged on, going down to 20% HP.
He's a Morphling player, you know? He's used to it.
Okay, so they see here, no one has no resources, so they're just diving bottom here. Let's go.
Yeah, 2 charges, 3 now of the Soul Sunshine. Went down to 2 just before he cast it as Sebas. He's going to get the Illusory Orb out, so he's going to avoid the Glimpse and its damage, pick up the kill here onto Solo. I don't believe he'll live, and he won't. That last little auto attack here will secure his fate.
Yeah. Let's see, I don't think they can push this. Yeah, should probably just wait until Visage is 6 before you really try to pressure this tower.
It's a little bit dangerous here, because minute 8 runes are about to spawn in. You do have Katyu in position to contest, but Ember's got unrestricted access to the top.
Oh, you know Katyu, he's willing to die for this rune.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I think he realizes how important it could be.
Yeah.
There goes no one. He's going to guess
get
the top
closer.
with the Rem.
Get it, dude!
Here comes the puck, the illusion.
Nice.
He's going to grab it. Will he die for it, though? Maybe, but there's a Dream Coil ready here that could save him. Can they turn the fight becomes the question. Sweden Strong as well showing up as he did contest top room, and a nice Illusory Orb already precast is going to see Sebas to safety. Down bottom, in trouble. He's going to be Slavin. Stunned up the once as no one is going to TP on down. Has a couple more remnants to play with, but doesn't need them. He's got the Sleight of Fist there. No armor with Orb of Corrosion is a lot of bonus damage here on the Sleight of Fist.
Man, I'm really impressed by Kotaro's laning. Like, it's really good. Playing right on the edge, and he's always farmed, always, like, a lot of the time now, like at this minute, you see the Enigma catching up, because the carry, like, feels threatened. But Kotaro, like, he knows it's fine to play like this. So you can see Enigma's net worth is really low, and Kotaro is just farming everything up here.
Yeah. I don't know, you mentioned, I mean, I don't believe Lays has gotten the chance to, or Lies that is, has gotten the chance to get any earn charges this game, now that I think about it. Have you seen him with earn charges?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's kind of surprising playing versus Katyu. No earn charges, but he's been good.
He's been playing on edge.
Enigma, yeah.
Yeah, he's been playing it right on that edge, and that's a fine line, you know. Speaking of fine lines, then they go now as the toss back underneath tier 2 tower. A couple of auto attacks from the tower will put him down. Oh, that actually gives level 6. I don't. Oh no, with a slight dodge there. Nice job on the coil.
That's a rupture though. He has reincarnation, so we'll see.
It's level 1, so this is, I think, still a valuable kill. In fact, they might be able to kill. Oh, didn't have mana. Maybe that was on purpose. I can't tell. We'll break that down and discuss it in a second here. In case Na'Vi want to go in for some more damage. They are holding this ward. Sebas trying to retreat. It's just sweet and strong here. Yeah, okay. Well, now we've got plenty of time as we do get a pause. What do you think? Purposeful death?
Yeah, that's... Because, no, there's no way you die on purpose there. I refuse to believe it. Because you have your whole team coming in, right? So I think he has miscalculated his mana. Like, he saw that he had, like, 70% mana, and it's like, okay, I can afford a stun.
Let's take another look at it.
Yeah.
And, of course, the mana is the thing to watch. I was even a little bit surprised to see the points in reincarnation committed so quickly. Sometimes you see them really
if he skills it there, right, there's no way he doesn't want to use it.
Yeah, no, I see that logic. Yeah, otherwise you just save the point.
Yeah, because look here. Wait, does he get mana burn somehow? Oh, no, he uses everything. He uses his... Ah, okay.
Oh, he's just shy. 165 mana, you need 180, and...
Yeah, you can see there, hand to forehead.
Didn't quite catch it. I always forget with player cams to take a look there. No, you're right. A little bit of a blunder.
Yeah,
it
happens.
Result in a tier 1 tower siege. The problem is, Lies, he TP's down here. That's the one true king returning. Platoon, this time around, not going to make that mistake again. A learning experience, and fortunately, not much damage to show for it. Tier 1 tower still stands.
I mean, what I really like about this game is, like, Draken is keeping up with everyone, and Sebas is having an amazing game.
All right, well here, Katyu, I think he bit off a bit more than he could chew. Oh, there's way too many Na'Vi heroes here, Tempest, and I think now they're going to come to that realization. First of the earn charges now being applied, but the rest of Tempest elsewhere on the map. Yeah. Sebas, in fact, is with the DD rune pushing the mid lane.
Yeah, I like it. Kotaro actually just runs the whole way top. I can respect that. I guess he'll buy a TP soon, and then he can TP back if he wants to fight again.
He's just, relying on the thirst speed. He'll make it around. Forges his own path.
Ooh, Enigma is smoked, but he cannot do anything here. No.
Well, maybe if there's a +1, is that going to change your mind? An onslaught here into a pulverize. There's the Tome of Knowledge taken.
Perhaps.
And the skill point.
Let's see if they keep it quicker to save him.
And to make a play for it. Trample, black hole, pulverize. Ultimately unnecessary.
All right.
But just in case, right, he had it. This actually might not have had enough mana for it, if I'm being honest. I thought there was some wand charges or stick charges there. There wasn't, but it didn't matter. No. They have the kill.
Okay, they're looking at V2.
Yeah, and this is a nice smoke here from Slavin. In come now all 3 heroes. The perfect encirclement here onto Vitoon. It's his first life down. Had plenty of mana for the reincarnation this time around. And can they get him on the second life? Coil committed. A nice little phase shift to juke the stun.
Oh, Katyu is distracting.
Can they get him? Oh, nice job here on the armlet. The reinforcements distracted by Katyu. Vitoon quite speedy. The toss into place. Needs to armlet tackle. Can't get it quite good enough. Draken's going to get the kill with level 2 Soul Assumption here, actually. A 2-2-2 sampler build right now for the Visage. Maybe making the difference. Katyu is going to be cut down in the river.
Yeah.
Space created.
No, good place. Good. And those armlet toggles, even that kill they got at the end there was like, they just got it with Waning Rift plus Soul Assumption.
I really think that's Soul Assumption level 2 making just the smallest bit of difference there, perhaps.
Yeah, no, not bad at all.
From 3 to 4 stacks, and that's an extra 70 damage.
Oh, they're getting puck?
Yeah, Static Storm, and an easy kill.
Very unfortunate.
Oh, maybe a +1. This is opportunistic. Na'Vi, they do real well when they know that they just have the hero advantage. very few spells as well out from Tempest. They can really stop him. And maybe this is now the mid-tier 1 tower in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, looks that way. I mean, Visage is at least pushing bottom, so that's good.
Yeah, and you know, Kotaro has come out of the lane very nicely, especially considering he was up against an Enigma. Does take that 1 death, and perhaps now after that, especially with Maelstrom online, is going to be resigned to the jungle. But I think he can be fairly pleased with how his lane went.
Yeah. No, they should all be decently happy how this game has panned out.
Platoon with a bit of a rougher start. He has been focused down 0-4 and 3 so far, but he's got Armlet and, you know, into the jungle. This hero still farms quite nicely with the Skellies.
Yeah, no, it's not like he's... You only have to worry if you're like 3.3k net worth at this point. But he's just a little behind. It's fine. He'll catch back up.
And I think the team's going to be able to provide him plenty of space. Sweden Strong now maxing the onslaught here, 2 points in trample. So he can really quite easily move around the map and get some damage done. And here's Catyu in some trouble. It's going to be glimpsed even back further into the Blood Rites, and a big ol' onslaught here to condemn him. Rocket. Just poking and prodding. Not wanting to lose these the familiars.
Nice coil.
There's a coil, actually. The toss. Oh, it doesn't quite break the coil. The leash a little bit too long, but the physical damage is there. No one doing a good job, at least running from the source of physical damage that was Kotaro, but taken down still. Sebas with a great rotation there.
Not bad, not bad.
No one with a we need wards ping as well.
All right, now I still want Draken to know, because I feel he's been playing really well this game. I don't know if this... Let's see, they're going to go for this tower. I'm not sure. I feel like he should be farming Ancients right now, but let's see. Maybe they know better.
Big reveal here. Slavin, he actually gets the ward down, so they know that there's a smoke in progress. And they're going to send the Familiars forward to try and scout. I believe they probably saw the Wraith coming. Ember's TP'd. There is not a lot of spells here to use. The onslaught from behind. Solo as well, holding onto the Static Storm. He's going to use it likely for the... Oh, a double kill. The Glimpse is a thing of beauty. And now with the Pulverize onto Vengeful Spirit, the Bloodrite not going to do much here to prevent her death. Oh, Slathian trying to make it up, but no. The Searing Chain's there in time. He will also fall. 4 dead from Tempest. I'm surprised that they really stuck around that long to go for the kill. I mean, they were low on spells. They scouted the smoke.
Yeah, they were very optimistic in going for that tower. Yeah, you could kind of see that whatever it came, you could see it coming.
Well, fortunately, they had... I mean, at the very least, it'll let this ward live, because Na'Vi, they're like, well, they didn't have a ward there for sure. They didn't see us smoke.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll get another +1 here. Draken as well. I think he kept his Familiars alive. Indeed, he still has those ready to be cast if he needs them. As Sweden Strong's going to walk on up to him and immediately get his Pulverize cancelled. Nice micro.
All right, let's see if Sebas can catch no one, but no one seems like he knows.
And he's got a Remnant. I'm not sure where it is. Oh, it's behind the tier 1 tower where it used to be anyway. No one. Scouted.
Oof.
Oh, silence.
So fast.
Yeah, good effort, but no one very good there. Sleight of fist and immediately out. There's a black hole again ready, by the way, and nearly a full Wraith Pact for the Enigma. He might want to wait for level 2 black hole, just for the cooldown, maybe.
Nah, whatever. If you see an opportunity, just use it.
You use it. It's too good, right?
Yeah. And I think it's gonna be. I don't think Sladin can just sit there and farm his dagger. It's gonna take too long. But at the same time, right now, I'm guessing it's fine. You can sit there for now. Because they're waiting for the Wraith Pact.
Yeah, that should be delivered real soon. Oh, right. Na'Vi have theirs, right? Drakens is what you're referring to. He's real close. That recipe's still real cheap, isn't it? It's 400. But
no.
A glimpse that might be setting back his progress on the Wraith Pact, especially with that onslaught in from Sweden Strong. He's doing a real great job here. As are all of Na'Vi. Him and Solo hold that thought, actually, because Sladin he tosses back no one, but Vatoon's even here as well. And that should be another kill. And that's what I was getting at here, as it's going to be Lies getting the kill. Swedish Strong and Solo been really, like, a really nice 1-2 combo on the support duo between a Disruptor as well as the Primal.
Oh yeah, for sure. Been a lot of really nice Static Storms.
Coil committed there just for him to escape. Yeah, but even just like the glimpse and then into the onslaught, or onslaught right into the Static Storm, like they've really kept that thing flexible between the two. You never really know, you know, what's coming based on if you just hear the onslaught. Do you have to be also concerned for Thunderstrike? As Sweden Strong is growling in the trees. He's got his Ag Scepter.
Very optimistic kill attempt in the bot lane, but fair enough.
this rock throw here. Like radius.
Okay, they should want to fight now, right? They got the Wraith Pack coming. They have BKB on Bloodseeker. So I think it doesn't get better than this. I don't think you can farm Dagger on Tiny here. It's too far away. You have to go.
Tempest might be initiated on themselves if they're not ready at this pace.
Yeah, but they should definitely fight there. Like, let's go in. I think we do this.
Lies as well, halfway towards his BKB, so he probably wouldn't mind as much, especially because he has luxury to farm the enemy jungle. He might not mind waiting. I agree with you. I think Tempest about to get a move on. Draken, peering dangerously close over the what could have been a perilous ascent there up those stairs.
Okay, but at least they know Navi are behind them now.
Ward behind the tower as well. Oh, rock throw.
Ooh,
actually,
very
it's
cool.
going to catch Kotaro. Oh, wow. Those familiars got deleted. I don't know if he has more. He does. Okay. Still in level 1. And Sweden Strong is ticking down here toward the Rupture. They're going to try and focus down Lays and keep him out of the fight as Kotaro BKBing up. They're going to lose sliding, though. And that's kind of lost the confidence here, seemingly, by Tempest. Sebas maybe looking for the right jump in with a coil. But Na'Vi, they lose the tower, and they pick up a kill onto the Tiny. Maybe even the familiars. Oh, that's going to hurt. No familiars now.
Oh, really? Oh.
Caught you as well. The Verduigous Gale. What is this? The Verduigous Dale being planted, but he's not going to be saved by those Seeds of Serenity. Maybe, though. A kill here. Yeah,
Nice.
indeed one out of Sweden Strong. So yeah, 4 times kill streak. Not bad. Not at all. But Sebas, just looking for pickups at this stage. Has enough money now for the Blink Dagger, and it's just going to full buy for it.
Yeah. I guess the problem is here when you don't... Because I think Sladden has played pretty well. Like, he had to be with the team and fight and stuff. But when they don't have a dagger on him, it's not too easy for them to initiate. I guess they have Coil.
You have Coil, but I mean, compared to Na'Vi, right, whose initiation is as simple as roar and then run on in. Right?
Yeah.
I won't make you do the voice line again. I know you know. Gabe had made you do a bunch of takes for it.
Exactly.
But it's so much easier. He goes in, he roars, and he point and click stun with Pulverize.
Yeah.
And his game's just a little bit harder, more limited by the items now. At least with the little vault, he's able to escape with potential death here.
Looking for the glimpse.
That's just... They don't have the confidence right now, is really what it feels like. Na'Vi have a Deso now on the Wraith King, so Vatoon is going to lead the boys into the Roche Pit. And it'll likely be an attempt here. Tempest, what do you think? Can they afford to let this go?
I feel like you want to... Like, yeah, the Bloodseeker probably wants to fight. They're just 10 seconds of birds, which is kind of unfortunate, but they have DD on Puck too, but yeah, Roche is already dead, so... Let's see
it's already down. Maybe for the best, still 300 gold. Oh no, but there's the Pulverize I was talking about. Didn't get the chance to get the BKB off. He's stuck inside as well, the kinetic field. Holding on to the BKB, forcing out Vatoon to use the spell. A bit close for comfort there, at least for you, as Vatoon's going to lose his first life. Aegis is going to be here on a no-1 as the magic missile is actually going to connect onto the black hole. Onto both supports here. That'll break apart this fight for Tempest. As now Draken being sent scattering, sent back with the glimpse now. He's losing the familiars as well. Down they go. He's going to be next to fall. Vatoon with a double kill. And, I mean, at least it's Kotaro who makes it out alive, but Na'Vi, they're going to get a lot more than just first roast there.
Yeah, our game is kind of spiraling out of control right there. Ever since they went for that mid-tower push and died for heroes, it's been really hard for them.
I really like this out from Na'Vi, actually. Wasn't this the game? Was it Na'Vi we were casting where we saw him get the Ag's Blessing and then he blinked in for a game-ending Static Storm?
Yeah, no, but it was T1 who did it, I believe.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
White.
But he's got the Blink Dagger now, and the important part is that without, of course, Pucks don't really like to go for BKBs. They generally tend to avoid it if they can, relying on their spells to be more elusive. This Blink might catch him out off guard. He's got nothing to get him out of Static Storm, really.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just nice in general, like when you're playing any mobile hero like Disruptor, to have Blink. The same with Winter Wyvern, both of those heroes really like having Blink Dagger. So the plan for Tempest, what are we thinking here? Okay, they got the dagger on Tiny, like I don't think they're getting much, it's still getting much better than this. I think we have to
Kotaro, he's got full Mjolnir, you know, it's something, a little bit more attack speed, more procs on the lightning chain. Static charge.
Yeah, I think we have to try to get something going here.
It's a good ward to fight around. They actually, yep, they're going to get the jump out of Sweden Strong with the Blink reveal, perfect magic missile, and a kill. Something.
Yep.
Not much. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. You're right. Not much. Every lane is pushed in. So that's quite difficult.
Maybe hunting for more, maybe looking for a couple of chain kills, but Solo with some impeccable warding here in the mid lane. Basically, any time that they look to cross here the mid lane and sweep across the map, you better bet that Na'Vi are gonna get an idea that it's going on.
Yeah, but I think they have to keep going here. Like, let's just get 5 together again. They have the war there at Navi's trial. What do you call it?
The cliff, the secret shop cliff, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So like, let's get together here and we fight. Let's push this tower together. Like, we just have to be together.
Scary now. Back to 5v5 with Equalize, and no one, of course, still with Aegis as he is going to lead the team in Vatoon. He is going to settle with, of course, sliding dying. Sleight of fist there. It's going to be Lies that actually gets a good damage on a Sweet Strong. He's actually been ruptured. He's going to throw the rocks on in. That finds a stun from range onto Draken. He throws a laser at him there. Sweet Strong with a tip as well onto Kotaro. So he does not die there to the rupture. These fights a bit all over the place, but over in the river, they are going to be able to get their hands on the Venge. Down she goes.
Yeah, very long glimpse there by Solo. Nice one.
Just a bit of a divide and conquer there. Tempest not really feeling like they can just take an honest 5v5 fight, but Na'Vi with the item advantage, it feels like they're being
Can he get him here?
out-skirmished.
He wants to black hole? No, okay, he lets him go. No, I think Tempest have to be ready there. Like, they're just being a little sloppy there, not being in position around the ward. Like, they have to take those fights. And it's looking like they're moving towards mid here, so let's see.
Could be something. Everyone's respawning soon, but there are no familiars unless I'm missing them on the map. There's a coil onto the back lines. Oh, that's a catch out of the Enigma. He's going to die, but they've also lost Kotaro. They just gank him in the triangle. And fight's not done here quite yet, as Draken being jumped now by no one. Glimpse on back into Vatoon stun. Down he will go. Southern with a toss back, but it's a defensive use here. Swedish Strong with a blink dagger. The pulverize immediately onto the Tiny, and with the death of Vatoon tears into him. No one, of course, he's low, but he still has Aegis here backing him up for another 45 seconds. 4 dead now. Vatoon on a mega kill streak. He only got this Deso up less than 5 minutes ago, and it's almost maxed out for damage already.
Yeah, no, you should have seen. You were looking at the Enigma dying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Bloodseeker was feeling really safe, like holding the BKB at half HP. He pops BKB, and then he gets one shot by a crit.
Yeah.
And that's the game right there.
Oh no, Sebas. Look, Na'Vi, they're just firing on all cylinders right now. They've scanned him. You can see, of course, they don't know exactly where he is, but Solo with the Blink Dagger has Static Storm ready. Oh, the phase shift, how can he get out in time? Yes, but there's a black hole, the blink away, the TP, black hole. No, they don't need it. Just Glimpse reserved now, and that ought to be a kill here onto the puck. Oh, Sebas making things difficult. A nice coil onto 2, forces the BKB of no one. Blink being put on cooldown here. Another phase shift. He gets out yet again? No. I mean, Sebas, he's still not out of the woods, I think, because he doesn't have a lot of mana, or a TP scroll, actually, for that matter.
I think it looks like they give up on the chase, yeah.
Small wins. We take those, But things are, I mean, things are looking dire here, right?
Yeah.
Tempest, I mean, it's the group stage rematch. Whatever they could have learned from that replay, from looking through it and playing against Na'Vi, doesn't seem to be working. They're down already 1-0 in this best of 3 series. Facing elimination here. TI is on the line for them.
Yeah. No, this game right now, it's very difficult to see what you're supposed to do. Yeah, like it's at this point when you need Na'Vi to mess up, because they have Enigma, they have Wraith King, they have Disruptor, they have all these big teamfight spells, and you have Bloodseeker, and you're 10k gold behind, right? So like, this is not how you want the game to play out with these type of lineups.
I like this positioning bottom, though. You know, just sending in the familiars. As you say, you need him to mess up, but what's been somewhat frustrating for Tempest, especially during their group stage games where we got to cast him, is they just weren't really all there in lockstep, ready to punish, right? Ready to make these plays. That's the second part of that statement. But Na'Vi, of course, you know what's on the line for them as well. They got sent down to the lower bracket by T1 in the first round here of today's matches. They're not looking to make any mistakes either. It's also their TI life potentially on the line. They've got a good advantage. I'm sure they're feeling pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, they have to hope for, like, maybe they can initiate with a swap. Like, Enigma or, like, some important hero walks a bit out of position, and they can insta-kill something. Because right now, fighting is going to be very, very difficult.
I feel, actually, speaking about this swap, know if I've seen so much of the Vengeful Spirit. How'd you feel? Like, the lane felt really good for Venge, right? I think we can settle on that.
Yeah, she did her job.
Mid-game, though, is of course where things start to look more difficult, especially... We'll get back to that as Tempest. Doing well to avoid this gank for now. Lies gets down the Wraith Pact, but the fight, it's a lopsided one. The rock throw as well. Catches Kotaro and Saladin. Kotaro doesn't want to fight here anymore, and neither does Sebas. Navi have been forced back to their own side of the map. Oh, but over in the river, the onslaught is going to be just avoided here. Sweden Strong falling very fast here. But the black hole, it's out to Kotaro in the meantime, next to the tier 1 tower, at least where it used to be. A static storm as well, at least avoided here by Sebas. He's doing great damage here onto the back line. Still alive, though, is going to be the Enigma. Finally taken down. Primal Beast has bought back. Sweden Strong, oh, and the onslaught gets the kill onto Sebas. They just needed a little bit more catch there. The stun as well as Batoon is stuck on these back lines, taking down the Visage. Only one alive, and it's Slaven. He can't even catch Solo. He blinks away from him. And with almost no armor remaining, thanks to the Deso here, Batoon, he wants the kill. Even put him back down. Oh, goodness. Lies having some fun there. Has a Sweden Strong, Navi in great position.
Yeah, very nicely played by Navi there. Can respect Tempest trying to take a fight. They saw the Enigma, tried to kill him, but just don't have that much damage. Everything is just hard to do.
Yeah, there go the Eidolons, I believe, as well. So we don't have any of those for 40 seconds. Enigma kind of just a walking Wraith Pact and Soul Assumption right now. But Navi, again, not leaving anything to chance. They're going to play this one a little bit more clinical, a little bit slower even, and just probably wait for next Roche. It's in the window. It's a bit of a longer Roche with another minute till it respawns.
Yeah. No need to crush your face against tier 3s. Let's get that Aegis. Like, you just see what happens, right? When the Wraith King hits Bloodseeker, it's not pretty.
No, it is not. Bloodseeker is... Oh, he's got a decent in-scan at 3.1, actually. I'm thinking of the Razor. Oh, the initiation. There's a good swap save, though, actually. Yu has to throw himself on the line here for Sebas to escape. And he goes. The 2 now godlike, by the way. Sweden Strong with the blink forward. Now the onslaught in.
They glimpse.
Yeah, looking for the pulverize. They don't even need it. Solo, he's got the cast range for it. Sladen can just do nothing as he helplessly watches from his own high ground. Navi, anytime anyone dares to leave the base, Tempest, they are immediately surrounding them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What I wanted to say about the bench is I feel he was holding his swap a bit too much in the early mid game there. Like when they're just fighting, I feel like you don't have to save it for Black Hole. Like it doesn't have BKB yet. Like someone else can cancel it. Like if you see a good swap where you can kill an important hero, you use it.
Being strong with some more animation canceling. Really likes your voice line, you know. Up to the high ground, tier 3 tower, just like that. Rock thrown in after them. And my goodness, the wave almost immediately nuked by no one as well. It doesn't really give Tempest an easy way to like smoke in and go after Navi or anything like that.
Yeah.
There's still one deep ward that's up. Pretty far. That's going to pick up Batoon now as he blinks into the triangle. A glimmer of hope here maybe for Tempest.
Yeah, I guess they'll... I mean, I don't see why not. You kind of have to contest this Roche, right? Like, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, I can't imagine, especially in the Refresher meta, trying to deal with a Wraith King who's got Refresher and Aegis. Yeah, no thank you.
And yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this Ag Shard, the Rock Throw. Like, it deals a lot of damage. God damn. 325 damage.
Not bad. Yeah. Stun as well, is fair, especially from this range that he's able to throw it at.
Yeah.
And of course, a bit of a skill shot and a shotgun spread on the first thing. But hey, it could be a pretty fun one.
Yeah.
Kotaro, I mean, and you know, to give credit where credit is due, Kotaro has kept pace here in terms of farm. It's just like, it just doesn't feel like anyone on his team can help him right now. And it's not really a scenario where you can 1v5.
Oh no, you definitely don't 1v5 with this hero. I mean, you would have to have, what, 15k more net worth?
Yeah,
I don't
by the looks of things.
That's so much.
Probably a lot more XP as well. I mean, it's just... But he's done well. I mean, he's still keeping respectable pace with farm, right? With Vatoon, he's actually out farming still both Lies and No One, but it's not that kind of hero for him. And that's kind of felt like it's been the case here for Tempest throughout the group stage, at least here, and game 1 as well. you know, the lane stage is always going to look good for him. You know, if we compare it to Polaris, who we saw in our previous series, right? Force always gets a lane. Quintaro always gets a lane.
Yeah. That's definitely true. I mean, this game in particular is just they have a harder lineup, right? Like, they need to keep snowballing. But it's definitely winnable even with these heroes. But they just take that bad fight mid, and then they don't capitalize on any chances really. Like, when they take team fights, they're a little too spread out. And yeah, they just don't get to use any of their timings. And the game is just getting more, like, harder. And at this point, like, they're just making a highlight reel for VTune, right? That's like, that's at the point we are.
It's a bit painful. Sebas, you can see with his position on the main map, he's so scared to show in the top wave. Tempest with a gem, moving very confidently now up to the high ground. Aegis on VTune, like you said, his highlight reel. He'll be respawning 2 times in this fight, especially as he has now taken his Egg Shard. No mana cost here for him necessary.
Yeah,
just a slight mistake in that early game from Na'Vi, right? But honestly, it's been pretty solid for him. But that's a chance, a toss back here, and that could be life #1 here. Instantly, they swap him further back into the base, but no one. He's swiftly in to follow, and they found the puck. Solo right on in there with the Static Storm. The Black Hole only catches the Visage, but he does have the buyback. Expected to be used here, and that's all the buybacks for all the cores here so far. But Quintaro still trying to find some kills here. He's losing the 1v1 actually to no one next to the tier 3 towers, being kited around. No one just so fast with the arcade, can never get on top of him. They have vision though. Blood Rights, oh, but a nice juke. No, didn't actually get rid of the silence, but it's not gonna matter. No one's on the rampage, and the team fight is going just okay here. They've gotten through Solo, they've gotten through the Primal Beast, but VTune being carried away on his throne by his minions. He's gonna make it off the high ground alive, only losing, well, actually his Aegis and his second life.
Yeah. He's level 18 though, so the cooldown's very short. He just waited up, and I think they'll go again. Pretty sure everyone bought back except Kotaru, right?
I believe so, yes. Yes, that is the case. Slavin didn't have it. It was on cooldown from 5 minutes earlier. They have everyone else buying back, and now Na'Vi is going to choose to be patient. Dono, unfortunately, just kind of getting kited around there. That Basher, of course, might allow him to get some serious damage in onto no one, but, you know, he's got to accept her, man. As soon as he's away, especially with the Arcane Rune, as soon as he's out of melee range, I don't know if you're ever catching that guy.
Yeah, you better bash. Perma-bash him.
Shard now picked up, so anytime he gets a kill, he gets a remnant back. Usually you see Refresher in the quick buy after this.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for Primal to respawn now, and they'll try to go and end the game. If they want to be really safe, they'll wait for Black Hole, but don't know if that's necessary.
Barracks defended as well. High ground looking relatively healthy, especially facing a 22k net worth lead. Only a couple tier 3 towers taken. That does mean that they're out of refreshes for these fortifies, and they used that one in the siege. Sebas always doing some shopping. He's trying to TP away, sweet and strong.
Oh, it's a long TP.
Okay, he doesn't know where he is. You never know. That's like the horror music, you know, with the lone violin, or the horror movie that is, with the lone violin kind of eerily sawing at the strings, but he makes it out. Well, he's got an Aeon disc to show for it, right?
I guess that they're a little scared now without Aegis, because they could... What did they do? They toss back into swap, so they can get the Wraith King basically into Fountain. And then the fight might be slightly awkward, but the thing is, he has Reincarnation, right? And he has BKB, so even with that, maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, that was actually kind of an incredible relocation there, basically. Taking the Wraith King and moving him well past the tier 3 tower. Did make it slightly awkward, and I think that fight looks way worse if no one's not there, immediately putting a stop to anything Puck can do on this first life.
Yeah, for sure.
And the thing that's a little bit scarier is that Acceptor almost completed. He still has 1,000 gold to go, so, you know, it's a lot for a position 5. But that's on the horizon now, and very much a real threat. Tempest, again, their farm, much more limited. They're kind of just stuck to, you know, getting filter-fed these waves that do get into their base.
And it seems that Na'Vi are actually gonna wait for ages. Or if Tempest perhaps venture outside of base. Yeah,
They're actually they're very respectful, basically.
Na'Vi without any buybacks right now. They've all been purchasing some expensive items. Overwhelming blink for Batoon. Still nothing yet queued up for Lies. He's just got a lot of money. Big net worth. Enigma with a black or PKB, which we saw, but I think the Octarine's a bit newer for him.
Okay,
now they're going to be a little bit more adventurous. But there's the toss back number 1. Do we have a swap? No, because no one is going to be able there to cut down the Vengeful Spirit. But Kotaro fighting nicely through the first life. Finds a bash with a black hole. Nothing here to cancel it with the Vengeful Spirit dead. And that is no one beyond godlike with a double kill. Sebas doing what he can on the back lines. Has taken care of Solo, but he's dying here in the Static Storm. Assembles the Aeon Disc last second here. And he's going to be able to escape. And with Slathen fighting by his side and now Kotaro buying back, they might be able to force Na'Vi back yet again. Batoon fighting versus Kotaro as well in the base. Kotaro is going to get the kill here. Batoon is going to fall. No one TP's away in time.
A glimmer of hope.
Out, but it's Sebas and now Batoon, or sorry, make that Kotaro who get another kill into Liza. Okay, a hold.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely trying. They have not given up.
Things are, I mean, it still does feel like a bit of a long shot, especially because we're not in this Roche window, so Tempest can't look to immediately claim Aegis and, you know, get a little bit more safety around their buybacks, especially Kotaro, right, committing his very much a win condition now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I wonder if no one can kill Kotaro here if he doesn't have BKB.
He's going to show.
Let's see if he'll go for it.
BKB. Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar he is. Kotaro as well, rooted up. Oh, gets a bash, maybe a silence, but no one's got BKB. Kotaro on the run. There's not a lot of support here for him. He just bought an Abyssal Blade, delivered to the courier. BKB up in 8 seconds. Searing Chain. Sebas is here.
A lot of damage.
Can they turn this? No, but maybe the kill onto no one still makes things a little bit more worth. Sebas will get the kill. Sweet and Strong TPing in. Sebas also doesn't have buyback though, and no one's got a remnant right there with buyback. But he's going to be patient. Sweet and Strong finds the Pulverize. Somehow the silence didn't catch him there. And with the trample down, is this enough work? Slathen as well coming back on in. Oh, Sebas, the rock! The rock throw! It found him. That's the buyback now. Out from no one. Now he's going to buy back. I think they caught a glimpse of Slathen. But he's hiding behind the trees here. What in the world? Oh, and Lies, he's going to show up now to ruin Slathen's day as the glimpse from Solo is going to keep him in place. Kinetic Field trapping him inside the Midnight Pulse, and no one, after the buyback, picks up a kill.
Yeah, they know they don't have buyback on both Puck and Bloodseeker. So they want to go finish the game here, but...
They're cutting waves, or trying to anyway. Bench. Oh no, the Force! Okay, he's still got a good effort there. Or staffing on through, trying to avoid the trample damage. He'll make it out alive. Waves as well being cut here by Draken. Has a Gem of True Sight. Has Ag Scepter here on the Visage. Keep our eye out for that one. And they've sniped the Courier of Solo, so he does not have the upgraded Static Storm here for some time. Okay. Oh, but just the Courier. What they're feeding Couriers. The poor Couriers.
Oh, they're trying to pull the waves. They're trying to pull the waves.
I mean, anything they can do here.
Yeah.
And they'll pull it a bit, but unfortunately the backdoor radius is about to where the tier 2s are. And they're Sweet and Strong catching Katyu.
Oh, no buyback.
No buyback either on them. Slathen the only one with buyback. Katyu's got buyback in 50 seconds here, but they're Na'Vi, they're going to try and end the game here. Slathen throwing his life on the line, delaying as much as he can. He has buyback, and they bought enough time actually for Kotaro to respawn. He is crucially without buyback for 5 minutes. Looking for the Megas here is Na'Vi. No one a little bit spooked, though. He did buy back in order to get a couple of kills here and there. Sebas is back in 25, but it's Sweet and Strong with the BKB. He finds it in, and his man now is onto the Visage. He's going to at least get up the Gravekeeper's Cloak active, so he's safe for a little while longer as the onslaught's a bit too early, and Sweet and Strong taking a lot of damage with the BKB. Black Hole is going to be now onto Kotaro, and with that, Tempest, their hopes of qualifying to TI are going before them here into the abyss, as Enigma would say. As Tempest are going to be eliminated. Na'Vi with a clean 2-0 series are going to be moving on into the next round of the lower bracket.
Yeah. No, they actually managed to make it slightly interesting there at the end. I have to commend them for fighting it out. You can see obviously the disappointment here, but you know, there was always a long shot for them to qualify. But obviously when you go there, you always believe that it's possible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And of course, for Na'Vi, a long path ahead of them. to still qualify, as only top 2 are moving on, and they're down to their last life here in the lower bracket. But yeah, for Tempest, definitely difficult for them, as the group stage not going so well. Kotaro and Minos, or Kotaro and Wu, Katyu as he goes by now, of course, at last TI as well, not finding a lot of success on their Thunder Awakened, Thunder Predator roster back then, and unfortunately here in the Last Chance Qualifiers are not going to be able to make it work in their group stage rematch versus Na'Vi. They are going to be eliminated in the first round.
Yeah. Valiant effort though, especially here. Like they kind of did in lanes what they needed to do. Like it was looking pretty good, but then they had a few like badly taken team fights, I guess, like where they should not have fought yet, and the game started snowballing out of control. And then when you let the Enigma get this BKB, like Solo is having like really good farm, your heroes just don't match up well enough, and you fall behind.
Yeah. I mean, but you can just see, I mean, how much this tournament means to players, right? I mean, Tempest doing anything and everything in their power. Draken going really deep, cutting waves, you know, trying to get couriers to kite them out and buy a little bit more extra time. But eventually Na'Vi, the net worth lead they've amassed with how carefully they've played the game and the series, are going to be able to take them out of contention here for one of the 2 slots available to them. That's going to be all we see from Tempest throughout the tournament. I think highlights for them, of course, have always been Kotaro doing phenomenal in his laning stage, and I think that's definitely not the last of him. Will be seen in terms of his 2-1 appearances. But well played to Tempest, who are going to find themselves eliminated here, and well played to Na'Vi, who are moving on into the lower brackets, and we'll get to see who their opponent is going to be later on. But that best of 3 series is going to wrap up in 2 games here, Pi. Any closing thoughts for the day as this is going to wrap us up?
No, I think everything we casted has gone as expected, I believe. Still some decent games, some a bit more stompy, but I'm still think Tempest they brought a decent fight at least.
Yep, absolutely. And well, you know, it's always difficult at this stage of the tournament to say goodbye to the teams and the players, but from 12, there needs to be, and there can only be 2 as we progress. And now tomorrow into the second day of playoffs, we're going to have to say goodbye to some more fantastic teams. Make sure you guys follow the channel to stay tuned with all the action. And thank you guys so much for tuning in for the day today. On behalf of Pi and myself, stay safe, and we'll catch you tomorrow when there's some more lower last chance qualifiers continuing. Until then.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome one and all back again here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. Day 1 of the playoffs is underway right now, and more importantly, Elimination Dota is finally on the cards. We have ourselves a very interesting matchup today with Nouns and VG Gaming, one of whom will have their dreams of going to TI shattered and ended right here before our very eyes. The other of whom still has a very hard road to go before they can guarantee their ticket to Singapore, but they need to first get past their opponent here today. My name is Sine, and I'm joined by another TI debutant. Fluke, we haven't had you in these last few days. Welcome, good sir, to the Last Chance Qualifiers. How the hell are you feeling, man? And are you excited about the games today?
Oh, dude, I'm so excited for us to start jumping into this. I'm so excited to be a part of the TI broadcast. I'm so excited for us to start talking about Dota. I just really cannot wait for us to start getting deep in towards this series and start talking about everything else that we've got going forward here. You know, the last couple of days, unfortunately, I haven't been able to be a part of the broadcast, but I mean, the Dota's been sick. The Dota's continue to be sick. And even once we get into the group stages, just even more awesome Dota.
Only awesome Dota to come, and of course, awesome Dota requires a draft in order for us to witness the action, and we have one on our hands here. The teams do not want to wait. VG Gaming already lost the series earlier against the side of Virtus Pro, so you know they're fired up. They want to try and make something happen. Nouns, this is their first series in the playoffs, and they're hoping it's not going to be their last one. So let's get into it. Let's look at some of these heroes. Noun won the coin toss. They decided to opt for a second pick. VG Gaming opted for the Dire side here. So VG, they had first pick, and they pick up this Undying. Of course, you're playing against VG Gaming. You have to ban Primal Beast. You have to ban Marcy against pretty much everybody. So that leaves them space to pick up this Undying. However, on the other side here, Luke, look at this Shadow Fiend. This hero, we were talking about it a bit off camera. Just his stonks are rising. Right now, this seems like he's going to be, in terms of core heroes, one of the main heroes in the meta of the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Yeah, he definitely has been, and I think a lot of these other heroes are really starting to kind of rise up in their kind of priority that a lot of these teams are really starting to fall back on. You know, we're talking about it as well. We're going into this matchup that Nouns obviously being one of the underdogs in this series right now to try and take down a team like VG Gaming. And the series that they did get the victory up against VG Gaming, we saw a lot of carries coming out of Gunner. And I think, you know, the Shadow Fiend, not only is it one of the prominent heroes in the meta right now, it feels like it's one of those heroes that Gunner can really hard carry on. And I think Nouns really need to rally around this kind of Shadow Fiend hero to take down a team like VG Gaming because, as you said, they've already got Undying, they've already got Morphling, two pretty, you know, strong heroes that we've got so far in the meta. And I think Shadow Fiend, if they can buff him up enough and give him a whole lot of these extra auras, whole lot of this extra kind of laning prowess, then Nouns can have a really good shot here in this first game.
Absolutely. Makes sense in that regard why we see VG Gaming banning out this Beastmaster. Not only would the BM be great against the Morphling, but adding the Inner Beast aura to SF, I don't want to play against that, so it makes sense VG wouldn't want to either. The interesting ban, I think, on the Lich in particular on the side of Nouns. The AA ban makes sense. You're playing Morphling, Undying. There's no way you want to leave AA in the pool. What do you make of this ban on the Lich, though? We have seen Yang play it a couple of times, but I would imagine in this game that Yang would be playing the Undying, right? And there wouldn't be space for the Lich. How do you feel about it here, the decision from the Noun side?
I think from what we saw in the previous series up against Virtus Pro, VG Gaming did pick the Lich in response to a heavy kind of physical damage kind of draft. Like obviously Frost Shield is one of those abilities that has a lot of damage mitigation with a lot of these physical damage drafts. So maybe this just leads me towards Nouns trying to pick up another one of these carries that really wants to have a whole lot of physical damage and not really lean towards the magic damage build, because we saw in that series, in that Virtus Pro series, that GPK went for more magic focus kind of build when they had that Lich. So getting rid of that just kind of alleviates a little bit of that pressure from some of the other cores so they can kind of have some more of these physical damage. Same with the Winter Wyvern ban as well. This just leads me towards Nouns just wanting to have all this physical damage.
Physical damage certainly going to be the name of the game. They pick up this Dragon Knight as well, so we have some instant initiation, some lane prowess, but more importantly, some pushing power deeper into the game. Man, their objective take on the side of Nouns, just with these three heroes, seems extremely scary. Enchantress, SF, DK, a little army can emerge from the Ench. Shadow Fiend, DK just chomp down your towers very, very quickly. So now suddenly VG Gaming are thinking to themselves, if we lose any team fights, it does not bode well for us down the line. They do go in for this old school combo. They did this day one against Virtus Pro, the Mars Snapfire duo, against Team Secret, sorry. I think that's the game they lost. Let me quickly go and check. No, the game they won was the game with the Mars Snapfire. So we've seen them do this successfully already in the tournament. Do you like this particular duo coming in from VG?
Yeah, I think this is just one of the goated kind of combinations, right? You talked about like the fact that, you know, VG Gaming start losing some of these team fights and these towers are going to fall fast, right? And so what VG Gaming say, hey, we need some team fight. Who's going to win a big team fight? The Mars Arena can do a whole boatload. We already saw in the series beforehand between Team Liquid as well as Polaris how strong Mars can be as a team fight initiator. He's one of my favorite heroes as well. Like being an off-lane player myself, Mars is one of those good heroes to watch, and it just allows you to have this initiation. And at this point as well, from what you're seeing with the Shadow Fiend and the Dragonite, probably leaning towards the Shadow Fiend being in the safe lane as well. So if you go for this more physical damage kind of ranged right clicker, the Mars Arena walls as well as the Bulwark does an insane job at being able to mitigate a lot of that damage. So I really love this Mars. Gives them a lot of team fight and a lot of damage mitigation.
Pretty much all the things that you would love to have in a squad like this, especially to try and deal with the SF. I'm trying to think now, what do they go for on the side of Nouns? We need some kind of additional reach from them. Yes, DK is going to get the Blink Dagger, but I still want something more coming out of the 4 position. Let's see. Z-Freak has had a lot of success on the Tusk hero. Played 4 games on it, 50% win rate, but they've had some pretty tough matchups. I would actually imagine that Tusk is going to be quite contested in the series because we've seen Frisk also have some amazing performances on him. But either way, I would like to see a stun coming out of the 4 position, whether it be Tusk, Earthshaker, Earth Spirit. It just feels like I want more reach from the squad. I don't want to have too much pressure put on the DK.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look back at the previous series that they did play against each other, and Z-Freak did play Tusk in both of those games, and Frisk played the Earthshaker both times as well. So I feel like right now we're looking at this to be, as you said, kind of a long-form initiation. What else is really floating around? Clockwork could be another one.
Oh!
Elder Titan. Okay, so like... This is what I was talking about with the Shadow Fiend, right? Like, if you can buff him up and allow him to do all this damage, the Elder Titan does a perfect job of that with the natural order. He comes in, gets rid of everybody's armor. It's a natural counter to the Morphling as well. Like, you talked about it for years. Elder Titan into the Morphling. He's got a whole lot of agi. He's got a whole lot of armor. But if you get rid of all that base armor, the Shadow Fiend's going to walk in with a Silver Edge, one shot. And then at this point, it's going to be hard for you to play the Morphling in these team fights against the Elder Titan. And also, look how tanky they are as well. Like, the front line in the Elder Titan and the Dragon Knight, and even an Enchantress. Like, how are you supposed to try and burst through these heroes if you're VG Gaming?
With great difficulty, Fluke. With great difficulty. One thing that's also great about this ET in this game, whenever you have a Mars available, dropping down the ET combo during the arena does complicate life for the Mars in the pre-BKB phase of the game. This is a very interesting idea. I like what I'm seeing here for Z-Freak. Also means that if this is, like you're saying earlier, the safe lane Shadow Fiend, unless they swap it up at the very end of the draft, that does not seem like a lane I want to play into. Like either Shadow Fiend Enchantress, DK ET, my god. These are not fun lanes whatsoever for the side of VG Gaming. But we still have to see at the very end of the draft. We're looking for mid heroes now here, Fluke. Lina taken away by the side of Nouns. VG, remove the puck, remove the Pango. They do not want the Pango chaos in tandem with this ET, and they do not want to give them easy access to a big Echo Stomp with the puck ban out. What do you want to see here coming in from the mid lane for the side of Nouns? For XM, what is... feels like they also need reach as well from the side of VG Gaming, right? Pretty much all their dynamism right now is coming from the Mars, and I don't want to put that much pressure onto BAB either.
Oh, Pugna. I haven't seen too much Pugna recently, so I mean, I'm down for this. I'm definitely down to see what this Pugna can do here. Obviously, it gives you a whole lot of that magic burst amplification as well with the Decrep. It's really hard for them to kind of fight around a lot of these areas that the Pugna and the Undying want to control, right? Like you've got Tombstone, you've got the Nether Ward. It just goes into a position where if Nouns are trying to come into the area of VG Gaming and VG Gaming is set up, it's going to be also hard to try and deal with this Tombstone Nether Ward kind of combination. I like what they've got going for here, but it's very much everything is in the Morphling basket right now, whereas Nouns have a little bit more of extra options. And they're going to go for a lone Druid to finish it. Oh. All right, so a tri-core going up against a single core. I mean, I like the balls coming in from Nouns. I'm going to say that here. I'm going to be real. This is a whole lot of balls that comes in from these guys right now. They pick the Shadow Fiend where Gunnar is usually one of these players that picks these kind of carry mid laners, and now they're going to couple it up with Moo picking up the Dragon Knight and then the Lone Druid to circle it out as well. So, I mean, this is going to be an interesting kind of tri-core versus single-core kind of matchup here for our game number 1.
It's a very interesting matchup. It gives them more push power as well coming in from that Lone Druid. Allows Gunnar to, the mid lane matchup between himself and this Pugna. Sure, Pugna does have access to that Nether Ward, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to really, really detract from what Gunnar can accomplish in that mid lane. Like you mentioned, it's a 3 versus 1 tri-core situation. And to make matters even worse here, Fluke, the tri-core that they have on the side of Nouns also gets buffs, right? The ET helps tremendously. Yes, it's a lot of physical damage primarily from this draft, but given that, looking at the side of VG Gaming, a lot of these heroes can be susceptible to some of that physical damage. Even the Pugna, right? Pugna does not enjoy having to deal with like mechanics like the fear, for example. You get feared and it doesn't take that long for the side of Nouns to be able to kill you quite quickly. The one drawback of their lineup is they don't have that much forward momentum. They only really have reach coming out of this DK, but if they can get like a big ball going on the side of Nouns, I actually don't see how VG Gaming can stop that. Now that we've seen all the picks though, Fluke, we have 10 heroes on the field. We have 1 best of 3 on the way. Which team are you going to be giving the W here for game number 1?
I was coming into this series, obviously, as Nouns being the massive underdogs, and I really do like the meme of NA Dota or Mega LOL. So I think at this point, I don't know, I really like the draft that comes in from Nouns. I actually really like this tri-core they've got going for them. It might be a little bit too greedy for me, but I'm looking towards VG Gaming about how they're really going to punish this. If XM has a good lane on the Pugna, they're able to take a few towers here, they can get some team fights going and walk around as this kind of 4-core until Erica comes online with a few items. Then they can start getting this game going, but I don't know. I'm feeling like a little bit of an upset here. It seems like the later these series goes, maybe the upsets are on the cards.
I personally really like VG Gaming. They've surprised me so many times, even by dint of being here over and above squads like CDC, IG, as the Aries. However, I've seen Erica lose too many games on the Morphling. I've had my heart broken too many times by the Erica Morph. And you and I were talking off camera about where VG Gaming is right now, and I kind of feel they do their best when XM is their primary win condition rather than Erica. In this game, like you mentioned earlier, Erica is everything. The Morphling is the draft. Yeah. So I have to go for Nouns as well. But you all know how that goes. 2 casters agreeing on which team should win. I would put my money on VG Gaming then as a result.
Yeah, definitely. It's usually, that's how it goes, right? Like there's, as soon as people start to agree on top lane, it's going to go completely opposite way. You watch this, it's going to be XM. He's going to pull out some of the weirdest kind of Pugna stuff we've ever seen. But I'm interested to see how this mid lane's going to go with the Shadow Fiend versus Pugna. Pugna can do a really good job at kind of matching the Shadow Fiend's pace. Like, in days of old with the Shadow Fiend, just, you spam out the razors, you go towards the small camp, you kind of just constantly get that rinse and repeat, whereas Pugna can constantly counter shove the wave as well. So it's like XM's really not going to have that pressure where usually you see these Shadow Fiends, they push out the wave, they put the pressure on the tower, they rotate towards the jungle, and then you have this kind of external clock that gets put on you, whereas the Pugna can kind of counter push it and then do his own stuff as well. So we're really interested to see who kind of gets the most out of that mid lane, about whether or not XM makes those rotations towards the safe lane to try and push out Costabile.
Speaking of Costabile, he's down bottom with the rest of his crew and the bear, just making sure that they have some scouting vision and they'll be able to secure a bounty rune. Will they be able to get both? Looks like it's just going to be nice 3-1 in exchange for VG Gaming. Good start to the game for them. Unfortunately, the side of Nouns did overcommit to this one in the river, but still gonna get something. He'll be okay. So we're long gone are the days here, Fluke, where 3 bounty runes guarantees easy win for the game. Just makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world just yet, which is always a nice little start. I never really liked the meta where, the first like 5-10 minutes of the laning phase was kind of the end all and be all, and those 3 bounty runes definitely felt like it was kind of the way it's going. I really like how the meta's been kind of evolving across these last chance qualifiers, how the games have kind of slowed down a little bit here. It feels like it's much more kind of carry focused meta. Yeah, heroes like Marcy and Primal Beast are kind of super high in priority, but I really do feel like that a lot of these carry players and these mid laners are really going to be the kind of end all and be all for a lot of these teams throughout TI.
Well, we do have a little bit of action happening in this top lane. It's just going to be harass fest for the most part, right? We're not really anticipating that none of these heroes should realistically be dying just yet. They'll be trading as much as humanly possible, but Moo gets super tanky. Sucks to deal with the Undying, but as long as he plays carefully, shouldn't really die. It's level 1 right now, but he'll get to a point where he just doesn't die anymore. He'll be okay.
Yeah. He should be okay, especially once he starts getting a lot of levels in this Dragon's bubble. We've seen how strong Undying has been as a laner. Like he's like one of those oppressive laners too, right? It's not like you are getting a lot of these kills early on, he's more like a mental damage kind of support. Speaking of mental damage, it's gonna hurt.
That's gonna hurt a lot. Yang got to level 2 before the DK could, so no access to the Dragon's Blood. And Yang very happy to drop the tombstone to get this kill. Z-Freak's in danger as well. Will Yang decide to die for this one? It looks like he's gonna go the circuitous route, and Z-Freak is in danger here. He's got mangoes. The creep wave is being tanked up, or tanking up the tower shots. Z-Freak, is he gonna die? No. He jukes his way through the trees, and he'll end up being fine. Nonetheless, though, they still got themselves the first blood. And worst case scenario here, Fluke, it went the way of the Erica Morphling. And look at this damage that they're putting back onto Yang, though. They actually get the counter kill.
The sick body blocks coming in from Moo. That's when you know that they are kind of just finessing on people right now. So that's the kind of response that we saw coming in from Moo and Z-Freak is always nice. And as you said, right, like the first blood going the way of Erica is exactly what you want from VG Gaming. You want to try and give this Morphling as much of these resources as possible. That's why I'm really looking towards kind of what XM's going to do early on once he gets a few of these levels. You get a whole lot of levels in this now. The blast, you're able to pressure the tower, you're able to put a, have these rotations. You get a power rune at the 4-minute mark. If you get like a haste rune or an arcane rune, it's going to be very scary for these side lanes, especially if XM makes a rotation, gets an early tower, and then Erica kind of gets the map unlocked for himself. And that's why I'm really looking towards to see what Vici Gaming are going to do once it hits towards about that 10-minute mark to see how many of these towers they can get, how much space they can give Erica.
Erica needs all the space on planet Earth. Fortunately, right now, Yang is providing it for him. And speaking about XM, here he is in the mid lane contesting against Gunnar. Thus far, very, very close. No real surprises with how this matchup is looking at the moment. No points into the Nether Ward from XM because, it's too early for that. You'll maybe get the one value point in a couple of levels. But now, though, does this just stay until somebody comes from one of the side lanes to assist middle? Does this just stay a farm war in this mid lane?
I think Gunnar definitely has a whole lot more kill threat on XM pre-level 6 just because of how good Shadow Razors are now. Like, if XM ever gets himself into a bad position, but like, Pugna is the fastest hero in the game. And he has boots now on XM. So he is oh so hard to try and catch all of these razors. Gunnar's doing a really good job hitting double razors on the Pugna, considering that he doesn't have boots as well. So it's like, he does have a lot of kill threat, but I think until this lane gets towards level 6 for XM, it's probably just going to be a farm more until we see some rotations.
Farm. Our favorite thing to see.
The mid lane is, favorite time, but unfortunately for everybody else watching, it's a bit of a snooze fest.
One thing that has been nice about the Last Chance Qualifiers is we've seen a lot more movement around and towards this mid lane. So we're not just having these uber static farmy lanes. And down bottom though, ooh, Costa Vile. Nice fear coming in there. He was moments away from being pinned towards a tree and tanking quite a bit of damage. They were able to recognize from the side of Vici that they do not have the ET down bottom to protect him. However, Lone Druid, Fear. I sometimes wonder if this spell should be available as early as it is, but whatever, it's fine.
Speaking of the fear, something I want to touch on with the shard coming in from the Lone Druid as well. The best thing about this Lone Druid pick is if the main hero ever gets speared and the bear is in a good spot, the fear will be able to save him 9 times out of 10 unless there's BKB coming in from BAB. So I think this Lone Druid pick is going to have a lot of savability from himself, especially once it gets towards that 15-minute mark and the shard's going to unlock. So mid lane.
We do have a little bit of pressure coming in towards mid as XM. You just mentioned it, that at any given point in time, he's mispositioned, or if there's a rotation mid, he can find himself getting killed. It was the latter that ended up happening, and Z-Freak and XM dance around each other so that Gunnar can get the kill. So that's always feels good as the SF. He can also apply pressure now with the Sea Dragon wave coming in. Yang will be here to apply a little bit of defense, but he should be careful. One more raise will kill him, and Husky gets the vision with his spirit. Echo Storm will be dodged out, but Gunnar should be able to find the final raise. No, he can't. Gets decrept, so he's slowed down, can't close the range, and now here comes Frisk. Fire Snap Cookie into the Scatter Blast. Underneath the tier 1 tower, Shadow Fiend loses his life. All the Vici heroes ready to respond in this mid lane, and now they might even be able to go for more. Husky, Echo Stomp will come out. It will stop XM, but Yang will not be dissuaded. Couple more seconds until a decay, a few more seconds until a blast as well. There's no way to escape this one. As XM gets another kill in this game, Vici Gaming pick up another around the mid. And what a response from them to the death of the Pugna in the mid lane.
Yeah, it was just a good rotation. I think, unfortunately for Gunnar, he got a little bit baited by Husky, hoping that Husky would hit that Shadow Ray, hit the Echo Stomp, and then XM certainly would have not been able to rotate the way that he did, and they were able to get that kill on Yang. But missing the Echo Stomp, and then Gunnar was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He gets decurved underneath the tower, and then at that point he's kind of pump faking Requiem and couldn't really hit anybody with it. And it's kind of one of those feels bad deaths, right? Where you say that would have worked if we were just a few units left or right, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Gunnar's not going to be too sad about that one.
Suddenly, though, after that, the supports have not vacated this mid lane. So we're actually playing try v try in this situation. VG Gaming were thinking about applying more pressure towards the tier 1. But the support battle for vision, for kills, for everything, they are just doing the most. Eventually, though, Z-Freak will head back towards the top lane. Because I think VG Gaming are very, very happy to play this sort of static. All our supports are middle. We have side lanes, 1v1s. Everybody is very content with the situation. Erica happy to farm against the DK, knows that he can't really die by himself. In fact, they might be able to get a kill onto Z-Freak here, but Erica is too low on mana to try and make the turnaround, even though Yang did have Tombstone available.
Yeah, I really like what Z-Freak did as well, understanding that once Moo's able to get towards this Elder Dragon form, that's when it really starts getting a bit scary for the Morphling here on Erica. Like, obviously, he's able to constantly just stick in the lane with that Dragon's Blood, but as soon as he gets the Dragon form, that's when he's really able to kind of put the extra bit of pressure back on the Morphling and maybe have to get a little bit of an advantage going his way. But now, the fact that he's given the level 6, he's got level 4 here on himself as well, so I really like that Z-Freak understood that this lane is going to be kind of whatever as long as the Undying's not top, and if he's walking around towards mid, that's where it starts getting scary.
Ooh, speaking of mid, Fire Snap Cookie onto the Shadow Fiend, and he gets drained to death by XM. XM wants another one. Echo Stomp, though, holds him in his tracks. Can they defend him here on the side of VG Gaming? He's going to try drain himself to victory. Will not be allowed to do so. Frisk, at the very least, finishing off Z-Freak on the side. So a 2-for-1 engagement here in this mid lane. Husky with the Haste Rune, able to make a small turnaround and kill XM. But nonetheless, the Pugna gets the experience for killing the Shadow Fiend. That's yet another situation where Gunnar unable to survive the skirmishing that's happening in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's the kind of downside about Shadow Fiend, right? Like, he's got no mobility, so if he ever gets caught out by a Fire Snap Cookie and a Decrepify, he's always going to go down. So this is where you're really looking towards, like, some of these other heroes to start making the rotation. I think Husky kind of has to be in the right place at the right time. Both these side laners are going to be very, very self-sufficient, so he doesn't actually have to be in any of these lanes. And I think it's really looking towards to see what Z-Freak and Husky do together to be able to put a lot of pressure back on towards this mid lane. And this is what I talked about with the Pugna, right? Like, if you ever give him this extra bit of an advantage, get this extra bit of kills, then he can start putting the pressure back on the tower. And once he takes his tier 1 tower, that's when he can choose which side lane you want to go to. You're probably going to end up going towards BAB's lane here to try and get a kill on the Costabile, force him back up to the triangle, so you can get this trade of the tier 1 towers on the top and bottom side of the map.
Costabile is way ahead of you. He's already vacated the bottom lane because he's like, nope, 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 nope. I want nothing to do with this. I'm going to go join up with my DK between the Elder Dragon form as well as the Bear. We should be able to put pressure on the tower, but reinforcements are a coming. Both supports as well as the XM Pugna are en route. They come across Z-Freak first and foremost. Will they be able to kill him? Decrep will be there. Fire Snap Cookie. Yo! Yo! There used to be an Enchantress there. There isn't now. Costabile looking for revenge though. Gets an initial root, but Yang drops a Tombstone on the western part of the fight, forcing them to try and deal with it first. They are able to kill it relatively easily as Erica goes in, steals the Dragon Knight form, trying to throw back a Dragon Tail stun. Won't be able to reach him just yet though, as Moo finds himself at the very least bailed out by Husky with the Echo Stomp, stopping the drain coming in from XM. But Moo still has some danger towards him. Needs to be careful. Erica gets out with the waveform. Looks like VG might have run out of tools to take this fight. Fear yet again interrupting the XM drain. He will drop a pretty big Nether Blast, but with the stun and the surround of 4 heroes, he will eventually end up taking a tumble. Here comes Gunnar as well, finding a big Requiem onto the Morphling. He was on high Agi. He got feared into his death. Yang is probably going to follow him into the grave as well. And VG Gaming have lost 4 heroes in the top lane, and BAB has shown up. He might make that 5. They've scouted him out. They've taken the tower. The Mars is now also being corralled into the worst corner ever. He is certainly going to end up dying here. And all of a sudden here, Fluke, VG thought they were defending, but instead they were giving away a full 5-hero wipe.
Yeah, during that entire fight, I was watching BAB. He was putting a lot of pressure towards that tier 1 tower, and I think it got to that kind of point where he was like, oh, this is okay, as long as we don't lose too many of our players here, I'm going to be able to put pressure on this tier 1 tower, hopefully get the trade. But then it got to that awkward point where he realized that the team fight wasn't going their way, TP'd way too late towards the end. Like, he had Arena, he had full mana, he could have TP'd super early and tried to get the team fight going their way, but then he TP's at the end, he gets caught by the Spirit, and to me, that just felt really disconnected from Vici Gaming. Like, it really felt like that they wanted to try and defend that tower, but not everyone was ready for the defense at that point. They were kind of going in one by one, a little bit of save your mate syndrome. And then eventually it just kind of fed a little bit too much. Now they've lost so many towers. They've lost 2 tier 1 towers now, 11 minutes into the game. Yes, they lost their own mid-tier 1, but you can just see what Costabile is able to do, right? Z-Freak takes over this jungle, Costabile goes in, now BAB is going to try and get it back.
He's gotten himself inside the arena here. They catch out the Enchantress, so this should be a quick kill onto Z-Freak, but Z-Freak is looking at the situation and saying, well, they committed a tombstone, they committed the full arena, there's 3 heroes surrounding me. Cool, I'm fine with this. I don't really care if I'm going to commit my life in that fashion. And he already finished the power trace before going down anyway, so a moot point. Enchantress still feels good. And XM needs to be bailed out from this mid lane. That was kind of scary. You know, we were talking earlier about just how quickly Nouns can just start taking real estate if they get any kind of advantage. And we just saw it now. They bounced from the top lane to the mid lane to trying to take control of this small entrance area into the dire triangle. They did this in like 90 seconds. This draft can just move so quickly. So you're talking about the disconnect from Vici. They can't afford for this to happen again. But we have, fortunately, from Vici Gaming seen from the captaincy of Yang that sometimes the early game will look a little bit shaky, but he'll drop some instructions, some commands deeper into the game that allows them to get back on track. Unfortunately, they haven't lost too much in terms of net worth at the moment, right? Erica's still very high up there, so is XM, and BAB might not be the most farmed hero on the map, but he's still making decent timing and progress towards his Blink Dagger. So it's not a great place to be, but there's still a lot to come from the side of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'm really looking towards Vici Gaming for the next couple of minutes to see what they're going to do with these next couple of teamfight ultimates, right? Like with the next arena, we want to see if you can try and get one of these big heroes. The first Roche is going to be pretty big for them to try and defend, especially if they've still got these only tier 2 towers left remaining. Like if they lose this bottom tier 1 tower and then Nouns go in and get themselves a free Roche, and they're just going to walk towards these tier 2 towers, and it's really going to put a lot more pressure on Vici Gaming, especially because at this point, like, we see Erica is rushing a Lincoln Sphere. So Erica is still not going to be ready to fight for a long time on this Morphling, and that's why I really want to see them kind of utilize a lot of their team fight ultis to really try and get a bit more of this real estate back and try and put the pressure back on. Like, they're not behind in net worth, but they still need to make sure they understand that they've still got, you know, another 15 or so minutes until Erica on this Morphling is going to be scary.
I was actually going to ask you about the Lincoln Sphere coming in from him as the first item instead of the Yasha to farm with. I suppose he did stop off for the Falcon Blade as a stat item, but you know, he did that in lieu of getting boots first. Somewhat interesting. I suppose he's really scared of getting Dragon Tail stunned. But the reason I was going to ask you about this is you can still die, right? They still have like Requiem, Fear, Echo Storm, Elder Titan, Earth Splitter, Impetus Shot from the Enchantress. None of these things get blocked by the Lincoln Sphere. Don't you think BKB might have been a better option for him?
I'm so torn by it because I do like the fact that it kind of stops him from, because obviously like Moo's getting very close to his Blink Dagger, so that's the only like quick initiation. Speaking of Moo though, he's getting stuck in the bottom lane.
Yep,
okay,
getting drained up. He was a little bit too far forward there from the rest of his team. Didn't necessarily have adequate vision of who was coming in for him. XM very happy to get that killed. It'll contribute to the gold fund of picking up a Dagon. Nice kill to be able to pick up. That's always going to be a threat though, right? Coming in from this Pugna. Just no matter how tanky you are, you always underestimate just how much damage Pugna does in the earlier portions of the game.
Yeah, Decrep plus any kind of spells, considering the fact that they have a Snapfire as well. That's why I really like this kind of Snapfire team fight kind of hero. So much damage she's able to do, especially from a distance as well. So all you have to do is catch somebody out with a Decrep and then you get the kisses in. Kind of circling back to the Lincolns, I think it's good in the way that it stops him from getting caught out by that blink instant initiation of the Dragon Tail, whereas the other kind of forms of initiation are a little bit slower. So, a bit of a team fight going here, BAB.
Okay. Yet again. Oh wait, that was so sick. Costabile interrupts the Snapfire cookie from Frisk by literally fearing him mid-air, allowing the escape for Z-Freak. Yet again, another arena does end up being committed. This sucks a lot though, Fluke. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but the Blink Dagger literally just emerged from BAB. But because of the fact that they committed this arena, they can't utilize this on the map instantly. They can't like smoke up for an insta play. They have to wait the full minute for the cooldown. kind of annoying. And I think Nouns, yeah, they recognize this. They know that they can't fight right now. So now it's our time to shine. Who also just got a Blink Dagger on Moo. So the DK wants to go in and unleash his prowess on the map. It's just unfortunate that they don't really have vision of where VG Gaming is right now.
Yeah, they only got really wards on their own side of the map. So don't really understand who's going where. It looks like they're just going to try and get themselves a nice little juicy Yang in the mid lane.
Easy kill onto the Undying. BAB, 30 seconds still without the arena. Goes in to throw in the token spear. Not necessarily going to connect onto anybody. And XM trying to defend this nether ward. He knows it's going to be destroyed anyway. Well, now that they have the 4v5, they're just going to mosey into the Roshan pit. Indeed they are. Of course, Nabile just picked up a Desolator as well on this Lone Druid Bear. Between that and the Shadow Fiend direct presence, but hold that thought, mid lane, they're trying to just force a fight onto BAB. Requiem comes out from Gunner, doesn't connect onto anybody. So BAB is still able to run away 1 second until he can blink, and he will be able to do so. Now suddenly it's Nouns that don't have the big team fight spell in the Requiem, so they can't occupy the Roshan pit.
Yeah, it's both teams kind of understand that there's certain timings they want to hit, but now that BAB has his Blink Dagger, they have Arena back up as well. Same with the Kisses. Might look to try and make a go here. Probably want to wait until this Dragon Form has gone from Mood though. They can get this fight going. As you said, there's no Requiem, there's no Dragon Form now as well. So if VG Gaming catch that Costabile here, this could be bad. And they're just going to just get away from him. Moo though.
Might catch Moo though. Moo is definitely in danger. Can they find him? Yes, they can. They get the arena, spear him towards a wall. The damage is certainly going to be there. He's going to try and close the gap to the Pugna so he can Dragon Tail him. But that is not going to work out. Too much interference from the supports in front of him. And VG Gaming able to bring down this Dragon Knight. At the same time, down bottom, Erica and Gunner just playing footsies with each other. Farming this area. Gunner forced to just push back this wave. VG feeling very good about this. Moments ago, they were in danger of losing out on the Roshan, but now things are starting to look a lot more recoverable from them. 3k gold lead in their favor. They've just picked up the Dagon 2 as well from the Pugna. And most of this map starting to slowly but surely get to a point where VG are feeling more comfortable, especially with how much more farm Erica is getting for himself.
Yeah, Erica is really getting into a good spot right now. VG Gaming have done a good job to not lose too much of the map. I think that's the big thing right now. And Z3, he's going to go down.
Oof, very dead. Okay. Damn, very, very dead. His team is coming in, though, potentially looking for vengeance. Not so sure how easily they can find this. There's a tombstone on the high ground. Once the snake breaks, they will be spotted out. Costabile gets hit with some of these zombies. They know what's happening. XM, BAB, and Frisk attempting to flee on the north part of the fight. Can XM get out of here? The TP attempt. The fear misses. The Dragon Tail will not, though. He was almost out. 0.2 seconds away from safety. However, Dota 2 is a game of margins, and this margin not favorable for the Pugna.
I was almost about to sing the praises of XM there. VG Gaming did do a really, really good job at just hiding around everything that comes in from now. They did a really good job at just disengaging from that fight. Obviously, they lose XM. They're still going to look for more, though. I think they understand how important this Roche is going to be. Oh my god!
He gets the arena with the Morty's Kisses. Costabile is gone in a blink of an eye. Gunner, BKB activated, trying to throw out the Requiem. Won't be able to find a good angle though. And Husky's already used the ET splitter. And now that Gunner's BKB is gone, Costabile, his death means that they're going to be playing 4 versus 5 for a moment as XM has returned. Erica now feeling safe to go into the Roshan pit. They've got a tombstone drop down as some degree of insurance and safety. How on earth will Nouns be able to approach this one? XM waddling his way over as he doesn't have access to the TP. We see a spear back onto Z-Freak. Doesn't connect onto the... However, BAB won't be able to kill him. Frisk misses with the Fire Snap Quickie. And Roche falling lower and lower and lower. Erica very much incentivized to try and finish this one off. Gunner, will he be able to find a good Requiem? No, he won't. Z-Freak bursted down by XM with the Dagon. And he has the Requiem channeled out. Adapter Strike cancels the TP home. Gunner is in danger. They've caught BAB on the north part of the fight though. They will be able to kill the Mars, but they want the big prize in the Shadow Fiend, and they are going to get him. XM in the meantime though, now caught out by Moo and Costabile. He's still alive for the moment. He's still living. Fluke, he's not dead. XM's going to get out of here. How on earth did he make that happen? And now it's instead Moo that's going to end up dying. Slowed down by the decrypt. You came on me, but XM says, well, I'm taking your life away instead. As VG Gaming get the team fight, they get the Roshan, they get the Aegis, and they also have taken command of this game.
Oh my god, VG Gaming. They are dancing around Nouns. Nouns have been in a pretty commanding, I don't want to say like overly commanding position. They were obviously in a good spot, understanding how their draft is going to work out. DPC Gaming are styling on them right now. They are kiting them around, they're dancing around. I don't know how XM survived, to be perfectly honest with you. D crept and just walked around a corner and said, see you later, boys. I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. And the fact that he lived, they got the Roshan, they killed Gunnar, Gunnar wasted his own BKB. Yes, they did get a kill there on a BAB, but that's all they've really gotten. And look at how fast this net worth has ballooned out. Like, Snare, this is really, really bad here for now. If they start losing too many more of these heroes and not getting any more of these towers, this Morphling can become an issue for them because they don't really have that much lockdown because he has this Lincoln Sphere. There's no instant blink initiation to try and kill this Morph.
To make matters worse, he's also just picked up this Aghanim Scepter right now, so he is going to be a problem. You know, we were talking about which build is Gunnar going to be going for in this game. So far, he hasn't necessarily gone in for the full caster build just yet. At level 10 talent, he got the attack speed, got the D-Lance. He's going for a Blink Dagger next, but for now, he's still a more right-clicking Shadow Fiend. So this Aghanim Scepter is going to be hugely problematic. It's going to suck every single time that he casts it on him.
Yeah. It's going to be really, really hard to deal with as well. There's a lot of heroes that he can just kind of pick and choose what he wants in the team fight as well. Doesn't have an interior, or actually, yes he does. He has an interior to try and play around with, so if he can pick and choose and get into a good position where he can kind of steal some good stuff, I imagine he's almost always going to be chucking this on the Shadow Fiend just because of how annoying the attack speed is going to be to have it stolen from you throughout all of these fights. And I think it's just going to get to a point here where the fact that XM is starting to become an issue, like he has a Dagon 3 right now, so he does a boatload of damage. And if they don't deal with him inside of their BKBs, they're just going to get decrept, they're going to get kited around, they're going to get life drained, and they're going to get zapped, and then at that point, you can't kill any of these heroes, and then it's just going to be the Erica show, I think.
Erica already doing really, really well. He's actually forcing out the tier 3 tower down bottom. Somebody has to come home to respond to this. Gunnar and Costabile are occupying the top lane right now, but Erica has already brought the tier 3 tower down to half HP. So every single time they make an adventure on the map, they can actually smoke from this on the side of Vici. They'll know for a fact that these heroes have been drawn out of position, and Zefreak might be the one that suffers. He gets speared, doesn't connect flush, but still going to be enough to probably end up killing him. And indeed it is. Erica brings him down with the attack. Tombstone, they still have an Aegis for 90 seconds here, Fluke. There's no need to go. Just push going. Most of their wave isn't with them, though, so they might be patient for that.
They were eyeing out Gunnar, but as you said, just sticking in towards this mid-tier 2 here. They already did a lot of damage towards that T3 tower on the bottom side as well. I'm looking towards Costabile to really see what he's got. Where's the bear floating around? There it is. He just resummoned it. So he's getting close towards a nullifier to try and deal with his secret. Like this is the issue that they've got right now. This DPC Gaming draft, yes, I did say that I liked the 3 cores coming out for them. I didn't realize how much of an issue Decrypt actually was going to be for them. The fact that it is a very, very low cooldown and does so much for them. 3.5 seconds and a 7-second cooldown. So basically it has a 50% uptime. They need some way of dealing with this. They have the Enchantress for the enchant, but that can only go so far. And they need to try and make sure they burst some of these heroes with a lot of this physical damage. So right now, Nouns are going to see if they can get something on the map. They've got their BKBs, they've got their big ultimates. If they can find one of the big members, it's going to be nice.
It would be, but Yang and Frisk are positioned very, very well to try and break these smokes. Frisk will be the first one taking it though. BAB jumps in, Arena will connect onto the Dragon Knight. They've already lost on the Snapfire though. Erica trying to kill Mu before he vacates this fight. Will be able to do so as Yang finds his tombstone being destroyed, but the rest of the Nouns lineup are trying to flee from this fight. Gunnar running into the river, Yang just chasing them. But Costabile focusing onto Erica on the high ground. Erica forced to waveform away just to stay alive. Yang in the meantime has 3 heroes around him, just gonna draw their attention. There yet again we see the effectiveness of the decrypt. Waste so much time from Nouns. It will allow them to still bring down Yang eventually, but that's only 2 supports in exchange for their offlane DK. However, with the deficit that we're at right now, feels like it was kind of worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah, it definitely was worth it the way they walked in that fight. It was a little bit unfortunate that they went in just as the Dragonfall went down on Mu as well, so he didn't have that extra bit of damage going into that team fight, but they did a good job just getting that initiation going. Nobody got caught in the arena. None of the important calls got caught in the arena. Yeah, if Moo gets caught out, once he starts getting towards his BKB, he's going to be okay about being inside of that arena. But Gunner did a really, really good job at being in the right place at the right time to mean that team fight didn't go bad for them. And the fact that Kostabile was able to do a lot of work in that team fight up against Erica kind of gives me a little bit of hope here for Nouns, because we look towards both these drafts. Tri-core versus single core. You're always going to be favoring the tri-core as this game starts getting later. And Vici Gaming, they did a really good job to put a lot of pressure onto these towers, but they haven't kind of closed the game out just yet.
They're going to try to do so now, though, as they have smoked up. They read that Kostabile is occupying this bottom part of the map. Yang, he's not inside the smoke. They find the arena on the bear, so they have to know that he's nearby. The spear doesn't catch him, but it provides the vision, and Erica will be able to burst him down. They take down the life of this lone druid. No bear available for him. No main hero. That's 45 seconds in the grave. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get the full tier 3 tower out of this, but they're certainly going to force Nouns into a position where they have to consider deeply exactly how we defend this bottom lane.
Yeah, it's always scary. Now, they don't have the arena, though, for Vici Gaming, so I don't think Nouns are going to be all too sad about just trying to put some heroes here and have the risk of them getting stuck. They always have to be careful, though, of BAB just spearing something into the tower, into the racks, and this is what I talked about with a lot of this kind of aerial denial. Like, walking in towards Vici Gaming's Tombstone and the Nether Ward is going to be oh so hard for you to try and deal with. And they're just going to slowly tip down this tier 3 tower. And as long as they don't get caught out, go a little bit too far, this is going to be a free lane racks, I think.
They're actually doing it. The glyph will be popped again. Honestly, I hate this new mechanic. Makes games take so much longer than they need to, but it is what it is. The dictates of the frog we must all live by. Melee Rax not very far away from being brought down here. Only 600 HP remaining. Vici Gaming don't have the safety of an Aegis, but they do have the offensive prowess of a double damage rune on Morphling. A couple of right clicks and into a waveform out would do wonders for them, really. They're trying to force this. Yang drops down the tombstone to find some vision in the trees and ensure that Erica can walk up, can get these hits, and he is going to try and get out. He waveformed already. Will end up getting stunned up. At the same time, BAB jumps on the backlines. They're looking for this lone druid. Not going to be able to find him just yet. Morty's kisses flying through, though, from Frisk to bring down Moo, as the DK is the first casualty of this little fray. Yang is going to follow him into the grave as we get a huge scatter blast coming in from Frisk to help bring down the Moo Dragon Knight. So with these 2 core heroes brought down on the side of Nouns and no buyback on the lone druid, Fluke, are they just going to take a second lane of Rax off of this?
I definitely think they are. Yang with the Giga Chad play, just standing up on the high ground, drops the tombstone and says, all right, let's go for a team fight. And now there's no buyback on this lone druid. Moo does have buyback as well if they lose Z-Freak here. Yeah, I think this might be done. I talked about, a minute ago, Snare, that they hadn't closed the game out just yet. Vici Gaming were like, all right, bet. And now they're going to get it done in a few minutes.
They're like, Fluke, say less. We got you, fam. Here we go. Second lane of Rax taken. Vici Gaming in complete control of this game. They can't get the megas just yet, as we still have a tier 2 tower in the top lane. But they have complete commanding presence everywhere. And one of the main issues is that this lone druid, Kostabile, just has no tank ability. He just feels like he doesn't even have presence. Even with the true form, more than once we've seen them watch him almost die. He uses true form and they're like, okay, that's just more health for us to get through, but we can get through it so quickly that we don't really care. Burst it down once more. The same is true of Mu as well. He just keeps getting drained to death. And he's so far away from BKB either. There's no way for him to actually counterplay XM at the moment.
Yeah, I just feel like that this tri-core just hadn't really hit those timings until Vici Gaming really kind of put the pedal to the metal. Like, Erica did a really good job at just dodging a lot of these fights until he felt like he was in a really good position. He always just took a lot of those pickoffs that he could have been involved in without any risk to himself, catching out Moo in the bottom side of the map, just kind of being in this bottom side of the map permanently, while he knew that now it's really want to try and play around that Roche pit, trying to play around the top side of the map. Vici Gaming did a really, really good job at just giving Erica that space until he now becomes an issue for them to deal with. And same with XM. Like, XM has been playing one of the most flawless Pugna games I've ever seen. He's got a Dagon 5 now. He's got his Ethelens. He's going to have his own Lincolns. Like, how are you supposed to deal with this Vici Gaming draft?
Well, now they're going to try with the wraparound smoke on this. Yeah, they have the vision onto Yang, but Yang got even better vision. He has an observer ward and just dropped down the tombstone. Kostabile expends the nullifier onto the Undying, so he's going to eat so much damage from the Morty's kisses. Lone Druid already gone from the fight. Erica did activate a BKB. BAB also finds the arena onto Gunner. Gunner tried to get out of it, but not going to be allowed to do so. Gets off a BKB at long loss, hoping to turn around onto the Mars, but realizing that he cannot actually stand and fight. Mu now caught out by Erica and BAB will be speared back towards the rest of the squad so that they have enough damage to kill this DK. But Gunner blinks up with the Requiem. It's not going to be enough though. These Vici heroes are just too damn tanky as he ends up losing his life. Mu brought back. But my friend, I think you're getting an express trip right back to the fountain where you came from. And with that death, Nouns realize there's nothing more to play for and they throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. Vici Gaming will claim game number 1 here in this lower bracket elimination game of the Last Chance Qualifiers.
So now we talked about it. We both said that we liked Nouns here, and then Nouns lose in 31 minutes. So I don't even know what to say at this point. It feels like, you know, coming into this, the Tricore looked really good from Nouns, but there was just too many issues that kind of... They had that first good 10 minutes, right? We saw they win that team fight in towards the top tier 1 tower. They're able to take that top tier 1 tower, take that mid tier 1 tower as well, and then rotate in towards the jungle. But Vici Gaming just did a good job. BAB finally made his rotation with his Blink Dagger, was able to get a few of these team fights and just push Nouns around. And then Erica just diving across the map, just really just being kind of very, very hard for them to deal with. And as soon as he got this Lincoln Sphere, we were questioning it for a little bit, but as soon as the cogs started turning my head, I realized the only way that they're actually going to kill him is a Blink Dragon Tail coming in from Mu. So if they don't have that instant initiation, he's almost always going to be able to get away from like a Requiem or an Echo Stomp that's very, very telegraphed and very, very easy to get away from. So, hey, I like the build coming in from Erica and Vici Gaming. That was a pretty dominant game 1.
A very dominant game 1. Early on, like you mentioned, there were some hints that Nouns would be able to make a play here, but as things started to go longer and longer, Erica just became a massive, massive threat all across the map. I mean, just for context, look at his score at the end. 8-1 and 6, right? And that one death, it's like, well, it would happen in that one massive flop of a team fight that they had around the tier 1 tower top. But that's it. That's the only other time he was under threat. Immediately after that, they say, well, I mean, we even spoke about it in the game, right? You were saying you don't necessarily like how they're coordinating at the time from the side of Vici Gaming. But after that, they say, cool, Erica, you go do you. We're going to create chaos, create space for you, and then by the time you rejoin us again, they just will never be able to kill you. And that's exactly what happened. Vici Gaming, it's very clear at this point in time that the captaincy of Yang, when it works, it looks really damn good. The question is, though, Fluke, for Nouns, a very disappointing early showing. I mean, to be fair, they got lost pick partnered here. Before we go into a break, tell us exactly what they need to do going into game 2 to try and get a better result out of the series.
I think just kind of go back to what got them the wins in the group stages, right? They're really kind of playing around Gunner on either this Pangolier, his Shadow Fiend, or his Templar Assassin. So I think try and play around those heroes. Costa Bile kind of have some of these more aggressive kind of carries and kind of just go from there. Just get these easy lanes, go forward, let Mu play these tanky offlaners, play these initiators, and just give Gunner the best game he possibly can.
All right, that's the word right now from Coach Fluke. Let us see exactly what Nouns is going to be doing in game number 2, though, as we are going to be going into a short break. Remember, everybody, what the stakes are. Whoever loses this series, their dreams of going to TI are shattered, done. There's no opportunity at all. Whoever wins, though, still has a long road to go up until the qualifying slots at the end of the playoffs. We'll find out exactly what happens in game 2 right after a short break. This is Snare and Fluke in the Last Chance Qualifiers, and we'll see you shortly.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Last Chance Qualifiers. We are in now in the lower bracket. Elimination Dota is on the cards. Whoever loses between Nouns and VG Gaming will have to pack their bags, go home, and no possibility of going all the way to Singapore. As it stands right now, VG Gaming one game up, one game away from going deeper into the bracket and from shattering the dreams of Nouns at this moment in time. We're already deep into the draft. My name is Snare. I'm joined yet again by Fluke. Good sir. Nouns has made things a little bit easier for themselves, getting some very preferred heroes. The Costa Bila Faceless Void, the presumably Mu Primal Beast, which he's done a lot of damage on, but we've also seen Z-Freak played in the past. What are we expecting from Nouns? Is this going to be the draft that gets us to a game 3?
I definitely feel like it has to be, right? Like we talked about it in the break where I was saying I really just want Nouns to go back to what they've been doing. Like that first draft, yeah, I liked it with the kind of tri-core, but it wasn't what was getting them the wins throughout their group stage. So they definitely need to start going back to comfort, going back to these heroes, going back to this kind of style that has been giving them some wins on the board. Because as you said, like this is where these guys are going home. Like if they lose this game, they're not going to be going towards TI. They're not going to be going any further here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. So they need to make sure this is one of their best drafts. And if you go out on a draft that is like your best heroes or your favorite heroes, your most comfortable heroes, then at the end of the day, you can be happy with that result, right? You can just say, all right, we gave it our best. This is, Vici Gaming just outplayed us on the day, and then we kind of be happy with it. I like the response coming in from Vici Gaming, though, with his Clockwork and the Mars. You're able to isolate the Primal Beast really, really early on, pre-BKB. You're also able to do a lot of work up against the Faceless Void in lane with the Mars. You're able to get that spear going, get the God's Rebuke. Yeah, you can time walk it off if you don't hit the spear, but you're able to just kind of sit in lane and have that kill threat at level 6. So I like the responses here from Vici Gaming, but now this is definitely feeling much more comfortable from them, much more kind of like the same kind of style that we've seen from them so far, and I'm excited to see what they do with the rest of it.
Let us see where this goes. Of course, as you were mentioning in game number 1, most of their win conditions as well have come from Gunner through the mid lane. And oftentimes in this tournament, when we have seen this Faceless Void hero being picked up, we've seen it being paired with either SF, Lina, Invoker, and Sniper from mid. Of course, Invoker already removed right now by VG Gaming, but I could see any one of the other 3 still emerging for Gunner in this situation. So we'll see how things go deeper in. Love that Batrider ban as well. Man, that hero is annoying as hell to play into. And I would hate to play, dude, imagine playing into Batrider Primal Beast. Just get me out of the lobby immediately.
Yeah, no, it feels like it's one of those insanely oppressive lanes where any carry player will literally just say, hey, can we switch lanes, please? I don't care if this matchup is bad. I just want to not be anywhere near this lane at all. I like this Morphling ban coming in from Nouns as well, just understanding that Morphling has been one of those heroes throughout the entire tournament that is just so strong as the carries. And I feel like, as I was saying in game number 1, that this meta feels very much about your carries and your mid laners. And if you give these kind of strong heroes like Morphling, Slark, Faceless Void away, it is very, very hard for you to try and shut them down, because once they get to that point where they've had enough time to get like 2 or 3 items going, Faceless Void can get towards things like BKB, Maelstrom. He can do a whole lot of work, and he can also set up a lot of his team. Same thing with Morphling, right? Like he just gets to 2 or 3 of those items, and it gets very, very hard to deal with. Shadow
Also,
Shaman being picked up here from Vici Gaming.
Nice. The Rasta emerges from the side of Vici. Before we talk about him, I just want to also buttress the point about the Morphling. Morphling is currently 100% win rate for Vici Gaming. They haven't lost with him across 3 games, so makes sense. I just want to ban out one of their best heroes. I suppose why Vici did this. Last game, most of their pushing power came from the Pugna, right? And they have lost picks, so there's still potential for a hero like that. But if Nouns is not going to go for a physical damage tricore again, I doubt they're going to pick up the Pugna, and they still want to make sure they have some kind of push potential. An Insta Hex is available. Eventually, he buys Blink Dagger as well. I like this hero, the Shadow Shaman, but I really like this. There we go. Z-Freak Tusk. This is what we want to see. We want to see the maximum comfort. This has been, in the games they've looked the best, in my opinion, is when he's been playing this hero.
Yeah, definitely, and it also gives them a really good lane with the primal beast as well. The ice shards in combination with the trample means that any one of these carries is going to be oh so hard to try and deal with a gyrocopter in response. So okay, so it seems like they just want to try and have one of these heroes that has that little bit of extra damage inside of the Chronosphere, but the puck is the instant response. I feel like this is a Gunner hero. Gunner likes playing all these kind of weird heroes in towards the mid lane, but then leaving your last pick for Husky could be very kind of awkward unless they're going to flex the Primal Beast and pick something for Moo here.
10 seconds.
Just trying to think like if they've played any of these heroes as supports.
5 seconds.
I'm not sure. Gyrocopter has also been a hero that I found a bit iffy of late. You're definitely right that Gunner is the kind of person that would end up playing these kind of heroes, but correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since I've seen the Gyrocopter being played by Gunner though. I have seen it played before, but it feels like it's been many months, maybe stretching back to like season 1 of the DPC tour. So not sure how comfortable he's going to feel on this. And the matchup versus Puck, I don't think this matchup is winnable for the Gyrocopter, right? Because you never can actually reliably deal any of your damage onto the Puck. Gets easily away from the homing missile. You can't catch up to him for the rocket barrage. Intriguing pick from the side of Gnans here. I'm very interested to see what they're going to do with this hero.
Yeah, it is kind of awkward, especially when people have been playing the carry Gyrocopter and it really hasn't looked that good either. So maybe it was kind of one of those weird gacha picks that kind of likes to have in towards the mid lane, but the perfect response that came in from Vici Gaming, as you said, like it's so hard to abuse homing missile and rocket barrage if you have a hero that can literally just phase out of the map. So right now, Nouns are probably looking for, I'd imagine, unless they want to flex this Gyrocopter, their Husky hero.
I mean, they could play Husky Gyro, I suppose. It's not like completely out of the question. We have seen 5 Gyrocopters in the past. I just hope it's not Costabile. That's the only thing I hope. I'm just glad there's a Faceless Void to make it very clear who he's playing. But yeah, the Gyro is the one that's, well, and maybe this might be the idea, right? Throwing everybody for a loop, making it much more difficult for Vici to craft exactly what they want to do at the end of their draft. And like you were mentioning earlier, we do need some damage into the bubble because before the Gyro came out, they had literally nothing. It was just Faceless Void by himself.
Yeah, it's true. They pair a lot of weird stuff with their Tuskar. I did when I was looking back at all the drafts coming in from Nouns, they're out of the 3 potential teams they could have played. They're the teams with one of the most unique heroes. They had 36 heroes coming in towards this series here up against VG Gaming. I believe Gyrocopter is going to be another brand new hero for them. So I feel like this is a team that is more than happy to try and play some more of this weird stuff. So I think this, maybe I'm feeling like this last pick is probably going to be like a Gunner hero, and they're just going to give Husky this position 5 Gyrocopter to play with the Faceless Void. And they're just going to play this kind of, we're going to team fight you with Chronosphere, we're going to kill you with Call Down, and then Gunner's going to be one of these heroes that can really kind of scale and carry the game for us. There it is.
That is indeed true. Void Spirit will emerge right now for Gunner. I mean, this is the classic, right? Gunner, Void Spirit. If you're ever going to go out in a tournament, if you're Gunner, you want to go out on one of your spirits. Ember has been banned out, so of course he's going to be picking up the Void here. He knows that it's also going to be a fairly decent matchup into the puck. Get some lockdown for later, a way to get yourself away from both the Mars and the Clockwork throughout the game. There is some susceptibility, I suppose, to the Shadow Shaman, but I like this. Gives them some reach as well. Last game, we were talking about some of their issues with reach, so this time they have both the Tusk and the Void Spirit to ameliorate both of those concerns. I'm still a bit worried, if I'm honest though, Fluke, about damage into the bubble, but overall, I do like the Void Spirit. What do you want to see, though, for Erica on the side of Vici Gaming? Because it's very clear that he's going to be the win condition again. Which hero do you want to see him do that on? The only big heroes that are left that I know he plays are like Terrorblade. Do you want to see that this game?
I really like seeing when people have this Primal Beast, to have these heroes that kind of don't care about Primal Beast in the lane. I think one of the best heroes that I've seen so far has been the Faceless Void against Primal Beast, but also things like Weaver. I feel like Weaver would be pretty bad this game, so I really don't want to see Vici Gaming pick that up. I feel like they need a lot of physical damage. So Juggernaut. Okay, I actually really, really like this pick because, once again, we talked about this Gyrocopter being one of these heroes that really needs to rely on Rocket Barrage and Homing Missile. You always have the spin. Yeah, there's the Chronosphere that can work out, but it's another one of these heroes that deals with the Primal Beast in lane. He tramples on a creep wave, you spin on him. and he doesn't. You don't really care about anything that's going forward. They've got a lot of kill threat with things like Shackle. He can roam around the map early on. This Juggernaut build with the things like the Shard, the Maelstrom early on. He can ramp up really, really fast. So I really like this Juggernaut. I really, really do coming in for Vici Gaming.
Last pick, Juggernaut for Erica. Obviously, you wanted to give him as hard a carry as humanly possible. Maybe he felt like some of the other carries can scale throughout the game, but he wanted to be available sooner on with his lineup. I mean, given the lineup we're seeing from Nouns is going to be playing a much more fast game. He might not be able to afford to just hyper farm forever. I'm okay with this Jug. Makes sense to me. He has a fairly decent lane as well. Don't think he dies all that often in a game like this. And it does give them, like you mentioned, that physical outlay of burst damage that they were sort of lacking before this. Is it good enough, though, for you to believe that Vici Gaming take this 2-0, or do you like Nouns enough to think that we're going to get a game 3 here?
In my soul, I hope for a game 3. As a Dota fan, I hope for a game 3. As analysis here on the desk, I feel like this is Vici Gaming going to be able to come out on top. I like the Juggernaut lane. I feel like Moo's going to find it very, very hard to put the pressure onto the Juggernaut here. They've got a lot of good ways at taking towers. They've got team fight. They've got scalability. They've got good lanes. I think Vici Gaming really have a very well-rounded draft. And this Husky Gyrocopter, I like seeing position 5 Gyrocopter because I think it really can work. But going up against the 2 goals of the Juggernaut and Puck, I really think he's going to have such a hard time on Husky. So I feel like Vici Gaming's got this in the bag.
Yeah, Husky has a pretty rough game. Like we already mentioned how hard it is to deal damage onto the Puck. It's going to be equally as difficult to do it reliably into the Juggernaut given the mechanics of the spin. Relying a lot on Costabile in this game. You know, we've spoken a lot about how Gunna's often the win con. He's the one that carries his team to victory. With the Void Spirit, though, you can't necessarily uber hard carry the game by yourself in the way that you used to be able to some months ago. So it really does come down to Costabile. Let us see if the young South American will be able to make magic for the Nouns lineup here, or if Vici Gaming will shatter their dreams and send them home in a 2-0 sweep. Game number 2, potentially the last game of Nouns in the Last Chance Qualifiers, is now on. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's going down. Before we do, though, we neglected to do this last game. We need to talk about this. Fluke, predictions. Total number of player deaths by 10 minutes. What you got?
I think this is going to be a pretty aggressive game. I'm going to say 11 to 15 because I think the Gyrocopter can move very, very fast around the game. Player with the highest net worth at the game's end. I think Erica's going to have a very, very good game on the Juggernaut. 50 seconds. Let's get last player to be killed. I think XM. XM's been relatively low deaths throughout the entirety of today, and I think he's going to have they're going to have a very, very hard time to kill him outside of Chronosphere. Team with the most kills at game end. Well, I feel like Vici Gaming is going to be, so I'm going to say they're going to have the most kills.
The only disagreement I have with you is I say 6 to 10 for a total number of deaths by 10 minutes. Like,
all right.
Yeah, 11 to 50, that's so many kills. But I would not complain if I'm wrong about that one. Ultimately, though, I'm with you that Vici Gaming will win this game. But because of what happened last game, that means it's a guarantee we have a game 3 because now we're going to stop them.
We need to stop doing this. People might think that we have powers beyond our own control here in the game of Dota. I like this.
Kyler's been retired for a while.
Trying to check Twitter right now to see if he says this is an easy one for Vici Gaming. I like this early move coming in from Nouns as well. They're kind of just like posturing because they have a very, very strong level 1. Speaking of a strong level 1, Yang, in a lot of trouble. Not going to go down though.
Unfortunately, Battery Assault's a little bit too good of a spell. It will prevent him from dying. It looked like great initiation coming in from the Nouns lineup with Moose and Z-Freak, but ultimately, not too much you can do there. Feels bad.
Yeah, this is kind of the unfortunate part about having these kind of heroes. Like, this is why we've seen the kind of renaissance of a lot of these strength position 5s. Like, if you make it hard to kill, like if that was like a Crystal Maiden, like definitely would have died. But the fact that you have this strength position 5 with things like Battery Assault meant that was relatively easy to deal with. And I think this is where the kind of issue comes for Moo in this lane, is the fact that the Primal Beast really wants to try and abuse the fact that Trample is such a strong spell, getting towards that level 3 power spike. Same with the task. You have things like the tag team and the shards to be able to lock people in place and do a lot of damage. And I feel like it's going to be pretty hard for Moo and Z-Freak to be able to catch people out unless Yang is really kind of just doing what Yang's been doing today and been a bit of a Giga Chad throughout the entirety of it and walking a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, we'll see. So far, so good for him. And he's going to be creating space for Erica to be able to farm up on the other side of the map. Costabile and Husky are going to be Faceless Void and Gyrocopter respectively. This is not a lane that I envision them being able to do too much in. Unfortunately, for Husky to be able to dish out most of his damage, he has to get close, and BAB can always just spear you back and then suddenly Rocket Barrage is of literally no consequence. So I don't think he dies either on Costabile, but does feel like Vici Gaming pretty much get exactly what they want in this top lane.
Vici Gaming should have relatively good lanes all throughout. I think, obviously, the one matchup that I might be a little bit iffy on is this mid lane. You know, Puck versus Void Spirit. It's been one of those kind of age-old mid matchups that we've had here over the last year or two. And Gunnar has been one of those Void Spirit specialists, so I feel like both these two players are really going to be min-maxing this mid lane. And if Gunnar's able to get an early solo kill, or if XM's able to get an early solo kill, that's when this lane can really start to crack open. But I feel like this mid lane is going to be pretty even Stevens here for Nouns and Vici Gaming.
There was a point in time where XM was ranked #1 in China, and he got there primarily by spamming out this Void Spirit. So I imagine that he would have encountered this matchup very, very often between the Void Spirit and the Puck, so understands exactly how to play around it, how to manipulate things. So he should be fine. And speaking of manipulation, as we look bottom, talk to me about Erica. Are we going to get, which build are we getting from this Juggernaut? We've seen a large bevy of them. We've seen SNYs, we've seen Maelstroms. The era of every game Midas, thank God, is over, but we still do get it from time to time. What do you want out of Erica on the Juggernaut build for this one?
I think the safest build coming this way now would definitely just be like the Phase Boots Maelstrom into, you know, the Ag Shard and then getting a Mjolnir after that. I feel like he's going to have relatively easy ways to try and deal with a lot of stuff that's going forward. So if he's able to kind of just go for this greedy farm build and then just make rotations with the spin, it's going to be hard for them to try and deal with him. So I feel like the Mjolnir into Ag Shard is definitely the best way to go about it. Erica, to me, hasn't really been one of those players that has been getting a lot of Midases either. There still are some carry players that like to get a Midas here or there on things like the Faceless Void and the snipers and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it definitely feels like this is going to be like a Mjolnir game. Just giving you that little bit of extra magic damage as well to get the bounces going forward, because now it's really kind of want to group up as well. Once the Faceless Void starts getting towards that point where Costabile is able to deal a lot of damage in these fights. But speaking of,
Snowball, they're going in towards Yang, but there is a spin from Erica. The Snowball is primarily to waste the time of said spin so they don't take too much damage, but its presence does mean that they can't really make the full dive onto Yang. This bottom lane, man, all of these lanes are just so tradey right now. But as I say that, top lane, we get our first blood of the game. BAB and Frisk combo together. The Ether Shock from the Shackles into the Spear allows them to bring down the Husky Gyrocopter. All right, good stuff. Costabile, not an easy target, so they just chose to completely ignore him in that moment. Nicely done. Nice way to start the game.
That's kind of the scary thing about playing against Shadow Shaman in these lanes where one of the heroes is supposed to be the Shackle Stopper. Obviously, Costabile can do it with Bash, but you're hoping for a time loss to come in. So whenever they're able to isolate Husky into a bad position, all they have to do is walk up, dodge or do, get the Shackles going, and Costabile really doesn't want to walk towards there at all.
Yep. He doesn't want to walk down bottom. We see him trying to walk down Erica after they forced Yang away from this lane, getting him down a little bit, but Erica also knows that he has the healing ward available, just needs a little bit more mana to get to that point, and so he should be A-okay. Yang came a little bit too far forward. Z-Freak almost caught him with those ice shards. Would have been able to kill him if he did. You were saying it earlier, Yang playing this Giga Chat style. Chest out Dota. You can see he's forgotten sometimes that he's playing 5 position instead of offlane these days.
I feel like Yang has just been doing some very interesting stuff today. Really enjoying, you know, watching his Lich play in that final game of the VP series as well. He's just walking around, kind of just doing stuff, just throwing some chain frost out, and now on the Clockwork, he really just kind of puffs his chest out and says, "Come get me from Nouns." Coming, as some would say. XM though.
XM almost got the kill onto Gunnar. If he was level 6, they would have hit him with the Dream Coil. Frisk would have been here with the Shackles, and he would have died for sure. The Sea Dragon that comes up on the high ground does kind of ruin the idea of this move, because it did catch vision of Frisk. So Gunnar should be safe. Also has a little bit of backup from Husky, but not necessarily the hero you want bailing you out of trouble. You were just talking about it. Not the best shackle breaker in the world. You know what's also terrifying? You were saying how scary it is when this Frisk is getting off to a decent start. The faster his start is, the faster he gets Blink Dagger, and Void Spirit does not like playing into Blink Insta-Hex type of heroes.
Yeah, I think that's... If we see like a very, very early Hex coming in from Frisk, I'm really going to be looking to see Z-Freak to see if he is able to match that with a very early Blink Dagger. right now, he hasn't been able to get off to the big start that he wants to. Usually, when he sees Zefric on this task, he really tries to get a few kills early on with Moo, make this rotation towards mid lane, get Gunner off to a good start, and then he just starts being a nuisance on the map. But hasn't been able to abuse that just yet, considering the matchup they had bottom. I mean, he's starting to poke his head towards mid lane, but after they see the first issue, he's going to make his way towards top.
I think BAB is going to die here. Potentially, no, but they run out of damage on Husky, and with the TP coming in from Frisk, they really don't want to keep pursuing this. Rocket Barrage bouncing over to the creeps too much, but with the Ice Shards and the Snowball, they should be able to find this. Tag team activated as well, and Z-Freak ensures they get the kill, but now revenge might be on the cards because they found themselves the Shackles. Yang ports in, but unfortunately, it is only level 2 Shackles, so the duration not high enough to put Z-Freak into mortal territory. So they draw a rotation top for nothing, kill BAB. Feels fine. I suppose Yang doesn't mind too much coming to the side of the map because Z-Freak also made a rotation, so that leaves Juggernaut and Primal Beast alone down bottom. But overall, feels good to be able to finally get a kill onto BAB.
Yeah, it feels good, and as you said, like with the rotation towards the top side of the map that Yang had to make that rotation towards up there means that now Moo can put more pressure back on Erica. He forces the spin out here as well with his own trample. If he's able to like cut the creep wave and get a little bit more extra damage, so he can start getting scared a bit. Oh, I thought XM was going to go down into the lane. They're gonna double step.
He's fine. He's okay.
Limit testing.
Although, yeah, it does have to be careful because when the puck comes back, he'll have access to the Dream Coil, and Frisk and Yang are both sticking around in this mid lane. And then suddenly Gunna's going to be in a somewhat dangerous situation. I'm glad he has both of his supports nearby as well in case the jump does come onto him. And man, they've been fighting over this ward positioning for so long. That's like the 3rd or 4th D ward this game already. Kind of wild.
Yeah, I think they understand like how important this mid lane is going to be, and obviously how important it is for this mid lane vision for the first 10 minutes. Get that first kind of power in and make that first big rotation. You know, Void Spirit and Puck, two really, really good heroes that are abusing a lot of these power runes. Double damage, Arcane Rune, Haste Rune. Just being able to really utilize those runes on the side of the map. And if one of these two players is able to break open one of the side lanes who have been relatively even, like you look across a lot of the net worth right now, yeah, Costabile is a little bit further higher than what Erica is, Moo is a little bit lower than what BAB is on the side of VG Gaming, but if one of these two mid laners are able to crack it open on the other side with one of his ultimates, then that's when it starts getting scary.
Yeah. Mid lane, XM. Getting closer towards having the Switchblade, of course, which we just see as the standard build on this boy. But looks like Gunna actually wants to make a rotation top. Z-Freak, in the meantime, getting caught out next to this outpost down bottom, and he should end up falling. Been a relatively quiet affair on that side of the map, but they finally do get themselves a kill. Gunna, erstwhile himself and Husky run into the Frisk Shadow Shaman, so they will not be able to complete their rotation. Very sad for Gunna. I know he was really looking forward to being able to kill BAB, but not happening this time around, buddy. Gotta try next time.
This is where it's kind of unfortunate that he has a regen rune inside of his bottle. Would have loved that to be in something like an invis rune or maybe a haste rune. Speaking of, towards the top lane, they're making a rotation on the Costabile.
No, Costabile, is he gonna die from this? Yes, he will. Gets brought down inside of the arena. Gunna shows up looking for revenge, but without Costabile being available, not really sure that he can find it and doesn't want to commit all of his steps in search of it. So we'll end up now. Actually gets himself shackled. BAB has a spear. Do they have the range and the ability to kill him? They have the range to stun him, but they certainly run out of tools to actually bring him down. But that is the first arena of the game committed. Costabile was left alone just a little bit too long, and he ends up getting punished for it in the top lane.
Yeah. Really, without the arena, they don't really have that much damage in this top lane. They're at least going to try again with the shackles. They don't really have much else. So it's more annoying than anything else for Gunna. The chrono, though?
Guess you commit the chrono. Costabile is not going to have the damage for this. Frisk ensures that he doesn't by just shackling up the Void Spirit. And BAB literally took no damage. XM comes top. This time he has the Invis Rune. 3 heroes caught inside the Dream Coil. They actually don't have any follow-up just yet. They get off a very nice Illusion Orb. Rocket Flare comes in as well from Yang. But Gunna, very, very low, but still not dead just yet. Moo has also made a move towards the top lane. Husky also joining the fray, catching up with Yang here. Spear of Mars will catch Costabile, pin him to a tree. Can they kill him? Waning Rift not available just yet from XM. He'll commit it to kill Husky as soon as it comes back online, though. Moo, in the meantime, caught out here by Frisk. Will he die is the question. He's looking towards getting out with the onslaught and will be able to do so. Gets to the far side of the fight and kills Frisk in the process. Yang so low. Yang eventually dies, but it's a neutral creep. Taken out by the Hill Troll. BAB finding the arena, getting the spear onto Costa Vila, but Costa Vila can jump out as the Pulverize brings the Mars to death. Z-Freak finds a double kill from this. XM really wants Costa Vila. He really wants to try and bring down this Faceless Void, but he cannot take the risk of committing his own life. As he tries to get out here, Homing Missile will chase him, but he is very, very far away. Somehow, someway, it turns into a 3-for-1, and Nouns only lose one hero, despite how many amazing setups Vici Gaming seem to be attaining.
That was like 2 minutes of a clown fiesta that we just watched. I don't know how nobody died for the first 30 seconds of that engagement, but it just really goes to show that, once again, they're setting up behind this T1 tower for Z-Freak.
Z-Freak?
Oh no.
Yeah, he's dead. Very, very dead.
Very, very dead. It just goes to show that they don't really have that much damage outside of the arena until Erica comes online. Until XM gets this Witchblade, until XM's able to really start to deal a lot of that damage with the max out Waning Earth, to max out Illusory Orb. Because there was so many shackles that were coming out from Frisk, but it didn't matter because there was no damage outside of that. And same thing with Nouns, is they were teetering on this edge of having just enough HP to try and get the re-engage, but not enough HP to fully commit to a lot of these kills. And that's where we saw this kind of awkward dance between both of these two teams, where nobody could, on Vici Gaming, get a hardcore kill, and nobody on Nouns really had the HP to commit. And eventually it did work out for Nouns, which was good enough for them to be able to get a lot of those kills, considering what that Vici Gaming used.
It's about to work out even better. Fluke, Crook bottom, they found Erica. I was actually about to mention that Erica, the one person who wasn't involved in that fray, so Nouns, they walked away from the fight happy, but it did cost them 5 heroes versus Vici committing only 4. Erica was pushing the tier 1 tower bottom in the meantime. But now suddenly that doesn't seem like a relevant concern. If you just kill Erica, take his tower anyway. Everything is starting to come up for the side of Nouns here. Feels very, very good to be them. That being said though, all of these moves that they're making always seem to require a bit of an overcommitment numerically. It's always 4 or 5 heroes making these big moves. And yes, they're working out for them right now, but one could really argue that Vici are being a bit more efficient with how they are playing the map at the moment.
Oh no, Husky. He just wants some experience.
But Moo might get revenge on his behalf though. Onslaught's in with the trample. Yang though, there's going to be a young little Shackle Hex play coming in, but they commit the Chrono just onto 2 heroes. BAB caught on the very edge of it. They kill the Clockwork, and at the same time, Moo able to get the Pulverize out onto Frisk, and they kill him. BAB in though, finding the arena. Will they be able to kill this Primal Beast? Indeed they do. Costa Vila realizes that he doesn't want to be here anymore, jumps out of the arena. But Vici Gaming are able to find some revenge. So this turns into a 2-for-2 here towards this mid lane. 2 supports for a support and a core on the side of Nouns. Finally, Vici Gaming able to punch back. They get some quick revenge for the death of Erica as well.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing, right? Like they get that counter punch, being able to take out Husky in the mid lane, who finally has his level 6 now, so he does have the cooldown to be able to help Costa Vila.
Did he only get it now?
Wow. Yep. So it's an interesting kind of scenario that we've got here, right? Like, it's 2k gold lead so far for Vici Gaming. The fact that BAB is so huge on this Mars already, he's going to be a very, very scary boy for them to try and deal with. And Vici Gaming understand this. There's no Chronosphere for them to deal with, so they're going to try and get a sneaky Roche. I think Nouns know, though.
Nouns will probably have some degree of awareness about this, but without the bubble, I'm not really sure that they can fully stop this. They can try snatch it though, if Gunner does want to make the leap inside the pit. But man, am I tired of these cheesy Shadow Shaman plays.
Yeah.
You know, we should have actually flagged this in the draft when we saw this hero come out that, well, it's not just about taking objectives, it's about forcing an early Roche. And Erica will get himself an Aegis at the same time as a Tusk dies on the other side of the map. Ah, well, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And that also gives Erica the gold for his Maelstrom. It's flying in right now off the courier.
Yeah, so that just, I guess, is kind of just going to be a bit of a farming Aegis for Vici Gaming. They've got their snakes on cooldown. They've got the Omni Slash that's on cooldown as well here from Erica. More than happy to just allow Erica now with the Maelstrom to continue hitting a lot of these groups. They still have the T1 tower mid, still have the T1 tower top as well. So Erica's got a wealth of jungle to be able to play around with right now. And this is where this kind of gank squad is going to come out from Vici Gaming. They're going to play around as 3-4 heroes, constantly just try and get in towards the faces of Nouns.
Dyer's bottom tower.
Okay, he almost lost the creep then. Oh, he's dead.
They might lose Gunner though instead. He gets himself shackled up. Here comes BAB dropping the arena. Void Spirit gone in the blink of an eye. They're trying to get Frisk on the backside of things though. Z-Freak, will he be able to finish him off? He won't, but Mu will. Kostabile now present. 10 seconds until the bubble is available. But BAB might die well before that point as he gets pulverized. Right click down. And that will enable Kostabile to finish him off and get a killing spree for his efforts. At the same time though, they did get the Void Spirit on the other side. Yes, it's more gold exchange for the side of Nouns, given that they are behind, but you need this Void Spirit to keep scaling throughout this game. If he keeps dying like this, it's his first death of the game, sure, but I can envision that death happening over and over and over again until he at least has his Your Scepter.
Yeah, it is definitely not fun for Gunner to be losing his life like that, but I feel like that's probably just going to be his life for the entirety of this game. Like, he's going to constantly be Dreamcoiled, constantly just get hexed up and shackled. So he's trying to build around a lot of these spells. He's going to go for the Yule Scepter right now. I'd imagine he's going to go for the Kai and Sanj at the end of this as well, to just try and get a little bit of that extra bit of status resist. But they found Yang in the jungle. Oh, he is so dead.
What Yang? I don't see Yang on the map. I don't see where he's at. They also found Mu though inside of the ward trap. Erica really wanted to GG,
chrono.
but Kostabile finds 2 heroes yet again with the Chronosphere. They go on to Frisk first. Erica eventually able to get off the Omni Slash. Some of the creeps though are taking some of these bounces, but at the same time, Gunner gets caught by BAB. He's dead again. He just respawned here, Fluke. The spin from Erica will protect him from Mu's onslaught with the trample, but Mu not going to be allowed to escape. Caught inside the arena. Will throw in the pulverize, but is certainly going to die before he can truly threaten Erica. Grants a triple towards XM, who has zoned away the rest of Nouns at the same time. That Chronosphere, it looked like it was going to be so good, but them not being able to kill the Juggernaut or really threaten him means that after the Chrono ends, Vici are like, sweet, let's just go in. We know that the biggest fighting tool is not available anymore. We can just take anybody down that we want to. And not done, Kostabile is so lucky there's no more trees here. If there were still trees available, he's 100% dead.
That's what I was thinking as well. Kostabile just in an awkward scenario. You can see Nouns, they wanted to try and commit onto the Jug. Oh no, Gunner again. Been found in the corner, speared up.
Oh no. This can't happen. Look, this can't happen. He's gonna live for now, and they've already expended the Yang hook shot from the Clockwork. They're not leaving this area. Come hell or high water. They're gonna either fight or they will take this tower. And they're forcing Nouns to decide, are they gonna commit for a fight or are we just gonna give up this tower for free? Man, Vici Gaming just feels so oppressive on the map right now.
They still have Dreamcoil in their back pocket as well, so that's why XM's just constantly trying to abuse this Arcane Rune to just try and see if he can find someone that is floating around for Nouns. You can see the pings were coming at just from Husky on towards the striker. Oh no, Gunner.
Guess who it is?
No.
Guess who it is? You remember we were talking about how he's just gonna keep dying? Well, that's his third one in as many minutes. He was deathless not that long ago, but now it just keeps coming, and he's not that close towards having that Yule Scepter. Very far from anything else that could be considered defensive. And even if he gets Yules, if he gets speared like that, he's still gonna die anyway. So, game is very, very hard right now for our young, intrepid Void Spirit from the mid lane. But for Vici, it's starting to seem easier and easier. They still have access to this Aegis for another 40 seconds. And that feels like more than enough time to take the tier 2 tower with the help of these snakes coming in from Frisk.
Yeah, Vici Gaming definitely in a pretty commanding position right now. Now, so they still do have ways to come back into this. They've got the Chronosphere. Chronosphere is going to be one of those massive teamfight ultimates for them to always play around with, especially if XM's going to get caught out. That's a massive arena.
Oh my god, massive arena with a massive Dreamcoil enables them to kill Kostabile first and foremost. Erica comes back into the fray. Onslaught from Mu to escape the arena. He'll be allowed to leave. Tusk, maybe not so lucky. Z-Freak getting chomped down by Erica. 2 heroes have fallen. They smoked up though because they want to keep this chase up. XM trying to find somebody here. They see Mu. He has a TP scroll available, but they have so many cancels. BAB will go on to Husky first. I think they had the conversation here, Fluke. They're like, somebody has to be sacrificed. TP out in front of their faces, fam. Draw out the TP cancels. Thank you very much. Mu is allowed to escape, but Nouns lose another team fight. And worst of all, they lose Kostabile for the second time in this game.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Mr. Husky, he lost the rock, paper, scissors with Mu there. And it just becomes this kind of depressing feedback loop, right, for Gunner, where he knows that he's the one that has to kind of be in the front lines and cause a bit of chaos with Moo as well. But if he's in that front line, he's always going to be chronosphered. He's always going to be silenced up because they need to try and give as much vision as they possibly can for Costa Melee to hit some of those big chronospheres. They're going to be able to come back into this game if they hit some big chronospheres, get a lot of damage going through, and just get these fights and take down somebody like the Puck or Erica. But it is going to be oh so hard for them to do considering how XM is playing here on the Puck. 8-0-5 right now. Blink, Kaya, Witchblade. We talked about how hard it is for them to catch the Puck. It is going to be oh so hard for them to catch a Puck when he is literally like two-shotting everybody on your team. I like the draft coming in from Nouns, but I just feel like they really have not been able to address this Puck hero. And VG Gaming just put themselves in a great position from minute 0. They have BKB now at no one move though. That's big.
Yeah. That's massive. And to help matters out, look where Puck is. Puck is on the very far west from where his squad is. So if they can find this fight, Puck will not be able to respond immediately. He'll come in on the very end of things. Unfortunately, the first person they found is Yang. This is an awful target to go on first. He still has access to the cogs to push them back, so they're not even going to try for it. XM has revealed Moo now. How are they going to take this fight? I think you have to back. I don't think Nouns can take this anymore. Moo, oh no, during the onslaught, he gets pinned to a tree. But unfortunately, for the side of Vici, the tree is on the low ground. So they're not going to chase him. And both sides will just be like, Vici don't need this fight. Nouns cannot afford to lose this fight. So we're going to have a parlay, and they'll both back off onto the respective sides of the map.
I think Moo was pretty happy that he got speared to that tree on the low ground there. If he charged through those couple of creeps, he would have been met with a lot of Ichi Gaming members. This is a fight they want to get done. Oh, Ghana.
Oh no, Ghana caught again. Dream coiled up. There's BAB once more with the arena. The only hero caught inside of this is going to be the Tusk and the Gyrocopter, the two supports. In the meantime, though, Moo gets taken out as well on the fight. The spin from Erica enables them to kill Husky. Z-Freak will die to a final right click. The only survivor is Costabile, enabled to jump away with the Q. But 4 heroes go down. That was Nouns trying to make a play for the tier 1 tower. They didn't necessarily have vision of the approach angles from Vici. And they get super hard punished in this mid lane as a result of that.
Yeah, I mean, it just circles back to the fact that they're 7,000 gold behind. The only real way that they're going to be able to get a good team fight is if they have the vision going forward. They were the ones that were caught out around the tower. They just walk into an arena, they walk into a puck coil, and at this point, Nouns, they're behind the 8 ball. There's going to have to be some pretty big heroics coming out from the rest of the Nouns guys. This is a good pick-off. Getting something for Gunnar is exactly what they need. He's got that Yule Scepter built up now. He's going to be going in towards the Aghanim Scepter. I like that he's not trying to commit for something like a BKB. He understands that they need to be able to have as much lockdown as they possibly can, as much damage as they possibly can in these team fights, because that's the only way they're going to come back. Like, if you start to say, oh, I need a BKB here, you're just going to get Omni Slash, you're just going to blink Hexed anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I like that Gunnar says, you know what, it's been a bit of a rough game for me on the Void Spirit. Maybe if we're able to hold this one out, Costabile gets a few more items. He's got his BKB up now. He's able to work towards a few more of these damage items on the Faceless Void. That's when we're really being able to do a lot of damage in these team fights and hold on. Because at the end of the day, right, Snare, this is for TI. This is the TI dream. Yeah. So now they're not going to go out without a fight.
You have to 100% give everything that's available. Empty out the tank, and then even when it is empty, keep giving more. Because if you don't, suddenly your entire dream, the entire year of Dota leads up to this moment. And to see it crumble in front of your very eyes would just be heartbreaking. We've already seen some eliminations happening here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. We've sent home Tempest from South America. We've sent home Infamous from South America. Nouns and Wildcard are the last remaining hopes for the Americas in general. And if Nouns loses this one, then only Wildcard holds up the hopes, dreams, and ambitions of an entire region. But now Yang, the hook shot, finds the Faceless Void. BAB right behind him. Costabile is already gone. Moo gets out with the onslaught, but unfortunately, he brings the Juggernaut with him as he went in for the GG slash. And BKB or no, you cannot protect from the physical damage of Erica. Z-Freak doing his best to try and get himself away, but he knows that this is a cursed endeavor. Snowball going forward into the creep wave. Unfortunately for him, he's building Blink Dagger Fluke, but he doesn't have it available to him just yet. But he jukes in the tree. Z-Freak, man, what a player. Wasting quite a bit of time, but eventually the inevitable will happen. Yang brims him down with the rocket. 3 heroes have fallen. What an initiation from Yang. He's actually missed a lot of hook shots this game, to be fair, but that's the one that they absolutely needed. And Vici, not only did they get the Faceless Void kill, look towards the Roshan pit. Frisk already back in with the cheese plays, dropping down the Serpent Wards. They want the Aegis and the Shard this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the position that Vici Gaming have got themselves in, right? They don't need everybody to commit for a team fight like that. They get the heroes they need. They take down Moo. They chase down Z-Freak. They already start on the Roshan. Now it's going to be an Aegis in the pocket of Erica. Absolutely huge juggernaut right now. Skadi, Mjolnir, and the Shard. We thought it was hard to deal with him before. It's very, very hard to deal with him now. Okay, so Kostabile has the BKB up now. Gunnar is starting to get about halfway towards this Aghanim Scepter. Husky has the Shard, so he's able to do a little bit of extra damage, but I think the way they're going to be able to get this one done is they need to get a Chronosphere to kill XM. They can start kiting out Erica. Maybe they might be able to get this team fight going their way, but I feel like if they're ever going to get any of these kills in this team fight, I think it's going to come with a cost.
The cost is not cheap. Frisk able to blink away. Oh no, Kostabile, be careful! BKB activated by him just before he got hexed up. BAB still jumping into the fight. Gunner moves up into the air, sets up the spear though. Will be held towards the tree. Yang coming in, yet another hook shot. They haven't been able to kill this Void Spirit just yet though. He survives, gets off to the edge of the fight. Husky will die on the high ground thanks to the God's Rebuke and the spin of the Juggernaut. Gunner still has one more Astral Step available. Kostabile caught out with the young spear as XM helped to ensure that they had adequate vision of exactly where that Faceless Void was. Gunner now forced to escape. That was a BKB committal in that fight as well from the Faceless Void. The full 9 seconds, but unfortunately, even with the full 9 seconds, even with Bubble being committed, they only get the lowly kill onto the Shadow Shaman, nothing more than that. And to make matters even worse, Fluke, he died with his Midas only a few seconds off cooldown, so now he has to sit in the fountain watching it ready.
Not only are Downs depressed about the state of this game, but now Kostabile has to see the shiny little Midas in his inventory, not being able to go anywhere near creeps. Oh, I mean, Gaben, he can be a very gracious god, but also at the same time, he can be very, very mean at the same time. But, I mean, Vici Gaben, they're just so far ahead. Like, I was talking about the fact that they were running into some damage issues at the start of the game, but all it takes is XM and Erica to start getting in that position where they've got some net worth going their way. So much lockdown, so much extra damage, and now if we're going into tier 3s, it feels like it could be last stand territory for Nouns.
2-hero Dream Coil coming in. It's Kostabile and Husky. Kostabile will be able to activate the 8-second BKB, but now you've committed the 8-second BKB and the cooldown from Husky. So what option do you have to force them away from this? XM gets caught though in the mid lane. He's still alive for now. BAB gets off in a wonderful arena. He's already caught out Gunner. Kostabile will die very shortly. Gunner forced to try to get out of the fight, but he can't because XM, who's still alive, chases him in, silences him up, and kills him off. Moo, as his BKB expires as well. He is also left with no options. 4 heroes are gone. It's only Husky that remains, but Husky cannot really do anything about this. They're about to lose a second lane of Rax in this mid lane. In fact, they're about to lose Husky as well. It's a full team wipe. It's 2 lanes of Rax being taken. And Flute, I don't know about you, but it's starting to feel like this is also the end of the road here for the side of Nouns. The TI dream has just been broken.
No, guys, trust me, North America will come back. Nouns can do this. It's only 2 lanes of Rax. It's not the end of the world. Kostabile is coming up in 6 seconds, guys. Trust me, call down. They've got the Astral Step as well. They can do some damage. It's there. Let's have a look to see what Dota Plus. There's 1% snare. There's 1%. So if I know anything about North American Dota fans, they will cling to that 1% and they will try and ride that all the way towards TI. But the way it's looking right now, Vici Gaming are so far ahead that I feel like if they ever get XM and Erica caught in the same Chronosphere, albeit they might both get caught, but I still don't think they have enough damage to kill both of them.
I have to very sadly agree. It's a very slight chance of victory. Let's see if they can take it. Yeah, and gets off a good hook shot. Yet again, we find the arena. Erica going in with the GG slash. Husky's already dead. So is Z-Freak. They get the Yules up onto Gunner. If he gets speared down, they don't even need the spear. They literally just right-click him and rebuke him back into the fountain. He has no buyback. Erica spinning down Kostabile. He's forced to use the Chronosphere just defensively, and he runs back into the spin. He is gone for sure. Husky's gonna follow him, and Moo is waiting in the fountain. He knows this game is over, but he'll be damned if he gives them another team wipe. But nonetheless, here come the Megas. One more buyback from Gunner. One more chance. Moo has access to the Pulverize. Has BKB in a minute, but that's way too long. Gunner, at least get one kill, my friend. Yule's up onto the Clockwork. They're dragging back Yang, who's been a massive thorn in their side. They're trying to trample him down, but Yang is still alive, being kept alive by the healing ward. Spear pushes Z-Freak towards the trees. Gunner's also in trouble. The God can't kill him! Onto both of them with the spin from Erica and the Illusion from XM. Kills them both. A double kill for the puck. Moo pulverizes Yang, who is still not just alive, on full HP here, Fluke. There is nothing left. Nouns know this is done. Nouns know this is over. And VG Gaming, with one more drop down of these mass open wards, they have kept their own dream alive. Kostabile, he's gonna die one more time, just for posterity's sake, just to let it be known that they really have won this one out. Moo comes out one final time. They drop the GG, they drop the good luck. Nouns are going home, but VG Gaming still have hope of going all the way to Singapore to compete in TI11.
Yeah, VG Gaming, they came into this series, this elimination series, and they made it convincing. They really came into this series with a good idea, good identity about how to deal with certain things. I really like this Juggernaut and this Clockwork lane up against the Tusk Primal Beast lane. I really feel like this Tusk Primal Beast lane is very, very hard to deal with, but now VG Gaming be able to show us what it truly means to be able to outdraft somebody when it comes to this Primal Beast hero. And commiserations to Nouns. They're a really cool team. I really like a lot of the players that's on that Nouns roster. Z-Freak, I feel like, is the most underrated player of Dota history. He's been one of those position 4 players that really has been able to pop off and do some really cool stuff. But at the end of the day, when you meet a Juggernaut team like VG Gaming here in this elimination bracket, considering what we saw in that series against Virtus Pro, it's going to be very, very hard to take them down.
Very, very hard indeed. And unfortunately, they failed to do so. Very, very sad for Nouns. Sad for NA in general, because a lot of NA fans were really rooting for Nouns. And just the Americas now have one representative remaining in the form of Wildcard Gaming. Nouns were not able to make this happen. They did try their best. They did try and make as much happen on the map as humanly possible, but this Vici draft, just the cohesion of how these Vici heroes fit together was just so, so good. And I really have to shout out, as much as I'm looking at this XM score, 15-0-11, incredible game. You were mentioning it earlier that like, how are you supposed to kill him when he's killing your heroes in 3-4 seconds? But really, the true MVP cannot be anybody but BAB. This Mars performance was something else. Completely demolished Kostabile in the laning phase. He was top net worth for a significant portion of this game. When he got the BKB and the Blink Dagger together, though, he was everywhere. Not just initiating fights, but counter-initiating them as well. Breaking up all of the engagement that Nouns were trying to go for. There's a reason why Gunner also died so many times. Those 7 deaths, I would be willing to bet money that at least 6 of them were started by a BAB spear into follow-up from everybody else. And Gunner, there's just nothing you can do about that with that hero.
Yeah, it really did feel like that VG Gaming came into this second game and they had something to prove. Like, everyone felt like they kind of overperformed in this game. They played really, really well on a really, really sick draft, and these guys are starting to hit their stride right now. It feels like that they felt like they should have won that series up against Virtus Pro. I feel like they definitely should have won that series up against Virtus Pro, but now in this elimination bracket, it is do or die for them, and they are proving that they are no pushovers. And I mean, I think at this point, you're looking at this VG Gaming team, and what BAB has shown us in these last 2 games on his Mars, that these offlane initiators, heroes, and lane dominators like Mars really feel like that BAB is going to be one of those standout players. And I mean, VG Gaming, they can make a run here, man. They really, really can. There's a lot of strong teams that are still left in these last chance qualifiers, though, Snare. But I mean, VG Gaming, they seem like when their back's against the wall, they really stand tall.
These are the kind of wins that really help buttress you, that light a flame inside of you that say, guys, we can actually really go all the way here. We saw very similar things from VG Gaming in the Chinese qualifiers, where after they dropped down to the lower bracket, they started to kick into high gear, performing well above expectations. That's the reason why they're here in the first place in the Last Chance Qualifiers. They get to continue. Nouns is down and out. Unfortunately, because NA only has 1 representative, that does mean Wildcard Gaming truly have to put on a show against Polaris Esports, and that's the final elimination game left of the day. After that, we'll have all 4 teams eliminated from the first day before we continue into day 2 of the playoffs and get closer and closer to determining who's who the 2 squads are going to be from the LCQs who go on to join TI11 in Singapore. With that, we implore you all to please move on over to stream number A so that we can continue that particular series and see exactly who the last team remaining is going to be here in the lower bracket. Before we go though, Fluke, shout out to you. Thank you for finally showing up to TI and everybody at home. Please go on ahead and where can people find you online if they want to just go give you a shout out and praise you for the good work you've done today?
At FlukeOz on Twitter and Fluke the host on Twitch if you guys want to be a part of that. Thank you, Snare, for being so lovely and so nice here. It's always good to be able to jump into a cast with such a professional. And, man, we had sick games, so I'm excited for more tomorrow.
Excited for more tomorrow. We're still excited for the last series of the day. So please let us all go to Stream A, watch Polaris Esports taking on the side of Wildcard Gaming. Make sure as well that you are all at home hydrating, go outside, breathe some fresh air, and be with us to continue this Dota action. This is Snare and Fluke signing out until tomorrow. We'll see you on Stream A.